The story unfolds within the ominous depths of a pitch-black dungeon, its walls damp and cold, casting an eerie chill in the air. Two guards with sleek, serpent-like tails stand vigil at the entrance, their sharp eyes ever watchful. This is no ordinary dungeon. It is the fabled lair of the Silver Dragon, its secrets whispered only in legend. Beyond the heavy iron-barred door, an unknown figure lies shackled in thick, rusted chains, motionless, as if time itself has forgotten them. Suddenly, the stillness is shattered. The soft, radiant glow of footsteps approaches, their light a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Each step is graceful, almost ethereal, as though the very presence of this visitor draws the shadows back. The atmosphere shifts, charged with a sense of impending revelation, as the mysterious figure descends further into the heart of the dungeon. The two guards, stationed rigidly before the occupied cell, were stirred by the sound of approaching footsteps. One of them, ears finely attuned to the cadence, instantly recognized the soft yet commanding rhythm. It was Her Majesty. The realization swept over him like a chill, and with a quick glance to his fellow, they both turned in perfect unison. Their eyes met the sight of the Queen herself, descending toward them with an air of quiet authority. Both guards moved with precision, placing a hand over their chests in a gesture of loyalty and reverence. Before them stood the Queen, her long, silver-white hair cascading down her back in silken waves, shimmering faintly even in the dim light of the dungeon. Her regal presence was undeniable, every movement elegant, every glance sharp. Without hesitation, her voice rang out, calm yet imperious, cutting through the stillness of the chamber. "Leave your post," she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. "I will speak with the prisoner alone." The guards exchanged a brief look before bowing deeply, retreating from the cell, to grant the Queen her solitude with the one held captive behind the iron bars. The striking silver-haired woman, none other than the renowned Silver Dragon Queen, Rosweise, stepped gracefully into the dungeon cell. Her regal bearing was unmistakable, with her arms crossed lightly over her chest, exuding an air of authority. As she stood before the prisoner, her piercing gaze settled upon them, sharp and unyielding. A faint smile, tinged with amusement, played at the corners of her lips, hinting at thoughts she kept concealed behind her calm, composed demeanor. She extended her arms gracefully, casting her gaze downward with a pleasant smile etched across her face. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of satisfaction and curiosity as she regarded the prisoner, the once great dragon-slaying hero. With a voice both regal and laced with mockery, she asked, "Tell me, how does it feel to now be a prisoner of our dragon clan?" The man chained within the cold, dimly lit cell was no ordinary prisoner. He was the legendary hero of mankind, a figure once celebrated for his valor in the long, bitter war against the dragons. For years, he had been their sworn enemy, a symbol of hope to humans and a threat to the ancient dragon clans. Now, he sat shackled and defeated, his defiant spirit still burning in his eyes. Though the Queen stood before him, her question lingering in the air, he had no desire for idle conversation. His silence was deliberate, a refusal to indulge in her twisted game. Instead, his sharp, piercing gaze locked onto hers, unyielding. "Spare me your words," he growled, his voice low and edged with bitterness. "If you're going to kill me, do it quickly." His tone was cold, resolute, every word a challenge to the Queen's authority, though his fate seemed sealed. The Queen's smile deepened as she lightly touched her lips, her gaze never wavering from the hero's defiant eyes. "Oh, you wish for a quick death?" she mused, her voice dripping with amusement. The request from the strongest hero of mankind seemed to delight her, the moment stretching out as if she were savoring every second of his desperation. But the Queen had no intention of granting him such mercy. Her enjoyment came not from ending lives swiftly, but from drawing out the suffering of her enemies, especially this one. The hero's torment was something she relished, and she had no plans to let him escape his fate so easily. The queen stepped closer to the hero, her presence dominating the small, dim cell. Her face drew nearer, now just inches from his, the tension palpable between them. With a slow, deliberate motion, she placed her hand beneath his chin, lifting his head so their eyes met at the same level. As her gaze roamed over his face, she couldn't help but notice the sharp angles of his features, the rugged handsomeness that remained despite his captivity. A flicker of admiration crossed her mind, acknowledging his unyielding resolve, even in chains. With a sudden flick of her thumb, the queen's long, sharp nails raked across the hero's face, biting into his skin. Blood began to well up from the fresh cuts on his cheek, a crimson contrast against his pale skin. Smirking, she leaned in closer, her voice dripping with cruel amusement. "A few more scratches, and you might look even more handsome," she taunted, her eyes gleaming with sadistic satisfaction as she watched the blood trickle down his face. The hero gritted his teeth against the sharp sting of pain, his jaw tightening. His eyes drifted downward, catching sight of the fresh blood trailing from his wounded cheeks and dripping onto the queen's long, blood-stained nails. The crimson droplets stood out starkly against her pale fingers, a vivid reminder of his vulnerability in her grasp. The hero jerked his head away from the queen's grasp, his jaw clenched in fury as he broke free of her cruel touch. His eyes burned with anger, and his voice, sharp with frustration, cut through the silence. "Stop humiliating me," he growled. "If you're going to kill me or tear me apart, then do it. But end it quickly." His words hung in the air, but the Dragon Queen only watched him with an unsettling calm. Her lips curled into a slow, amused smile at his defiance. As she studied him, her silver tail swayed gracefully behind her, the metallic sheen catching the low light of the dungeon. She found a twisted delight in his desperation, savoring his suffering like a cat playing with its prey. The queen languidly licked the fresh blood from her thumb, savoring the metallic taste as she kept her gaze locked on the hero. Her eyes glinted with a seductive allure, each word dripping with honeyed mockery. "As formidable as you are," she purred, "if you hadn't been betrayed by that villain, you might not have ended up in such a dire predicament." She tilted her head slightly, her smile widening as she continued. "Perhaps, instead of clinging to your shattered pride, you might consider joining the Silver Dragon clan." Her tone was both tantalizing and patronizing, the suggestion a twisted offer cloaked in mock sympathy, inviting him to abandon his futile defiance for an alternative that, to her, seemed almost more torturous. Upon hearing her words, a wry smile curved the hero's lips as he watched her slowly lick the blood from her thumb. His eyes, gleaming with a mix of defiance and curiosity, fixed on her. "Do you even consider yourself worthy?" he asked, his voice laced with challenge and disdain. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as his mocking words sank in, the flicker of amusement in his smile igniting her fury. She became acutely sensitive to his challenge, her pride stung by his defiance. In an instant, her expression hardened, and with a swift, fluid motion, she lashed out. Her silver tail sliced through the air like a whip, striking the hero with brutal force. A deafening bang echoed through the hollow dungeon as the hero's body was hurled backward, slamming into the stone wall behind him. The impact sent cracks splintering through the ancient stone, and a cloud of dust and debris filled the room, briefly obscuring him from view. He lay buried beneath the rubble, the weight of the Dragon Queen's rage pressing down as heavily as the stones themselves. As the dust slowly settled, a jagged crack spidered across the wall behind the hero, evidence of the sheer force of the Queen's strike. He lay crumpled beneath the debris, his chest heaving as he struggled for breath. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, each cough sending fresh splatters onto the cold stone floor. Paralyzed by the brutal impact, his body refused to respond, the weight of her lethal attack leaving him broken and helpless. The Queen slammed her foot down onto the hero's chest with merciless force, the sharp impact jolting his body awake from its dazed state. His eyes flew open, wide with shock and pain, as the crushing weight pressed down on him, stealing what little breath he had left. Her eyes burned with fury, her voice seething as she leaned over him. How dare a mere prisoner show such disrespect to me? She hissed, her words dripping with venom as her dominance bore down on him both physically and with her unyielding presence. The queen crossed her arms, her piercing gaze locking onto the hero's eyes as she spoke his name with cold authority. Leon Cosmode. Her foot remained planted firmly on his chest, pinning him beneath her as she leaned in, her voice dripping with mockery. Do you truly still believe you're the great hero of mankind, adored by thousands? She sneered, her tone laced with cruelty. Are you still clinging to the fantasy of wiping out the Dragon Clan and leaving your name in history as a legend? Each word was a deliberate taunt, designed to strip away any remaining shreds of his pride. She tilted her head slightly, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she looked down at him. You should wake up, she suggested with mocking sweetness. Otherwise, you'll die here like a foolish, self-righteous loser, clinging to a hopeless dream. Her words cut deep, laced with the cold certainty of someone who already believed his fate was sealed. She pressed her foot down harder on Leon's chest, her gaze cold and unrelenting. Perhaps, she mused, her voice dripping with false sympathy. Just maybe, you could have given your descendants a chance to bask in wealth and glory alongside you. Her words were a twisted reminder of the future he could no longer claim. Leon gritted his teeth, his body trembling beneath the crushing weight of her foot, each breath becoming a painful struggle against her unyielding force. She gazed down at him with a cold, satisfied expression. Such a future won't come to pass, she said with cruel certainty. Unfortunately for you, there's no successor to carry on your name. You'll never see that day. Her words were sharp, meant to cut deep. But Leon, despite the pain coursing through his body, met her gaze with defiance. His teeth clenched as he stared back at her, refusing to be broken. Don't underestimate humans, he growled, his voice strained but resolute. Suddenly, the queen's pearlescent silver tail, gleaming with intricate scales, coiled around Leon's neck with a swift, serpentine motion. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth falling open as the sudden pressure tightened around his throat, catching him off guard. The smooth, cold scales pressed against his skin, a chilling reminder of her dominance. With a powerful flick of her tail, she hoisted Leon into the air, suspending him above her. His hands instinctively clawed at the scaled tail coiled tightly around his neck, but the grip only grew stronger, cutting off his breath. His chest heaved in vain as he fought for air. The queen gazed up at him with cold amusement, her eyes unflinching. What a stubborn man, she remarked, her voice tinged with mock admiration as she watched him struggle. As the tail tightened mercilessly around his neck, Leon's fingers pressed desperately against the constricting scales, searching in vain for a way to break free. His vision blurred, and his strength waned as the pressure mounted. In a final act of defiance or surrender, he closed his eyes and, with a strained voice, called out, "Her Majesty," the words barely escaping his lips as he hoped to catch her attention, or her mercy. Upon hearing him address her as Her Majesty, she allowed a dark smile to spread across her lips. "Oh? Are you finally ready to beg for mercy?" she taunted, her voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. As Leon continued to struggle against the tightening coil of her tail, the queen shook him roughly, her strength amplifying the pressure around his neck. Desperation etched across his face. He managed to speak through labored breaths. "From the very start," he gasped, his voice strained but defiant, "you made two critical mistakes." His eyes locked onto hers despite the choking hold. The queen's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity as she pondered what Leon could mean by two mistakes. Leon, still struggling to breathe, continued with a strained but unwavering voice. "Firstly," he said, "a powerful dragon slayer like me should never have been left alone with you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Secondly, a dragon should never taste a hero's blood." As he spoke, an intense crimson glow began to radiate from his eyes, transforming them into a fierce blood-red hue. Suddenly, the queen's silver eyes shifted to a vivid light red, mirroring the intense hue of the hero's. She was momentarily stunned, her hand instinctively moving to her chest as if in a trance. The realization dawned on her with shock. Tasting the hero's blood was not merely a symbolic act, it was a curse, known among the dragon clans as the blood curse. The weight of this revelation struck her deeply, her expression one of stunned disbelief as the implications of the curse began to sink in. The Dragon Queen released her grip on Leon, and he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Her once haughty demeanor shattered instantly, replaced by a look of complete disarray. The confident smile that had adorned her face vanished, leaving behind an expression of growing worry. As her composure unraveled, her body began to flush with a rising heat, a clear sign of her distress and the gravity of the situation. Her cheeks flushed a deep red as a wave of intense heat surged through her body. Struggling to maintain her balance, she collapsed to her knees, her strength failing her. She steadied herself by placing one trembling hand on the floor, her breathing ragged. Confusion and alarm filled her eyes as she questioned, "Why is my body reacting like this?" Now on his feet, Leon looked down at the queen, who had slumped over, her head bowed in defeat and unable to meet his gaze. With a voice laced with grim certainty, he continued, "Soon, your body will be overwhelmed with pain, a constant torment that will follow you for the rest of your life." His words were a chilling prophecy, underscoring the depth of her suffering. The queen's cheeks, now flushed a deep crimson, betrayed her loss of control. In a sudden, uncontrolled frenzy, she lunged at Leon, her hands gripping his shoulders with surprising strength. She pushed him forcefully, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground in shock. As Leon lay on the floor, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, the queen pressed her body against his chest, her eyes gleaming with a mix of lust and fevered desire. Her flushed cheeks and intense gaze conveyed a stark contrast to her earlier composure. Without warning, she leaned in and kissed him passionately, leaving Leon stunned and confused by the unexpected and inexplicable shift in her behavior. An hour later, the red aura that had surrounded her eyes began to fade, and she slowly regained her senses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly discovered she was naked and wrapped herself in a white cloth for modesty. Her anger flared as she turned towards Leon, who was now slumped against the black brick wall, asleep. With a mixture of confusion and fury, she demanded, "What did you do to me?" Leon stirred awake at the sound of the queen's anguished scream. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The blood curse was a forbidden technique, usable only once in a lifetime. When a dragon tasted a hero's blood, a soul connection was formed between them, binding their fates together. This meant that upon Leon's death, the curse would inflict unending pain on the queen. Furious, the queen challenged this explanation. She wondered why the curse was manifesting now, especially in a way that made her experience overwhelming lust, if it was supposed to take effect only after Leon's death. Leon narrowed his eyes, his expression resolute. "The lustful feelings you're experiencing might be an accidental side effect of the curse," he explained. "I believe the curse's true pain is yet to come, but it seems the immediate side effect is to make you fixate on me." He was taken aback by how the curse had affected her, but he was certain that the true torment was yet to be unleashed. The queen shut her eyes in mortification, gripping the white cloth around her with trembling hands. "Be quiet," she snapped, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Leon's lips curled into a knowing smile as he observed her distress. He remarked, "Dragons adhere to a strict rule of monogamy." His chuckle carried a hint of dark satisfaction as he continued, "After my death, not only will the great silver dragon queen be unable to find a new mate, but she will also be left without heirs. Furthermore, you'll be unable to explain this debacle to the dragon clan. The effects of this forbidden spell have certainly exceeded my expectations." The queen, unable to refute his claims, glared at him with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Leon's smile widened, his gaze mocking as he observed her silence. So, Her Majesty, the great Silver Dragon Queen, claimed I would have no successor, he teased with a playful glint in his eyes. But now, it seems you'll have none either. He placed a hand over his abdomen, knowing that the curse's repercussions meant there would be no future dragon successors to continue the lineage. Fuming with irritation at his taunts, the queen sprang to her feet, her hand arcing back as if to strike Leon. A fierce purple aura enveloped her hand, transforming it into a menacing dragon claw. As she advanced on him, her eyes blazing with fury, she spat, "You bastard!" The claw drew closer, and Leon's eyes began to lose their light, the last flickers of defiance fading. Summoning his remaining strength, he managed to utter, "Do you wish to kill me yourself, Your Majesty?" "There's no need. I will die soon enough." His voice was a strained whisper, but it carried a weight of finality. "Live with the hatred and the pain I've left you. This is my curse to you as a human." His words were a chilling declaration, marking his final act of defiance. Unable to bring herself to strike Leon, the queen withdrew her hand, her dragon claw receding back into its human form. The triumphant smirk that had once adorned her face faded into a sorrowful expression. As Leon lay unconscious on the floor, the dragon queen stood beside him, her gaze fixed on his unmoving body. A pained sigh escaped her lips as she murmured, "You're just a human being, exacting revenge on me in such a wretched manner. And now, you wish to die?" Her voice was tinged with a mixture of sadness and disbelief as she contemplated the cruel irony of his final act. With a resolute gleam in her eyes, the queen raised her hand once more, purple mana shimmering around it like a fierce, living flame. She was determined not to let him die so easily. With focused intensity, she channeled her mana into Leon's body. As the energy flowed through him, his chest began to glow with the same radiant purple aura, and a complex sigil slowly materialized on his unconscious form. The symbol pulsed with an eerie light, marking him with the queen's potent magic. Within the opulent confines of Rosweiss's castle, Leon lay unconscious in the queen's private chambers. Leon Cosmode, once a legendary figure known as the dragon-slaying hero, had a storied past that began in his early years. At just 5 years old, he had famously defeated a neighbor's vicious dog with his bare hands. His remarkable feat caught the attention of a passing elite dragon slayer who took him on as an apprentice. By the age of 10, Leon entered the prestigious Imperial Dragon Slayer Academy. His prodigious talents and relentless dedication led him to graduate at the youngest age ever, earning the highest evaluation in the Academy's history. At 15, Leon ventured onto the dragon-slaying battlefield, where he became a formidable force. He slew countless dragons, reclaimed lost territories, and achieved numerous military victories for the Empire. Revered as the strongest dragon-slaying hero, he was seen as the Empire's greatest hope to bring an end to the war. Yet despite his legendary status and unparalleled achievements, Leon's fate took a dramatic turn when he became a captive of the Dragon Clan. Leon slowly roused from a deep slumber, his eyes fluttering open after what felt like an eternity. It had been 2 years since his capture and subsequent collapse in the dungeon cell. Startled, he sprang upright in the bed, confusion etched deeply across his features. Sweat trickled down his face as he glanced around, his heart racing. The unfamiliar surroundings of the room were a stark contrast to the cold, dark confines of the dungeon he remembered. As he tried to piece together his new reality, the creak of a door opening broke through his disorientation. A young girl cautiously peeked into the room. She had striking black hair with strands of silver, and her ocean blue eyes were wide with curiosity. Her delicate frame stood by the door, her hand gripping the knob. Leon turned to face her, his surprise evident. The girl's beaming smile and the innocent joy in her eyes brought a blush to his cheeks. Her cuteness and the warmth of her expression contrasted sharply with the harshness of his memories, leaving him momentarily spellbound. As Leon pushed aside the duvet and sat up, resting his head on his hand, A profound realization dawned on him. The soft light filtering through the room and the gentle warmth suggested that his immense contributions to mankind had somehow led him to a place resembling heaven. With a newfound joy, he stood up and, beaming with delight, pointed at the little girl. "You must be the legendary angel," he announced, his voice filled with wonder. The girl, taken aback, looked puzzled. "What's an angel?" she asked, her innocent curiosity evident. Leon crouched down to meet her gaze, his smile broadening as he spoke gently. "Hello, little angel. What's your name?" Her face lit up with enthusiasm as she formed her small hand into a fist. "My name is Muen," she replied proudly. Leon's eyes closed in contentment as he repeated the name in his mind, finding it fitting and pleasant. Yet he couldn't help but notice the unusual mix of black and silver in her hair and pondered the peculiarity to himself. The girl raised a finger and explained, "My mum said Muen means the moon." Leon's surprise grew, and he questioned in awe, "Do angels have mothers?" His curiosity was piqued by this new revelation, adding another layer to his understanding of the mysterious realm he found himself in. Leon introduced himself with a gentle smile. "My name is Leon Cosmode." The little girl stretched her arms high above her head, her cheerful energy radiating as she bounced on her toes. "I know. Leon means lion," she chirped with a giggle. Leon's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Who told you that?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "That's what my mum said," the little girl replied, her tone matter of fact. Leon's eyes widened, shock rippling through him. "May I know who your mother is?" he asked cautiously, a strange tension building inside him. With an innocent smile, the girl answered, "Rossweiss." The name struck him like a thunderbolt. His body stiffened, as if he'd been turned to stone. "Rossweisse?" His mind raced, and he stood up straight, pointing to himself in disbelief, a mixture of confusion and worry written on his face. "If Rossweiss is your mother, then that would mean—" Before he could finish, the girl's voice interrupted him, filled with innocent certainty. "You are my father." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her face glowing with the hope that only a child could have. Leon stood frozen, struggling to process the reality of her words. Leon placed both hands on his head, disbelief washing over him in waves. His mind struggled to grasp the reality that this innocent child standing before him was truly his and Rossweiss's. The weight of that revelation made his chest tighten, and he could hardly breathe. The little girl, oblivious to his inner turmoil, turned and pointed towards someone behind him. Jolted from his daze, Leon turned slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. There, standing gracefully, was the silver-haired dragon queen herself, Rossweisse. Muen darted to her side, her tiny arms outstretched in excitement. "Dad is awake," she cried, her voice filled with pure joy. Rossweisse smiled warmly as she gently stroked the girl's hair, her touch soft and affectionate. "Yes, I know," she replied, her voice calm and knowing. "He's finally awakened from his long slumber." Leon's eyes met hers, and for a moment, the air between them was thick with unspoken words. Her silver gaze locked onto him, and she smiled, a quiet, almost wistful smile. "You finally woke up, Leon." But Leon could only grit his teeth, stunned into silence, his body tense as he struggled to process everything unfolding before him. Muen hugged her mother tightly, looking up with wide, innocent eyes. "Mom must be happy to see Dad wake up," she said with a bright smile. "You came to visit him every day." The Dragon Queen's expression shifted, a sly smile curling on her lips. "That's right," she replied smoothly. Leon's face hardened, his teeth grinding together in silent frustration. Only a fool would believe that, he thought bitterly. Rossweisse knelt slightly to Muen's level, her hand gently ruffling the little girl's soft hair. "Muen, go outside and play for a while," she said sweetly, her her tone softening. "I need to talk to your father." With a cheerful wave and her eyes squeezed shut in childish excitement, Muen raised her hand and chirped, "Yes, Mom," before scampering off, leaving the tense atmosphere behind her. Rosweise strode toward Leon, her presence commanding as always. Instinctively, he took a step back, his voice laced with uncertainty. "Is Muen really my daughter?" With a playful, almost teasing smile, Rosweise corrected him. "She's not just a child, Leon. She's our biological daughter." Without warning, she gave him a gentle push into her bedchamber, her silver tail curling behind her to lock the door with a soft click. Her gaze lingered on him, unreadable. "Tell me," she began, her voice smooth yet sharp, "do you hate me now?" Leon straightened, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. His mind swirled with anger and confusion. "Why did you give birth to the child? Why did you save me?" His tone was demanding, as if the answers could somehow make sense of the chaos. Rosweise's expression softened, though her eyes remained cold. "You've been asleep for 2 years, Leon. After what you did to me, I wasn't going to just let it go." His anger flared. "Do you think I wanted that?" His voice rose, the weight of his emotions breaking through. "Dragons and humans, we're different. We can't coexist. If things were different, if it weren't for the curse, I would never have touched you, Rosweise." Her eyes flashed, but she remained silent, absorbing the intensity of his words. The tension between them thickened, unspoken resentment swirling in the air. The Dragon Queen moved closer, her face just inches from Leon's, her breath warm against his skin. Narrowing her eyes, she whispered, "Oh, so touching me is torture for you." Her voice was laced with mockery. Leon snapped back without hesitation. "Of course," he bit out. A smirk curled on Rosweise's lips as her tail wrapped tightly around his leg. With a swift, effortless motion, she flung him onto the bed. Before Leon could react, she was on him, pushing him back down as he tried to rise. Crawling atop him, her predatory gaze locked onto his, and a flicker of fear lit up in Leon's eyes. He muttered, his voice shaky. What are you going to do?" With one swift movement, Rosweise tore his shirt open, the fabric ripping like paper. Her fingers glowed with purple mana, and a shimmering sigil appeared above them. She leaned in closer, her voice cold and commanding. "I'm going to carve my own dragon mark on you." Leon struggled beneath her grip, but her strength was overwhelming. Panic rising in his chest, he pleaded, his voice desperate. "Rosweise, stop, please." But the Dragon Queen's eyes, burning with a fierce determination, showed no signs of mercy. With a tap to his chest, the purple sigil transferred to Leon's skin, burning itself into him like a brand. Rosweise watched the mark take form with a cruel satisfaction. "From today onwards, this will be your shame," she said, her voice low and triumphant. "It means you are my prisoner, bound to me forever. You will never leave my side." She tilted her head, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder as she laughed, a maniacal chilling sound that echoed through the chamber. The purple sigil on her own chest began to glow in response, pulsing with the same eerie light. "What will your fellow humans think," she taunted, "when they see the dragon tattoo on your body? Will they still call you a great dragon-slaying hero, or see you as a traitor who surrendered to the dragon clan?" Her mocking laughter filled the room as Leon's heart sank. He lay there, bound by the shame of the mark, knowing the weight of her words hung over his fate. The purple sigil seared into Leon's chest, the pain so intense that his body trembled. Sweat trickled down his face as he clenched his teeth, every muscle taut, trying to withstand the agony. Rosweise leaned closer, her lips inches from his. She placed a finger on his lips, silencing any protest. "Don't you understand, Leon?" she whispered, her eyes locked onto his with a dangerous glint. "The dragon race's concept of revenge has always been beyond human comprehension. It's not something human scientists can fathom. Our revenge is something far more twisted. Paranoia, extremity, and cruelty all intertwined. Her voice softened, but there was no kindness in her tone, only a seductive cruelty. I want you to live in this shame for the rest of your life, to feel the weight of this humiliation every day, and to be at my mercy for eternity. Her eyes gleamed with triumph as she studied his tormented expression. For Rosweiss, this wasn't just revenge. It was a deep, personal satisfaction. To make the greatest dragon slayer in human history a slave of the dragon clan, to be bound to me forever, it is the highest honor. Leon's face flushed red, a mix of pain and anger as his hand shot up, gripping her arm tightly. But Rosweiss only smiled wider, her voice dripping with menace. "Let's get started," she whispered, her words a promise of the torment yet to come. Perched high atop the jagged peaks, the Silver Dragon Castle gleamed under the sun's radiant light, its stone walls shimmering like polished silver. The sheer size of the fortress was breathtaking, its towers spiraling upward as if reaching for the sky itself. Intricate carvings adorned the castle's facade, with sprawling arches and towering spires, giving it a grandeur straight out of a fairy tale. Within its labyrinthine halls, two dragon maids strolled down a long corridor, their black and white uniforms a striking contrast to the opulence around them. The stone floors echoed softly with their footsteps, and the scent of fresh mountain air filtered in through the tall, arched windows. One of the maids let out a light chuckle, her hand resting on the handle of the basket they carried between them. "The queen seems to be in a rather good mood today," she mused, her tone playful, as if sharing a secret. Her companion, locking arms with her in a friendly gesture, giggled softly and covered her mouth with her free hand, leaning in close. "You don't know, do you?" she whispered, her voice brimming with excitement. Her husband woke up. The first maid's eyes widened in surprise, her expression quickly replaced with understanding. They exchanged knowing smiles as they continued their journey through the castle, their whispers of the queen's good mood and her awakened husband lingering in the air like a well-kept secret. Leon crouched a few feet away from the passing maids, hidden behind the curve of a marble pillar. His breathing was steady, though dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed the exhaustion that weighed heavily on him. He strained to hear their conversation, catching every word with a bitter scowl. "Bah, that female dragon actually announced to the public that I was her husband," he muttered, his voice a low, irritated growl. The thought churned inside him like a storm, his hand reflexively moving to his side, where the memories of recent events ached the most. His eyes, rimmed with deep blue bags from sleepless nights, flickered with frustration. "You have no idea how terrifying that mother dragon is," he whispered under his breath, the words laced with a mix of disbelief and resentment. The memory of the Dragon Queen flooded his mind. Her relentless demands, the way she claimed him without mercy. Her strength was overwhelming, and her hold on him, unrelenting. Leon's body tensed as he recalled how the Dragon Queen had taken full advantage of his helpless state. Days blurred into each other, the torturous routine of her insatiable desires leaving him no peace. The constant pressure, the weight of her body against his, the way she drained his energy day and night, left him feeling like his very essence had been siphoned away. His waist ached with a dull pain, almost broken from her forceful acts. A fire sparked within him, rage simmering beneath his tired exterior. His fist clenched tight, knuckles white with tension as his teeth ground together. I, Leon, will never stay here and become her plaything, he swore, a defiant gleam in his eye. His resolve hardened. He would not allow himself to be trapped in this twisted fate. Not by her, not by anyone. As Leon stealthily moved through the winding corridors of the Dragon Castle, his every step was careful and measured, avoiding the ever-watchful eyes of the dragon guards and maids. His heart raced, but his movements remained silent, slipping into the shadows whenever he heard the distant clink of armor. He came to a sudden halt, pressing his back against the cold stone wall when he spotted 4 guards near the side entrance of the castle. One of them, a large, imposing figure, pointed to his right and barked orders to the others, their voices echoing through the stone courtyard. Leon dared not reveal himself, keeping his body pressed tightly against the rough surface, blending into the darkened alcove. Peeking out cautiously, he observed the guards more closely, realizing the futility of trying to escape through any of the guarded exits. So, they're patrolling all the side entrances, he thought, frustration tightening his chest. The Dragon Queen's clutches were tighter than he had anticipated. As he scanned the area for any alternative, his eyes caught something unusual, a peculiar section of the castle wall. His gaze narrowed. How come there's a hole here? He murmured to himself, intrigued. He swiftly moved toward it, staying low to avoid detection. The long grass had grown wild, concealing the small opening in the castle's ancient stone walls. The guards had clearly missed it, hidden beneath the overgrowth. Leon crouched down, his hands brushing aside the grass, revealing a small, dark passage. The hole was narrow and rough, but there was light on the other side, and beyond that, grass. Leon hesitated for a moment, suspicion creeping in. Could this be a trap? He wondered, his mind racing through the possibilities. Yet, it was his only option, and he couldn't afford to stay within the castle much longer. Leon shut his eyes tightly, giving both his cheeks a firm slap to dismiss any lingering thoughts of a trap. He couldn't afford to overthink it. Escape was his only option now, and the risk was worth it. No matter the cost, he had to leave the Dragon Queen's castle. Even if it was a trap, he resolved to force his way out. With renewed determination, he steadied his gaze and began crawling through the narrow hole. Goodbye, perverted mother dragon, he muttered under his breath. As for the little grain named Muen, she's adorable, but for now, she can only be yours. He pressed on, his body squeezing through the tight passage, the faint light ahead promising freedom. Unbeknownst to him, Muen stood atop the castle walls, her wide ocean-blue eyes sparkling as she admired the scenery. Her tiny hands gripped the stone edge as she marveled at the world below. She turned to her mother, eyes bright with excitement, and pointed toward the distant hole in the castle wall. "Mom, look! Dad is digging a dog hole. How cool!" she exclaimed, her innocent voice ringing with pride. The Dragon Queen, lounging in her swimwear on a foldable deck chair, lazily lifted her head with a knowing smile. I saw it. He's quite something, isn't he?" she responded to Muen, her voice dripping with amusement. Muen, brimming with excitement, turned to her mother. "When will Mom go and fish him back?" she asked with an innocent grin. Rosweiss chuckled as she stood up, gracefully walking toward her daughter. She crouched down to meet Muen at eye level, her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders. Locking eyes with her, she gently placed a finger on Muen's lips. "Muen, darling, you can't say fish him back when talking about your dad. That's very rude," she chided softly, her voice carrying a playful reprimand. Muen tilted her head, confusion etched across her little face as she placed her hands on her hips. "So, what should I say?" she asked earnestly, her wide eyes fixed on her mother. Rosweiss's smile broadened, her pearl-white fangs gleaming in the sunlight as an ominous glint flickered in her eyes. "You should say," she purred, her tone dark and mischievous, "that I will capture your father and bring him back." Sometime later, Leon finally emerged from the castle walls and sprinted across the vast open field. his breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat trickled down his face, dripping from his brow as he pushed himself through the rugged terrain. After what felt like hours of climbing mountains and winding through forests, his eyes finally caught sight of the distant borders of the human territory. Relief flickered in his chest as he slowed his pace, scanning the dense green surroundings. He thought to himself, "I've come too far. That dragon won't be able to catch up now." But just as he began to feel a hint of victory, a sudden gust of wind swept across the treetops, ruffling the leaves and sending a chill through his spine. His heart pounded, and instinctively, he looked up. His blood ran cold. Above him, cutting through the sky like a silver streak, was Rosweise, the silver dragon queen, in her true form. Her massive wings beat the air with a ferocious speed, closing the distance between them with terrifying ease. Her scales gleamed in the sunlight, a fearsome sight of raw power. Leon's eyes widened, and his heart sank into the pit of his stomach. "Rosweise," he muttered in disbelief, before shouting her name angrily into the wind, as if his voice alone could halt her relentless pursuit. The Dragon Queen swooped down, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Leon with a mix of amusement and menace. "You're quite the runner, Leon," she mused, her massive jaws opening wide as if to snatch him up in one bite. Cursing under his breath, Leon's heart pounded with terror. He turned on his heel, desperate to flee, but it was useless. In a blur of silver scales and powerful wings, Rosweise flew past him with ease, landing gracefully before him. Her towering form loomed over him, casting a long shadow that made him feel as small as an ant. Her elegant, gleaming scales shimmered in the waning light, a reminder of her deadly beauty. "It must be fun, playing games with me like this, right?" she hissed, her voice dripping with cold sarcasm. Her gaze bore down on him, unrelenting and sharp as daggers. Rosweise leaned her long, sinuous neck down, bringing her massive head close to his level. She growled, her breath hot against his skin. "I am indeed very satisfied, but don't you think your escape was a little too smooth?" Her voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Who helped you, diverted the guards, left a hole for you to slip away?" Her eyes gleamed with suspicion and anger, daring him to lie. Leon's heart pounded as he stood frozen in front of the towering Dragon Queen. "Even if I knew it was a trap, I had no choice," he admitted, his voice heavy with defeat. His brow furrowed, the weight of his failed escape settling over him. "I just didn't expect you to catch up so quickly." Rosweise, now just a few feet away, let her warm breath wash over him like a summer breeze. Her massive form radiated an almost casual power, yet her words were anything but gentle. "What will happen if you return to human territory now?" she asked, her tone laced with satisfaction. "You already bear my mark on your chest. Do you think they will still recognize you as a dragon slayer?" Leon's face hardened as he regained his composure, his defiance returning. He locked eyes with the silver dragon, his jaw clenched but steady. "Then I will start my life again as an ordinary person," he replied, his voice unwavering. "That's still better than being tortured by you." His eyes were resolute, refusing to waver under her gaze. The queen's fury ignited at his words. She spread her enormous silver wings, casting a shadow that swallowed the sky. "Tsisk, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness," she snarled, the force of her wings sending a gust of wind that whipped around Leon, nearly knocking him off his feet. In one swift motion, Rosweise's massive claw closed around him, lifting him off the ground. Leon let out a scream of surprise. "Let me go! Where are you taking me, you dragon?" he shouted, his voice filled with terror. With effortless power, Rosweise soared high into the sky, the ground quickly disappearing beneath them. The evening sun was sinking below the horizon, its dim rays gleaming off her silver scales, making them shimmer like molten metal. "Since you want to go back so much," she said, her voice cold and mocking, "I'll help you." The evening sky had long given way to the cloak of night. 3 hours later, Rossweiss's massive dragon form glided through the dark sky, her silhouette briefly passing across the face of the bright moon. Below them lay the Empire's border city, its distant lights flickering faintly through the darkness. Without warning, Rossweisse opened her claws, releasing Leon into the open air. His stomach lurched as he plummeted hundreds of feet. Terror gripped his face, his arms flailing as he fell, the wind whipping past him. He crashed through the trees, branches snapping violently under the weight of his fall, before slamming hard onto the ground, the impact jarring his entire body. Groaning, Leon sat up, his head pounding from the fall. His hands pressed against his temples as he tried to ease the sharp pain coursing through him. Slowly regaining his senses, Leon stood, dusting off the dirt and leaves that clung to his torn clothes. His eyes focused ahead, and through the dense trees, he saw it. Houses illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns, a faint sign of civilization beyond the forest. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the village surrounding him, his mouth hanging open. "Is this a human town?" he muttered to himself, astonished to find a settlement hidden deep within the forest. Rossweisse, now back in her human form, stood beside him with her arms crossed. "That's right," she said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "That's the human empire." As she gazed at the village, her posture relaxed. She continued, "So, now that you see this long-lost human town, do you really think you can return to the human world by merely stepping into it?" Her tone was almost conversational, as if she were discussing the weather rather than Leon's fate. Leon stared at the village, his mouth still agape, as a tear slowly formed in his eye. The weight of his situation crashed down on him like a heavy stone, and a profound realization began to sink in. The Dragon Queen's gaze flickered toward Leon, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light. A grin curved on her lips as she spoke. "Leon, you can't go back, even if it seems within reach." As she spoke, the mark on her chest began to pulse with a haunting purple glow. Leon's dazed expression snapped into focus as he looked down at his own chest. The mark that Rossweisse had branded onto him now shimmered with an eerie, violet light. A wave of fear washed over him as he stumbled backward, his hands scrambling to find purchase against the rough bark of a nearby tree. His teeth clenched in a grimace of desperation as he watched Rossweisse approach him with a casual, almost predatory grace. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Rossweisse said with a cruel twist to her smile. "When one of the two people bearing a dragon mark desires the other, the mark will react in kind." Rossweisse drew closer to Leon until they were mere inches apart, her warm breath tantalizingly brushing against his skin. Her seductive eyes bore into his with an intense, unblinking gaze. Pressing her body against his, she placed her hand over the glowing purple sigil on his chest. The sigil's aura flared brighter, casting a purplish glow around them. "You must be feeling the heat all over now," she murmured, her voice a silky whisper. "It's as if the very air is charged with a desperate urge, making it unbearable for you, isn't it?" Leon, struggling to maintain control and gritting his teeth, forced himself to ask, "Do you really want this?" Rossweisse's eyes remained locked on his. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She answered softly but with unwavering resolve. "Yes." "Do you know why I brought you here? I wanted you to feel the weight of your shame right at the edge of your hometown, so close yet so far." Sweat dripped down Leon's face, mixing with the tension etched into every line of his determined expression. His grip tightened around his shirt, knuckles whitening as he faced Rossweisse. "Do you really believe this mark," he said, his voice resolute, "will make me lose faith?" With a sudden, fierce movement, Leon grasped Rossweisse's wrist, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. His grip was unyielding, his resolve clear. "I will wait for the right moment," he declared, his gaze burning with intensity. "When that time comes, I'll make sure to repay you double for every ounce of humiliation you've inflicted on me." His words were a fierce promise, each one laced with the bitterness of his resolve. The Dragon Queen's eyes briefly widened in surprise at the depth of the hatred Leon harbored for her. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback by his unyielding defiance. Regaining her composure, she closed her eyes and allowed a serene smile to grace her lips, fully accepting the intensity of his animosity. Her gaze then hardened, a steely resolve settling in. "That won't stop me," she said, her voice unwavering and resolute. "I'll be waiting for you, dead or alive." Her words were a chilling promise, etched with unshakable determination. As she pressed her body against Leon, her strength radiated through him, overwhelming his resistance. The mark on her chest pulsed with a deeper intensity, its glow becoming more pronounced and commanding. Leon, caught in her dominating presence, could only grit his teeth, unable to fight back against the suffocating pressure. Under the pale light of the moon, the night sky shimmered above the border city, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. Leon and Rosweise sat beneath the massive trunk of an ancient tree, the silver leaves rustling faintly in the cool breeze. Rosweise, her eyes closed in satisfaction, quietly adjusted her disheveled clothes. The glowing purple mark on her chest had finally faded, leaving behind only the memory of its pulsing dominance. A slow, contented smile crept across her lips, the hunger that had driven her moments earlier now completely sated. Turning her head slightly, she glanced at Leon, who lay sprawled on the grass beneath her. "I must say," she murmured with a satisfied grin, her voice dripping with smugness, "I'm very pleased with your performance just now." Leon, utterly drained and broken, lay motionless on the ground. His body trembled with exhaustion as silent tears fell down his cheeks. The weight of the ordeal had stolen his strength, and the anguish in his eyes reflected a soul worn thin. Leon turned to find Rosweise leaning close, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Their eyes locked as she traced lazy circles with her fingers over the spot where the purple sigil had once burned on his skin. "How about I bring you here every month," she teased, "to visit your hometown?" Irritation flared in Leon as he scooted away from her, sitting upright. "Bah! I see you're just a female dragon with your head in the clouds, always thinking about how you're going to drain me," he snapped, his voice laced with anger and disgust at the memory of what had just transpired. Rosweise sighed, her smile faltering slightly. "I see you saw through my little tease," she remarked with a hint of amusement, though there was a glint of something deeper in her eyes. Shifting from her playful demeanor, Rosweise stood up, brushing off the moment. "Let's go," she said, her voice steady. "Our daughter is waiting for us at home." She stretched her arms to the sides, and her pearly silver wings unfurled gracefully from her back, catching the moonlight. Leon, still sitting against the tree trunk, slowly pulled his shirt back on, the weight of exhaustion still pressing down on him. As Rosweise began to transform, a quiet voice came from behind her. "Wait!" Leon called out, his tone hesitant but firm. The Dragon Queen paused, her wings still shimmering, and turned to look at him. Her gaze softened slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she met his. "What is it?" she asked, her transformation momentarily stilled, waiting for whatever he had to say. Leon stood and strode past her, his gaze resolute. "As a dragon slayer, I refuse to be dragged back like some captured prey," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I can walk by myself." Rosweise, her wings still outstretched, watched him with a look of mild confusion as he marched ahead. She remained silent for a moment, her silver eyes tracking his every step before calling out, "Oh?" From here to the Silver Dragon Castle, even flying at my speed, it would take at least 3 hours. For a human to walk it, 10 days, maybe half a month. Leon didn't even bother to look back, his posture rigid with defiance. "It's just 10 days or half a month," he retorted, his voice filled with spite. "Don't underestimate human endurance." He kept walking, his head high and pride wounded, determined to show her he was no victim of her whims. As Rosweise's wings retracted into her back, she crossed her arms and smirked, her voice dripping with amusement. "I want to see how long you can hold out," she teased, a sly smile curling at the edges of her lips. Watching him stumble along, she found the sight of his stubborn pride more entertaining than anything else. After a while, Leon's steps began to falter, his breath growing heavier, his energy clearly fading from the grueling walk. Roswitha, still following behind at a leisurely pace, looked on with satisfaction. "Getting tired, are we?" she called out, her tone smug. "If you ask me—" Her taunt was abruptly cut off as Leon shot back, his voice rough with exhaustion, but laced with defiance. "Tired? Who said I was tired?" His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white with determination. The grit in his voice matched the fierce resolve in his eyes, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing him break. He pushed forward, his pride carrying him, even as his body begged for rest. Roswitha closed her eyes, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she mocked him. The only thing that's tough is your mouth," she teased, her voice dripping with mockery. Leon, visibly irritated by her remark, spun around, the muscles in his jaw tightening. "You—" he managed, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. But before he could finish, their playful exchange was abruptly cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps. The air around them grew still, and both Roswitha and Leon froze, their eyes widening in unison. The world seemed to pause for a heartbeat as they slowly turned their heads toward the source of the noise. Emerging from the shadows ahead was the dragon army, their presence imposing and undeniable. At the front, the leader marched with a commanding stride, his figure illuminated by the flickering light of medieval torches held high by his soldiers. The flames cast eerie shadows over the forest, their glow reflecting in the wide, startled eyes of both Roswitha and Leon. The sudden tension hung heavy in the air, the playful atmosphere now replaced by something far more ominous. Seeing the dragon-slaying army approach, Leon's mood lifted instantly. His eyes gleamed with a sudden hope, and he stretched out his hand instinctively. "Great, these guys might help me get rid of this dragon," he muttered, excitement rising in his voice. But beside him, Roswitha's demeanor darkened. A wave of frustration rolled off her as her eyes narrowed, sharp as daggers. Her lips curled back into a snarl, teeth gritted in barely contained fury. The air around her began to shimmer with her rising aura, thickening with the intensity of her power. Her irritation toward both the approaching army and Leon's naive hope for escape was palpable, like the calm before a violent storm. Upon seeing the dragon-slaying army, Leon's heart briefly surged with hope, but then reality struck him like a blow. No, she's no ordinary dragon. She's the queen. His throat tightened as the thought settled in. If he called for help, Roswitha wouldn't hesitate. She'd slaughter them all. He turned to glance at her, dread seeping into his bones. Her entire demeanor had shifted. Her once playful expression was now twisted with murderous intent. Her eyes had turned a deep, blood-red hue, glowing with a violent hunger for carnage. The air around her crackled with bloodlust, thick and oppressive. Sensing the sudden shift in energy, the leader of the army raised his hand, signaling his men to halt. The guards, mid-patrol, froze in their tracks. His sharp gaze scanned the tree line, landing on the two figures standing in the forest, an unfamiliar pair in the midst of this eerie tension. His instincts flared, and he could sense that something was terribly wrong. The leader, a man with rugged brown hair, still seated on his horse, squinted at the strange pair before him. His voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a knife. "Are you lost?" he asked, his tone even but probing. The question seemed to hang in the air, thick with the weight of the situation. Leon froze, caught off guard, his mind racing for a response. He could feel Roswitha's aura darkening beside him, her annoyance palpable. She hadn't moved, her crimson eyes fixed on the soldiers with an icy glare. The air was heavy, charged with her barely restrained fury. Desperate to defuse the situation, Leon forced a nervous laugh, breaking the silence. No, we're just hanging out," he stammered, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. his hand trembling slightly. The words felt hollow, but he had no choice. He couldn't risk implicating these men, couldn't risk their lives. Every fiber of his being told him to run, but there was no escape from the Dragon Queen's wrath. The moment felt fragile, like a spark waiting to ignite the wildfire. The captain of the dragon-slaying army dismounted from his horse, his boots crunching softly against the forest floor. "This isn't the kind of place to be wandering around," he said, his tone laced with concern. "There are dangerous creatures here, not to mention wild animals. How about I give you both a ride back to safety?" His gaze was earnest as he took a step toward Leon, his hand outstretched in a friendly gesture. "My name's Walker," he added, introducing himself with a firm nod. "Captain of the 47th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Army." Leon's heart raced as Walker approached. He could feel Rossweiss's icy stare behind him, her presence growing more dangerous with every passing second. Forcing a smile, Leon reached out and shook the captain's hand, but his grip was tense, almost urgent. "I appreciate the offer, really," he said, his voice strained. "But we're fine. We've had some self-defense training, so we can handle ourselves." Walker, oblivious to the danger he was approaching, took another step back, but Leon eyes wide with warning. "Please, don't come any closer," he added, his voice barely concealing the panic rising in his chest. He glanced over his shoulder at Rossweisse, whose cold, emotionless expression hadn't wavered. Her silence was more terrifying than words. The atmosphere between them thickened as the tension mounted, and Leon knew one wrong move could spell disaster for everyone involved. Walker came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Leon. You look oddly familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" His voice carried a hint of recognition, making Leon's heart skip a beat. He hadn't anticipated that soldiers might recognize him as the famed Dragon Slayer. Leon's pulse quickened, and his body tensed at the captain's inquiry. Rossweisse, meanwhile, shifted her icy gaze from Leon to Walker, her expression as unreadable as ever, but her aura crackling with latent menace. Sensing the danger escalating, Leon acted swiftly. He seized Rossweiss's hand, pulling her towards him with a forceful urgency that caught her off guard. The sudden motion momentarily disrupted her cold resolve, snapping her out of her murderous trance. Leon forced a smile, though his eyes remained tightly shut against the tension. "Sir, you must be mistaken," he said, his voice smooth but edged with anxiety. "I have one of those faces that people often recognize, even when I'm not the person they think I am. My wife gets me confused all the time, too." His attempt at lightheartedness was a desperate bid to defuse the mounting threat, hoping to deflect Walker's suspicion and buy them some time. Rossweiss's eyes widened in surprise as Leon took the lead, his unexpected assertiveness catching her off guard. "I'll go back with you willingly," Leon whispered urgently, his voice low and imploring. "But please help me get rid of them first." He hoped that by showing deference to the Dragon Queen, he might persuade her to show leniency towards the soldiers. Leon maintained a facade of affection as he smiled at Walker, holding Rossweisse close in a show of loving intimacy. Rossweisse, though initially taken aback, closed her eyes and allowed the charade to continue, playing along as the devoted wife. Walker, sensing the private moment, chuckled and stepped back. "Then I won't intrude on your romantic scene," he said with a knowing grin, turning to mount his horse. Leon kept his arm firmly around Rossweiss's waist, watching as the dragon-slaying army retreated, their carriages disappearing into the distance. As soon as the soldiers were out of sight, Rossweiss's expression hardened. "Have you had your fill of pretending?" she spat, her voice dripping with disdain. Leon, oblivious to how tightly he was holding Rossweisse, jolted in surprise at her sharp words. Instinctively, he released his grip and stepped back, pressing his back against the rough bark of the tree trunk. Rossweisse, her expression one of displeasure, glared at him while rubbing her wrist. Crossing her arms, Rossweiss's voice took on a stern tone. "You were wise not to seek their help, but there's one thing you need to understand," she said, letting her words linger in the crisp night air. She approached him with measured steps, her gaze unyielding. "You must understand your place. Even though we have a child together, it does not make me your wife," she said, tapping her finger sharply against his chest. Leon averted his eyes slightly, his voice steady but distant. "I never considered myself your husband." With a frustrated sigh, Roswitha turned away from him, her arms still crossed. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her composure. "Let's go," she said, her tone softening only slightly. "We still have a long way to travel." Leon, exhaling in relief, followed her lead as they resumed their journey. A sudden, searing pain lanced through Leon's hand, the very hand that had tried to restrain Roswitha's powers from harming the soldiers. The agony was so intense, he gritted his teeth to keep from crying out. He glanced down at his palm, now marred by a deep burn, and saw the back of Roswitha as his vision began to blur. With a final, pained gasp, he drifted into unconsciousness. The sound of his collapse caused Roswitha to turn around sharply. Her eyes fell upon Leon crumpled on the ground, and she approached him with a look of disdain, her arms crossed. "You fainted," she remarked, her tone clearly unimpressed. With a flick of irritation, she observed him with a sneer. "What a fragile human," she muttered, as her long silver hair began to ripple and rise, her purple aura flaring around her. The transformation into her dragon form was swift and majestic. Leaning down, she picked Leon up delicately with her jaws and tossed him gently into the air. He landed unconscious on her broad back. "I'll interpret this as a plea for mercy," she said with a hint of mockery, spreading her immense wings and taking flight across the morning sky. Back at the Dragon Queen's castle, Leon stirred awake, his eyelids fluttering open slowly. The room was dimly lit by the morning sun filtering through the tall windows. As his vision cleared, a soft voice full of excitement broke the silence. "Dad, you're awake!" Muen's voice rang out, her eyes gleaming with delight. She stood beside his bed, her small tail swaying back and forth with barely contained joy. Leon groaned, lifting his head slightly before resting it back down, eyes squinting as the remnants of last night's ordeal pulsed painfully through him. How did I get back here?" he muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead, trying to soothe the dull ache that lingered. "It was Mom who brought you back," Muen chimed in, her tail still wagging as she beamed at him, clearly overjoyed at his recovery. Leon's expression darkened, a scowl settling on his face as memories of Roswitha flashed in his mind, her massive dragon form capturing him as if he were nothing more than prey. His jaw clenched at the thought. Suddenly, a sharp sting in his hand brought him back to the present. His gaze dropped to the hand that had been scorched when he'd tried to hold back Rossweiss's power, the skin still raw in his memory. "This is," he murmured, his voice tinged with surprise. The hand, once seared by the encounter, was now carefully bandaged. Before he could process it, Muen's small hands grasped his, her eyes sparkling with pride. "I'm the one who bandaged it for Dad," she exclaimed, her face alight with the hope that he'd praise her hard work. She gently squeezed his hand, eager for his approval. Leon stared at his bandaged hand, a wave of surprise washing over him. His daughter's care was unexpected, especially considering everything he had learned about dragons. He recalled the words of an old dragonologist. Dragons are a ferocious race, born into violence and bloodshed, their nature forged in fire and conflict from the moment they hatch. And yet, here was Muen, his daughter, undeniably part dragon, her tail swayed happily, her scales shimmering faintly in the light, but there was no trace of hostility in her. She looked up at him with nothing but pure affection, treating him not as a mere human, but as her father, with all the tenderness and love a child could offer. Leon's brow furrowed in thought. Is it because she's a human-dragon hybrid? He mused silently, trying to reconcile the fierce nature of dragons with the innocence that radiated from his daughter. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he began to reach out, moving his hand toward Muen as if testing whether this connection, this bond, was truly real. Leon smiled warmly as he gently ruffled Muen's hair, his affection evident in the way his hand lingered on her head. "Well, Muen is awesome," he said softly, watching as her eyes lit up with delight. Muen giggled, her small arms wrapping around his waist, basking in the warmth of her father's embrace. As they pulled apart, Leon locked eyes with her, his tone playful but carrying a hint of seriousness. Raising a finger, he added with a teasing smile, "Muen is so cute, but when you grow up, you must not be like your mother." Muen's laughter paused, and she blinked up at him, her mouth slightly agape in confusion. "What do you mean, Daddy?" she asked, her young mind trying to piece together his words. Before Leon could respond, a soft scoff echoed from the doorway. Rossweisse stood there, arms crossed, leaning casually against the frame with a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Her narrowed eyes glinted with mild amusement as they scrutinized him. "And what's so wrong with being like me?" she asked, her voice low but edged with a playful warning. Leon, caught off guard by her sudden presence, swiftly moved away from Muen, his expression shifting from relaxed to wary. He met Rossweiss's gaze, knowing full well that his jest had not gone unnoticed, yet feeling the weight of her presence all the same. Rossweisse strode into the room with a casual grace, her piercing gaze still fixed on Leon, clearly unimpressed by his earlier remark. Her eyes bore into him, silently demanding an answer. Leon, feeling the intensity of her presence, averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "It's nothing," he muttered, turning his head away, trying to dismiss the tension that lingered between them. Muen, oblivious to the undercurrent between her parents, beamed with pride. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to her mother, eager to share her accomplishment. "Mom, Muen bandaged Dad's wound just like you said," she chirped, lifting Leon's injured hand high above her head, displaying her handiwork like a trophy. Rossweiss's gaze softened slightly as she shifted her attention to Muen, though her stern demeanor remained. She nodded in approval, but her eyes flickered back to Leon, as if silently reminding him of the unspoken tension between them. Rossweisse locked eyes with her daughter, her gaze firm, yet instructive. "This is your responsibility," she said, her tone carrying the weight of a lesson. "It's important to know how to treat the wounded, especially when it's family." Her words were not just an instruction, but a code of duty she wanted Muen to understand. "Yes, Mom," Muen replied eagerly, her small hands clenched into determined fists, her eyes glowing with enthusiasm. She seemed to thrive under her mother's stern guidance, soaking in every word. Leon, watching the exchange, couldn't help but notice how strict Rosweise was with their daughter. While he admired the discipline she instilled, he felt a tug of concern for Muen's innocent spirit, wondering if Rosweise's rigid expectations were too much. "Muen," he said softly, his voice cutting through the moment as he crouched down to her level, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Why don't you go hide in the garden? I'll come find you when I count to 100, okay?" His hand gently ruffled her hair, a gesture of comfort and affection. Muen's face lit up at the suggestion, her tail swaying with excitement. "Okay, Dad," she chirped, darting out of the room in a burst of youthful energy, leaving the tension between her parents lingering in the air. Muen's eyes sparkled with pure delight, her hands shooting up in excitement. "Really? Dad wants to play hide-and-seek with Muen?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder, as if it was the best news she'd heard all day. Leon pressed a hand against his chest, his expression firm yet tender as he looked down at her. "Of course," he said with a resolute smile. "I'm not like your mother. Now go quickly before I start counting." With a giggle, Muen spun on her heels and dashed toward the garden, her laughter echoing through the halls. "Oh no, Dad, don't count so fast," she called out, her voice trailing off as she disappeared into the greenery. Leon watched her little form sprint into the distance and began to count slowly, his voice steady. 1, 2, 3. As he reached the count of 10, a small smile crept across his face. Behind him, Rosweise, who had been silently observing the scene, allowed a rare smile to grace her lips, her eyes following Muen's joyful sprint. Despite her stern nature, the sight of their daughter's happiness softened her gaze, if only for a fleeting moment. As soon as Muen dashed out the door, Leon swung his legs over the side of the bed, sitting upright. His eyes, once soft with amusement, narrowed as he focused on Rosweise. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he said, his voice low and edged with concern. Rosweise, who had been watching Muen's retreat, shifted her gaze back to Leon, her expression hardening. "What?" she replied, her tone flat, the playful atmosphere vanishing in an instant. The air between them grew tense. Leon stood up facing her, his demeanor now matching the gravity in his voice. "Aren't you being too hard on our child?" The smile that had once danced on his lips was replaced by a stern, unyielding look. His eyes bore into hers, filled with the weight of unspoken worries. Rosweise sat casually on the edge of the bed, her posture relaxed, but her gaze sharp and unwavering. "We dragons all went through this," she said, her voice firm. "Only by being strict with our children from a young age can we cultivate strong warriors." Leon, his expression softening with concern, stepped forward, stretching out his arm as if trying to bridge the distance between them. "But she's not completely a dragon, and besides, Muen is so cute. Can you really be that hard on her?" His voice held a note of pleading, hoping to appeal to Rosweise's softer side. Rosweise's eyes flickered with irritation as she crossed her arms and closed her eyes, her expression unyielding. "She is a dragon," she said flatly, "and cute is a derogatory word for a dragon." The tension in the room thickened as her words settled in the air, her pride as a dragon evident. Leon, sensing the need to shift the mood, allowed a hint of mockery to creep into his tone. "You're pretty cute too, you know." A small, teasing smile tugged at his lips, hoping to break through her stoic demeanor. Rosweise's eyes opened, narrowing slightly, but the corner of her mouth twitched, just for a moment, a crack in her otherwise impenetrable facade. Leon's playful remark clearly struck a nerve, and without hesitation, she grabbed the front of his shirt, yanking him close, her face inches from his. "You are just a slave to me, a way to vent my anger. Don't start thinking otherwise," she snapped, her voice sharp and cutting. Leon felt a cold shiver run down his spine as her words sank in. He knew better than to argue, understanding the precariousness of his situation. He nodded silently, his gaze dropping slightly, acknowledging his role in this strange dynamic. Rosweise leaned in closer, her grip on his shirt loosening and her fingers slowly sliding down to rest on his chest. Her intense expression softened, shifting into something more playful, almost teasing. "It's good that you understand," she said, her voice dropping to a smoother, more intimate tone. "I am the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. I have a lot of government affairs to handle. Taking care of the children? That's your responsibility now." Her eyes glimmered with amusement as she locked her gaze with his, a mischievous smile curling on her lips. She moved in even closer, her warm breath grazing his ear, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. "That kid really likes you," she whispered, her voice laced with a strange, possessive warmth that left Leon frozen in place. The scene shifted to the garden of the Silver Dragon's castle, bathed in the soft golden light of the sun. Vibrant greenery stretched in every direction, the lush foliage swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers of all kinds bloomed in vivid colors, painting the landscape with bursts of life. Leon walked along the stone path, his boots crunching softly against the earth, his thoughts heavy. "I am the Dragon Queen, and I am very busy," he muttered to himself, mocking Rosweise's words with a frown. As if it's normal for dragon slayers to be stuck babysitting. His voice was low, frustration creeping into his tone. As he continued walking, lost in his thoughts, something caught his eye. He slowed his pace and turned his head, noticing a small shadow flitting behind the thick garden hedges. Just barely visible, it peeked out from behind a large pillar, watching him intently. For a moment, he simply watched the shadow move, waiting for her next move, his earlier frustration softening in the presence of her innocent joy. The small, shadowy figure was none other than his daughter, Muen. Despite her best efforts to stay hidden, Leon couldn't help but smirk at her naive attempt. She still has a lot to learn, he thought, amused by her innocence. "Do you think you can't be found if you hide behind me?" Leon called out, his voice playful, as he turned fully toward her. A contented smile spread across his face as he pointed at her. "Found you, Muen." But something was off. Muen didn't move. She stood still, her small hands gripping the stone pillar tightly. Her gaze remained fixed on him, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Leon's smile faltered, confusion knitting his brow. He studied her more closely, noticing her uncharacteristic silence. "What's going on?" he muttered to himself. "Is she angry?" The playful atmosphere shifted as he took a cautious step closer, uncertain of what had caused the sudden change in her demeanor. Leon let out an awkward chuckle, trying to ease the tension. "Muen, sorry to keep you waiting. He paused, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, but before he could finish, Muen suddenly turned and bolted away without a word. His eyes widened in surprise. "Muen, wait!" he called out, instinctively stretching out his hand as if he could somehow pull her back. Without hesitating, he took off after her, his feet pounding against the garden's soft earth. But Muen was quick. In a matter of seconds, she darted to the right, disappearing behind the towering trees and hedges that framed the lush garden. Leon's heart pounded in his chest, his breath quickening as he called after her. "Why are you running, Muen?" The sound of her small footsteps faded, leaving Leon standing still, unsure of why she had fled. As he turned the corner, he was startled to find nothing but an empty path. Confusion set in. He was sure he had seen her dart this way just moments ago. His head swayed from left to right, scanning the area. It's impossible to predict a child's mood, he thought with an inward sigh. He slowed to a stop, rubbing the back of his head in frustration. "No wonder Rosweise gave me the job of taking care of the baby," he muttered, chuckling at the irony. Unbeknownst to him, just a few feet away, a small figure watched with tightly clenched fists. Muen stood hidden, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Then, with a burst of energy, she ran up behind Leon and threw her arms around him in a surprise embrace. "Dad, Muen caught you," she said enthusiastically, her voice ringing with triumph. Leon, startled by her sudden presence, turned to see his daughter beaming up at him, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Muen, didn't you just run past me?" he asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Muen looked up at him, her eyes wide and innocent. "No, Dad couldn't find Muen, so Muen came out to look for Dad," she replied, her voice filled with genuine confusion. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had been certain she was upset, her demeanor cold and distant. Yet here she was, cheerful and affectionate, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but her innocent expression made him hesitate. Before he could dwell on it further, Muen tugged at his hand, urging him forward. "Come on, Dad. I have something to show you," she said excitedly. Leon, still puzzled, let her lead the way. As they walked together, his mind raced to make sense of the sudden shift in her behavior. But as they moved farther into the garden, someone was watching them. A few feet away, hidden behind a tree, stood another figure. The real Muen. Her dragon tail was raised slightly, her small hands clenched into fists, and her ocean blue eyes fixated on Leon. A deep frown darkened her face as she watched him from the shadows, her expression filled with hurt and confusion. In a secluded corner of the Dragon Queen's castle, there stood a grand water fountain. Its walls were adorned with intricate golden statues that gently poured streams of water, creating a soft melody that filled the serene space. The sunlight danced on the surface of the water, casting a warm glow over everything. Leon sat on the fountain's stone bench, his eyes quietly observing Muen as she focused on her drawing. In her small hands, she clutched a crayon, carefully sketching a picture of her family. The sight of her innocence, so absorbed in her world, tugged at his heart. A soft smile tugged at Leon's lips. "It's good to have a daughter," he mused, watching her with a sense of warmth and peace. "It feels like my soul is healed." Despite the horrors of his situation, being a father to Muen brought him a profound sense of joy and comfort, a light in the darkness that surrounded him. but beneath his calm exterior, something darker stirred. Leon's hand clenched into a tight fist, his knuckles white with tension. "Sooner or later, Dad will help you escape from the clutches of your mother," he vowed silently to himself, his resolve hardening with each passing second. His thoughts were a whirlwind of planning and desperation. Roswitha may be a powerful dragon queen, but he couldn't let his daughter live under her shadow forever. Muen, oblivious to her father's inner turmoil, lifted her drawing and beamed with pride. Muen came rushing over, clutching a white piece of paper in her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Dad, look!" Muen drew a family portrait. Her voice was filled with pride as she held the drawing up for him to see. Leon smiled warmly, stretching out his hand to take the paper. "Muen is awesome," he praised her, his voice full of affection. "You're definitely worthy of being your daddy's daughter." Muen's eyes glittered with joy as she watched her father examine the drawing. Leon's gaze fell upon the figures, himself and Roswitha holding hands with two smaller figures beneath them. One was unmistakably Muen, but the second figure caught his attention. His brow furrowed slightly as he lifted the drawing closer to his face, inspecting it with curiosity. "Muen," Leon began, pointing at the second child in the picture. "Why are there two kids here? Who is this?" His voice held a note of confusion. Muen's face lit up even more, her excitement bubbling over. "That's my twin sister," she exclaimed, her voice bright and innocent, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Leon's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't been aware that Muen had a sister. The revelation hit him like a wave. "I didn't just hit the target once, I hit it twice." The realization washed over him, and he ran a hand through his hair, ruffling it in disbelief. He muttered to himself, piecing it all together. "The child I saw in the garden just now, it must have been her. I called her by the wrong name. No wonder she was angry." Muen lifted her head, her innocent eyes reflecting her inner certainty. "Muen thinks that sister isn't angry. She's just a little shy when she saw Dad," she said, her tone filled with a firm conviction far beyond her years. Leon paused, considering her words. He lifted his gaze toward the towering silver castle, its grandeur looming over them like a silent witness to all that had been hidden. They haven't spent much time together, he thought, so it makes sense that they're not familiar with each other yet. His expression hardened as he turned his thoughts inward. "It's all the dragon's fault for hiding this child from me," he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing. The weight of Roswitha's secrecy hung heavily in the air. "I need to confront her and get the truth." Meanwhile, in Roswitha's study, a small red dragon, no larger than a pigeon, perched on her desk. The creature growled softly, its wings flicking as it waited for her to acknowledge it. This particular dragon was a messenger subspecies, used to carry messages across vast distances between races, known simply as the messenger dragon. Tied to the dragon's back was a small bamboo tube wrapped neatly with a red ribbon. With a graceful motion, Roswitha untied the ribbon, carefully pulling the bamboo tube from the dragon's back. She opened it, and a single letter slid out into her hand. Her eyes scanned the paper, reading the first few lines. Immediately, a frown crossed her otherwise calm face. "Why does my sister have to visit at this particular time?" she murmured to herself, the edge in her voice betraying her irritation. The red dragon shifted its weight slightly, waiting in silence as Roswitha sat still, deep in thought. Roswitha's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a loud, resounding thud from the far corner of her room. Both she and the small red dragon turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on the door. Without warning, the door slammed open, rattling on its hinges. Leon stormed into the room, his face set with anger. "Roswitha!" he shouted, his voice brimming with frustration. The small red dragon perched on a wooden stick, startled by the sudden intrusion, flinched, its wings twitching in surprise. It glanced nervously between Leon and Roswitha, unsure of what would unfold. Roswitha, however, remained unfazed. Her gaze didn't leave the letter in her hands as she calmly asked, "Where is Muen?" Her voice was indifferent, cold, as though Leon's anger was beneath her notice. She hadn't even glanced his way, as if his presence wasn't worth acknowledging. The air in the room felt tense, charged with the unspoken confrontation between them. Leon strode purposefully towards Rossweiss's desk, his arms stretched out in frustration. "She went to play with her sister," he said, his voice strained. "You're really good at hiding things. When were you planning on telling me I have an older daughter?" Rossweisse remained calm, her movements deliberate as she placed the letter from her sister neatly on the desk. Without haste, she crossed her arms and stared at Leon, her expression unreadable for a long, tense moment. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, a mocking smile curled at the edges of her lips. "Don't you already know by now?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. The question meant more to ridicule than to inform. Her indifference only stoked Leon's frustration, his pulse quickening as he stood before her, the weight of her hidden truths pressing on his chest. Rossweisse, as always, maintained the upper hand, her icy demeanor unshaken by his fury. Leon had hoped that revealing her secret would provoke some kind of reaction, but it only seemed to harden her indifference. Frustrated, he slammed his hand down on Rossweiss's desk, the sound echoing through the room. "I have to thank you," he said mockingly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Giving birth to a child is hard work. I didn't expect you gave birth to two for me. You've really outdone yourself." Leon pressed on, desperate for a crack in her icy facade. "When I return to the Empire someday, I'll be sure to write your name in our family tree, Rossweisse." That did it. Her serene smile faltered, replaced with a flicker of annoyance. Her brows furrowed and her eyes sharpened, though she quickly masked the shift in her demeanor. In one smooth motion, she leaned back in her chair, her expression now calm, almost amused. "Do you know why I didn't tell you about the existence of our eldest daughter?" Rossweisse asked, her voice dripping with amusement, a knowing smile curving at the corners of her lips. Leon straightened up, folding his arms across his chest, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Why?" he asked, his tone brimming with frustration. "I think you're jealous of how close I am to Muen, so you've been keeping Noah from me. You don't want her to know who her father really is." At the mention of Noah's name, Rossweiss's smile grew. It was a dangerous smile, one that made Leon's gut tighten. Rossweisse maintained her relaxed demeanor, her eyes never wavering as she watched Leon with an almost predatory gaze. "Are you so eager to see her?" she asked, her voice steady, not giving him an inch of ground. She was determined not to let him win this conversation. Leon's brow twitched, her calm composure only furthering his irritation. "Nonsense," he shot back, trying to mask his frustration. "Who doesn't want to meet their daughter? I'm not like you. Cold, stern, always keeping people at a distance. I want to build a real relationship with her, not raise her like some warrior without feelings." Rossweiss's lips curled into a smirk as she leaned forward, resting her elbow on the desk. She casually propped her head on her hand, her eyes locking onto Leon's with a look that unnerved him. "Oh?" she drawled, a hint of amusement dancing in her tone. "Don't regret it, then." Her smirk widened. She knew exactly what Noah felt about her father, and the subtle shift in her expression told Leon that whatever lay ahead, he wasn't fully prepared for it. The scene shifted to the sunlit kitchen of the Dragon Queen's castle, where golden rays poured through the windows, bathing the room in a warm, inviting glow. Leon stood at the counter, a devilish grin playing on his lips as he grasped a kitchen knife in one hand, calling out Rossweiss's name, though more for effect than anything. Around his waist, he wore a short black apron, a somewhat comical contrast to the determined glint in his eyes. He began chopping carrots on the wooden cutting board with a rhythmic, deliberate motion, his grin never faltering. This was his plan, his first step in getting closer to Noah. If he could win her over with food, he thought, he could break through the icy wall she had likely built around herself. The smell of cream stew, his specialty, began to fill the room. Leon had often made it for his old party members, each one of them praising its rich, sweet taste. It was a comforting dish, the kind of meal that warmed you from the inside, and he was convinced it was perfect for Noah, his daughter, who likely didn't know how to accept him yet. As he poured the hot stew into a wooden cooker, Leon lifted a silver ladle and brought it to his nose, inhaling the fragrant aroma. His grin softened into a smile, proud of his handiwork. "Not bad," he muttered, complimenting himself. Even after 2 years of being asleep, his cooking skills hadn't grown rusty. Leon's mind wandered as he imagined Noah's reaction to the stew. He could see it vividly, her eyes widening in surprise, hands clenched in excitement, looking up at him with admiration, the same way Muen did. The thought filled him with satisfaction. "This taste will definitely win Noah over," he whispered to himself, his excitement growing with each passing minute. Unbeknownst to Leon, 2 maids had been quietly observing him through the kitchen window, their smiles growing as they watched him work. One of the maids, her eyes wide in admiration, clasped her hands together, unable to hide her thoughts. "He's just recovered from a serious illness, and yet here he is, cooking for his family. He's such a good male dragon," she said softly, though the last part came out as a whisper. Her companion, a maid with one eye partially covered by her hair, looked at her with mild confusion. Their quiet conversation was cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps. The maids turned their heads and immediately straightened, bowing their heads in unison. "Her Majesty," they greeted, their voices soft but reverent. Roswisa walked through the hallway, one hand holding Muen's and the other gripping Noah's. The 2 girls, each resembling their mother in striking ways, stood on either side of her. "You don't have to stay for dinner tonight. Go and rest," Roswisa commanded, her tone cool but not unkind as she dismissed the maids. The 2 women exchanged quick glances, grateful for the unexpected reprieve. "Thank you, Your Majesty," they replied in unison, bowing once more before scurrying off, leaving Leon to face the Queen and their 2 daughters. As they entered the kitchen, Leon turned toward the door, proudly holding the steaming pot of stew. "You guys came just in time," he said with a grin, having just finished setting the table. Muen's face lit up at the sight of her father. However, Noah remained by Roswisa's side, clutching her mother's leg, half hidden from view. Roswisa let go of Muen's hand, and the little girl darted toward Leon, her eyes bright with excitement. "Daddy, it smells so good," she exclaimed, her nose twitching as the rich aroma of the stew filled the air. Leon beamed at her compliment. He knew both his daughters loved meat, so he'd made sure to prepare a hearty stew and steak, hoping it would win over both girls. But as his eyes shifted to Noah, his heart beat a little faster with anticipation. He expected her to be impressed, maybe even excited, just as Muen had been. His smile widened with satisfaction, already imagining her shy smile breaking through. Yet Noah's response was far from what he had hoped. She averted her gaze, her face stoic, seemingly uninterested in the food or him. The confident smile that had lit up Leon's face wavered, then crumbled. He stood there for a moment, his chest tightening. Lifting his head, Leon sighed, closing his eyes as disappointment washed over him. He had imagined this moment differently. He had hoped his cooking and cheerful smile would melt Noah's icy demeanor. But instead, he found himself standing there, feeling as if the gap between him and his eldest daughter was even wider than before. Roswisa stood with her arms crossed, a self-satisfied smile curving her lips. She had anticipated this moment, knowing all too well Noah's feelings toward her father. This cunning dragon had orchestrated this meeting perfectly, Leon thought bitterly, clenching his teeth. No wonder she kept Noah away from me for so long. Breaking the tension, Roswisa crouched down beside Noah, her tone soft but commanding. "This is your first formal meeting with your father. Introduce yourself properly," she instructed, gently placing a reassuring hand on Noah's back. Noah looked up at her mother, eyes wide but determined. "Yes, mother," she responded obediently, before turning toward Leon. With a small but confident stride, Noah approached him, her hand resting on her hip as if mimicking her mother's poised demeanor. "I am Noah Melkvi, the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosweisa," she declared, her voice steady despite her young age. "I am 1 year and 2 months old." The statement hung in the air, carrying more weight than her small frame suggested. Though barely a toddler by human standards, Noah's dragon heritage meant she matured rapidly, both physically and emotionally. Her confidence was unmistakable, a reminder of her powerful lineage. Leon watched her, feeling the divide between them deepen as the little dragon stood before him, more composed than he had expected. Leon crouched down to Noah's eye level, a playful smile lighting up his face as he tried to bridge the gap between them. "Hello, Noah," he said warmly, extending his hand toward her. "My name is Leon Cosmode, and I'm your father." His voice was gentle, filled with hope that this introduction would mark the beginning of their bond. But Noah's gaze remained fixed and neutral, her small figure unmoved by his warmth. She stared back at him, her expression unreadable, as though assessing him from a distance that wasn't physical but emotional. Leon's heart sank slightly. He had imagined this moment playing out so differently, the warmth of reunion, the joy of a daughter meeting her father for the first time. But Noah's indifference was palpable, like a cold wind brushing past him. She didn't move to take his hand. Instead, she simply observed him with a gaze that betrayed no excitement, no eagerness to connect. A bead of sweat trickled down Leon's cheek, and he closed his eyes for a brief moment, hiding his growing unease. Why is she being so cold? He wondered, his mind racing. He had been absent for 2 years, but surely she didn't understand the full weight of his disappearance. Yet her distance cut through him, deeper than he expected. Noah, his eldest daughter, was a stranger, one whose feelings toward him were as enigmatic as her mother's smile. Muen darted to her sister's side, her innocent energy cutting through the awkward tension that had settled between Noah and Leon. "Sister, please talk more," she pleaded, her voice soft and sincere as she tugged at Noah's arm. "Don't embarrass Dad." Noah, however, was unmoved. She stepped away from Muen, her tiny frame rigid as she crossed her arms in a gesture that mirrored their mother's commanding stance. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a tone far beyond her years, she retorted, "But he looks so weak. Is he really our father?" The words hit Leon like a blade, sharp and merciless, slicing through the fragile hope he had held onto. His chest tightened as if Noah's remark had reached deep inside him, testing his resolve. He instinctively grabbed the fabric of his white shirt, his knuckles whitening as he held it. Her cold gaze, so much like Rosweisa's, pierced him, leaving no doubt that his eldest daughter had inherited not only her mother's sharp tongue, but also her formidable spirit. But Leon didn't waver. Behind the hurt, his eyes burned with determination. He studied Noah, recognizing her stubbornness, just like her mother. If winning her over was going to be a challenge, then so be it. He wasn't going to back down, not now, not ever. "I'll prove it," he thought to himself. "Weakness isn't something they'll see in me again." Family dinners are supposed to be a time of warmth and connection, but for Leon, they had become moments of quiet torment. The heavy air in the dining room seemed to press down on him as he sat at the grand table. At the head, Rosweisa sat in regal silence, her eyes shut, exuding a calm that contrasted sharply with the tension that surrounded them. On her left, Leon forced a smile as he gazed at his twin daughters sitting across from him on the right side of the Dragon Queen. They were a perfect reflection of beauty and innocence, but the mood felt far from harmonious. Muen, ever the cheerful one, broke the silence. "Sister, help me cut it," she called, struggling with the piece of steak on her plate. Her tiny hands couldn't quite manage the task. Without a word, Noah took Muen's plate, her expression cool as she efficiently sliced the steak into neat, bite-sized pieces. Leon's eyes lingered on her, studying her every move. The more he watched, the clearer it became. The twins may look nearly identical, but their personalities were worlds apart. Muen was all brightness and warmth, while Noah, with her composed demeanor and sharp presence, was unmistakably her mother's daughter. Leon inwardly sighed, realizing just how much Noah mirrored Rosweiss's cool, detached nature. Like mother, like daughter, he mused, feeling the weight of that comparison. It made the distance between him and Noah seem even wider. As he observed, the quiet cut of steak felt like the sound of a chasm growing, separating him from the daughter he so desperately wanted to know. Leon, beaming with anticipation, clasped his hands together and asked, "Noah, do you like today's food?" His voice was filled with hope as he awaited his eldest daughter's approval. Noah, however, remained unimpressed. Without even looking up, she coldly responded, "Disgusting." Her words were like sharp arrows piercing directly into Leon's chest, each syllable wounding his pride. Rosweisse, who had been silently observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. She quickly raised her hand to her mouth to cover the smile that spread across her face, but the amusement was clear. Muen, always curious and perceptive, tilted her head and asked, "Mom, why are you so happy?" Without opening her eyes, Rosweisse responded, her voice light and teasing, "Your father finally reunited with us. Seeing him so happy naturally makes me happy too." Her words dripped with irony as she turned her attention to Leon, her lips curling into a playful smirk. "Right, Leon? Why aren't you smiling?" she asked mockingly, her face resting lazily on her hand as she peered at him, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Leon, feeling her gaze intensify, forced a nervous laugh, closing his eyes as he tried to compose himself. "Of course, I'm happy to be with my family," he said, though the beads of sweat forming on his brow betrayed his unease. He felt the weight of the moment and the sharp contrast between the joy he wanted to feel and the reality of his strained relationship with Noah. Muen, too young to grasp the tension filling the room, raised her small, cut piece of steak in the air with enthusiasm. "Dad, can you have dinner with us every day?" she asked Leon, her ocean blue eyes sparkling with delight. Her innocence was pure, untainted by the complicated undercurrents swirling around them. Leon closed his eyes, smiling softly at Muen, but inwardly his thoughts diverged. "I don't want to eat with the female dragon every day," he mused silently, glancing briefly toward Rosweisse. Before he could respond, Noah's eyes narrowed, her sharp gaze directed at Leon. Without hesitation, she rejected Muen's request. "No." Muen, shocked by her sister's abruptness, stood up from her seat, her small hands clenching into fists at her sides. "Why not?" she demanded, her voice trembling with surprise and a hint of frustration. Noah, unfazed, closed her eyes and replied in her usual casual manner, "Because I plan to study at the Young Dragon Department of St. High's Academy." Her tone was calm, almost indifferent, as she took another bite of the steak Leon had so carefully prepared. The room fell silent for a moment. Rosweisse, caught off guard by Noah's declaration, turned her full attention to her eldest daughter. "The Young Dragon Academy is for dragons who are 4 or 5 years old," she said, her voice tinged with both surprise and concern. "Why are you so anxious to enroll?" Her eyes, usually cold and detached, softened slightly, as if she were trying to understand her daughter's sudden urgency. Noah, however, remained unbothered, her calm demeanor contrasting with the storm she had just stirred. Noah, casually stabbing another piece of steak with her fork, remarked offhandedly, "Because I want to defeat more dragon slayers." Her tone was as casual as if she were discussing the weather, but her words held weight. Leon, in the middle of sipping water, nearly choked at the statement. His eyes widened as he quickly grabbed a napkin, wiping his lips. "Did I just hear that right?" he thought, casting a sidelong glance at Noah, his disbelief barely contained. My own daughter wants to defeat me. Trying to steady himself, Leon chuckled, hoping to lighten the mood. Dragon slayers are all very brave, Noah, but you're still so young. You could get hurt, he said, his tone soft but laced with concern. He was hoping his words would dissuade her, that the dangerous path she seemed so set on wouldn't tempt her further. But Noah was unimpressed. Her eyes narrowed, a mirror of her mother's cold, fierce gaze. Standing up from her chair, she crossed her arms, her posture echoing Rossweiss's authority. Don't treat me like a child, she retorted, her voice sharp and commanding, exuding far more maturity than her years. Leon inwardly winced, his mind protesting, but you are a child. Yet seeing Noah's demeanor, so serious, so determined, he couldn't bring himself to voice it. Before he could think of a response, Rossweisse finally interjected, her voice calm but firm. She closed her eyes, folding her arms as she leaned back in her chair, fully embracing her role as the queen. I think Noah's idea is pretty good, she said, siding with her daughter without hesitation. The sooner you learn the skills, the sooner you can fight the Dragon Slayer. Rossweisse turned her head slightly, her gaze sharp and cutting as it fixed on Leon. Isn't that right, Leon? Or do you have any reason to stop Noah from going to school? Her tone was mocking, clearly relishing in his discomfort, daring him to challenge her. Leon's heart sank, his teeth grinding together as frustration welled inside him. He couldn't refute her words, not without further alienating Noah. His eldest daughter's cold indifference already felt like a wall between them, and outright denying her wish would only drive that wedge deeper. He needed to tread carefully, to change her mind without appearing like the villain. Composing himself, Leon casually sliced into his steak, forcing a smile. No, I have no objections to Noah enrolling in the Dragon Academy, he said, his tone light, though every word tasted bitter. He glanced at Noah, hoping for some reaction, but she remained unfazed, her expression as cool as ever. As they both chewed their food in silence, Leon's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Rossweisse. She was happily eating, savoring every bite as if she hadn't just orchestrated his defeat in front of their daughter. And then it dawned on him. The real game she was playing. This wasn't just about Noah going to school. Rossweisse was using their daughter to subtly torment him, weaving her influence into every moment of the dinner. In his mind, Leon envisioned Rossweisse holding her knife and fork like weapons, grinning smugly as she prepared to strike again. She wasn't attacking him outright, but every word, every look from Noah felt like a calculated blow. Rossweisse was too clever, too patient, using their family dynamics to wear him down, piece by piece. His grip tightened slightly on his own utensils. This is far from over, he thought inwardly, but for now, he had to play along, waiting for his own chance to strike back. A fire ignited within Leon as his gaze bore into Rossweisse, the whites of his eyes gleaming with silent fury. Just you wait, Rossweisse. You're going to get your ass kicked later, he thought, the tension in his grip causing the knife and fork to clang together in his hands. The sound was sharp, a reflection of his barely contained frustration. Rossweisse, however, remained utterly unbothered. Still basking in his discomfort, she looked as though she were savoring a private victory. Since your father is okay with it, she said, her voice smooth and controlled, it's happily decided. The entrance test for St. High's Academy will be held in a month. During that time, your father will help you prepare. Noah, who had remained standing throughout the exchange, straightened her posture even more. Her small hands clenched into tight fists, her expression one of pure determination. Yes, mother, she replied confidently, nodding her head with a resolve that belied her young age. Leon could see how much she mirrored Rossweisse, in both will and demeanor. As the tension slowly ebbed away, the family meal came to its close. What should have been a moment of unity left Leon with a sense of unease. Noah's stoic acceptance, Rossweisse's smug satisfaction, it all churned within him like embers waiting to ignite once more. But for now, the meal was over. The battle, however, was far from finished. Rosweiss rose gracefully from her seat as Muen, full of energy, rubbed her rounded belly with both hands. "Sister, look! Muen's belly is so round!" she giggled, her face lit with a bright smile. Noah, though usually more composed, couldn't resist poking her little sister's belly, a faint smirk crossing her lips. As the Dragon Queen was about to leave, Leon's voice cut through the moment. "Hey," he called, stopping Rosweiss in her tracks. She turned ever so slightly, her gaze cool and unimpressed, as if she had already anticipated whatever he had to say. Leon, however, wasn't deterred. He gestured toward the table where they had just eaten. His tone was serious. "These plates haven't been cleaned yet," he said, locking eyes with Rosweiss. She folded her arms across her chest, her brow furrowing in mild confusion. "Just let the servants handle it," she responded, her gaze unwavering, as though the matter was beneath her. But Leon wasn't finished. He took a step closer, his demeanor shifting as he placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Leaning in, he spoke softly but firmly. "After dinner, the couple cleans up and washes the plates together. That's the proper way to end a family meal." His voice dropped lower as he leaned even closer, his breath brushing against her ear. "Don't you want to create a harmonious family atmosphere in front of them? Even if it's just for show?" For a brief moment, the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. The room was silent, Muen and Noah oblivious to the undercurrents running between their parents. Rosweiss's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, as if weighing his words, the quiet challenge hanging in the air. Rosweiss turned away from Leon, her gaze softening as it landed on her daughters. Muen's ocean blue eyes sparkled with admiration as she beamed up at her mother, completely unaware of the tension lingering in the air. Unable to find a rebuttal to Leon's words, the Dragon Queen silently closed her eyes, a subtle sign of her reluctant acceptance of his suggestion. Muen, always eager to please, overheard the conversation and quickly raised her hand, her voice filled with excitement. "Muen will help clean up too," she offered, her innocent face glowing with joy at the idea of helping her parents. But before her enthusiasm could fully take root, Noah, ever the pragmatist, understood that this moment was not for them. With a swift, effortless motion, she grabbed Muen by the collar, pulling her away from Leon and Rosweiss. "Sister, where are we going?" Muen cried out in confusion, her legs flailing as Noah dragged her out of the room. Noah's expression remained unreadable, her calm demeanor a clear reflection of her mother's influence, as she continued guiding Muen away, leaving their parents to the unspoken moment lingering between them. As their daughters left the kitchen, Rosweiss quietly began placing the dirty dishes into the sink. She pulled an apron from a nearby hook, tying it around her waist with an effortless grace. Leon, leaning back against the wooden kitchen chair with his arms crossed, couldn't help but let his gaze linger on her, her long silver hair cascading down her back. Noticing his lack of movement, Rosweiss turned her head toward him, her eyes narrowing slightly. "When are you going to help?" she remarked, her tone sharp yet casual, as if she expected this from him. Leon, a menacing grin forming on his face, remained seated. His posture was firm, exuding an air of confidence. "Rosweiss," he began, his voice low but commanding, "have you forgotten what I said 2 years ago?" Rosweiss's surprise was subtle, but it showed in the slight shift of her expression. Her gaze drifted down, noticing a soft, radiant glow. The purple mark on her chest pulsed with a familiar light, growing brighter in response to Leon's words. Leon's voice carried a cold confidence as he leaned forward, his eyes locking with hers. "You should never be alone with the most highly trained and strongest dragon slayer," he reminded her, his words dripping with a dangerous certainty. Rosweiss turned fully to face him, the soft clink of the dishes forgotten in the background. Her piercing gaze met his, unwavering. "Leon, what do you want to do?" she asked, her voice calm but with an edge, testing the tension between them. The purple sigil on Leon's chest began to glow as well, its light matching the intensity of his determined stare, casting a faint hue across the room as the unspoken power simmered between them. Leon's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze recalling the time when exhaustion had left him vulnerable after a long journey, when Rosweise had toyed with his dragon sigil. But now, the situation was different. He was fully in control. Rosweise, however, was unimpressed by the sudden surge of confidence emanating from him. "Don't think you can escape from here with the same old tricks," she hissed, her voice laced with anger. In one swift movement, her long silver tail whipped through the air, aiming directly at him. But Leon's confidence didn't waver. With a quick motion, he raised his hand, catching her tail mid-strike. The room seemed to hold its breath as he gripped it firmly, the power in his hands evident. Slowly, he rose from the chair, his face partially obscured by strands of dark hair, his voice low and dangerous. "Who said anything about running?" The strength of his grip sent a shockwave through Rosweise's body, and she gasped, eyes wide as the sensation overwhelmed her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a stark contrast against her usually composed demeanor. The tail, her most sensitive part, betrayed her, and in mere seconds, all the composure and authority she'd held over him shattered. With a choked scream, Rosweise fell to her knees, her breath ragged, no longer able to maintain the icy facade. The sudden shift in power was undeniable. The proud dragon queen, brought low in an instant, knelt before Leon, her vulnerability laid bare as the tension between them electrified the air. Leon lifted Rosweise's tail higher, his grip firm and unyielding. "Your dragon pattern makes this tail of yours incredibly sensitive," he murmured, his voice calm, yet laced with dominance. "When it's held like this, you're no different from a kitten being scruffed, helpless, completely at my mercy." He looked down at her, trembling beneath him, her once fierce posture reduced to submission. Her pride, her strength, everything that defined the Dragon Queen, seemed to crumble under the weight of this newfound knowledge he wielded against her. His smile grew as he continued. "I learned this little secret from your dragon book. You dragons, so eager to conquer and control everything around you. But tell me," he leaned in close, "have you ever been conquered?" Rosweise's eyes widened, the shock of his words hitting her like a tidal wave. She could feel her body betraying her, heat spreading through her as her heart raced. His grip, his confidence, and the knowledge he now held over her were all too much. For the first time, she found herself at a loss, unable to respond, her breath quickening as the once unshakable Dragon Queen was left powerless in his hands. Rosweise's breath came in ragged gasps as the heat in her body rose, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The once brightly lit kitchen now bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, which spilled in through the window, casting a silvery sheen across her trembling form. She struggled to keep herself upright on the floor, her legs weak beneath her. Panting, she turned her head slightly towards Leon, her voice strained. "Let go of my tail," she demanded, though her words faltered under the weight of her own breathlessness. But Leon's grip remained firm, his eyes sharp and unrelenting as they bore into her. From the moment I woke up, he began, his tone calm but laced with a simmering edge. You trampled my dignity and treated me like a mere toy, something to be played with. His voice carried a weight that only deepened her frustration, a cruel satisfaction evident in his gaze. With a mocking smirk, he leaned in closer, his words dripping with irony. How about we switch roles tonight? His tone was teasing, laced with the thrill of turning the tables. Rossweiss's anger flared, her body trembling both from fury and something else she couldn't quite control. Her voice, though laced with weakness, was sharp with fury. "Leon, you bastard!" she hissed, her eyes narrowing in defiance, though her body refused to follow suit, still pinned by the tail he held so confidently. Her pride battled with her growing loss of control, the once untouchable Dragon Queen, now trapped in a power struggle she had never anticipated. Suddenly, a sharp silence fell between Leon and Rossweisse, their heated exchange cut short by the sound of approaching footsteps just beyond the kitchen door. Both of them froze, their gazes snapping toward the door in unison, hearts pounding in their ears. Outside, two brunette dragon maids were deep in conversation, their voices carrying faintly through the crack in the door. I wonder if Her Majesty and her family have finished their quality time, one maid mused with a teasing tone, earning a light laugh from her companion. The door creaked open, and the two maids stepped into the dim kitchen, the lights still off. The soft glow of moonlight revealed the room's immaculate state, and both maids gasped in surprise. The first maid blinked, her eyes wide as they scanned the gleaming countertops and spotless floors. "Did the prince clean up after dinner?" the second maid whispered, her hands clasped behind her back, a note of awe in her voice as she gazed around the pristine kitchen. She picked up a perfectly polished white plate, her face lighting up with joy at the unexpected ease of their task tonight. Unbeknownst to them, the storage room door at the back of the kitchen was ajar, the only clue to where Leon and Rossweisse had slipped away, leaving behind nothing but a sparkling clean kitchen and the lingering tension of their unfinished battle. Inside the storage room, Leon stood pressed against the wall, peeking out through a narrow crack in the door. He watched the two maids, who were still gossiping and marveling at the spotless kitchen. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he overheard their praises for the cleaning. Without warning, he slid his arm around Rossweisse's waist, pulling her close from behind. She stiffened in surprise, her cheeks flushing a deep red at the sudden, intimate embrace. The warmth of his body pressed against hers, contrasting with the cool night air that filtered through the small room. To prevent any sound from escaping her lips, Leon gently but firmly covered her mouth with his hand. The soft touch was possessive, yet cautious, as if ensuring she wouldn't inadvertently give them away. Rossweisse's breath quickened, her heart pounding beneath his hand. Leaning in closer, Leon's lips brushed against her ear as he whispered, his voice low and teasing. "You wouldn't want the maids to discover us now, would you? The mighty Dragon Queen, reduced to this, powerless." His breath was hot against her ear, and Rossweisse's body trembled, both from his words and the situation they found themselves in. Though her eyes flashed with indignation, she was trapped in the moment, the weight of his grip and the thrill of secrecy holding her still. The maids continued their oblivious chatter outside, unaware of the tension building in the storage room behind them. The kitchen door slammed shut as the maids left, their laughter fading into the distance. Silence settled over the room once more. Rossweisse, her cheeks still flushed with a mix of frustration and heat, turned her head slightly, her sharp gaze cutting through the dim light. Her purple eyes locked onto Leon's with a defiance that hadn't faded. Leon leaned in even closer, his cheek brushing against hers, his breath warm against her skin. His hand remained firmly on her jaw, keeping her still, a gesture both controlling and intimate. "Well done," he murmured, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "Now, let's get started, my dear wife." His lips curled into a sly, triumphant smile, savoring the dominance he now held over the once untouchable Dragon Queen. Rossweisse's jaw tightened as she grit her teeth, her body tense beneath his grip. She despised the position she was in, her pride wounded, her dignity seemingly slipping from her grasp. Yet as Leon's gaze bore into hers, filled with victory, she couldn't help but feel her own vulnerability rise to the surface. Her sharp purple eyes, once full of fire, now reflected a flicker of uncertainty, an emotion she rarely let anyone see. 3 days passed in the Silver Dragon Queen's castle, and the sun streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow over the room. Leon lay soundly asleep, unaware of the 2 small figures perched on his bed. Muen, her ocean blue eyes wide with concern, leaned closer to her father, her voice soft with worry. "Dad hasn't woken up for 3 days. Is he dead?" Noah, sitting beside her sister, exuded her usual cold demeanor. She didn't even blink at Muen's concern. "Just wait and see," she said flatly, her tone as icy as ever. Without warning, Noah stood up with swift precision and delivered a sharp kick to Leon's cheek. The impact sent a jolt through his sleeping body, and the weight of her foot pressing into him forced a painful wince from his face. Noah, her gaze stern and unyielding, crossed her arms, not letting up the pressure from her foot. "He's not dead yet," she said, unimpressed by her father's lack of movement. Leon's eyes twitched behind closed lids as his mind raced. "Is there anyone else who would treat their father like this?" he wondered, half exasperated, half defeated. Finally, with a groan, he stirred awake, blinking against the sunlight. As his eyes adjusted, the first thing he saw was Muen's face beaming down at him, her expression lighting up in sheer surprise at his return to consciousness. "Dad's awake again!" Muen cheered, bouncing up and down on Leon's bed, her delight radiating through the room. Her joy was a stark contrast to Noah, who stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed, her gaze cold and unrelenting. Leon groaned softly as he slowly pushed himself up, his body still heavy with exhaustion. "When did I faint?" he muttered, blinking against the light as he sat up. Across the room, Roswitha stood with her back to them, one hand delicately resting on her arm. She was applying makeup, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. As she caught Leon stirring, she turned her head slightly, her sharp gaze flickering with the memory of 3 days ago. "Oh, do you need me to help you recall?" she said, her voice laced with a cold edge, her eyes narrowing with unmistakable intent. She hadn't forgotten what Leon had done. Leon's eyes widened, his mouth hanging slightly open as he replayed the events in his mind. His heart skipped a beat. "I remember now. After that night, the dragon pattern was deactivated. And then, she hit me," he thought, the realization hitting him as hard as Roswitha had 3 days ago. Leon sat on the edge of his bed, his gaze drawn toward Roswitha, who stood by the mirror, her back facing him as she casually fixed her hair. Her long silver braid flowed down past her waist, brushing against the tip of her elegant tail. He couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, though his thoughts were tinged with frustration. "This female dragon is ruthless," Leon mused, narrowing his eyes. "If I were an ordinary man, I'd have been killed by her claws long ago." Despite the bitter thought, he found himself unable to look away. Roswitha moved with a grace that seemed effortless, and as she turned to walk toward the large windows, the sunlight filtered through, casting a soft glow on her skin. The rays made her almost ethereal, her silvery complexion shimmering under the light. "If you look closely, she really is quite beautiful," Leon silently admitted, his eyes tracing the outline of her figure. "Hard to believe she's over 200 years old," he thought with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Leon's 2 daughters watched him in silence. Muen's wide, worried eyes darted between her father and her sister. "Why isn't Dad moving?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. Leon, seemingly entranced, couldn't pull his gaze away from Roswitha's beauty. Noah, ever sharp, folded her arms and scrutinized her father with a knowing look. "He's just staring at our mother, completely stunned," she replied coolly, her voice carrying a touch of judgment. Meanwhile, Rossweiss's mind had wandered as she reached for a hairpin on the desk, lost in thought. The delicate purple flower clip slipped from her fingers and tumbled to the floor, snapping her out of her daze. She turned, slightly confused, just in time to see a hand retrieve the fallen pin. Leon had quietly approached from behind. With a warm, gentle smile, he stood behind her and carefully fixed her silver hair, securing the purple flower hairpin in place. "This one is quite beautiful," he murmured softly, admiring the way it complemented her features. "It suits you well." Rossweisse, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected tenderness, glanced over her shoulder. Her expression quickly shifted as she regained her composure. Her eyes narrowed, and a smirk curled at the corners of her lips. "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful," she remarked, her voice dripping with mockery. "Have you done this for other women before?" Her tone was teasing, but beneath it, there was a spark of curiosity, an acknowledgement of a side of Leon she hadn't expected to see. Leon, displeased by Rossweiss's comment, closed his eyes and folded his arms, responding with a cool tone. "When I was a kid, I used to comb my master's donkey's hair. I got pretty skilled at it." Muen, ever curious, darted to her father's side, eyes wide with wonder. "Dad, what's a donkey?" she asked, her voice innocent and eager. Leon glanced down at his daughter, her curiosity sparking a mischievous smile. "Donkeys are a lot like dragons," he began, gesturing with his index fingers to mimic long ears. "They've got 2 ears and a tail, and they're really stubborn. When they're upset, they make this low humming sound. Just like your mother," he added, clearly enjoying the mockery. Rossweiss's sharp gaze turned on Leon instantly. Without hesitation, she slammed her fist into his abdomen, the impact sending a sharp jolt through him. Leon winced audibly, doubling over as the air was knocked out of him. "Keep talking, Leon," Rossweisse said coldly, her eyes gleaming with warning. Despite the pain, Leon couldn't help but crack a pained smile. Her fiery reaction was exactly what he'd expected. Leon clutched his abdomen, grimacing from where Rossweisse had landed her punch. The pain lingered as he tried to straighten himself. Muen, wide-eyed with concern, stretched out her tiny arms toward him. "Dad, are you okay?" she asked softly, her voice filled with worry. Managing a strained smile, Leon replied, "I'm fine." His voice was tight, but he tried to sound reassuring. Meanwhile, Noah stood by, arms crossed, her cold eyes silently judging her father's poor attempt at mocking her mother. Rossweisse, as poised as ever, shifted her attention to her daughters. She stood tall, her commanding presence filling the room. "Today's task is for both of you to learn how to write your names," she instructed. "Your father will teach you." Muen looked up at her mother, curiosity lighting her eyes. Leon, still recovering, shot Rossweisse a disgruntled look. "You've assigned me another task without asking my permission," he grumbled under his breath, clearly unimpressed by her latest decree. But Muen, delighted by the idea, stretched her arms up in the air, her excitement bubbling over. "Dad's going to teach us how to write," she exclaimed, practically bouncing with joy. On the other hand, Noah, arms still folded and ever the image of composure, replied coolly, "I can already write." Her tone was flat, unimpressed by the activity. Without another word, Muen eagerly grabbed Noah's hand, her excitement palpable. "Sister, let's go to the study room to find pens with pretty colors. Which one do you want?" she asked hurriedly, tugging Noah along. Noah, following her younger sister with a casual stride, replied, "Purple," her voice cool and indifferent as they both left Leon's room. Once the girls were gone, Rossweisse turned to Leon, her sharp eyes piercing through him. "My sister is visiting today," she said, her voice firm and commanding. "I don't want you to appear in front of her." Leon blinked in surprise, taking a moment to process her demand. His lips curled into a sly smile as he leaned back. "What? You're not going to let me meet your family now too?" he retorted, mischief already brewing in his mind. Rossweisse leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear. "Leon Cosmode, you're now a male dragon married into the Silver Dragon clan," she whispered, her voice laced with warning. "You've been in a coma for 2 years due to some illness and have just woken up recently." She let the weight of her words settle before continuing. "If you must meet her, you'll play along with the identity I've crafted for you." She smiled, tapping her finger against his chest, her tone sweet yet authoritative. Leon, momentarily thrown off, couldn't find a quick comeback and simply muttered, "Got it, Your Majesty." He watched her leave, the sound of her footsteps fading. As the door closed behind her, a devilish smile spread across his face. "Female dragon. Do you think I'll just follow your orders so easily?" he thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Rossweisse, I'm going to embarrass you in front of your sister," he vowed inwardly, his determination growing stronger. In the sunlit study room of the Silver Dragon Castle, golden rays streamed through the grand window, casting a warm glow over the space. Leon sat at a small wooden table with his 2 daughters, Muen and Noah. "Just follow what I showed you earlier. Watch carefully, like this," Leon instructed gently, his hand gliding across the page as he demonstrated how to write their names. His voice was calm, patient, a softness in his tone reserved for moments like this. He wrote both Muen and Noah neatly on a piece of white paper. Muen's tail swayed excitedly behind her, her eyes wide with joy as she placed her small hands on the table, eager to learn. "I'm going to write my name," she exclaimed, leaning forward, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Noah, on the other hand, sat with her arms crossed, her expression cool and unmoved by the task. She watched her father with an indifferent gaze, her demeanor stoic and unimpressed, though she couldn't completely mask the flicker of interest in her sharp eyes. "Here are your names," Leon said with a gentle smile, pushing the papers closer. "Imitate this, and practice writing them a few times." Muen, practically bouncing in her seat, grabbed her pen with excitement, ready to mimic the shapes her father had written. Meanwhile, Noah remained still for a moment longer, her arms still crossed, before slowly reaching for the paper, her face betraying no emotion as she studied the letters, though her gaze lingered a little longer than she intended. Noah picked up the piece of paper with a frown, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Leon's handwriting. "Not as good as what my mother wrote," she muttered under her breath, her voice cold and cutting. Leon, hearing the sharp critique from his eldest daughter, couldn't help but feel a sting of hurt. His face betrayed the pang of disappointment, but he quickly masked it with a weak smile, though the weight of her words lingered. He suddenly stood from his seat, his expression shifting into something more determined. Muen, still clutching the paper with her name written on it, looked up at her father with wide, affectionate eyes. "What's Dad going to do?" she asked innocently, her voice filled with curiosity. Leon smiled down at her, softening. "I just forgot to give something to your mother," he said, his tone light and reassuring. "I'll be back soon." As he reached the doorway, he cast one last glance back at his daughters, his smile a bit more forced but still there. "I'll come back to check later," he said, hoping to leave on a good note. Muen eagerly waved goodbye, her small hand raised high, while her eyes followed him with admiration. But Noah, still sitting with her arms folded, barely glanced up. "Is he stupid?" she remarked dryly, unimpressed by his sudden exit, her voice dripping with disdain. As Leon vanished through the doorway, Muen quickly darted over to her sister, a playful grin stretching across her face as she closed her eyes. "You seem to be somewhat happy," she teased, her voice light with mischief, clearly relishing in her observation. Noah, ever composed, refused to show any crack in her demeanor. She turned her back to Muen, clutching the piece of paper firmly in her hands. "No, I'm not," she muttered coolly, her tone sharp and dismissive. "Go and write it down quickly," she added, trying to divert the conversation and hide the emotions lingering beneath her calm exterior. Noah, determined to ignore her, kept her eyes firmly on the paper. Her face, hidden from view, betrayed her, as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She couldn't help but feel a small sense of warmth as she stared at the handwriting, her father's effort to write her name carefully etched into the paper. Despite her aloof demeanor, there was a quiet comfort in that simple gesture, a part of her unwilling to admit the affection she felt looking at something her father had made just for her. At the gates of the Silver Dragon Castle, several guards stood tall, their spears held firmly at their sides. The air was crisp, and the shimmering bridge that led to the castle was graced by the presence of Isabella Melkve, the Red Dragon Queen. Her elegant red and gold dress gleamed in the sunlight, complementing the fiery brilliance of her long red hair that cascaded down her back. Her deep crimson eyes glowed with the same intensity as the sun above. Draped over her regal attire was a light black robe trimmed with white fur, adding to her commanding presence. As Isabella approached, Rosweise caught sight of her and rushed forward eagerly. "Sister, long time no see," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around Isabella in a warm, almost giddy embrace. Her excitement was palpable, as she rarely displayed such outward affection. Isabella returned the hug with a soft smile. "I haven't seen you for a year. You look much more radiant," she remarked, her voice filled with warmth as she examined her younger sister, clearly pleased by Rosweise's vibrant appearance. Rosweise blinked in surprise at the comment, turning her head slightly to the side as a faint blush crept up her cheeks. She placed a hand on her face, trying to mask her embarrassment. "Really? No, I don't think so," she mumbled, her voice betraying her attempt to downplay the compliment. Isabella, folding her arms in a pose strikingly similar to Rosweise's usual stance, tilted her head, her crimson eyes narrowing in curiosity. "I heard your husband has woken up," she said, her tone shifting to one of puzzled inquiry. "Why haven't I seen him yet?" Her expression was a mix of curiosity and confusion, clearly intrigued by the absence of her brother-in-law. Rosweise closed her eyes, her voice laced with tension. "He's feeling a little unwell today and can't meet for the time being," she said, the nervousness seeping through her otherwise composed demeanor. Isabella sighed softly, her disappointment evident. "Is that so? What a pity." Her tone shifted, a hint of playful curiosity dancing in her words. "I was hoping to finally see the Dragon King who kidnapped my sister." She gave a teasing smile, her crimson eyes gleaming as she leaned in closer to Rosweise. "Dragon Kings bond out of profit and duty to their clans, nothing more," Isabella continued, her voice lowering as if sharing a well-known secret. "There's no love involved, but you, my dear sister, who married this man and had a baby in what felt like the blink of an eye. Your relationship must be very different." She locked eyes with Rosweise, a knowing glint in her gaze. Rosweise's breath hitched, her lips parting slightly as she struggled to respond. Her silver eyes met Isabella's intense crimson ones, but she couldn't find the words to refute her sister's insinuation. After a tense moment, she averted her gaze, her voice quiet, yet firm. "Does being married and having children mean that the relationship is good?" she asked, more to herself than to Isabella. "I'm not attracted to him. Not now, and not in the future." Her words were resolute, but the faint blush creeping across her cheeks betrayed her true emotions. Isabella's lips curled into a knowing smile. She had seen this side of her little sister countless times before. Rosweise, always acting tough even when her heart was saying something else. Narrowing her eyes, Isabella shook her head slightly, clearly unconvinced by her sister's denial about Leon. Eager to shift the conversation away from Leon, Rosweise leaned in closer to her sister, her hand gently squeezing Isabella's arm. "All right, it's been too long since we last saw each other," she said, her tone brightening as she tried to lighten the mood. "Let's head to the garden and chat while we walk." With a playful wink, she added a touch of sisterly mischief to the moment. The two sisters walked hand in hand, strolling through the castle's lush garden as they caught up on all they had missed. Laughter filled the air, their bond as strong as ever. Meanwhile, hidden from their view, Leon observed the scene from afar, a telescope in hand. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the two dragons walking together. "So, that's Rosweiss's sister," he muttered under his breath, intrigued. A mischievous grin spread across his face as a thought crossed his mind. "Let's see just how far the dragon pattern can reach," he mused, his curiosity turning into a wicked idea. As the sisters strolled through the vibrant garden, the sunlight filtering through the trees, Isabella's tone shifted to something more serious. "The dragon clans have been a little unstable lately," she said, her voice low. "Especially the Red Flame Dragon King. He's been unusually active." Rosweiss's expression hardened at the mention of that name. She turned her head sharply towards her sister, her violet eyes narrowing. "Constantine?" she hissed, her voice laced with disdain as she pictured the infamous king in his dragon form. The very thought of him made her stomach twist. Hasn't Constantine been in hiding for years? Isabella shrugged, her crimson eyes darkening. Who knows? He's always been hot-tempered, a real firebrand. Maybe he's looking for an opportunity to expand his territory, she speculated, her tone edged with caution. Just as Rosweiss opened her mouth to respond, a sudden warmth flared across her chest. She glanced down in shock, her hand instinctively covering the dragon sigil glowing faintly beneath her skin. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "At this moment?" she muttered inwardly, her heart racing as the timing of the sigil's activation left her uneasy. Isabella, sensing something was off, turned to her sister, her crimson eyes filled with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice soft but urgent. Rosweiss, trying to keep her composure, pressed a hand to her chest in a futile attempt to dull the heat of the dragon sigil. "It's nothing, sister," she replied with a nervous chuckle, her voice shaky. "Please, continue." She offered a tight smile, though beads of sweat had begun to form on her brow. Her gaze flicked toward the castle, where she knew Leon was undoubtedly behind this. Her jaw clenched. "Damn dragon slayer," she muttered under her breath, cursing his audacity, knowing full well he was up to no good. Isabella, oblivious to Rosweiss's internal struggle, continued walking, her conversation returning to the serious matter at hand. "We need to strengthen our border defenses," she said, her tone firm. "I'll also send a messenger to keep you informed of any new developments." But Rosweiss's mind was far from the conversation. She squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth as the sigil's power pulsed through her, growing more intense with every second. Her body trembled, betraying the mounting pressure she was trying desperately to suppress. Isabella noticed the tremor in her sister's body and paused, her brows knitting together in confusion. "Little Rose, are you really okay? Your face is red," she said, her concern deepening as she looked more closely at Rosweiss, unsure of what was happening but clearly worried. Rosweiss, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, forced a tight smile. "Sister, I just remembered something urgent I need to attend to. I'll be back in about 20 minutes, she stammered, her voice trembling with the strain of holding back the dragon sigil's effects. Isabella raised a concerned hand, her brows furrowed. "Go ahead then." "Do you want me to accompany you?" she offered, worry etched on her face. But Rosweiss, already feeling the irritation build inside her, turned sharply. "No need for that," she replied curtly, her annoyance with Leon growing with each step. She strode away quickly, her long silver hair swaying behind her, determined to get to him and put an end to whatever he was doing. As Rosweiss rushed toward Leon's location, Isabella watched her retreating figure. Slowly, a knowing smile crept across her face. She touched a finger to her lips, chuckling softly. "Dragon pattern," she mused, amusement twinkling in her crimson eyes. Young people, always playing with fire. She couldn't help but be entertained by her sister's predicament. In the warm sunlight of the Silver Dragon Castle's balcony, Leon lounged back, hands resting behind his head, a smug smile playing on his lips. He basked in the golden rays, his mind preoccupied with one thought. Rosweise, I want to see how long you can endure this. The satisfaction of knowing he was getting under her skin made the moment all the sweeter. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open with a loud slam. Leon! Rosweise's furious voice echoed through the room, filled with anger. Leon, hearing the thunderous approach, casually sat up, acting completely unbothered by her rage. He looked over at her with an air of innocence. Hey, how come you're back so soon? He asked, as if he had no idea why she was there. Without hesitation, Rosweise stormed over to him, grabbing a fistful of his shirt and pulling him close. Her silver eyes locked with his, blazing with fury. You deliberately chose this moment to make the dragon mark resonate, didn't you? Just to embarrass me in front of my sister? Her voice shook with anger, her body trembling as she tried to hold back her frustration. Leon, knowing full well that if Rosweise figured out he was playing with her on purpose, he'd be in serious trouble, quickly shifted his approach. I'd better pretend to be innocent, he thought, trying to defuse the situation. With a pitiful expression, he softened his gaze, making his eyes appear watery as he pouted. Is it wrong for me to want you? He said, his voice soft, dripping with feigned vulnerability. Rosweise blinked, momentarily stunned. Her grip on his shirt loosened as she took a step back. What? She stammered, her voice suddenly caught in her throat. Her face flushed a deep red, heat rising to her cheeks at the unexpected words. She stood there, wide-eyed and flustered, completely caught off guard by Leon's shameless act. Her anger faltered, replaced by the awkward confusion of hearing such a bold, emotional declaration from him. Looks like it worked. At least she's disgusted by me now, Leon mused to himself, watching as Rosweise took a few steps back, visibly unsettled. Her hand flew to her mouth, attempting to hide the swirl of emotions playing across her face. Shock, confusion, and something else she was desperately trying to suppress. Finally, regaining some of her regal composure, Rosweise straightened her posture. Shameless. A defeated prisoner talking such rubbish. Put away your dirty thoughts, she snapped, her voice sharp, though the crack in her resolve was clear as she quickly turned to leave. Leon stood there, arms crossed, eyes closed in satisfaction. He knew he'd won this little battle. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He could feel her hesitation, her confusion, and that gave him all the confirmation he needed. As she walked away, Leon basked in the small victory, reveling in how flustered the mighty Dragon Queen had become. Rosweise paused in the doorway, glancing back at him with a gaze that had lost its usual icy edge. It was softer now, almost hesitant, as though she herself couldn't understand why his words had thrown her off balance. I clearly came here to deal with him, so why did I get scared by just a few words? She thought, her cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. Determined to push the embarrassing thoughts from her mind, she huffed. You're lucky this time. If you try this again, I won't let you off so easily. Her tone was sharp, but the lingering red on her cheeks betrayed her. As Rosweise strode out, Leon couldn't resist one final jab. Raising his hands mockingly to his ears, he stuck out his tongue behind her back, whispering to himself with a grin. Oh, I'm so scared. As Rosweise stormed out of the room, Leon leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Just a single word can make her so helpless. This dragon pattern is really something, he mused, tapping his chin, his cheeks flushing unexpectedly. Yet, something else gnawed at him, a strange sensation. Why is it that whenever I think of her face, my heart races like this? His hand instinctively moved to his chest, trying to still the rapid thumping that had suddenly begun. Shaking his head in frustration, Leon smacked his cheeks lightly, forcing himself back to reality. Cosmode, snap out of it, he muttered, chastising himself aloud. Stop thinking about nonsense. But no matter how hard he tried, the thought of Rosweise kept creeping into his mind. Desperate to distract himself, he suddenly remembered the study room. The kids are still waiting for me, he realized, standing up abruptly. He had almost forgotten the lesson he'd promised them. Meanwhile, in the study room, Muen sat slouched at the wooden table, clearly growing impatient. Bored, she tried to balance the quill pen on her nose, wobbling precariously as she did. "Why hasn't Dad come back yet?" she complained to her older sister, her voice filled with exasperation. Noah, in stark contrast, was diligently focused on her task, her expression calm as she traced her name neatly onto the paper. Without looking up, she simply replied, "He's probably slacking off again." Despite her cold exterior, there was a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, though she'd never admitted aloud. Under the soft glow of the moon, the entrance to the Silver Dragon Castle shimmered, casting long shadows on the ground. At the gate, Rosweisse stood beside her elder sister, Isabella, who was preparing to leave with her guards. Isabella smiled warmly at her, her red hair catching the moonlight. "Then, I'll be off for today," she said, waving goodbye. Rosweisse returned the gesture, her voice gentle. "Sister, be careful on the road," she said, her smile soft but sincere. In a flash of red and gold, Isabella transformed into her majestic dragon form. Her scales gleamed like molten lava, and her ruby-red eyes gleamed as she looked down at her little sister. "Next time, make sure I meet your husband," she called, her wings spreading wide before she launched herself into the night sky. Rosweisse watched as her sister and the guards flew off into the distance, their figures slowly fading against the dark velvet of the night, silhouetted by the silver moon. But as soon as they disappeared from view, her expression hardened. The smile that had adorned her face moments ago vanished, replaced by a deep frown. Her brows furrowed in frustration, and she turned on her heel, storming back toward the castle with determined steps. "Damn Dragon Slayer," she thought, her temper flaring. "He hasn't learned his lesson yet, but tonight, I'll make sure he does." Her resolve burned as fiercely as her anger, her mind focused on one thing: teaching Leon a lesson for his audacity earlier that day. The Queen of the Silver Dragons had made up her mind, and there would be no mercy tonight. In the far corner of the castle, Leon sneezed, rubbing his nose with a puzzled expression. "Is that Dragon Queen cursing me?" he muttered to himself. In his hand, he held a worn book titled The Story of the Young Dragon. His daughters, Noah and Muen, were fast asleep, their soft breaths filling the quiet room. Leon tucked their covers closer, careful not to let the chill of the night disturb them. He took a moment to gaze at their peaceful faces before stepping back toward the door. With utmost care, his fingers hovered over the doorknob, easing it shut without a sound. But just as he was about to leave, a sharp thud startled him. Rosweisse's hand slammed against the door. Leon's heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned his head, meeting her fierce gaze. Rosweisse stood towering over him, her purple eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded, her voice low and menacing, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Leon blinked, trying to maintain his composure, but the beads of sweat trickling down his face betrayed him. "Your sister's gone already?" he asked, attempting a wry smile, but his voice wavered. Rosweisse's brow twitched as she leaned in closer, her eyes narrowing. "We still have unfinished business today," she said, her voice dripping with authority, a sly smile spreading across her face, revealing her pearly white teeth. Before Leon could react, Rosweisse seized the collar of his white shirt, yanking him backward with surprising strength. "Follow me," she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. Leon's eyes widened in horror as he stumbled, his arms and legs flailing in a desperate attempt to free himself. Wait, hold on! But Roswisa was already dragging him down the hallway, her pace unyielding, her grip relentless. He knew there was no escaping the Silver Dragon Queen's wrath tonight. In the Silver Dragon Queen's opulent bedroom, the soft glow of pearl-white lights illuminated the space, casting a serene glow over the antique gold and silver decor. The elegant walls shimmered, their intricate designs giving the room an air of royal sophistication. Leon knelt on the plush carpet, placing a large, rounded wooden pot filled with steaming hot water at his feet. Resting his arm on his knee, he glanced up at Roswisa, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "The hot water's here. What do you want it for?" he asked, his voice uncertain. Roswisa lounged casually on the edge of her luxurious bed, one leg crossed over the other. She leaned to her right, her gaze steady, as she looked down at Leon with a calm authority. "I've been walking all day. I'm tired," she said, her tone composed but firm. Stretching out her long, graceful legs toward him, she nudged his hand with her heel. "Wash my feet for me." Leon blinked, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected request. He stared at her, confused, unsure if she was serious. "Wash your feet?" Roswisa's patience thinned, her eyes narrowing with displeasure as she leaned forward slightly. "Stop talking nonsense and do as you're told," she said, her voice sharpening with command. "This is your punishment for what you did today," she added, the weight of her words leaving no room for argument. Leon gritted his teeth in silence, lowering his gaze as he reluctantly obeyed. Gently, he reached for one of her shoes, slipping it off with care, revealing her slender foot. As he placed the shoe aside, the reality of his situation sank in. "I'm a dragon slayer," he thought bitterly, his frustration building. "But now I'm reduced to washing Roswisa's feet." Leon, barely concealing his irritation, carefully removed Roswisa's long, white stockings, revealing her pale, flawless foot. He stared at it, his mind wandering with a bitter thought. The damn Dragon Queen really knows how to indulge herself. I can only imagine how many dragon slayers she's stepped on with these feet. Despite his inner frustration, the commanding aura that radiated from Roswisa left him no room to argue. He had to obey. Roswisa, noticing Leon's prolonged stare, frowned in confusion. "Why is he staring at my feet?" she wondered, growing uneasy. A playful grin slowly spread across Leon's face, making her eyes widen in realization. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Could it be? Does Leon have some strange, disgusting habit? She thought, alarm creeping into her expression. Before her imagination could spiral further, Leon abruptly dipped her foot into the steaming hot water, a little more forceful than necessary. His hands moved with confidence, and a smirk played on his lips as he watched her react. Roswisa was taken aback by his assertiveness, her initial surprise quickly turning into discomfort as her foot soaked in the near-boiling water. "Ouch! It's so hot!" she yelled, her face scrunched in pain. Without a second thought, Roswisa lashed out with a swift kick, her foot connecting squarely with Leon's chin. The force of the blow was much stronger than he had anticipated. Blood spurted from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, dazed by the impact. Leon flew backward, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud, gasping for breath. His vision blurred as he lay there, stunned and winded, staring up at the ceiling. The Dragon Queen's kick had knocked the wind out of him, and the taste of blood lingered in his mouth, a stark reminder of just how much power she wielded. Roswisa stood up, her cheeks still flushed with a mixture of frustration and embarrassment. Narrowing her eyes at Leon, she let out a sharp breath. "You're trying to get back at me on purpose, aren't you?" she asked, her tone cold. She rested the back of her hand on her hip and lifted her leg, planting her foot firmly on Leon's chest, pinning him down. Leon, trying to gather his composure, chuckled mockingly. "Who asked me to wash your feet?" he replied, his voice teasing despite the pain still lingering from her earlier kick. Unamused, Roswisa's brows furrowed deeper. "It seems you still haven't learned your lesson," she said, her tone stern. Her icy demeanor returned as she looked down at him. "You never thought that one day you'd be under my foot, did you?" With deliberate slowness, her wet foot slid down his chest, leaving a damp trail on his white shirt, stopping just above his crotch. Without warning, she pressed her foot down hard, causing Leon to wince in agony. His eyes widened in shock, and he barely managed to choke out, "Please, stop." His face turned red from both the pain and the unsettling mix of emotions swirling inside him. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn, this is humiliating. Yet..." He shook the thought away, his pride wounded as he struggled beneath her. Rossweiss's lips curled into a sly smile as she watched him squirm. Her foot remained firmly pressed down, unyielding. "Let's see how long you can endure," she teased, her voice laced with amusement as her grin widened. The Dragon Queen was enjoying this, her power over him, and the discomfort etched on his face. Leon's brow furrowed in discomfort. One eye squeezed shut as he fought against the searing pain. "No," he thought inwardly. "I cannot succumb to the tyranny of this Dragon Queen." As the pressure intensified, something inside him snapped. Without hesitation, he gripped Rossweiss's pale, delicate foot, his fingers curling around her ankle as he swiftly removed her leg from his crotch. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "I've eaten pig's trotters, cow's trotters, and goat trotters, but never dragon trotters," he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery as he yanked her leg closer, pulling her off balance. Rossweiss's eyes widened, her usual air of confidence crumbling in an instant. "What are you doing?" she gasped, her voice edged with both shock and indignation. The playful dominance she had mere moments ago shattered, replaced by panic. Before she could react, Leon leaned in and, without warning, bit down on her foot. The unexpected pain shot through her, and a high-pitched scream erupted from her throat, echoing through the vast halls of the castle. "Leon Cosmode!" she shrieked, her voice trembling with fury. "I'm going to kill you!" Her roar reverberated through the walls, shaking the very foundation of the Silver Dragon Castle. The next morning in the grand halls of the Silver Dragon Castle, Noah stood with her arms folded, her expression calm but curious. Beside her, Muen, rubbing one eye with her small hand, gazed up in confusion, her mouth slightly open as she tried to make sense of the scene before her. In front of them, Rossweisse stood with her arms crossed, her eyes closed, trying to maintain her usual regal composure. Muen, ever curious, tilted her head and asked, "Mom, why are you limping?" Her wide eyes trailed down to her mother's legs. Rossweiss's left leg was clad in its usual elegant stocking, while the right one was awkwardly bandaged, covering up the bite mark left by Leon. "It's nothing," Rossweisse replied, her tone cool, but with a hint of irritation. Muen, unsatisfied, shifted her gaze to Leon, who was standing not far from Rossweisse, his cheeks swollen and covered with cotton wool and tape. "Dad, why do you have bruises on your face?" she asked, genuine concern evident in her soft voice. Leon, trying to appear nonchalant despite the clear evidence of his rough night, gave a weak smile. "It's nothing," he echoed. Muen, now visibly frustrated with the lack of clear answers, planted both her hands on her hips. Her young mind buzzed with curiosity, trying to piece together what could have caused both her parents to be injured. "Oh!" she exclaimed suddenly, eyes sparkling with excitement as the thought struck her. "You must have played some fun games last night without telling me. Muen wants to play too." Her innocent face beamed with enthusiasm, completely unaware of the truth behind the situation. Noah, standing beside her little sister, was left dumbfounded. She remained quiet, knowing all too well that Muen had no idea what kind of games their parents had really been playing. Her expression, however, reflected a mixture of confusion and disbelief at her sister's innocent but wildly misplaced assumption. In the lush garden outside the Silver Dragon Castle, Roswitha strode gracefully through the blooming pathways, her arms folded, her gaze fixed somewhere distant. A few paces behind her, Leon followed, his hands tucked into his pockets as he glanced around the vibrant garden, deliberately avoiding looking at her directly. The air between them was thick with unspoken words, each step silent yet heavy. At the back of the garden, two maids busied themselves with their morning tasks. The brunette maid, delicately watering a bed of wildflowers, watched the two walk in tandem, her face brightening. "Look," she whispered, nudging her companion with a smile. "The queen and the prince, they're on a date." The second maid, her dark hair pulled neatly back, chuckled as she held a wooden bowl of fresh water. "They really do make a lovely pair," she agreed, her voice warm with admiration. As they observed the pair, however, the dark-haired maid tilted her head thoughtfully. "But don't you feel that Her Majesty and the prince seem, well, almost like strangers?" she murmured, noting the careful distance and the rare, reserved glances they shared. Roswitha and Leon walked side by side in silence, neither willing to break the quiet, perhaps realizing it was one of the rare times they weren't trading barbs or locked in a heated argument. The silence felt almost surreal, a tentative truce between two strong-willed forces. Leon's gaze drifted to Roswitha as she walked slightly ahead, her silver hair flowing like a waterfall down her back, her long silver tail swaying gracefully with each step. He couldn't help but wonder, how did it come to this? His mind drifted back to the conversation they'd had just earlier. "Take a walk? Why would I go for a walk with you?" he'd asked, caught off guard when Roswitha had, rather insistently, made the proposal. Her expression had been serious, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, as she'd replied, "Because it's part of your job to maintain an image of family unity in front of others. Or have you forgotten?" Her tone was calm yet firm, revealing just how little enthusiasm she held for this arrangement. In the present, Leon's eyes lingered on Roswitha's cascading silver hair, his thoughts uneasy. "There's something strange about her today," he mused. She seemed quieter, less direct than usual, and the mystery gnawed at him. What is she planning? Meanwhile, hidden among the trees at the garden's edge, Muen and Noah observed their parents from afar. Muen's disappointment was evident as she whispered to Noah, "Dad is so clueless. He can't even hold hands." She shook her head in dismay, but Noah simply remained silent, watching their parents' quiet, distant walk. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, Muen's eyes sparkled with resolve. "I'm going to help them," she announced, clenching her fists with a fiery determination. Noah, surprised by her little sister's boldness, reached out, alarmed. "Wait, leave them alone," she cried, but it was too late. Muen had already darted from behind the tree, bouncing playfully as she raced toward their unsuspecting parents. "Mother, Dad!" Muen called, her small voice bright as she skipped toward them. Leon and Roswitha stopped in their tracks, turning to see their daughter bounding toward them, her grin wide enough to chase away any tension lingering between them. Leon's surprise broke through first. "Muen, why are you following me?" he asked, hoping she hadn't sensed the awkwardness between her parents. Muen didn't bother with an answer. Her little hands reached up, clasping one of each of their hands on either side. In a single, determined motion, she placed Roswitha's hand firmly in Leon's. "When you take a walk, you should hold hands," she declared with a playful finality, her confidence defying her age. Both parents blinked in shock, glancing at each other, words momentarily lost. With a cheerful spin, Muen bounded away. "Muen will go play with sister now," she called back over her shoulder, leaving them to process her unexpected intervention. Leon couldn't help but wonder, where did she learn all of this? The thought lingered, bemused as he watched her scamper away. Back behind the tree trunk, Muen returned to Noah's side, her cheeks flushed with pride at her success. Noah, however, looked less than impressed. She reached over and pinched Muen's cheek, shaking her head. "You shouldn't have meddled, Muen." Ouch! Muen was wrong. Muen won't do it again, she whimpered, wriggling under her sister's grip. As Muen darted away, Rosweiss and Leon turned from each other, cheeks flushed with a faint red that only deepened in the silence. Leon, uncomfortable with the unusual quiet, broke it with a half-hearted laugh. This wasn't exactly what I expected, he admitted, gaze fixed anywhere but on Rosweiss. Rosweiss, glancing down, squeezed his hand slightly. It's all right. Just hold it like this, she said, her grip steady and warm. Leon looked away, feeling the tension ease, if only a little. Peeking from behind the tree, Muen watched her parents, a soft smile blooming on her face, while Noah observed more quietly, a hint of curiosity in her expression. Leon, trying to shake off the warmth creeping over him, asked Rosweiss, "You seem different today. Docile, even. It's a bit strange." Rosweiss smirked, catching his unease. "Strange? Maybe you're just not used to it. Could it be you've grown a bit tame?" she teased, her voice light, though her gaze drifted elsewhere. Leon, watching her from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but notice how Rosweiss, usually poised and queenly, seemed slightly unsettled herself. Maybe her strictness wasn't entirely by choice. Maybe she simply didn't know how to bridge the gap with Muen and Noah. Mulling it over, he decided to test his theory. "By the way, ever notice that Muen and Noah call you mother?" Rosweiss turned to him, a curious look on her face. "Yes, why?" "Well, usually kids say mom with dad. But Muen calls me dad and you mother. Doesn't that sound a bit formal?" Rosweiss's expression softened as she turned her gaze to the flowers swaying along the path. "Is there really such a difference between mother and mom?" she mused aloud, her voice barely above a whisper, as if testing out the unfamiliar word. Leon smiled, a warmth in his gaze as he looked at Rosweiss. "Why not try getting them to call you mom instead? I think they'd feel even closer to you." Rosweiss's silvery purple eyes widened in surprise, a subtle warmth coloring her cheeks. She hadn't realized how much a simple word like mom could impact her. Turning away quickly, she hid her expression from him, her voice soft but resolute. "Got it. I'll try next time," she murmured, and then, without another word, resumed walking briskly, pulling Leon along with her. Leon stumbled a bit, surprised by the sudden pace. "Hey, why are you walking so fast all of a sudden?" he asked, catching up to her stride. As they walked through the quiet gardens of the castle, Rosweiss turned to Leon, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "Leon, do you ever get homesick?" Leon blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" he replied, trying to keep his tone light. "Not that it matters. You wouldn't let me go back anyway." A small, playful smile tugged at Rosweiss's lips. "True, I can't let you go home," she said, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. "But there's something I'd like to show you. It might help with that homesickness of yours." Her voice held a mysterious note, and Leon couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. "Ah?" was all he managed in response. They stopped in front of two massive doors, adorned with intricate carvings and ancient patterns that seemed to swirl in the dim light. The castle warehouse loomed before them, an imposing sight, yet Rosweiss stood unfazed, her composure steady. She pulled a golden ring from her pocket, its many ornate keys glinting. Leon stared, still awestruck by the doors, as Rosweiss caught his expression and shrugged casually. "I haven't given it a name, if that's what you're wondering." Rosweiss inserted one of the golden keys into the lock and gave it a turn. "Warehouse, utility room, treasure trove, it doesn't matter what you call it," she remarked as the door opened with a soft click, releasing a faint mist that swirled through the air. Leon's gaze shifted to the room beyond, taking in the grandeur. Sunlight poured through high-arched, intricately patterned windows, casting a warm glow over the room's towering walls, adorned with delicate gilded designs. The light shimmered off countless treasures, creating an almost ethereal display. Rossweisse strode forward, arms crossed, her steps casual, as Leon lingered in awe, his hands now tucked in his pockets. "The dragon's treasure trove," he whispered, captivated. As his eyes wandered, they landed on a shelf filled with gleaming artifacts. One item in particular caught his eye, a delicate green bracelet centered among other valuables. If this were sold in the Empire, it'd fetch hundreds of thousands of gold coins, he murmured, unable to hide his amazement. Rossweisse's gaze softened, her expression momentarily wistful. "That bracelet," she said quietly, "was given to me by my grandmother when I was a child." Her eyes drifted, memories flickering behind them. "In addition to all the spoils," she added, voice subdued, "there are things here with meaning, things I couldn't part with." Leon turned to face Rossweisse, curiosity brightening his gaze. "Oh? I don't think I've ever heard you talk much about anyone in your family other than your sister." His tone was warm but inquisitive, clearly inviting her to share more. Rossweisse glanced away briefly before meeting his eyes again, her expression softening. "I've never met my father or mother. My sister and we were raised by our grandmother." Her voice held a quiet gravity, each word hinting at a well of stories untold. Leon's face softened, a spark of recognition in his eyes as he took a step closer. "I get it. That's pretty similar to me," he said, his voice gentle but steady. "I grew up in an orphanage, never met my parents. It was my master and his wife who took me in, became my family." A contemplative silence fell between them, the weight of shared, unsaid experiences filling the space. Rossweisse looked down thoughtfully, caught up in memories of her own. After a lingering moment, Leon's serious expression shifted to a playful smirk. "So," he teased, "what exactly did you bring me all the way out here to show me?" His tone hinted at an expectation for something remarkable. Rossweisse stepped aside to reveal a massive treasure chest beside her, a mysterious glint in her eye as she leaned over it. "I just thought," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "that I'd show you something to help you forget your troubles, if only for a while." With that, she lifted the lid, revealing whatever secrets lay inside. Leon's expression shifted from bewilderment to astonishment as he gasped, "The black gold armor!" The sight inside the treasure chest took his breath away, a stunning set of armor gleaming with a rich, deep black, intricately adorned with elegant golden patterns. "Leon, you've always wanted this armor back, haven't you?" Rossweisse's voice was filled with an encouraging lilt, emphasizing the significance of the moment. Emotion welled up within Leon, tears threatening to spill from his eyes as he stepped closer to the armor. "I'm not dreaming," he murmured, disbelief coloring his tone. "Are you really going to give it to me?" He reached out, fingers trembling in anticipation. But in an instant, Rossweisse's demeanor shifted. Her beautiful features hardened, her eyes narrowing as a sly smile crept onto her lips. "Oh, that's right," she replied, the sweet tone of her voice laced with something darker. As Leon's index finger brushed against the breastplate of the armor, a shimmering purple light erupted from his touch, enveloping the room in an otherworldly glow. He stumbled back, eyes wide as the purple light transformed, swirling into a massive dragon mark that surged forth from the armor. "Black gold armor, my good brother. How have you fallen too?" he gasped, shock coursing through him. The realization struck him hard. The dragon curse mark was enchanted upon his armor, intertwining his fate with a power he had not anticipated. A deep-seated fury rose within him as he looked up at Rossweisse, disdain burning in his eyes. She loomed over him, a figure of authority and control, her laughter echoing in the air, sharp and triumphant. "You've finally fallen into my trap, Leon," she declared, her dominance palpable, wrapping around him like a vice. Leon shot to his feet, fists clenched, his gaze intense and unyielding. "What did you do?" he demanded, his voice edged with fury. Beneath his shirt, the purple dragon mark pulsed and began to glow, casting an eerie light across his chest. Rosweiss remained poised, her arms folded, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she watched her plan unfurl exactly as intended. The violet sigil etched into the floor began to awaken, each passing second intensifying its glow. Shadows danced along the walls as the purple light spilled into the room, illuminating every corner with an almost ethereal energy. Rosweiss's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, her stance unwavering. Rosweissa laughed, the sound rolling through the vast chamber like a taunting melody. "I've woven a dragon crest onto your armor's surface, enhancing its properties. The moment you touched it, the pattern activated." Her voice held a triumphant note, each word reverberating as the purple dragon sigil ignited across her own chest, shimmering with a fierce light. Leon staggered under the weight of the mark's power, his knees buckling as he pressed one hand against the floor, struggling to steady himself. His other hand clutched his chest, where the radiant dragon mark pulsed, searing with an intensity that drained his strength. "This despicable dragon queen," he hissed under his breath, teeth clenched as he felt his own strength being stripped away. Rosweiss's laughter echoed, sharp and triumphant, as she leaned in closer, her voice smooth and unyielding. "The enhanced dragon pattern has doubled its effect," she murmured, each word laced with satisfaction. Moving toward him, her face was mere inches from his, her gaze drinking in his weakened state. "Tell me, my dear dragon slayer," she taunted, her tone soft but cutting. "Can you bear it?" Leon's body betrayed him, locked in place under the curse's paralyzing grip. His skin prickled as Rosweissa placed a single, firm hand under his chin, tilting his face up to meet her gaze. He shivered, feeling utterly exposed, his strength trapped within the relentless magic. Summoning his last reserves, he forced out her name, but his voice faltered, as though even his words had been seized by the Dragon Queen's mark. With a sudden, deliberate push, Rosweissa sent Leon backward. His unresponsive body collapsed with a heavy thud, splayed across the floor as he struggled, his cheeks flushed with helpless frustration. His hands twitched faintly, his mind wrestling against the spell's hold, yet unable to break free. Rosweissa leaned over him, her movements slow and calculating, a hint of color dusting her own cheeks. She settled above him, her gaze steady and intense, her voice a low murmur as she taunted, "Did you really think I'd let your earlier conquest go unpunished?" Her eyes gleamed, a fierce pride shining in them. "The past few days, I've thought of nothing else but how to make you drop your guard," she confessed, leaning close enough for him to feel the warmth of her words. "Yet, I didn't expect you'd be so easy to fool." As she held his gaze, the power imbalance between them felt like a living force, pulsing with every breath, heightening her satisfaction and his silent frustration. Leon's face flushed deeper, a mixture of frustration and helplessness, evident as he gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his indignation. "You, Dragon Queen," he managed to mutter, his voice laced with resentment. Rosweissa, unbothered and confident, pressed her weight firmly against him, her gaze unwavering. "How do you like my acting skills?" she taunted, her tone sly as a smirk played on her lips. "Not bad, right?" As she leaned closer, her presence almost overwhelming, Leon's voice broke through the tension, his eyes widening with defiance. "Was everything you told me today just a lie?" he demanded. "About never meeting your parents? About Muen calling you mom? And even holding hands?" Her fingers trailed across his cheek, silencing him with a delicate touch. "No," she replied softly, her smile softening, though her intent remained unwavering. "All of that was real. But that doesn't change what I'm going to do with you now, Leon." Her tone held a quiet certainty, a sense that she would have her way regardless of his defiance, leaving Leon to confront both her honesty and her dominance over him in that moment. Rosweiss's voice dripped with mock sweetness as she asked, "What was it you said to me before?" With a fluid motion, she began unfastening her elegant white and black gown, letting it slide down her shoulders to reveal her porcelain skin, a stark contrast to the glowing dragon mark emblazoned on her chest. As the dress pooled around her waist, her silver hair cascaded down her back, glinting softly against her bare skin. She turned to Leon, her eyes dark and smoldering, the barest hint of a smirk on her lips. Her pale fingers traced her mouth thoughtfully, a silent promise of dominance and seduction. Slowly, she leaned over him, her gaze never leaving his until their faces were mere inches apart. "Are you ready, my dear husband?" she murmured, her voice a velvety whisper filled with intent. Her presence was all-encompassing, the air thick with the challenge between them, daring Leon to match her resolve. After a while, their intense exchange subsided, leaving Leon utterly spent, his once fiery gaze now cold and weary. He muttered, almost to himself, "Finally, it's over." Roswitha, draped comfortably over his shoulder, let out a soft laugh, propping her head on one hand as her silver tail wrapped possessively around his chest. Her expression held an easy satisfaction, a glint of playful wickedness in her eyes. Leon shifted uncomfortably, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. "What are you doing?" he questioned, trying to ignore the closeness of her presence. Without warning, Roswitha's grip firmed as she caught his face in her hands, turning him to face her. Her voice was both sharp and teasing as she observed, "You know, 2 years ago, those scars of yours were harsher, more defiant. Now," she ran a finger along the faint remnants of old wounds, "they've softened. You've aged, Leon. The rough edges have settled into something more mature." A faint smirk tugged at her lips, her gaze tracing the subtle lines of his face with a strange, wicked admiration. Leon, tired of her sly remarks, pulled himself from her grip and sat up, his back firmly turned to her. His tone held a cold edge as he dismissed her comments. "You're trying to play tricks on me again. I won't fall for it." Behind him, Roswitha couldn't suppress her amusement, a knowing smile still gracing her face as she calmly began to slip back into her clothes. After a moment, fully dressed, she broke the thick silence. The faintest hint of surprise flickered over Leon's face as he turned toward her, a scowl etched across his features. Roswitha chuckled lightly, eyes glinting with mischief. "Your stamina isn't what it used to be," she teased, her laughter barely muffled as she placed a hand over her mouth, winking at him with unabashed confidence. Leon's eyes widened in shock as her words pierced through him, shattering his confidence. He found himself lost in a haze, the only phrase echoing relentlessly in his mind. "Leon, you are not in the same shape as before." Roswitha's statement tugged at his heart, each repetition of the words weighing heavily on his thoughts as he struggled to shake off the lingering sting. The next morning, sunlight bathed the Silver Dragon Queen's castle in a warm, golden glow. Outside Leon's door, Roswitha called out to him. Slowly he opened the door, only a sliver at first, revealing his face marked by exhaustion and dark circles beneath his eyes. Clearly, sleep had evaded him through the night. Roswitha's words had echoed ceaselessly in his mind. When he opened the door fully, he was met by Roswitha, a bright smile on her face, and Noah standing beside her, holding a book in her hands. Her expression was neutral at first, but her eyes widened slightly as she took in Leon's tired appearance. Leon mustered a faint greeting, his voice subdued as he met their gazes. Roswitha's smile quickly turned sly as she took in Leon's disheveled state, her gaze darkening. "Oh my, it seems someone didn't get much sleep last night," she remarked, her voice laced with playful mockery. She knew precisely how her words from the previous night had lingered, poking at him like a thorn. Leon's brow furrowed in irritation, his voice a low grumble. "It's because of what you said," he retorted, his gaze hardening as he met her amused eyes. But Roswitha only let out a soft laugh, shrugging with feigned innocence. "Really? I can't seem to recall. she replied, her smirk hinting that she remembered every word. As their early morning bickering unfolded, Noah, still clutching her book, watched them both with a quiet curiosity. She tilted her head slightly, wondering why, once again, her parents seemed to fall so naturally into their spirited exchanges. After a few more playful exchanges, Rosweise smoothly shifted the conversation, placing a gentle hand on Noah's back as she turned her attention to Leon. Her gaze softened, though a glimmer of purpose sparked in her eyes. "The entrance exam for St. High's Academy is incredibly selective," she said with a hint of formality. "You should begin tutoring Noah on dragon lore and history today." Leon nodded, his eyes naturally drifting to Noah, who looked up at him with an attentive expression. But before he could respond, Rosweise leaned in close, her warmth radiating as she rested a hand on his chest. Her breath brushed his ear as she whispered, her tone low but laced with mischief. "After all, for now, you can only demonstrate your worth in other areas." Leon's mouth fell open, caught off guard by her final jab. His mind raced to come up with a retort, but words failed him, leaving him speechless and thrown by her teasing, as Rosweise stepped back, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. A spark of fury lit up Leon's eyes as he clenched his fist, brows knitting together with fierce determination. "Damn it! Yesterday, I was just..." His voice faltered, struggling to find the words. "I was just not in the right state." But even as he stumbled, a fierce resolve took root in his gaze. Straightening, he pointed firmly toward Rosweise, his tone full of grit. "I'll make sure Noah passes the exam," he declared, his voice steady. "But in return, I want something of equal value from you." Rosweise's lips curved into an amused smile, a glint of playful mischief dancing in her silvery eyes. "I agree to your terms," she replied, her voice smooth as silk. "But let's not get too carried away, nothing too excessive." Already the gears of her mind seemed to turn with ideas of her own. Leon met her gaze unwaveringly, his jaw set with determination. "A promise is a promise," he said, sealing his vow as their silent challenge hung in the air between them. Rosweise turned away, casting a final mocking smile over her shoulder. "Then study hard, dear," she purred, her voice laced with teasing. "Don't wear yourself out." She waved dismissively, her hand flicking in his direction, a gleam in her eye that spoke to last night's taunting. Leon clenched his jaw, muttering under his breath, "Damn you, Rosweise. Your time is coming." As Rosweise drifted down the hall, leaving Leon with their daughter, Noah, who had watched her parents exchange with a curious eye, looked up at her father. "Why do you always argue with Mom?" she asked, a slight furrow creasing her brow. Still visibly irritated, Leon folded his arms, letting out a huff. "We're not quarreling," he tried to insist, though his voice betrayed his annoyance. "It's just normal communication between adults." But he trailed off as something dawned on him. Her question echoed in his mind, a surprise sparking across his face. "Wait a minute." His gaze sharpened as he looked down at Noah, his eyes widening. "What did you just call her?" Noah blinked, momentarily surprised. "Mom," she repeated softly, feeling the word linger in the air. Leon crouched down to her level, a gentle smile breaking through his usual tough demeanor. "Did she ask you to call her that?" he asked, a trace of curiosity brightening his gaze. "And do you like it better than before?" Noah's cheeks flushed, and she shifted her gaze, nodding shyly. "The new one," she murmured. Leon's smile deepened as he closed his eyes, a quiet laugh escaping him. "I told her you'd love calling her Mom," he said, pride and warmth threading his words. Noah's eyes flicked back to him, caught off guard by his revelation. Realizing that he had been the one to suggest it, a new softness crept into her gaze. But she quickly looked away, trying to hide her reaction. Gathering herself, she cleared her throat and took a step toward the door. "So, when do we start studying?" she asked, her voice steady, though her back was turned, determined to conceal the tiny crack in her usual guardedness. Leon quickened his step to catch up. He called after her. "Wait up, I'm coming." In the quiet glow of the Silver Dragon Castle's study room, Leon sat at his desk, surrounded by a fortress of open books and loose papers. His eyes skimmed intently over the pages, oblivious to Rosweiss as she slipped silently into the room. With a faint smile, she approached, her steps soft but her presence unmistakable. "Leon, it's so late," she murmured, her voice edged with amusement. "Haven't you slept yet?" Her gaze danced over the mess of books, clearly entertained by his studious focus. Without lifting his eyes, Leon adjusted his grip on his pencil, his fingers idly rubbing his temple. "Noah's ability to learn and understand is exceptional," he replied thoughtfully. "Simple explanations won't do her justice." His voice held a trace of pride as he continued. "I need to organize key concepts, turn them into structured questions, make sure they're challenging enough. It'll take some late nights to get it all right." Leon continued, his tone filled with quiet confidence. "Noah is incredibly bright. I know I can get her ready for the entrance exam within a month," he said, his voice filled with certainty as he scanned his notes one last time. Rosweiss's brows lifted slightly, and a soft, amused laugh escaped her. "Well, that's to be expected," she replied, pride glimmering in her eyes. "After all, she takes after me." At this, Leon finally looked up, his gaze steady as he met her eyes, an easy smile tugging at his lips. "That's not necessarily true," he murmured, a teasing warmth in his tone that softened his otherwise focused expression. Leon closed his eyes, resting a hand over his heart, his stance radiating pride. "I am a dragon-slaying genius," he said, his voice calm, but laced with fierce conviction. "I graduated at the top of my class, both in written exams and practical combat every single year. The highest level scholarships? I earned every one of them." As he opened his eyes, a smirk played across his face, the mockery in his gaze unmistakable. "So," he drawled, "what about you, Your Majesty? What kind of champion were you?" Rosweiss's composure faltered as she took a step back, momentarily caught off guard by Leon's unabashed confidence. She hadn't expected him to throw his achievements at her so boldly, and for a split second, his words left her speechless. Rosweiss's expression darkened, her gaze narrowing as she scrutinized Leon with a newfound intensity. She had always thought of him as reckless, a man who relied solely on brute strength and instinct. The revelation that he was a top student, accomplished in both mind and skill, was an unexpected twist. Leaning back slightly, she let the surprise fade and replaced it with a relaxed, playful smirk. Her arms dropped casually to her sides as she tilted her head, savoring the moment. "So," she purred, "you're as powerful as you claim, yet somehow you still ended up as my prisoner." Leon opened his mouth, a retort forming on his tongue, but the words caught there, slipping away before he could voice them. He met her gaze, feeling the sting of her challenge, and for once, he had no clever comeback. Her smirk deepened. The Silver Dragon Queen had clearly won this round. Leon turned away from Rosweise, slowly sinking to his knees as he lowered his head, shoulders trembling. Silent tears slipped down his cheeks, his voice barely a whisper as he murmured, "One misstep can lead to eternal regret. Even a tiger, once mighty, is bound to be overpowered by a dragon in times like these." Rosweise, thoroughly savoring the sight of his vulnerability, let out a soft, amused chuckle. "So, the fearless dragon slayer is afraid of being ridden by a dragon?" Her tone was teasing, the laughter laced with a wicked pleasure as she watched him, her victory glinting in her eyes. Her gaze shifted idly toward the nearby table, and she noticed a plate filled with vibrant orange-hued chili peppers. Her smirk softened as a new idea danced across her mind, the fiery peppers gleaming like the final touch to her taunt. Rosweise strode over to the table, her gaze narrowing in on the pile of vibrant chili peppers. She cocked an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity and bemusement in her eyes. "And what, exactly, do you plan to do with these?" she asked, her voice laced with mock suspicion. Leon, standing just behind the desk, turned his attention toward the peppers, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Oh, these?" he replied nonchalantly, picking up one of the orange peppers between his fingers. A sly smile played at the corner of his lips as he held the pepper up, inspecting it. "I took them from the kitchen," he said, meeting her gaze with a look of determination. "Figured they'd be perfect for a little wake-up call." Before she could stop him, Leon bit into the pepper, his grin defiant. Rosweise's eyes flew wide in shock. "Wait," she gasped, alarm coloring her voice. "Those are dragon yellow peppers. Humans can't withstand that kind of heat." She reached out, her hand hovering towards him. As Leon bit down, the fiery heat blasted through him like molten lava, his eyes widening as the scorching sensation overwhelmed his senses. A guttural roar tore from his throat, as if he were a dragon himself, unleashing torrents of flame. The spice was too much, a blazing inferno he hadn't anticipated. Desperate for relief, he dashed to the bookshelves, yanking open books, as if they might somehow contain the cooling balm he needed. Then he lunged to a nearby pot, frantically lifting the lid, only to be met with crushing disappointment. In a wild-eyed panic, Leon scrambled around the room, yanking open drawers and searching every corner in his frantic quest for water, his dance of desperation both comical and pitiable. Suddenly, Rosweise reached out, placing her hands gently on either side of Leon's face, halting his frenzied search for relief. She drew his gaze toward her, her fingers cool against his flushed skin, her touch steadying. For a moment, their eyes met, and there was something softer in her expression, a hint of concern she seldom allowed herself to reveal. Leon's racing heart stilled as he took in the sight of her, and the coolness of her hands seemed to seep into him, calming the fiery chaos the dragon pepper had ignited. A faint flush crept over his cheeks as he became acutely aware of her hands resting there, delicate but grounding. He blinked, feeling both grateful and confused by the unexpected tenderness. Rosweise, sensing his reaction, averted her gaze, her cheeks now tinged with a rosy hue. She hesitated, then spoke in a quiet, almost uncharacteristically gentle voice. "My hands are cooler. They might help soothe you." Her tone was smooth and composed, but there was a softness that made Leon's heart skip, a side of her he had rarely seen. Leon closed his eyes, savoring the cool, soothing touch of Rosweise's hands. The icy caress sent a strange but comforting sensation through him, calming the lingering burn of the fiery pepper. Somehow, her gentle, cold fingers seemed to balance the heat within him, and he found himself wanting the moment to linger. Even after the worst of the pepper's bite had faded, he realized her hands had done more to ease him than any remedy could. When she finally drew her hands back, Leon stammered a soft, awkward, "Thank you," his voice barely above a whisper. They both looked away, their cheeks tinged with an unmistakable hint of color, an unspoken moment hanging in the air between them. Rossweisse turned first, her stride composed, but her expression betraying a touch of flustered warmth. "Make sure to go to bed early," she ordered, the tone commanding but softer than usual. "And don't overindulge in chili peppers. If you eat too many, your lips will swell, and then Noah will be left without a teacher." She half turned, sending him one last glance, before heading toward the door. Leon waved his hand, still cooling off the last remnants of heat. "Understood, Dragon Queen," he called after her, eyes closed, his voice somewhere between respectful and playful. As Rossweisse strode out through the doorway and down the shadowed corridor of her castle, her long, silver hair glimmered in the faint light, catching Leon's gaze. He found himself staring at her retreating form, cheeks reddening as he quietly admitted to himself, "I actually wanted her to keep touching my face." The thought jolted him, and a shiver shot down his spine. He clenched his fists and scolded himself inwardly. "Get a grip, Leon," he thought, gritting his teeth. "This is the same dragon who cornered you mercilessly, drained you, and then had the audacity to mock your stamina." The memory of her sly, final words sent a wave of frustration through him, making him feel strangely inadequate and driving his determination all the more. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned to the mountain of books on his desk, tomes filled with knowledge on body recovery, strength training, and endurance-building techniques. A plan crystallized in Leon's mind as he gazed at the stacks of books. "If she thinks I'm weak, I'll prove her wrong." Determination sparked through him as he began leafing through the texts, intent on finding a way to restore his strength faster than ever. Every page was a piece to the puzzle, each remedy and practice a potential answer. His eyes paused on a sketch of a crimson fruit, a dragon fruit known for its power to regulate chi and blood. He made a mental note but quickly moved on. It wasn't quite what he needed. Flipping to the next page, he studied a delicate illustration of lotus grass, a plant that could be ingested to support digestion or applied externally to treat injuries. Close, he thought, but not enough. Leon continued scanning, immersing himself deeper, relentless in his quest for the perfect solution. He would find it, he promised himself. And when he did, Rossweisse would see just how wrong she'd been. After flipping through a few more pages, Leon's eyes lit up as he found exactly what he needed, the Dragon Force pill. A highly potent elixir, it was said to harmonize yin and yang, nourish vitality, and restore physical strength. His lips curved into a triumphant smile. This was the answer. A single perfect blue pill, he thought. The boost to keep up with whatever Rossweisse threw his way. The following day, Leon sat in the children's playroom, marking Noah's recent test. The papers shuffled as he recorded the last score, and finally, he looked up, catching Noah's gaze. "Noah," he called out gently, holding the graded test just out of view. "The test you took has been marked. The full score is 100. What do you think you scored?" Noah's expression remained calm, though she tilted her head slightly in thought. After a moment, she replied simply, 50. Leon slowly revealed the test paper from behind his back, a warm smile lighting up his face. 62, he said, a whole 12 points higher than you expected. Noah's brows knitted as she took in her score, her relaxed expression shifting into a tight scowl, her tiny hands balled into fists, the frustration clear in the furrow of her brow and the tense line of her lips. Watching her reaction, Leon couldn't help but chuckle softly, pride and encouragement mingling in his gaze. "Not bad, Noah," he added. "You've got the talent. Just a little more practice, and you'll be unstoppable." Leon raised an eyebrow, watching Noah's furrowed expression as she scrutinized her test score. "Not satisfied with your grade?" he asked softly, though he already knew her answer. Noah was so unlike her little sister Muen, who would be out playing without a second thought. But Noah, she set her own high standards, choosing school, choosing to study. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he observed her. He leaned in, placing a gentle, reassuring hand on her head. 62 points on your first try. That's impressive, Noah, he said, his voice warm with praise. You're a smart girl, and this is just the beginning. A gentle smile crept across his face as he encouraged her, hoping she'd see the strength he saw in her. Noah's cheeks tinged with a faint blush, feeling the gentle warmth of her father's hand resting on her head. The tension in her face eased as she met his smile, and she returned it softly, murmuring a quiet, heartfelt, "Thank you." Leon straightened, patting her head with a grin, before suggesting they go over the questions she'd missed on the test. But just as he spoke, a sudden itch prickled his throat. He stifled a cough, clearing his throat once, then again, louder. His hand drifted to his neck, a puzzled look crossing his face. Maybe I overdid it with the peppers last night, he muttered, half to himself, regretting his choice to indulge in a few more despite Rossweiss's warning. His voice came out hoarse, scratching with every word. He knew he'd gone against her advice, hoping the spice would lift his spirits, but now it seemed his throat was exacting its own revenge. Seeing her father struggle, Noah recalled her mother's words from earlier. Your dad was up all night making a study plan for you. That idiot, though he may seem unreliable, is actually a top student. Rossweisse had then mentioned Leon's midnight snacks of the Dragon Clan's notorious yellow peppers, noting wryly that it would be a wonder if his throat wasn't sore after that. Remembering, Noah's hand drifted to her back pocket. She stepped forward, pulling out a small green and gold box. This is for you, she said, extending it toward her father. Leon's eyebrows lifted as he took the box, surprise softening his expression. For me? He echoed, examining the tiny, ornate package. As he opened it, he found neatly arranged cough medicine pills, their herbal aroma wafting up subtly. Noah crossed her arms, looking away as if it were no big deal. It's from Mom, she clarified, shrugging. Not from me. A knowing smile tugged at Leon's lips as he looked down at the small gift, feeling the quiet care it held. Leon picked up one of the cough medicine pills, his expression softening as he glanced at Noah. Please tell your mom thank you from me, he said gently. Inwardly, he noted how much Noah mirrored Rossweisse, cool and reserved on the outside, but with a kindness that surfaced in quiet gestures. He took the medicine, letting its soothing effect ease his throat, then straightened with renewed energy. Raising a hand in a determined fist, he declared, All right, let's keep going. Noah's eyes brightened, her own resolve matching his as she nodded firmly. Yes, let's. In the expansive, bustling kitchen of the grand Silver Dragon Temple, the warm glow of lanterns danced off the polished stone walls. A sudden knock echoed from the sturdy kitchen door, momentarily halting the soft clatter of pots and the rhythmic chopping of ingredients. The door creaked open, revealing two maids stepping inside. One, a petite figure with raven black hair, carefully balanced a tray brimming with fresh medicinal herbs, their earthy fragrance wafting into the room. The other, a brunette with an eager expression, carried 3 hefty brown bags clutched against her chest. Approaching Leon, the brunette maid's smile brightened, her cheeks slightly flushed from the effort. Your Majesty, she said cheerfully, her voice filled with a mix of reverence and pride. Please check if I've gathered all the medicinal materials you requested. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited his response. Leon, dressed impeccably in a crisp white shirt adorned with gold embroidery and layered with a sleek black waistcoat, adjusted his pristine white gloves. With an elegant sweep of his arm, he gestured toward the polished wooden table. All right, he said smoothly, his tone calm and assured. Put them all here. As the 2 maids curtsied and made their way out, Leon's sharp eyes followed them, a sly, almost playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He leaned back slightly, hands clasped behind him, recalling the clever little ploy he had orchestrated. Earlier, he had instructed the maids to fetch specific medicinal ingredients from the bustling market. Yet, to keep them from piecing together his true intentions, he had also added a few unrelated materials to their list. The ruse ensured they wouldn't question his motives, a subtle layer of misdirection that left him free to proceed with his plans undetected. Leon rested his gloved hand thoughtfully on his chin, his sharp gaze fixed on the array of medicinal herbs neatly arranged before him. The earthy scents mingled in the air, their aromas both familiar and grounding. He mused silently, his mind already piecing together the steps ahead. Creating the pill known as Long Dali required ingredients that were easily procured, but the process of brewing and refining it was notoriously intricate, demanding precision and skill. Still, Leon's confidence remained unwavering. As a seasoned pharmacist, he had mastered far more complex techniques than this. With a quiet determination, he rolled up his sleeves and set to work. Carefully measuring each ingredient, he placed them into a rustic brown clay pot, the vessel slightly weathered from years of use. The instructions were clear, yet the chance of successfully crafting a Long Dali pill was notoriously slim, a fact Leon refused to let distract him. He stirred the bubbling concoction with deliberate movements, the wooden spoon scraping gently against the pot's curved sides. Steam rose in fragrant plumes as he added crushed herbs one by one, their vibrant powders dispersing into the boiling liquid. The mixture hissed softly, a melodic rhythm to his steady work, as he worked to transform the raw ingredients into something extraordinary. Hours later, Leon let out a deep sigh of frustration, leaning his head back as his fingers raked through his tousled hair. "Ah, I failed again," he muttered, his voice heavy with exasperation. The air around him carried the faint aroma of scorched herbs and lingering traces of alchemical failure. On the table before him sat 4 glass bottles, each filled with a murky-colored liquid, silent witnesses to his repeated unsuccessful attempts at crafting the elusive Long Dali pill. The polished surface of the bottles caught the light, their contents swirling sluggishly, as if mocking his efforts. Picking up one of the bottles, Leon gave it a gentle shake, watching as the dense purple liquid sloshed inside. His black irises narrowed in concentration, reflecting the liquid's faint shimmer. He murmured to himself, the weight of his thoughts clear in his tone. "I followed the method in the book exactly, multiple times. But every single time, always at that final step, the purification and separation process, it falls apart." Leon's gaze remained fixed on the swirling purple liquid, his eyes sharp with determination, as though sheer willpower alone could force it to yield its secrets. His thoughts churned, dissecting the method detailed in the book. The high-temperature separation technique it described was a delicate balance. Too much heat, and the active compounds would be destroyed. Too little, and the purification process would fail entirely, leaving behind impure dregs. Taking a steadying breath, Leon closed his eyes. His fingers gripped the bottle tightly, his other hand bracing his wrist as he gave the liquid another firm shake. The purple solution spiraled in the glass, but no transformation came. A sigh escaped his lips. "Just shaking it manually won't do anything," he muttered, his voice tinged with resignation. His master's words rang in his mind, clear as if they were spoken yesterday. "If the path is blocked, don't waste time forcing it. Seek another road. There is always a way." Leon considered his options. To achieve proper separation, he mused aloud, professional instruments are essential. But perhaps... His voice trailed off as his thoughts veered in a new direction, his mind already exploring alternative techniques to filter out the stubborn drug residues. Outside the kitchen window of the Dragon Queen's grand domain, the sky had turned a brooding shade of dark gray, heavy with the promise of a storm. The low rumble of thunder rolled across the heavens, reverberating through the thick stone walls of the kitchen, making the copper pots and hanging ladles tremble faintly in response. Seated comfortably, Leon crossed one leg over the other, his posture relaxed despite the storm's ominous approach. Leaning back in his chair, He turned his gaze toward the open window. A cool breeze swept in, carrying with it the earthy scent of rain mingled with the sharp tang of ozone. Droplets began to spatter against the sill, soon giving way to a steady downpour, the sound of rain merging with the crackle and flash of distant lightning. Leon approached the kitchen window, the cool breeze brushing against his face as he rested one hand on the wooden frame. His gaze lifted to the storm-darkened sky, his mouth slightly agape as a sudden thought surged through his mind like the very lightning cracking across the heavens. "I remember now," he mused, his heart quickening. "My teacher once said during alchemy class that electrolytic purification can sometimes yield better results than high-temperature roasting, a higher success rate even." The realization struck him like a bolt of thunder itself, his eyes widening with newfound clarity. "Maybe," he murmured, his voice tinged with excitement, "I can apply an unmentioned element from the book, thunder." The idea was daring, unconventional, but thrilling. A small smile tugged at his lips as he recalled his affinity for thunder elemental magic, a skill honed over years of practice. Though his magic power was not yet fully restored, he had enough strength to try. Spinning on his heel, Leon strode back to the kitchen desk, his failed long Dali attempts still lined up like discarded hopes. Yet now, hope flared anew. His fingers brushed the cool surface of the bottles as he picked one up, a determined smile creeping across his face. He knew what he needed to do next. Leon extended his hand into the tripod, his gloved fingers steady, as he channeled a precise flow of electric mana. Sparks danced across his fingertips, crackling faintly as he carefully controlled the energy to regulate the temperature. The subtle hum of his mana filled the air as the purple liquid within the glass tube began to bubble gently, the reaction shifting with each pulse of controlled lightning. Minutes stretched into half an hour, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the intense focus required. Then, as the liquid's color shifted and clarity emerged, Leon's heart leapt. "Success!" he exclaimed, his voice ringing with triumph. He reached into the tripod and delicately retrieved his creation, a small, perfectly formed brown pill, warm to the touch. Turning it over in his fingers, he examined its smooth surface. Now that the process was complete, he couldn't help but smile at the simplicity of the solution. The once daunting task had become almost effortless with his mastery of lightning magic. Carefully, Leon placed the long Dali pill into a small, intricately carved wooden box, securing it with reverence. The smile on his face was one of pure satisfaction. His determination, hard work, and innate affinity for lightning had turned a challenging task into a testament to his skill. "Dad, what are you doing?" Muen's voice broke through the quiet kitchen, startling Leon from his thoughts. Her tone was curious, yet carried a hint of mischief, as though she had caught him red-handed. Standing at the corner of the kitchen table, her small hand rested lightly on the surface as her wide eyes fixed on him, sparkling with surprise. Leon, absorbed in his triumph, hadn't noticed his daughter entering. He glanced at her with a faint smile. "Oh, it's nothing," he said, his tone light but evasive. Muen's gaze shifted to the small brown pill on the table. Her brows furrowed as curiosity lit her face, and she looked back up at Leon, clutching the edge of the table with excitement. "Dad, what's in your hand? Is it chocolate?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. The idea that it might be a treat for her made her heart race. Leon froze, caught off guard by her innocent assumption. He opened his mouth to respond but found no words, unsure of how to explain the pill in her line of thought. Instead, he took a step closer to her and knelt slightly, bringing himself to her eye level. Closing his eyes briefly, he reached out, his gloved hand brushing gently against her forehead to calm her excitable energy. "It's not chocolate," Leon said softly, his voice steady and warm. He gave her a reassuring smile, hoping to ease her disappointment while holding on to the moment of connection between them. Leon lifted the small brown box, its smooth, polished surface catching the soft kitchen light. Turning to Muen, he said gently, This is a medicine I made for your mother, Rosweise. Muen's expression shifted instantly, her face clouding with concern. Worry etched into her young features as she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Medicine for Mom? Is Mom sick? Her mind raced with questions, each one more troubling than the last. She had no idea her mother might be unwell, and the thought filled her chest with unease. Noticing her distress, Leon slipped the box into his pocket with a calm, practiced motion. Then, kneeling down slightly to meet her gaze, he placed a warm hand on her silky hair, smoothing it gently. Your mother has been working very hard lately, he said with a soft smile, his tone soothing and steady. I wanted to make her something to help replenish her energy and keep her strong. Muen's tense shoulders relaxed slightly at his reassurance, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her eyes. She nodded hesitantly, trusting her father's words, but Leon knew the truth. The pill wasn't for Rosweise, it was for him. A small shadow passed over his heart as he held her gaze, keeping the secret locked away behind his gentle smile. Muen's delicate features brightened as she raised her small index finger with an air of authority. Then, Dad, you must take good care of Mother, she declared, her smile blooming once more, full of innocence and warmth. Leon's eyes softened as he gazed at his radiant daughter. Closing his eyes briefly, he returned her smile with a tender chuckle. Of course, I'll take care of your mother, he assured her, his voice gentle. Yet, beneath the surface of his kind words, a shadow of mischief stirred. When I've fully regained my strength, he thought darkly, I'll ensure Rosweise remembers who truly holds the reins. Outside Leon's bedroom, the storm showed no signs of relenting. Sheets of rain hammered against the window panes with relentless fury, the rhythmic drumming blending with the low growls of distant thunder. Lightning arced across the heavens, illuminating the swirling, brooding clouds that loomed ominously over the castle, pressing down as if the weight of the storm mirrored unspoken tensions within. Inside, the room was dim, the flickering glow of a lantern casting soft shadows on the walls. Leon lay sprawled across his bed, one arm tucked beneath his head in a casual pose. In his other hand, he toyed idly with a small, unassuming brown box. He flicked it into the air, caught it, and flicked it again, the repetitive motion echoing his spiraling thoughts. His gaze fixed on the ceiling, but his mind wrestled with uncertainty. He frowned, his brow furrowing slightly. Even though I finally made the long Dali pill, will it even work for a human like me? The thought gnawed at him, trailing into darker possibilities. What if it has side effects? Serious ones? What if it backfires instead of helping? The box landed back in his palm with a soft thud, and he paused, holding it steady in his hand. His eyes flickered with quiet determination as he sat up slowly. No, I won't take it yet. Not until I understand exactly what I'm dealing with. A soft knock echoed through the room, pulling Leon abruptly from his thoughts. His head snapped toward the door, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. At this hour? Who could it be? Before he could speak, the door creaked open, and Rosweise stepped inside with her usual air of confidence. Her silver hair shimmered faintly in the dim light, cascading down her back like liquid moonlight. Leon bolted upright, sitting rigid on his bed. A nervous chuckle escaped his lips as he hastily tucked the small box containing the long Dali pill behind his back, out of view. Your Majesty, he stammered, his voice tinged with a mixture of surprise and unease. What brings you here at this hour? Rosweise's lips curved into a sly smile, her piercing gaze locking onto him like a predator sizing up its prey. She folded her arms across her chest, her regal posture undiminished even in the informal setting. As she stepped further into the room, her long silver tail coiled smoothly around the door, pushing it shut with an audible click. I heard an interesting little story from Muen, she said, her voice dripping with mockery. Her tone was playful, but her eyes gleamed with a knowing sharpness that made Leon's pulse quicken. She told me that you've been busy crafting something special, a medicine disguised as chocolate candy to condition my body. Her words were a dagger wrapped in silk, and Leon couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, Muen. Why did you have to tell her that? He forced a strained smile, trying to maintain his composure under the weight of Rosweiss's piercing scrutiny. Rosweissa now stood just beside Leon's bed, her presence looming over him like a shadow, though her tone remained light. Don't look so nervous, she said smoothly, her amusement glinting in her eyes. I'm not here to interrogate you or anything. A teasing smile tugged at her lips. I'm just surprised that you managed to refine a pill in such a simple, unequipped environment. Quite the achievement, I must admit. Leon's gaze darted away as her words hit home, though the smug lilt in her voice made him suspicious of her sincerity. Before he could respond, Rosweissa leaned in closer, her silver hair brushing against his arm as her face inched toward his. Leon instinctively tilted his head back, retreating into the headboard as her proximity set his nerves ablaze. Her warm breath ghosted against his ear as she whispered, "How about letting me see that pill of yours?" Leon let out a long sigh, knowing he couldn't escape her persistence. His shoulders sagged as he muttered, "Even if I refuse, you'd probably just use violence to take it from me, wouldn't you?" A low chuckle from Rosweissa was all the confirmation he needed. Reluctantly, he reached behind his back and retrieved the small, carefully crafted long dolly pill. He held it out to her, his hand hovering as if still debating the decision. "Here," he said finally, his tone resigned. Rosweiss's sly smile widened as she gently took the pill from his hand, her fingers grazing his palm ever so briefly. "Wise choice," she said softly, the triumph in her voice unmistakable. Rosweissa opened the small box with practiced ease, her eyes scanning the pill inside. A smile tugged at her lips, but there was genuine surprise in her raised brows. "Well, I have to admit," she said, her tone unusually sincere. "You've refined this long dolly pill with remarkable precision. Even its color and luster are perfect, given the crude conditions you had to work in. Impressive, Leon." Leon blinked, momentarily stunned. Praise from her? It wasn't something he expected. "Wait, did you just say I'm good at both civil and military skills?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "And you're not mocking me?" Rosweissa smirked but said nothing further, snapping the lid of the box shut. She lifted it slightly, her expression shifting to one of stern authority. "You can keep this," she said firmly, "but under no circumstances are you allowed to consume it." Her gaze sharpened, as though she were delivering a royal decree, leaving no room for argument. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the box back to Leon. He caught it awkwardly, his brows furrowed as he stared up at her. "Why?" he questioned, tilting the box in his hand. "Why can't I take the pill? Isn't it supposed to help me recover?" Rosweissa crossed her arms, her silver eyes narrowing as her tone took on an edge of warning. "This pill," she began sharply, "was designed to complement the unique physiology of the Dragon Clan. For humans, its effects are far too intense. It's medicine, yes, but its potency is dangerous for someone like you." Leon's earlier hesitation resurfaced briefly, his doubts gnawing at him. Still, he muttered under his breath, almost challenging her. "Is this medicine really that powerful?" Rosweissa raised a single brow, her lips curling into a faint smirk. "I'm kindly reminding you," she said with deliberate emphasis. "As a human, your body cannot handle its strength. It would overwhelm you." Leon's stubborn streak flared to life. He picked up the long dolly pill, his defiance blazing in his eyes. "Dragon power, you say?" he shot back, holding the pill up. "I've defeated countless dragon kings in my time. What's a small pill like this? You think I can't handle it?" Before Rosweissa could stop him, Leon threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one bold move. He met her gaze, the determination in his expression unshaken. "Let's see just how overwhelming it really is," he declared. Leon turned his gaze to Rosweise, a defiant fire in his eyes as he spoke. "Courage is what defines humans," he said firmly, his voice steady. "You must think so little of me to believe I can't endure this." Rosweise's expression shifted in an instant, fear flickering across her face. She stepped forward, her hand instinctively reaching out toward him. "No!" she exclaimed sharply, her voice betraying her panic. Leon continued, his tone laced with conviction. "I created the Long Dolly pill to restore my magic, to regain what I've lost." His words were abruptly cut off as a searing pain gripped his chest. His heart hammered violently, each beat echoing like thunder in his ears. A wave of dizziness hit him hard, threatening to pull him under. Rosweise's eyes widened as she watched him stagger, his face contorted in pain. A scream tore from her lips as Leon clutched at his chest, his breath shallow and ragged. "Damn it," she hissed, her voice trembling with panic. "I've never used healing magic before." Her hands hovered uselessly in the air, her mind racing. She didn't know what to do. The proud Silver Dragon Queen, usually so composed, was frozen in terror as she watched Leon writhe in agony before her. Rosweise quickly steadied Leon, her hand pressing firmly against his stomach as she helped him stay upright. His body trembled with strain, and his teeth clenched tightly as his hand gripped the collar of his shirt. Suddenly, a vivid purple dragon mark burned into existence on his skin, glowing ominously in the dim light. "No, this can't be happening." Rosweise's voice broke with alarm as her sharp gaze locked onto the mark. Her fears surged when Leon's trembling hand instinctively reached for her silver tail, gripping it tightly for support. "Let go of that!" She began to snap, but her words caught in her throat as sparks of lightning crackled and danced across Leon's body. The energy pulsated wildly, illuminating the room in bursts of flickering light. Rosweise felt the jolt through her tail, her heart pounding as she braced herself against the chaos. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the dark aura receded. The violent energy dissipated, leaving only the faint hum of residual magic. Leon slumped forward, still clutching Rosweise's tail, but now with a tender, almost childlike grasp. His face flushed an uncharacteristic shade of crimson as he gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes. "I want a third child, my wife," he murmured softly, his tone devoid of malice but brimming with naive sincerity. Rosweise froze, her jaw slack in stunned silence. Her tail twitched faintly in his grip as the absurdity of his statement sank in, the room now eerily quiet except for the faint sound of rain pattering against the windows. Outside Leon's bedroom, the storm persisted, rain lashing against the castle walls in a steady, unrelenting rhythm. The dark gray clouds swirled ominously, heavy with thunder, when suddenly a brilliant flash of blue light illuminated the room. The windows blazed with the intense hue, casting eerie shadows that flickered against the stone walls as the storm seemed momentarily dwarfed by the sheer brilliance of the glow. Inside, Leon bolted upright on his bed, his breath ragged and uneven. His hand clutched his chest, his knuckles white with the force of his grip. A low, guttural cry escaped his lips as the long dolly pill began to take hold, its potent energy surging through his veins like an unstoppable torrent. Bolts of crackling lightning erupted from his body, the arcs dancing wildly across the room in chaotic patterns. The air thickened with the sharp tang of ozone, and a faint, electric hum reverberated around him. Each jolt seemed to tear through him, racking his form with unbearable pain. Roswitha, who had been standing near him, froze in place. Her sharp silver eyes widened in alarm as she took a cautious step back, her expression torn between astonishment and dread. She watched helplessly as the raw energy emanating from Leon grew more intense, the sheer power of it making her instincts scream to act. But she hesitated, momentarily overwhelmed by the chaos unfolding before her. Lightning coiled and danced violently around Leon, the raw, untamed energy illuminating every corner of the room. Roswitha instinctively raised a hand to shield her face, her silver hair catching the flickers of electric blue. Her wide eyes, usually calm and calculating, now reflected pure disbelief as she took in the sight before her. "Is he using lightning magic on himself?" she whispered, her voice tinged with both awe and horror. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tried to make sense of what Leon was doing, the volatile display of power-defying logic. As suddenly as it had surged, the energy began to wane. The air, thick with tension, gradually eased as the long dolly pill's effects dissipated. The crackling lightning faded into silence, and the searing light in Leon's eyes dimmed, leaving behind an unsettling void. Leon's body, once rigid with power, slackened. His shoulders slumped, and his head drooped forward. The strength that had driven him moments ago seemed to drain away entirely as he sank back onto the bed, his breaths shallow and uneven. Roswitha's gaze softened, a flicker of concern breaking through her disbelief as she stepped forward cautiously, her lips parting as if to speak. But no words came. Roswitha, standing just within reach, reacted swiftly. As Leon began to collapse forward, she caught him with one hand, her slender fingers gripping his arm firmly to halt his fall. With her other hand, she pressed against his back, steadying his slackened frame as the weight of his limp body leaned heavily into her. "Idiot," she muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with exasperation and a hint of worry. Gently, she eased him down onto the bed, careful to support his head as she laid him back. His chest rose and fell unevenly, his flushed face a stark contrast to the pale blue glow that had just enveloped the room. Straightening herself, Roswitha stepped back, brushing stray silver strands from her face. Her sharp gaze lingered on Leon for a moment, her lips tightening in a mixture of frustration and reluctant admiration. "A madman," she murmured to herself, shaking her head. "Truly reckless." The soft click of her heels on the stone floor stirred Leon. His eyelids fluttered open, and his cheeks burned with embarrassment as his groggy eyes met hers. Seeing him awake, Roswitha paused mid-stride, her body half-turned toward the door. "Stay here," she said flatly, her tone unimpressed but steady. "I'll fetch the court physician." Without waiting for his response, she pivoted and strode toward the door, the subtle sway of her tail betraying the faintest edge of concern as it flicked in time with her steps. Just as Roswitha turned to leave, Leon's hand shot out with surprising precision, fingers curling firmly around the base of her silver tail. The unexpected grip sent a shiver up her spine, and she gasped audibly, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her sharp brows twitched in irritation as her steps faltered. "How did you—" she began, but the words trailed off as she turned back to face him, her expression caught between astonishment and simmering annoyance. Leon, seemingly oblivious to her rising irritation, held her tail with an almost reverent touch. His flushed cheeks deepened in color as he brushed the soft scales against his face, the gesture tender and almost childlike. A playful chuckle bubbled from his lips, his voice teasing yet faintly slurred with exhaustion. "Wife," he murmured, his gaze locking onto hers with a mischievous glint. "Where are you going?" Rossweiss's face darkened, a faint red tint blooming across her pale cheeks. She exhaled sharply, folding her arms as her lips tightened into a stern line. "Leon," she said, her tone low and edged with warning, "let go of my tail, now." But Leon, caught somewhere between playful defiance and drowsy vulnerability, only chuckled again, his grip unwavering. Rossweiss's sharp brows shot up, her widened eyes betraying the flurry of emotions Leon's audacious words had stirred within her. "Wife?" The word echoed in her mind, igniting a heat that spread rapidly across her pale cheeks. Flustered and momentarily at a loss, she stammered, Who is your wife?" Her tone was indignant, but the crimson blush betraying her words softened her protest. Desperate to regain control, Rossweisse squared her shoulders, determination hardening her expression. She placed her palm firmly against Leon's face, pushing him back with measured force. "Let me go," she demanded, her voice steady despite the flicker of embarrassment lingering in her tone. But Leon, entirely unfazed, only tightened his grip on her tail, his face nuzzling against it with the tender stubbornness of a man lost in delirium. His cheeks were flushed, his voice dreamy yet resolute as he replied, "I don't want to. I won't let my wife go." The conviction in his words, though tinged with a drunkard's whimsy, set Rossweiss's heart fluttering against her will. She clenched her jaw, her annoyance bubbling to the surface. "Leon!" she snapped, her voice sharper now, though the faint pink dusting her cheeks refused to fade. Leon, oblivious to everything but his own playful affection, continued murmuring softly to himself, "My wife, my beautiful wife," his voice trailing off as he nuzzled Rossweiss's silver tail like it was the most natural thing in the world. His flushed cheeks and dreamy smile only deepened his boyish charm, though it grated on Rossweiss's nerves. With a sharp exhale, Rossweisse turned her back to him, the shimmering length of her hair cascading like a curtain to shield her frustration. "This is ridiculous," she fumed inwardly. Her narrowed eyes glinted with irritation as she pieced together the mystery of his behavior. The long dolly pill should only enhance physical strength, she mused, her mind racing. It shouldn't cause unconsciousness or... Her gaze flicked to Leon's silly, grinning face. This. Her brow furrowed as the realization hit her like a jolt of lightning. Could it be the lightning element's magic? Did it alter the medicine's effects? The idea gnawed at her, though it didn't diminish her exasperation at the ridiculous display unfolding before her. Steeling herself, Rossweisse turned back to face him, her cheeks involuntarily flushing again as she caught sight of him pressing his reddened cheek to her tail with a blissful expression. The softness in his demeanor was new, so unlike the sharp-edged, confident man she was used to. With a slight shake of her head, Rossweisse allowed a small sigh to escape her lips. His carefree antics, while infuriating, also reassured her that his condition wasn't dire, for now. Crossing her arms over her chest, she muttered, "At least he's not in immediate danger." But the warmth blooming on her face told a different story, one she refused to acknowledge. All right, she said, her tone flat but tinged with exasperation. "I'm here. What is it? Speak." Her crimson eyes glared down at him, unamused and expectant, but Leon seemed oblivious to the simmering frustration radiating off her. He blinked up at her, his face flushed a deep shade of red, innocence practically dripping from his wide, shimmering eyes. "I want a third child, my wife," he said softly, his voice warm and sincere, as if he were asking for nothing more extraordinary than another cup of tea. Rossweisse froze, every muscle in her body stiffening as his words hung in the air like the faint rumble of distant thunder. Her expression was utterly blank, save for the slight twitch of her silver tail still trapped in Leon's grip. The room fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the rhythmic patter of rain against the window and the occasional crackle of fading lightning. Rossweiss's jaw dropped, but no sound emerged. The absurdity of his statement rendered her utterly speechless, her sharp wit momentarily dulled by sheer disbelief. Leon, on the other hand, seemed blissfully unaware of the storm he'd unleashed within her. A soft smile graced his lips as he tugged her tail gently, as though he hadn't just spoken the most outrageous words she'd ever heard. Rossweiss's eyes remained hidden beneath the curtain of her silvery bangs, but the vivid flush spreading across her cheeks betrayed the embarrassment she tried so hard to conceal. "You haven't even taken proper care of the 2 children from my first pregnancy," she said sharply, her tone dripping with disapproval. "And now you're talking about wanting another? Forget it." Leon, still clutching her tail as if it were the most precious thing in the world, rolled onto his back, rocking from side to side like a petulant child. His voice broke into exaggerated whimpers, his face twisted in mock despair. "But I want a 3rd child," he whined, the melodramatic plea accompanied by the soft brush of his flushed cheek against her tail. Rossweiss's patience frayed further with each passing second. She pressed her palm to her forehead, letting out a long, exasperated sigh as if trying to summon the strength to deal with this absurdity. "Unbelievable," she muttered under her breath, her fingers rubbing at her temples. Glancing down at Leon, whose antics showed no sign of stopping, she groaned inwardly. To avoid unnecessary complications, I might as well play along for now, she thought, already regretting the decision even before her lips parted to speak. All right, Rossweisse said with a mocking lilt, folding her arms and narrowing her eyes. "We won't stop at a 3rd. How about a 4th and 5th too?" She played along, her words dripping with sarcasm. Leon, still lost in his daze, perked up at her response. "Then you'll have to come back to my hometown with me," he said, his tone dreamy and earnest, as if it were the most natural demand in the world. Rossweisse smirked faintly, her voice tinged with amusement. "Sure, we'll go back after we've settled down," she replied, humoring his whims while secretly wondering how much longer this madness would last. Finally, Leon released his grip on her tail, stretching his arms toward the ceiling like a child who had just won a small victory. His flushed face carried a triumphant grin. Rossweisse, however, remained unimpressed. Her sharp gaze lingered on him, noting every exaggerated movement. "He's even more insufferable than usual," she thought, the corner of her lips twitching in restrained irritation as she considered the bizarre effects of the long Dali pill. Leon suddenly turned his head toward Rossweisse, his expression glowing with an uncharacteristic, dreamy admiration. "Wife, you're so nice," he murmured softly, his gaze locking onto her. Without hesitation, he leaned in, his lips puckering in a clumsy attempt to kiss her. Rossweiss's eyes widened in alarm, her shock evident as she caught sight of him inching closer from the corner of her vision. Acting on instinct, she slapped both hands firmly against his cheeks, halting his advance just inches away. "No, absolutely not. Stop taking advantage of the situation," she snapped, her voice sharp, though tinged with a hint of exasperated disbelief. Her mind whirred, wondering how much longer the effects of the long Dali pill would torment her. But Leon, undeterred, wiggled free from her hold, a lovesick grin plastered across his face. "Come on, my wife," he said teasingly, leaning forward again, relentless in his pursuit. This time, Rossweisse didn't bother with words. With a swift motion, she balled her fist and delivered a clean punch to his face, sending him tumbling back onto the bed. "Idiot!" she barked, her cheeks flushed as she glared down at him. Leon stumbled back onto the bed, collapsing into a curled position as he clutched his midsection, groaning softly. His disheveled appearance only added to the pitiful sight. Rossweisse blinked, momentarily stunned by her own strength. "Ah, I couldn't help myself." I ended up beating him, she muttered, a mix of surprise and guilt flickering across her face. She hesitated for a moment before leaning over him, her delicate hand gently patting his back. Her expression softened with remorse as she asked, her voice sincere and tinged with worry. "Are you okay?" The genuine concern in her tone betrayed her earlier frustration, her actions now driven by regret. Leon, his hand clutching the fabric of his shirt just above his heart. A strained expression crossed his face as he muttered through gritted teeth, "My wife. I feel a little uncomfortable." His voice was tight with pain, his body trembling uncontrollably as a faint sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. Rosweiss froze, her sharp eyes narrowing as a wave of unease washed over her. Instinctively, she stepped back, her gaze dropping to her chest. There, just above her heart, the intricate mark of a purple dragon began to glow with an intense, ethereal light. Leon, his strength waning, collapsed onto his pillow, his breath shallow and ragged. His eyelids fluttered as he fought to stay conscious, his body seemingly succumbing to an unseen force. Rosweiss moved quickly, her hands steady despite her rising concern. She unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the glowing dragon mark etched into his chest. Its radiant purple light pulsed in a rhythm that mirrored a heartbeat, casting an eerie glow across the room. Her brows knit together as she whispered aloud, "Why is the dragon pattern activating now? What could have triggered this?" Before she could think further, Leon's hand shot up with surprising swiftness, his fingers pressing firmly against her bare shoulder. The contact sent a shiver through her, but before she could react, he used his remaining strength to push her back onto the bed. The sheer force of his dominance left her momentarily stunned. "Leon, you bastard! What are you doing?" Rosweiss snapped, her voice sharp, though tinged with both anger and confusion. She glared up at him, her breath catching as his dark eyes, hazy yet intense, locked onto hers. "I feel really bad, my wife," Leon murmured, his voice strained. His free hand reached for hers, clasping it tightly, as though grounding himself to her. The heat of his touch and the weight of his words carried an unsettling mix of vulnerability and playfulness. Leon's breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling with an almost feverish rhythm. His dark eyes, now slightly clouded yet burning with intensity, locked onto Rosweiss's. "I feel hot all over," he murmured, his voice low and uneven. "And my chest, it itches." The vulnerability in his tone was stark, yet it carried an undercurrent of something far more primal. Rosweiss clenched her teeth, her frustration barely masked by her calm exterior. She knew all too well what was happening. The dragon mark, now charged with the volatile element of lightning, had amplified Leon's instincts. His body's natural, almost overpowering desire to reproduce was now stronger than ever. It was a side effect she had feared might resurface, though she hadn't expected it to be this intense. Her thoughts scattered as Leon's hand moved gently, almost reverently, to her tail. His fingers stroked it tenderly. "My wife's tail," he murmured, his voice tinged with a mixture of affection and longing. "Smells so good. I like your tail the most." Rosweiss's heart raced, both from irritation and the undeniable heat of the moment. She bit her lip, trying to keep her composure, but a new worry gnawed at her mind. If this keeps up, she thought, her gaze flicking to the glowing dragon mark on Leon's chest, "I'm going to end up pregnant again." Rosweiss, her patience snapping, slapped Leon's cheek with enough force to leave a sting, her other hand pressing against his face as she tried to push him off. "My tail drags on the ground all day long, and you don't seem to care about that. Get off me now," she snapped, her voice sharp with frustration. But Leon remained undeterred. His movements were calm yet firm as he brought his index finger to her lips, halting her protests in an instant. His dark eyes softened, his gaze lingering on her as if he were seeing her for the first time. "Rosweiss," he murmured, his voice low and tender. "You're so beautiful tonight." His expression relaxed, the earlier intensity fading into something more serene. as though her presence alone had eased his turmoil. A flutter stirred in Rosweiss's stomach, a sensation she wasn't used to feeling. Leon's words, spoken with such tenderness, made her feel exposed, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she stammered, even if you say so. She couldn't meet his piercing gaze, her eyes darting away as she turned her head slightly. What's happening? She thought, her mind racing. Leon's demeanor. It's completely different. This isn't the usual stubbornness or charm. It's something else. A madness, a raw intensity that feels impossible to resist. Steeling herself, Rosweissa turned back to face him, her sharp eyes locking onto his. I have little expectation, she said, her voice edged with uncertainty, as though daring him to confirm her suspicions. Leon's gaze softened further, his expression filled with affection as he looked at her. My wife, he murmured, his voice like a soothing balm. You can help me, right? The tenderness in his words, coupled with the weight of his gaze, melted the last of her resolve. She felt her walls crumble, the cold exterior she so carefully maintained giving way to a resigned warmth. With a sigh, her shoulders relaxed, and she nodded. Okay, but only for tonight, she said, her voice low and tinged with both reluctance and acceptance. The next morning, the walls outside the Silver Dragon Queen's castle had transformed. The heavy brooding clouds of the previous night had vanished, leaving behind an expanse of brilliant blue sky. The sun hung high, its golden rays streaming down, bathing the castle walls and windows in a radiant, almost ethereal glow. The air was fresh, carrying the faint scent of rain and renewal. Inside Leon's bedroom, the warm sunlight filtered through the curtains, painting the room in soft hues of gold. The light crept across the floor, climbing onto the bed, and finally stirring Leon from his slumber. He shifted on his side, groaning softly as he blinked his eyes open, his vision hazy and unfocused. For a moment he lay there in a daze, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of the previous night. Slowly, his sight sharpened, and he became aware of the warmth beside him. Turning his head slightly, his eyes widened as they landed on Rosweiss lying next to him, her bare shoulders just inches away from his. Her silver hair spilled over the pillows like moonlight, and her serene expression seemed almost radiant in the morning sun. Leon inhaled sharply, his body tensing in surprise. Before he could say anything, Rosweiss's eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze with a calm yet knowing look. You're awake, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. She leaned in closer, her silver eyes locking onto his with an intensity that made his heart. Her lips curved into a playful smile as she observed his stunned expression. "What's the matter, Leon? You look like you've seen a dragon," she teased, her tone light but laced with mischief. Leon bolted upright from the bed, his black eyes wide with alarm. Why are you here?" he stammered, his voice trembling as much as his body, which shook visibly with fear and confusion. His expression was a storm of worry, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of the night before. Roswitha, unfazed by his outburst, sat up slowly, her movements graceful, yet deliberate. She pulled the blanket around her, covering her pale, luminous skin that bore faint bite marks scattered like shadows of a storm. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders as she regarded him with a calm, almost serene expression. Leon, still exposed, instinctively rubbed his arm as a sharp pain jolted through his body. "My whole body aches," he muttered, grimacing as he stretched stiffly. His voice grew quieter, tinged with uncertainty, as he added, I can't remember what happened last night." He glanced at Roswitha, desperation flickering in his black eyes, silently pleading for answers to fill the void in his memory. Roswitha shifted gracefully to the side of the bed, her movements smooth and unhurried. As she stretched her long, shapely legs, the blanket slipped slightly, revealing that her legs, too, were marked with faint imprints of the night's intensity. A small, playful smirk tugged at her lips as her silver eyes glimmered with mischief. "Oh? You don't remember anything?" she asked, her tone carrying a light, teasing edge. Her amusement was unmistakable, and it only deepened the tension in Leon's bewildered gaze. Roswitha turned slightly, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders as she revealed the smooth expanse of her bare back. Her pale skin, usually flawless, was now adorned with faint hickeys, scattered like petals on fresh snow. Her brow twitched with amusement as she cast a sly glance over her shoulder, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "You didn't forget what you did to me, Dragon Slayer," she teased, her tone laced with playful accusation, the marks on her back hinting at the intensity of the previous night. Leon's black eyes widened in shock as he took in the sight, his gaze tracing every mark. "There are so many," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. A wave of disbelief and embarrassment washed over him as he stepped back, his mind racing. "Was it me who did that?" he stammered, his voice filled with incredulity. He couldn't bring himself to accept it, the thought both startling and humbling, as if the truth itself was too outrageous to grasp. Suddenly, a torrent of fragmented memories surged through Leon's mind, vivid and unrelenting. He recalled the feel of Roswitha's silken silver tail in his grip, how he clung to it desperately, refusing to let go. His face flushed as fleeting images surfaced, him leaning in clumsily, attempting to kiss her, his voice rising in a childish whine as he pleaded for a third child. Each recollection brought with it a pang of embarrassment, the realization of how immature and brash he had acted. Leon groaned, rubbing his temples as if trying to erase the vivid flashes. "Did I really do all that?" he muttered, his voice thick with disbelief and shame. The weight of his behavior settled on him like a lead blanket, and the more he remembered, the hotter his face burned. Unable to contain his frustration, Leon let out a sharp cry of exasperation and smacked his cheeks with both hands, the sting grounding him momentarily. "What was I thinking?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. As the events of the night continued to unravel in his mind, his humiliation deepened, the memories now clear as day and impossible to deny. Roswitha's silver eyes gleamed with quiet amusement as she watched Leon wrestle with his embarrassment, his frustration evident in every awkward movement. The sight of him so flustered brought her a rare sense of satisfaction, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "Do you remember how you begged me last night?" she asked, her voice dripping with mockery. Without waiting for a reply, she leaned in slightly, mimicking his tone from the night before. "Honey, let's do this one last time, okay?" Leon winced, his hands flying up to cover his ears, as if that would shield him from her teasing. He stayed silent, hoping she'd drop the subject, but Rosweiss wasn't done. Her smile widened as she continued in a sing-song voice, "Wife, I feel really bad. Please help me, just this time, for the last time." A soft giggle escaped her lips, her enjoyment of his discomfort as clear as the sunlight streaming into the room. Leon, now thoroughly mortified, reached out a hand in a desperate attempt to stop her. "Please, stop," he pleaded, his voice strained. "There's no need to say it again. I remember it all." His black eyes, filled with humiliation, darted away from hers as he prayed she'd finally relent, though her teasing smile suggested otherwise. After a moment of silence, Leon reached for his white shirt, slipping it over his shoulders with deliberate movements. As he fastened the buttons, his gaze lingered on Rosweiss, who remained composed and radiant despite the morning's awkwardness. His thoughts churned inwardly, reflecting on his intentions. He had originally refined the Long Dolly pill to strengthen his body and perhaps to humble Rosweiss a bit. Yet, he hadn't anticipated the medicine's overwhelming potency, or the chaos it would unleash. Leon exhaled, his expression softening as concern seeped into his black eyes. "I admit," he began, his voice hesitant, "I may have gone a little too far last night. Did I hurt you?" The worry in his tone was genuine, his mind suddenly racing with the possibility that he had pushed her beyond her limits. Rosweiss paused for a moment, then nonchalantly closed her silver eyes as she adjusted her clothes with graceful ease. Her demeanor was calm, almost dismissive, as if his question hardly warranted a response. "It's okay," she replied casually, her voice steady and unbothered. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she smoothed the fabric of her dress, her composure unshaken. After all, a mere human, even Leon, could never truly harm someone like her. Leon's shoulders eased at her reassurance, and a sly smile spread across his face as he folded his arms confidently. "Well, now you should have no doubts about my health, right?" he teased, his black eyes glinting with mischief. "Next time, don't tell me I'm not good enough." He punctuated his remark with a playful wink, his tone light and self-assured. The shift in Rosweiss's demeanor was immediate. Her silver eyes sharpened, and the playful warmth in her features gave way to a cool seriousness. Her brows twitched ever so slightly, signaling her irritation at his audacious words. Without breaking eye contact, Rosweiss leaned forward, her hands pressing firmly against the edge of the bed. The sudden proximity and her unwavering stern expression made Leon stiffen, his earlier confidence faltering like a candle in a gust of wind. "What?" he blurted, his voice betraying a mix of uncertainty and defensiveness. Her commanding presence loomed over him, and for a fleeting moment, Leon realized he might have crossed a line. Rosweiss leaned in even closer, her silver eyes locking onto Leon's with a predatory glint. Her delicate hand reached out, capturing his chin in a firm yet teasing hold. The coolness of her touch contrasted with the sly curve of her lips as she tilted his face upward slightly, ensuring he had no escape from her gaze. "I must say," she began, her voice low and dripping with mockery, "I was very satisfied with your performance last night." Her tone was both playful and commanding, each word a deliberate jab. "Dragon Slayer," she added, her voice lilting with irony. "I hope you can maintain that same enthusiasm in the future." The sly edge in her remark made her expectations clear, nothing less than perfection from the world's greatest dragon slayer. Leon recoiled, jerking his head free from her grasp as his black eyes widened in shock. He took a step back, his face flushed with a mix of disbelief and indignation. "Now I'm in the service industry?" he snapped, the incredulity in his tone making his frustration clear. His hand flew to his forehead as if bracing himself for the monumental task of living up to her impossibly high standards. Rosweiss shifted the conversation, her silver eyes settling on Leon as she moved to sit at the edge of his bed. With a deliberate motion, she folded her arms, her expression turning serious. "Right," she began, her tone steady and direct. "About the bet. The one concerning the name change." Leon turned to face her, his brows furrowing as a flicker of confusion passed across his features. "The bet?" he echoed, unsure of where she was going with this. Rosweiss averted her gaze, her usual composed demeanor faltering slightly. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, softening her typically regal presence. "You won," she admitted, the words carrying the weight of her rare concession. "Have you thought about what request you'd like to make?" Her voice was steady, but the flush on her face betrayed the discomfort of acknowledging her defeat. Leon hesitated, his hand moving to the back of his head as he glanced away, feigning a casual demeanor. "Oh, that," he said, his voice light and nonchalant. "I've thought about it." His tone was deliberately easygoing, an attempt to keep the conversation from tipping into territory where Rosweiss might reconsider her willingness to honor the bet. Leon's expression softened as a quiet vulnerability slipped into his gaze. He gently rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit that revealed his unease. "Could you send someone to the Empire to check on my master and his wife?" His voice was quiet, almost tentative, as if the request weighed on him more than he cared to admit. Rosweiss paused, her silver eyes narrowing as she considered the request. "Well," she began thoughtfully, "us silver dragons aren't exactly known for our subtlety. Sneaking around is not our strong suit. But if all you're asking is for a simple update on how your master and his wife are faring, then it shouldn't be an issue." Her voice was measured, the practicality of the answer settling in. Leon's dark eyes brightened, and a wide smile spread across his face, the first real lightness he'd shown. "Really? Then, thank..." He stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing the warmth in his tone might have sounded too familiar. He cleared his throat twice, shifting into a more formal posture. "Thank you for your help," he said, his words now carefully chosen and edged with politeness. In the sweltering heat of summer, the Silver Dragon Castle felt oppressively warm, its stone walls radiating the day's heat. Leon sat slouched in his chair, the heavy humidity weighing on him as much as the exhaustion that had settled in his bones. He leaned back, his eyes closed, deep in thought. Despite the medicine he had taken, his strength remained stubbornly absent, his body failing to recover as quickly as he had hoped. A dull ache lingered in his muscles, a constant reminder of his weariness. Nearby, Muen sat on the floor, engrossed in her toys. The small, intricately shaped figures shifted between her tiny hands as she hummed to herself, lost in her world of play. But as she glanced up at her father, her brow furrowed with concern. Her bright eyes studied Leon's slouched posture, the way his face seemed drawn with fatigue. "Dad, are you sick?" she asked innocently, her voice tinged with worry as she fiddled with the toy in her hand. Leon's heart skipped a beat at the sound of her question. He straightened abruptly, his hand gripping the armrest of the chair for support as he tried to mask the fatigue that had seeped into every fiber of his being. A nervous laugh bubbled up from his throat, forced and slightly high-pitched. No, of course not," he replied quickly, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. He flashed a reassuring smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Why do you ask that?" he added, trying to brush off her concern with a light-hearted tone, though the effort felt strained. Muen let out a soft chuckle, her ocean blue eyes sparkling with amusement. "Mom said you took the medicine yourself yesterday, Dad," she teased lightly, her tone playful. Raising 2 fingers in a peace sign, she added with a grin, "She also said men like you can never admit when they're feeling sick." Leon's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding audibly as frustration surged through him. His dark eyes narrowed, and a faint flush of indignation colored his cheeks. "That conniving dragon," he muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with exasperation. Running a hand through his dark hair, he groaned, "How could she say something like that to a child? Don't I have any dignity left in this household?" Leon gritted his teeth so hard that a faint trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, staining the edge of his lips. Muen's sharp ocean blue eyes caught the red streak immediately. Her expression shifted to one of alarm. "Dad, you're still not well," she exclaimed, her small voice trembling. "Is it because the medicine isn't strong enough, or did you take too little of it?" Leon quickly wiped the blood away with the back of his hand, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "Muen," he said gently, his voice steady despite his discomfort. "It's rude to ask so many questions. Don't worry about me." But Muen wasn't convinced. She darted toward him, her tiny feet barely making a sound on the floor. Without hesitation, she wrapped her small arms around his waist, clinging tightly. Her head tilted up, and her ocean blue eyes, filled with sincerity and worry, met his gaze. "Dad," she whispered, her voice cracking with emotion, "Muen can't live without you. Please, don't die." The raw emotion in her words struck Leon deeply, his forced composure faltering under the weight of his daughter's innocent concern. Leon wrapped his arms around his daughter, pulling her into a gentle embrace. He rested a hand on her soft hair, smoothing it tenderly as he spoke in a mellow, soothing voice. "Daddy's really fine, sweetheart," he reassured her, his tone full of warmth. "There's nothing to worry about, I promise." As he held her close, a faint smile touched his lips. It was impossible not to see Rosweiss in Muen. Her fierce sincerity and unshakable determination mirrored her mother's in ways that never failed to amaze him. Wanting to shift her focus away from worry, Leon leaned in closer, his black eyes sparkling with a playful glint. "How about Daddy makes you a new toy today?" he suggested, his voice light and full of promise. Muen's eyes widened with delight, her earlier concern melting away in an instant. "Toys?" she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over like a burst of sunshine. She bounced slightly in his arms, clenching her small hands into tight fists. "Muen loves toys the most," she cheered, her voice filled with pure, unfiltered joy. Leon chuckled softly, the sound rich with affection. In moments like these, nothing mattered more than seeing her happy. A short while later, Leon held a freshly crafted toy in his hands, a Rubik's Cube, its sides meticulously painted in vibrant shades of yellow, blue, red, and green. The colors gleamed under the sunlight streaming into the room, each side evenly matched and perfectly aligned. With a satisfied smile, Leon turned toward Muen, his elbow casually resting on the edge of the stone table as he held up the Rubik's Cube. "This little toy is called a Rubik's Cube," he explained playfully, giving it a gentle twist to demonstrate. "You can turn and twist it however you like. Come and give it a try." Muen's eyes sparkled with curiosity and delight. Her excitement was palpable as she stretched out her tiny arms toward the cube, her joy lighting up the room. Leon stood quietly, his eyes fixed on Muen, who was deeply engrossed in the intricate twists and turns of the Rubik's Cube. The sight stirred a memory within Leon. Back in his school days, he had learned the basics of mechanical linkages during alchemy mechanics class. He never imagined those simple lessons would resurface in such an unexpected way. As Muen fumbled with the cube, Leon chuckled softly. "Who would have thought I'd be applying that knowledge to take care of my baby today?" he mused aloud, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Am I destined to be a babysitter?" The words carried a mix of humor and quiet satisfaction at his own resourcefulness. The light-hearted moment was abruptly interrupted. A faint noise reached Leon's ears, carried from a distant corner of their surroundings. His smile faded as he instinctively glanced ahead, scanning the area. The landscape appeared empty, but an eerie sensation prickled at the back of his neck. He could have sworn there were eyes watching him, unseen but unyielding, their presence lingering just beyond the edge of his vision. Muen shifted her gaze from the Rubik's Cube, her eyes lifting to study Leon, who remained tense, his focus fixed on the empty garden path. Concern flickered across her face. "Dad, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice soft but tinged with worry as she noticed how his gaze darted away from her. Without turning back, Leon replied, "No, nothing." His tone calm yet distant, as if his mind was far from the present moment. But it wasn't nothing. Just a moment ago, Leon had felt it. The unmistakable weight of the dragon's gaze lingering in the direction he was staring. His thoughts wandered to his eldest daughter, Noah, and her physical training sessions held every afternoon. Was it in that distant corner of the garden, where the Silver Dragon Queen's influence seemed strongest? He couldn't shake the thought as his eyes momentarily flicked to the horizon. Still, he knew better than to expect Noah to join them. She wouldn't interrupt her rigorous training for a quiet moment in the garden. Accepting this, Leon turned back to the marble table. Leftover materials from their earlier project lay scattered across its surface. With a quiet resolve, he began piecing together another Rubik's Cube, his hands moving deftly as he focused on the intricate task, a small distraction from the unease gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Later that night, Noah pushed open the door to Muen's room with deliberate care. The faint creak of the hinges barely disturbed the silence. Her younger sister lay curled beneath a soft quilt, her breathing steady and peaceful in deep sleep. Noah moved with practiced stealth, her steps feather-light on the wooden floor as she made her way toward the small round table near the window. On its surface, illuminated by the pale glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains, sat a Rubik's Cube and a folded note. The neat handwriting was unmistakable. It was from Leon. She unfolded it, her sharp eyes skimming the words, "Toy for Noah. Find a way to restore it." Her expression darkened as she picked up the cube, turning it over in her hands. "Idiot," she muttered under her breath, cursing Leon with quiet venom. The childish toy felt foreign and absurd in her grasp, its bright colors almost mocking. "I have no interest in this kind of nonsense," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she cast a quick glance at Muen, who remained undisturbed in her sleep. Despite her initial disdain, Noah found herself absent-mindedly twisting the Rubik's Cube later that night. At first, the patterns and mechanics frustrated her, the solution eluding her grasp. Yet, as she focused, her hands grew steadier, her movements more deliberate. Slowly but surely, the colors aligned, one side, then another, until the entire cube gleamed with its neatly ordered hues. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips, unbidden but genuine. She hadn't expected to enjoy it, but there was a strange satisfaction in solving the puzzle. For a brief moment, the simplicity of the game felt refreshing, even fun. The next morning, Muen peeked into Noah's room, curiosity bright in her wide eyes. She had noticed her older sister acting strangely these past few days, her behavior subtly different, though Muen couldn't quite pinpoint how. As she scanned the room, her gaze settled on Noah, who was crouched on the floor with her head halfway under the bed. Suspicious, Muen furrowed her brow. She knew Noah had been hiding things in a box beneath the bed lately, secrets she hadn't shared, even with her. What could Noah be so intent on keeping hidden? Quietly, Muen lingered in the doorway, trying to piece together the puzzle of her sister's unusual behavior. When Noah left her room for her afternoon physical training, Muen seized the opportunity she'd been waiting for. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she snuck into Noah's room, her small frame darting silently across the floor. She had come prepared, dressed in her self-styled detective outfit, complete with a floppy hat and a toy magnifying glass clutched tightly in her hand. Her heart raced as she crouched down and peered under Noah's bed. There it was, a plain wooden box, its surface slightly scuffed from years of use. Muen's curiosity burned brighter. She reached out, pulled the box toward her, and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, she found an assortment of items that made her eyes widen in wonder. Fragments of black and gold armor glinted faintly, unmistakably pieces of Leon's old battle-worn gear. Beside them lay the Rubik's Cube, the same one Leon had given Noah, now perfectly solved. And there, tucked beneath the armor pieces, was a small slip of paper with her name written on it in Leon's familiar handwriting. Muen sat back on her heels, her mind buzzing as she carefully examined each item. Her magnifying glass hovered over the armor fragments, then the cube, and finally the note. A soft gasp escaped her lips as the pieces clicked together in her mind. They're all connected to Dad, she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with both awe and confusion. For a moment, she sat in silence, her thoughts whirling like leaves in a storm. What could it all mean? And why was Noah keeping these things hidden? The mystery deepened, and Muen resolved to uncover the truth behind her father's scattered relics. Muen rubbed her chin thoughtfully, her wide eyes narrowing in concentration. She began piecing together the puzzle of her sister's behavior. Despite Noah's cold and distant attitude toward their father, the truth seemed clear to Muen now. Noah did care for Leon, perhaps even deeply. Her heart warmed at the realization, though a part of her still wondered why her sister kept those feelings hidden. Just as Muen settled on her theory, a faint shift in the air sent a chill down her spine. A shadow fell over her, dark and silent, save for the piercing glow of two angry purple eyes gleaming above her. Before she could react, Noah moved with terrifying precision. In a swift, fluid motion, white tape was wound tightly around Muen, pinning her arms to her sides and muffling her protests as a strip covered her mouth. Muen's muffled squeaks of indignation filled the room as Noah knelt, her movements calm and deliberate. "Curiosity can be dangerous, you know," Noah said, her voice low but unyielding, as she carefully closed the lid of her box, securing its contents once more. Her gaze flicked to Muen, who squirmed helplessly on the floor, her toy detective hat slightly askew. Noah's expression remained serene, but her words carried an edge of finality. "No peeking," she added softly, her tone calm yet resolute, before standing and brushing off her hands, as if wrapping up her little sister was just another part of her daily routine. St. High's Academy stood as a beacon of prestige among the Dragon Clan, a revered institution where only the elite dared to dream of enrollment. Its grand, towering spires seemed to touch the heavens, and its halls buzzed with the whispers of tradition and excellence. Renowned for its rigorous admission standards, the Academy was not merely an educational institute, but a symbol of power and legacy. Entry into St. High's required more than just academic brilliance. It demanded impeccable lineage and social standing. Family heritage was weighed with as much scrutiny as personal aptitude, making the Academy a stronghold of aristocratic values. The towering gates, etched with ancient symbols of the Dragon Clan, seemed to guard not just a school, but the very essence of noble pride and tradition. St. High's Academy upheld a strict belief. Whether through asexual oviparity or the conventional union of two dragons, only younglings raised in harmonious, loving families that embodied the ideals of dragonkind could truly be deemed fit for cultivation. This principle formed the cornerstone of their admissions policy. Only students from such exemplary households could step through the academy's revered gates. Determined to maintain the facade of a perfectly united and loving dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen Rosweise devised a plan. She resolved to stage a family outing, culminating in a picture-perfect family photograph to uphold appearances. High above the earth, Rosweise soared in her majestic dragon form, her silvery scales gleaming as they caught the sunlight breaking through scattered clouds. Her enormous wings sliced through the air with effortless grace, propelling her toward the fabled Sky City. Nestled securely on her broad back, Leon, Noah, and Muen clung to her with varying expressions of awe and exhilaration. From their vantage point, the sprawling Sky City began to emerge from the horizon, its floating structures adorned with intricate designs and glowing softly in the ethereal light of the heavens. The grandeur of their destination mirrored the ideal Rosweise sought to project, a flawless, noble family soaring above all imperfections. Rosweise's powerful silver wings beat rhythmically as she hovered above the landing platform, her immense form casting a shimmering glow in the soft light. With a final graceful motion, she descended, her claws touching the ground with an elegance that belied her size. Leon and Noah carefully climbed down from her broad back, steadying themselves on the solid ground. Muen, the last to dismount, slid down Rosweise's smooth, glimmering scales, her small arms outstretched as though she were flying. Leon instinctively reached out, his strong hands catching Muen midair with practiced ease. She giggled in delight, her dark hair catching the sunlight as she looked up at her father. "Dad?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with pride and curiosity. "Why didn't you turn into a dragon just now? Muen wants to see Dad as a dragon." Her bright smile sparkled with childlike joy, her eyes wide with wonder as she clung to Leon's hands, eagerly awaiting his response. Leon blinked in surprise at Muen's innocent question, a sheepish laugh escaping his lips. He scratched the back of his head, his expression caught between amusement and discomfort. Inwardly, he mused wryly, "Ah, my dear daughter, I'm quite skilled at slaying dragons. But as for becoming one myself, that's a dream that'll never come true." Before he could muster a proper reply, Noah, standing nearby with her arms crossed and an unbothered expression, observed the scene with sharp eyes. Her tone was calm but cutting as she retorted, "You can't transform, can you?" Her words, though delivered without malice, hit Leon like a thunderclap. He froze mid-chuckle, the grin fading from his face as her remark hung in the air. His breath caught in his throat, and he couldn't help but gasp slightly, feeling a small pang of inadequacy under Noah's unimpressed gaze. Muen, oblivious to the tension, continued to smile brightly, her innocent curiosity unwavering. Leon let out an awkward chuckle, his laughter slightly strained as he gently placed Muen down on the ground. Straightening up, he cast a quick glance at Noah, whose skeptical gaze hadn't softened, then turned his attention toward Rosweise. She had shifted back into her human form, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like moonlight. Leon's eyes lingered on her, silently pleading for her to step in and deflect the pressure. Surely, as his wife and the proud Silver Dragon Queen, she wouldn't leave him to fend for himself in such an awkward moment. But Rosweise betrayed no such intention. Her eyes were closed, and a serene smile curled on her lips, though the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. She stood poised, arms loosely folded, exuding an air of composed elegance. Leon's heart sank as realization dawned. She wasn't going to help him. In fact, the subtle quirk of her lips revealed just how much she was enjoying his discomfort. Watching him squirm under the weight of Noah's sharp words seemed to be the highlight of her moment. Rosweise finally broke her silence, her calm voice cutting through the tension. "Your father's body hasn't fully recovered yet," she explained smoothly, her tone as warm as her smile. "So, he can't transform into a dragon for the time being. But don't worry," she added, her silver eyes glimmering with reassurance. "I'll make sure you get to see it once he's back to full strength." Muen's bright smile faltered, her joy replaced by a shadow of concern. She stepped closer to Leon, her small hands clutching the hem of his sleeve. Dad?" she said softly, her voice tinged with worry. "You have to get well soon, okay?" Leon crouched down to her level, ruffling her hair with a tender chuckle. "I'll try my best, sweetheart," he said, his tone light and playful to ease her worries. But inside, his heart sank. The truth he kept buried weighed heavily on him. Transforming into a dragon? He knew it was impossible. No amount of recovery or effort would ever change that. Rosweise, ever composed, decided to steer the conversation away from Leon. Her melodic voice carried a gentle command as she urged, "Muen, Noah, let's not waste time. We have things to do today, so let's get moving." Without waiting for a response, she turned toward the bustling town ahead. Leon and Rosweise each took one of their daughter's hands, Leon holding Muen's small fingers in his calloused palm, while Rosweise gently clasped Noah's, her grip both firm and protective. Together, the family began their stroll toward the grand entrance of Sky City. The scene before them opened like a vibrant tapestry. Sky City's main shopping district was alive with energy, its streets teeming with dragons of all shapes and sizes, each race showcasing their unique colors and forms. Silver-scaled merchants called out from their stalls, offering rare gems and enchanted trinkets. Winged children darted between towering adults, their laughter mixing with the hum of chatter. High above, dragons in their true forms soared gracefully between the crystal spires, their wings casting fleeting shadows over the cobblestone streets below. It wasn't long before many passersby paused mid-stride, their gazes falling on Muen and Noah. The young girls, with their striking features and the regal air inherited from their mother, stood out even in the colorful crowd. Muen, her excitement barely contained, broke free from Leon's hand and dashed ahead, her laughter trailing behind her like a melody. Her wide eyes sparkled as she darted between stalls, eager to take in every dazzling sight. Noah, ever the responsible elder sister, followed at a more measured pace, her arms crossed. "Muen, slow down. You'll trip if you keep running like that," she called, her voice tinged with exasperation. Leon, however, hung at the back of the group, his presence a stark contrast to the lively scene around him. His shoulders slumped, and a faint tremor ran through his frame. His hands stayed buried deep in his pockets, and the messy bangs of his hair obscured most of his face. The faint air of melancholy that clung to him didn't go unnoticed by the passers-by, though none dared to approach. As the girls moved further into the vibrant heart of the shopping district, Leon trailed behind, his steps slow and heavy, like a man wrestling with his own thoughts, while the world around him spun on in vivid motion. Rosweise glanced over her shoulder, her sharp silver eyes narrowing as she caught sight of Leon trembling. A flicker of curiosity crossed her face, followed by a knowing smirk. "So this is what happens when the infamous dragon slayer is surrounded by dragons," she mused, her tone laced with mockery as she turned to face him fully. "What's wrong?" she asked, raising a brow, her voice low and teasing. "Are you scared, Leon?" Is the mighty dragon slayer trembling in fear? Leon, however, didn't respond immediately. His head remained bowed, his bangs casting shadows across his face. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant hum of the bustling market. Just as Rosweise began to question her teasing, Leon lifted his head. His expression had changed completely. The shiver in his frame was no longer one of fear, but of excitement, his lips curling into a smile that bordered on predatory. His dark eyes locked with hers, a glint of mischief dancing in their depths. "Scared, you say?" he echoed, his voice low and laced with amusement. Then, with an almost theatrical flourish, he straightened up, pointing a confident finger toward the crowded marketplace. "No, Rosweise, I'm excited." His grin widened as he scanned the throngs of dragons, his eyes darting from one to another as if appraising each of them. "First-class merit," he said, pointing to a towering dragon adorned in ceremonial garb. His finger shifted to another, a stout dragon carrying an armful of scrolls. second-class merit. With every word, his voice grew louder, the passion behind his declaration palpable. "I'm going to get rich," he declared triumphantly, his laughter echoing through the market square. The dragons he pointed at paused mid-step, their faces twisting in confusion. A few exchanged wary glances, while others simply muttered to themselves, unsure what to make of the strange dragon prince with the audacious grin. Roswitha smacked her forehead, exhaling a long, weary sigh. "You're impossible," she muttered under her breath, shaking her head. "I can't believe I was actually worried about him." Her voice carried a faint edge of exasperation. Leon, oblivious to her growing irritation, strolled ahead with a spring in his step, his grin as wide as ever. "How much money could I make if I brought them all back?" he mused aloud, the excitement in his voice spilling over. He seemed to sparkle with enthusiasm, completely undeterred by the dragons glancing curiously at his peculiar behavior. Moments later, they arrived at a cozy shop with a bright, polished sign reading Skylens Studio. The bell above the door gave a soft chime as they stepped inside, its sound cutting through the quiet hum of conversation from the back of the studio. The room was warm and inviting, bathed in the golden glow of softly lit chandeliers. Two elegant dragon women greeted them with synchronized bows, their movements fluid and refined. Their humanoid forms were impeccably polished, scales glinting faintly on their tails, adding an ethereal shimmer to their regal appearance. "Welcome, Your Majesty, the Silver Dragon Queen," they said in unison, their voices melodic and practiced. "It is an honor to serve you and your esteemed family." Roswitha gave a gracious nod in acknowledgement, her composure unwavering as she stepped further into the shop, her regal presence commanding attention. Leon, on the other hand, sauntered casually behind her, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He meandered through the space, his eyes scanning the walls where paintings and framed photos adorned every surface. His gaze shifted with a childlike curiosity, as though every new detail sparked fresh wonder. Meanwhile, Muen and Noah, walking hand in hand, ventured deeper into the shop with wide-eyed awe. Their youthful excitement was evident as they took in the shop's luxurious decor, their expressions filled with fascination. The clerk, observing their movement, gestured gently toward the back of the shop, urging them to proceed further into the space. Leon casually leaned his shoulder into Roswitha's, his gaze playful as he teased, "Aren't you the Silver Dragon Queen? Why come to a store like this to take photos yourself?" His tone was light, but there was a hint of mischief in his voice. Roswitha's eyes flickered with annoyance as she distanced herself from his proximity. "The Dragon King of a tribe can only command those from his own lineage," she explained, her voice steady, but tinged with irritation. "But the dragons of Sky City do not belong to any one tribe." Leon, ever the instigator, couldn't resist a teasing remark. He grinned, his smile widening with a playful glint in his eyes. "Your status as queen seems a little low, doesn't it?" he joked, amusement clear in his voice. Roswitha, her patience now fully tested, lifted herself onto her toes and with a swift motion planted her heel firmly onto Leon's foot. The sharp pressure made Leon wince in surprise, his expression flickering between amusement and discomfort. Leon winced, cradling his foot in his hands as he grimaced in pain. The imprint of Roswitha's heel was clearly visible on his boot, a deep dent marking the spot where she had pressed down. He gritted his teeth, trying to shake off the sting. Roswitha, however, didn't spare him a glance. With a flick of her hair, she turned and continued walking away, her steps confident and poised. As she did, she tossed over her shoulder, almost dismissively, "Anyway, I'm taller than you." Her words hung in the air as she strutted forward, a smug smile tugging at the corner of her lips. The head photographer adjusted her glasses with a smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she addressed Roswitha. "It is truly an honor to have the opportunity to take a family photo for the Silver Dragon Queen," she said, her voice warm with respect. Roswitha returned the smile graciously. "I've heard that your photography skills are regarded as some of the best in the dragon tribe. We consider ourselves fortunate to have secured an appointment with you." The photographer nodded in acknowledgement before glancing over at Leon, who was intently observing her work. She pointed subtly at him, her tone slightly puzzled. "Your Majesty, about your husband's tale." Rossweiss's expression softened as she turned her attention to Leon, who was still standing off to the side, carefully avoiding the spotlight. "Ah," she began with a small sigh. "Leon doesn't like his tail on display. Can you select a tailless suit for him today to respect his preference?" She said this with a hint of fondness, knowing Leon's peculiarities well. Rossweisse couldn't help but recall the earlier moment when she had attempted to get Leon to wear the fake tail she had brought along to avoid arousing suspicion among the other dragons. She had offered it to him, hoping he would agree, but Leon had flatly refused. "No, I will never wear this thing, even if it costs me my life. This is a matter of my dignity," he had declared stubbornly, as though the very thought of it was beneath him. A small, knowing smile played on Rossweiss's lips as she thought about Leon's stubbornness. Turning her attention back to the photographer, she nodded. "I understand, Your Majesty," the photographer said with a respectful tone. "Then please, if you would, move over here and try on the clothes first." She gestured gracefully toward a room at the back. Muen, her excitement infectious, raised her hand eagerly. "Muen wants to wear a nice dress," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy at the thought of trying on something elegant. After a few moments, Muen and Noah emerged from the changing rooms, each carrying their own air of elegance. Muen twirled excitedly in a delicate white dress, its soft fabric adorned with flowing blue ribbons that shimmered with every movement. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around, pleased with her choice. Noah followed closely behind, her dress a darker contrast, black with intricate purple accents that gave her a mysterious, regal aura. The two girls stood side by side, a striking picture of grace and beauty in their contrasting colors. Moments later, Leon appeared from behind the door, his presence commanding attention. His hair was meticulously styled, every strand in place, and his posture exuded confidence. He wore a pristine white tuxedo with elegant gold stitching along the seams, the rich fabric hugging his form perfectly. Beneath it, he wore a black waistcoat that added a sharp contrast to the crisp whiteness of his jacket. As he walked toward Muen, he adjusted the buttons on his wrist, his movements smooth and practiced. Muen's eyes went wide with awe as she gazed up at her father, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. "Wow, Dad, you're so handsome," she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Her gaze lingered on him, clearly starstruck by how impeccably well-groomed and refined he looked. The head photographer couldn't help but blush, her eyes lingering on Leon's striking appearance. "This suit fits the prince perfectly," she said, her voice tinged with admiration. "You must have been quite the heartthrob in the past." Leon blinked in surprise at her comment, caught off guard by the praise. "The last time I wore a formal suit was at my school graduation ceremony," he replied, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Shifting his focus, Leon turned to his daughter, seeking her approval. "So, how do you feel about it, Noah?" he asked, a playful glint in his eye. Noah, for a brief moment, seemed frozen, her gaze locked on her father. She had never seen him quite like this before, so polished and handsome. She quickly turned her eyes away, her cheeks flushing with a faint blush. Yes, she stammered, her voice soft but sincere. "You look quite handsome." Leon's heart swelled with pride as he gazed at his daughters, his smile widening. He leaned down and gently patted both Noah and Muen's heads, his touch soft but filled with affection. "Your dresses are cute too," he said, his voice warm and filled with love, as he looked at them both, the bond between father and daughters shining brightly in the moment. Just then, Rossweiss emerged from her changing room. She wore an elegant black dress that mirrored Noah's in color, the sleek fabric hugging her form gracefully. Her silver hair flowed down her back like a silken waterfall, shimmering with every movement. She carried herself with an air of confidence and poise, a queen in her element. Muen's eyes widened in awe as she gazed at her mother. "Mom is so beautiful," she whispered, her voice full of admiration and wonder. Leon stood frozen for a moment, captivated by Rosweisa's presence. His gaze lingered on her, unable to tear away as a warmth spread across his face. He was left utterly speechless, his heart racing as a blush crept up his neck. Rosweisa, sensing his intense stare, turned to face him, her brows knitting in slight annoyance. "What?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Leon, flustered, quickly shifted his gaze away, his face still flushed. "Nothing," he muttered, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "It just suits you," he added quietly, his voice a little softer, the compliment genuine but tinged with unease. Rosweisa, her cheeks subtly flushed by Leon's compliment, turned her gaze away, a soft smile tugging at her lips. "I think it would be nice if you had a tail," she murmured, almost playfully. Leon's expression faltered, and he immediately began to pout, his brows twitching in annoyance. "I will never wear a tail in my life," he thought inwardly, determined not to give in, even as the idea lingered in his mind. Rosweis and Leon stood side by side, their eyes fixed on their daughters, who were positioned in front of a cozy home setting, complete with a crackling fireplace behind them. The photographer wasted no time, snapping pictures of Muen and Noah as they posed, capturing their joyful expressions. Muen, finally noticing her parents watching, brightened up and waved enthusiastically. "Mom! Dad! Come soon!" she called out, her voice full of cheerful excitement. The photographer, glancing through her camera, called Rosweisa and Leon over, motioning for them to come closer. "Your Majesty, Prince, please move a little closer," she requested, her tone professional but gentle. However, Rosweisa and Leon exchanged uncomfortable glances, both avoiding direct eye contact. The tension between them was palpable, and neither seemed eager to close the distance. They shifted their positions, eyes darting nervously around the room, unsure of how to navigate the awkward moment. After a few more photos, the photographer suggested, "Now let's take a family portrait." Leon stood stiffly, hands shoved deep into his pockets, his posture rigid and formal. Rosweisa positioned herself a few inches away from him, maintaining a noticeable distance. Neither of them smiled, their faces frozen in neutral expressions. The photographer couldn't help but notice the lack of warmth between them, wondering if their family dynamic was truly as harmonious as it appeared. The tension in the air was thick, and she silently questioned whether they really shared the bond that a family photo should convey. The photographer, with a playful smile, suggested, "Your Majesty, Prince, how about you reveal your tails and position them together to form a heart shape for the photo?" Leon's face immediately flushed at the idea, his discomfort evident. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided it would be less embarrassing if he used his hand and Rosweisa's tail to create the heart shape instead. Rosweisa, understanding his reluctance, didn't protest and allowed him to gently position her silver tail beside his own hand. The photographer, seeing their compromise, nodded in approval and began snapping pictures. As more photos were taken, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Leon and Rosweisa began to feel more at ease, their initial awkwardness melting away. The photographer, observing their subtle shift in demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "They really do look like a couple," she thought, pleased with the warmth that had begun to show in their poses. During Leon's graduation, a swarm of women from his class surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration. "Senior Leon, may we take a photo with you?" one brunette asked, handing him a small gift. Others shyly suggested dinner dates or simply gushed over his achievements. However, Leon, ever the gentleman but somewhat oblivious, firmly rejected their advances. "No, I still have to go back and take care of my master's donkey. I promise I'll make it up to you next time." Standing at a distance, Leon's master silently watched the scene unfold. As Leon inadvertently turned down every single woman with his awkwardly earnest excuse, His master couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey?" The weather in Sky City was pristine, the vibrant blue expanse of the sky stretching endlessly above its bustling streets. Sunlight bathed the city in a warm glow, casting soft highlights on the soaring spires and intricately designed buildings. The streets hummed with life. People weaved through the crowd, their laughter and animated conversations mingling with the occasional melody of a street performer. The lively energy seemed to pulse through every corner, making the city feel more alive than ever. As Leon, Rosweiss, and their daughters stepped out of the photo studio, the cheerful chime of the doorbell trailed behind them. Muen, her eyes sparkling with joy, turned back and waved enthusiastically to the photographer. "Bye-bye," she chirped. The photographer, smiling warmly, returned the gesture with a wave. "Goodbye, little one," she said, then addressed Rosweiss with a polite bow. "The photo development process will take approximately 6 hours. In the meantime, Your Majesty, feel free to enjoy a stroll through Sky City." Rosweiss nodded in acknowledgement, her serene demeanor softening with a faint smile. "Thank you," she replied, before taking Muen's small hand in hers. Together, the family stepped into the lively throng of the Sky City streets. Leon and Rosweiss strolled through the vibrant streets of Sky City, where stalls flanked both sides of the thoroughfare. The merchants called out to passers-by, their displays bursting with a colorful array of goods, from shimmering fabrics to ornate jewelry and exotic foods. Dragons of various origins paused at the stalls, their curiosity piqued as they inspected the merchandise, engaging the vendors in animated conversations. The mingling scents of spices and fresh produce filled the air, adding to the bustling ambiance. Ahead of them, Muen clasped Noah's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Noah, let's check that out," she exclaimed, pointing toward a nearby stall showcasing miniature dragon figurines. Noah, ever composed, didn't reply, but allowed herself to be pulled along, silently indulging her sister's enthusiasm as a faint smile ghosted her lips. Leon and Rosweiss followed a short distance behind at a leisurely pace. Leon glanced sideways at Rosweiss, his tone light. "I never thought I'd find myself walking with you like this. It's different." Rosweiss, her gaze fixed straight ahead, remained composed, though the corners of her lips hinted at the faintest of smiles. "This is all for the sake of maintaining our family's image," she replied, her voice cool yet measured. "Noah is taking the entrance exam very seriously, and you've been working hard for nearly a month. Taking a moment to relax is necessary." Leon smirked, his hands tucked casually in his pockets. "So, this is your version of a moment to relax, huh?" As Leon and Rosweiss continued their conversation, their leisurely stroll brought them to a colorful toy shooting stall. The vibrant display of prizes caught Muen's attention, and she came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with delight as she spotted something irresistible, a pair of plush toy bears sitting prominently on a merchant's table. Her gaze lingered on them, her excitement unspoken but unmistakable, as though she were already imagining taking them home. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire shattered the cheerful chatter of the marketplace. The sound echoed through the streets, startling nearby vendors and shoppers. Rosweiss and Leon immediately froze, their expressions tightening with concern. Their instincts as parents kicked in, and they quickly turned toward the source of the noise, scanning for any sign of danger. Without hesitation, they hurried toward the commotion, worry etched across their faces as their thoughts turned to the safety of their daughters. To their relief, they spotted Noah standing at a toy shooting stall, a small toy gun in her hands. Her brows were furrowed in concentration, frustration flickering across her face as she carefully aimed at the balloons hanging in front of her. Muen stood beside her, thoroughly entertained by her sister's attempts, giggling softly as she watched. Noah fired, but the pellet veered slightly off course, missing the balloon entirely. The vendor, a cheerful older man clutching a jingling bag of gold coins, chuckled warmly. "What a pity, young one. You're close, just a few more tries, and I'm sure you'll get it." Noah pursed her lips, her intense gaze fixed on the balloons, her dissatisfaction evident in the way she clenched the toy gun. Beside her, Muen's shoulders drooped slightly as she stared at the still intact balloon, her disappointment mirroring her sister's. At that moment, Leon and Rossweiss arrived, their earlier concern dissipating as they realized the gunshots were harmless pops from the game booth. Leon scanned the stall with mild curiosity, a faint grin tugging at his lips. "Oh? They have games like this here too." Hearing her father's familiar voice, Muen turned quickly toward him, her disheartened expression brightening into pure joy. She beamed, her eyes lighting up as she called out eagerly, "Dad!" Meanwhile, Noah gripped the toy gun tightly, her small hands curling around it with determination as her cheeks puffed out in frustration. Her glare was fixed on the elusive balloon in front of her. "I can't hit it," she muttered under her breath, the dissatisfaction clear in her tone. Leon, standing beside her, couldn't suppress a faint smirk as he observed the scene. "Isn't that the whole point?" he mused inwardly, recognizing the classic setup of a rigged game designed to separate eager participants from their coins. This vendor is a pro at making easy money. With a huff, Noah turned to Leon, her expression resolute as she thrust the toy gun toward him, silently insisting he take over. Leon accepted it with an amused chuckle, holding it up to inspect its design. Memories of similar games at human market festivals flitted through his mind. "Ah, I've seen games like this before," he said, his tone thoughtful, though his lips curved in a faint grin. Rossweiss, watching the exchange, stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. She leaned in gracefully to examine the toy gun in Leon's hands. Her sharp silver eyes swept over the mechanism with precision, her mind quickly deconstructing its design. She murmured, noting the subtle details. The bullets weren't ordinary. They were infused with traces of magical energy, requiring precise control and focus to direct. It was a skillfully crafted challenge, one that would naturally frustrate anyone without the necessary expertise. She glanced at Noah, her expression softening slightly. "It's no wonder you're having trouble. It's harder than it looks," she said, her voice a mix of understanding and reassurance. As Leon and Rossweiss approached, the vendor's demeanor shifted immediately. He plastered on a sycophantic smile, his posture oozing practiced charm. "Ah, welcome. Care to test your skills?" he said, gesturing to the colorful balloons hanging temptingly in the air. "If you can hit all the balloons within 10 tries, this adorable pair of toy bears is yours. Your daughters seem quite taken with them." His tone was warm, but behind the mask of friendliness, a sly glint danced in his eyes. "Hook the kids first, then reel in the parents. That's where the real money rolls in," he thought, suppressing a chuckle at his well-honed strategy. Leon looked down at Noah and Muen. His dark gaze softened as he addressed them, his voice gentle and encouraging. "So, do you really want those teddy bears?" he asked, glancing between the two girls. Noah turned her head to the side, her cheeks tinged with pink. "No," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Beside her, Muen shifted awkwardly, her fingers nervously tapping against each other. "Muen doesn't want them either," she stammered, her tone unconvincing. It was painfully clear they were trying to be considerate, not wanting their father to waste money on a game that seemed impossible to win. But Leon wasn't fooled. He could see the longing flicker in their eyes, betraying their true feelings. With a knowing smirk, Leon straightened and stepped toward the vendor, his dark gaze brimming with confidence. "Ah, I see how it is," he said, glancing back at his daughters briefly. What they're saying is exactly the opposite of what they mean. He turned to face the vendor directly, his finger pointing casually over his shoulder at Rossweisse, who stood watching the scene unfold with calm composure. "I'll take 10 bullets. She's got it covered." The vendor's eyes lit up, his sly grin growing wider. Of course, coming right up," he said, eagerly bustling to prepare the ammunition. Rossweisse blinked, her serene expression faltering slightly as Leon's words registered. Her silver brows arched, and her cool, collected demeanor shifted into something sharper. She exhaled through her nose, her lips pressing into a thin line, but without a word, she reached into her pocket and handed over the payment. The vendor accepted the coins with a bright smile, bowing his head. "Thank you very much," he chirped cheerfully, his tone as slick as the glint in his eyes. Leon turned back to Rossweisse with a casual shrug. "What? You're the queen. This is practically pocket change for you," he teased, his grin widening. Rossweisse narrowed her eyes, but the corners of her mouth twitched, almost betraying a reluctant smirk. Leon stood tall, gripping the toy gun with practiced ease as he adjusted his stance. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the balloon ahead. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his mind. "It's been a while since I've held something like this. The last time was back at the Dragon Slaying Academy," he mused, his fingers curling instinctively around the trigger. He inhaled deeply, the world around him fading as he focused entirely on his target. With a steady hand, Leon aimed and squeezed the trigger. Crack! The sound of the shot echoed through the stall. Yet when Leon's eyes darted to the balloon, it hung there, untouched and mocking. The bullet had veered slightly, landing just shy of its mark. Leon's brow furrowed in contemplation. His gaze flicked between the gun in his hand and the stubborn balloon, his thoughts churning. Something's off here, he thought, his mind racing to dissect the mechanics of the situation. This isn't just a simple game. There's a trick to it. The vendor lingered just behind Leon, his hands clasped together as he watched Leon fiddle with the toy gun. A sly grin stretched across the vendor's lips as he turned slightly, his confidence swelling. "No one ever hits the targets easily. Not with the way I've rigged that gun," he thought, pride bubbling in his chest. But then, bang, 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 bang. 5 sharp cracks echoed in quick succession, reverberating through the bustling street. The air seemed to freeze as one balloon after another burst with a resounding pop. In mere seconds, 5 colorful balloons were obliterated, fragments drifting to the floor like confetti. Leon stood with the gun raised, his stance steady and his gaze unwavering, a wry smile tugging at his lips. His fluid precision was unmistakable, each shot delivered with an ease that spoke of experience. The vendor, who moments ago wore a smug expression, now stared in open-mouthed disbelief, his confidence crumbling. His eyes darted from the shattered balloons to Leon, and back again, as if trying to process what had just happened. What? The vendor stammered, his voice a mix of shock and disbelief. The sly grin he had worn moments earlier was replaced with sheer incredulity. He hadn't anticipated this outcome, not at all. Leon, unfazed by the earlier miss, reset his stance and unleashed a volley of precise shots. One after another, the remaining balloons popped with flawless precision, each crack of the toy gun reverberating through the stall. In mere moments, the entire balloon wall was decimated. With a smooth motion, Leon spun the toy gun around his finger before catching it and setting it on the counter with a casual flair. Turning to the vendor, he shrugged nonchalantly and said, "The first shot? That was just to test the calibration. Didn't think I'd hit everyone after that. Must have been luck." His tone was light, but the confident gleam in his eyes suggested otherwise. The vendor stood frozen, his jaw slack, as he struggled to process what he had just witnessed. This is impossible," he mumbled, his earlier confidence completely shattered. He stared at the empty balloon rack as if it had betrayed him. Muen, unable to contain her excitement, bounced on her toes and clapped her hands. "Dad, you're amazing!" she cheered, her voice brimming with pride. Noah, usually more reserved, looked up at Leon with wide eyes filled with admiration and perhaps a tinge of envy. "That was incredible," she said quietly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of awe. Rosweiss, observing the scene with a subtle smile, nodded in approval. "Not bad," she remarked, genuinely impressed by Leon's unexpected sharpshooting skills. The vendor, still reeling from the shock of Leon's accuracy, handed over the prize with a forced, tight-lipped smile. "Here's your prize," he said, his voice tinged with frustration. Beneath his forced cheer, he muttered to himself, "Take the toys and leave already." "I can't believe that guy hit every balloon." The vendor's thoughts were clouded with confusion and irritation, wishing the whole ordeal would end so he could salvage his pride and business. Leon, blissfully unaware of the vendor's internal turmoil, grinned widely as he accepted the toy bears, his mood light and cheerful. "Thank you," he said warmly, offering a grateful smile. Leon crouched down, handing one of the toy bears to each of his daughters with a warm smile. "This is for you," he said, his voice soft and sincere. Muen's face immediately lit up, her eyes sparkling as she hugged the bear tightly to her chest. "Thank you, Dad," she exclaimed, her joy radiating through her words. Noah, ever the more reserved of the two, smiled shyly as she accepted her bear. "Thanks," she said quietly, her eyes soft with appreciation. Leon watched his daughters as they clutched their new toys, a slow, contented smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It was a rare moment, one filled with pure happiness. Rosweiss, standing quietly beside them, couldn't help but feel a slight shift in her thoughts. Watching Leon in this moment of focused tenderness, she found herself a little taken aback. "This guy is usually so unreliable," she mused, "but when he gets serious, there's something undeniably charming about him." Leon's gaze drifted over to where Rosweiss stood a little farther down the street. She had her arms crossed, watching him with a look of quiet curiosity. Their eyes met, and Rosweiss raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion passing through her as she wondered why he was staring at her. "What's he looking at?" she thought, slightly puzzled. Suddenly, Leon seemed to snap back to reality, his expression shifting as he remembered what needed to be done next. With a quick glance at Rosweiss, he refocused, and together, they continued their walk. As they passed a mother and her daughter, the little dragon caught sight of the large teddy bear Rosweiss was holding, her eyes wide with longing. "Mom, I want that too," the child exclaimed, pointing at the toy with clear envy. Rosweiss, still holding the oversized bear, strolled down the street, effortlessly drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet, her expression was distant, as though she were only half present, almost surprised by the appearance of the toy. Leon couldn't hide the triumphant smile spreading across his face as he walked ahead of Rosweiss. "Did you see the look on that vendor's face?" He chuckled, recalling the vendor's reluctant expression when he suggested playing the shooting game again. That's his retribution, Leon thought with satisfaction. The memory of how easily he had won another toy bear only made him laugh harder, savoring his victory. Rosweiss shot him a glance, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took in his prideful grin. She frowned, clearly unimpressed with his approach. "If it had been me handling it," she mused internally, "I would have just told them not to waste time on such a childish game." But Leon seemed far more carefree about it. His mind already shifted to something else. He turned toward her, still grinning. As long as they're having fun, that's what matters. Noticing Rosweiss's more subdued mood, he tilted his head, his eyes softening as he gestured toward the teddy bear in her hand. "What's wrong? Don't like it?" he asked, his voice light but laced with concern. Rosweiss let out a frustrated sigh, her voice tinged with impatience. "I said I don't want it." "Well, you're here now. Can't exactly leave empty-handed, can you?" For a moment, Rosweiss was silent, caught off guard by his remark. She hesitated before resting her chin on the teddy bear's soft head, her eyes drifting over it thoughtfully. Bears are pointless, inedible things that don't even satisfy hunger, she thought. But they're kind of cute as toys. With a quick glance at Leon, Rossweisse turned and walked ahead, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks that she couldn't quite conceal. "After dinner tonight, come to my room," she said, her voice steady, though the flush on her face betrayed her calm exterior. Leon, caught off guard, stared at her retreating figure, utterly stunned. "Huh?" he muttered, trying to process her words. As evening fell, the family returned to Silver Dragon Castle. The night sky above shimmered with countless stars, the moon casting a soft, ethereal glow over the entire castle, illuminating the stone walls in a serene light. After dinner, Leon quickly changed out of his daytime clothes, a faint flutter of nerves quickening his pulse. He made his way down the hallway toward Rossweisse's room, his thoughts a chaotic tangle of anticipation and uncertainty. "Rossweisse invited me to her room," he mused, the gravity of the situation settling over him. "It's late, and it'll just be the two of us in there. Something's bound to happen, isn't it?" He paused for a moment, his hand resting on the doorframe, closing his eyes briefly as his mind spiraled with the weight of past experiences, the unknown stretching before him. Leon hesitated at the threshold, torn by the conflicting pull of desire and doubt. "If I go in, I'll feel uneasy all night," he thought. "But if I don't, I'll carry that discomfort with me for the rest of the week." His heart raced as his hand hovered over the door. The silence of the hallway felt suffocating, and Leon knew that whichever choice he made would shift the course of everything that followed. With a shaky breath, he gathered what little courage he could muster, his pulse pounding in his ears. "Damn it," he thought. "I'm going to fight her." His mind steeled, his resolve now set in stone. Just as his hand neared the door, a sudden flash of light spilled through the crack, catching his attention. "Is the door unlocked?" he wondered. His curiosity getting the better of him, Leon gently pushed it open and stepped inside, scanning the room. To his surprise, it was empty. Rossweisse's room exuded an air of refined elegance, with silver and white tones harmoniously paired with golden accents, creating a serene yet regal ambiance. Books lined the shelves, offering a glimpse into her quiet, intellectual nature. The teddy bear he had given her earlier that day rested casually on the bedside, a soft, unexpected touch that softened the room's polished atmosphere. "I'm early. She's still in the shower," Leon thought, standing outside the door. His eyes unconsciously traced the edges of the door, mentally assessing its quality. "This glass doesn't seem very sturdy," he mused. Then, as the mist swirled around her, he caught a glimpse of her bare back, the water droplets glistening against her skin. A sudden realization struck him, and his face instantly shifted to one of shock. He stumbled back a step, eyes widening. "Wait, she's really going to do that tonight," he thought, gritting his teeth as if trying to force the anxious thoughts away. "Calm down, Leon," he muttered to himself, shaking his head in frustration. He stood frozen in the hallway, battling the storm of uncertainty swirling inside him, when the bathroom door creaked open. A cloud of hot steam poured out, and Leon couldn't resist peeking inside, his eyes drawn to the misty silhouette within. Rossweisse emerged from the bathroom, her silhouette framed by a delicate purple halter nightdress. Water droplets clung to her skin, glistening in the soft light, while faint steam still curled around her, adding an ethereal touch to the moment. Her voice cut through Leon's swirling thoughts. "You're here, so let's get started." Leon's face contorted into a blend of concern and hesitation. "Am I really going to be drained again?" he thought, a wave of exhaustion already settling in. "Is my body in danger once more?" The family photos were finally developed, and they were neatly laid out on the table. Muen and Noah eagerly opened the envelopes, their faces lighting up as they carefully examined each picture. "Mom and Dad are a perfect match," Muen exclaimed, holding up a photo of Leon and Rossweisse smiling together. Her pride was evident as she gazed at the image, clearly pleased by how flawless they looked. Noah, on the other hand, silently stared at the photo in her hands, saying nothing. As Leon flipped through the remaining photos, something unusual caught his eye, a small card attached to the back of one. His brow furrowed in confusion. "A card?" he muttered. Rossweisse, noticing it as well, stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. "What's that?" she asked softly. Together, they read the words written on the card, "May the silver light always shine in the eyes of the one you love." The air seemed to freeze for a moment as the words sank in. Then, almost instinctively, both Rossweisse and Leon blushed and stepped away from each other, a wave of awkwardness washing over them. "Who's in love with him?" Rossweisse thought irritably, turning her head with a sharp huff. She snatched the photo from Leon's hands, her displeasure clear in the way she gripped it, her fingers almost tightening around the edges. Leon, equally flustered, glanced away, his hands moving behind his head as he casually tried to avoid her gaze. "There's definitely something off about this," he said with a hint of nonchalance, though his voice was a little strained. "Let me handle this. Yeah, the card must have been written by mistake." "Where do you want to do it? The living room or the balcony?" Rossweiss's voice was calm, almost indifferent, as if she were asking about something as mundane as dinner plans. Leon froze in place, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes flicked nervously toward the balcony behind him. Outside, the night was quiet and still, the faint glow of moonlight casting a silvery sheen over the railings. The idea alone made his pulse quicken. He stammered, "The balcony? That's not a good idea, right? It'd be embarrassing if someone saw us." Rossweisse seemed oblivious to the thoughts racing through his mind. Without replying, she turned away and approached her dressing table. Her movements were elegant, yet purposeful, as she retrieved something and held it delicately in her hands. Turning back to him, she spoke decisively. "Fine. Let's do it in the living room. It doesn't really matter where we do it." Leon's shoulders slumped in resignation. He knew there was no avoiding it tonight. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he dropped onto the sofa like a man preparing for a battle he couldn't win. "All right, let's just get this over with," he said, closing his eyes, bracing himself for whatever came next. The sound of Rossweiss's footsteps grew closer, soft but steady. When Leon dared to peek, he saw her standing beside him, holding a roll of what looked like pink parchment in her hands. Her expression was composed, almost too calm for his liking. She raised an eyebrow as her gaze shifted to his peculiar pose. "What are you doing?" she asked, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Leon, still sprawled dramatically on the sofa with his eyes half shut, muttered, "Getting mentally prepared." Rossweisse tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a faint smirk as though she found his theatrics amusing, but didn't comment further. Instead, she simply waited, leaving him to stew in his overactive imagination. She hadn't even said what she was going to do next, leaving her genuinely puzzled by his overdramatic behavior. "What are you doing?" Rossweisse asked, her tone a mix of confusion and mild amusement. Leon's eyes snapped open at her question, and a dawning realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't about to do anything strange with him, at least not right now. His face flushed crimson, the embarrassment spreading like wildfire as he scrambled to sit up. Rosweiss, now fully grasping the misunderstanding, tilted her head with a mischievous smirk. "What's wrong? Don't you want that?" she teased, her eyes glinting with playful intent. Leon stammered incoherently, his mind racing to form a coherent response, but Rosweiss wasn't done with her teasing. She gracefully settled onto the sofa beside him, holding something small in one hand, a scroll or paper perhaps. Her posture was relaxed, but her gaze was sharp and focused, her lips curling into a sly smile. "Mr. Cosmode," she began, her voice taking on a mockingly serious tone, "you may be very charming, but tonight isn't the right time." She leaned back slightly, the picture of composed confidence. Without addressing his flustered reaction, she unfurled a stack of rolled-up papers in her hand and spread them neatly across the table. Leon, still recovering from his embarrassment, gave a soft, awkward cough in an attempt to regain his composure. He sat up straight, his eyes falling on the neatly arranged papers. "What's this?" he asked, feigning casual interest while desperately trying to shift the focus away from his earlier blunder. Rosweiss didn't miss a beat. Her tone was calm, almost professional, as she explained. "These are the test questions from the previous assessment of viviparous families conducted by St. High's Academy." She gestured toward the papers, her silver eyes glinting with quiet enthusiasm. "The questions cover topics related to lifestyle habits, personalities, and shared experiences between partners." Leon reached for one of the exam papers, curiosity piqued despite himself. As he skimmed the questions, he listened attentively to Rosweiss's explanation. Each query seemed designed to explore the nuances of compatibility and mutual understanding, a test of bonds, so to speak. He glanced up at her, his earlier embarrassment momentarily forgotten. "So, you're saying we're doing this together?" The thick stack of papers wasn't just any documents, it was a set of exam papers. Rosweiss's expression turned serious as she held up one of the sheets and shook it lightly for emphasis. "We need to prepare our answers in advance," she explained. "If we're caught off guard later, it might affect Noah's admission evaluation." Her tone carried the weight of responsibility, leaving little room for argument. Leon skimmed through the questions on his exam paper, his brow furrowing deeper with each line he read. Finally, he set the paper down, his expression a mix of disbelief and disdain. "Isn't this just a glorified version of those cheesy questions from a couple's compatibility game?" he muttered, clearly unimpressed. He gestured to the questions with a scoff. "Look at this nonsense. What's your partner's favorite color? What phrase does your partner say the most? Where was your first date?" His voice dripped with sarcasm as he read them aloud. Rosweiss's silver eyes narrowed slightly. "And?" she challenged, crossing her arms. "Do you already know all the answers?" Leon hesitated, suddenly aware that his dismissive attitude might have been premature. Leon paused, his brow furrowing as a thought crossed his mind. "Wait, is there something else on this test that's throwing me off?" He lifted his head and glanced at Rosweiss before deciding to break the silence. "What color do you like?" he asked, starting with the first question. Rosweiss picked up a test paper from the table and scanned the questions briefly. Without hesitation, she replied, "Black. What about you?" "Silver," Leon answered just as quickly. For a brief moment, their words hung in the air. Then, as if compelled by the same realization, they both looked up at each other, directly at each other's hair. Leon's gaze locked onto Rosweiss's shimmering silver locks, while her eyes lingered on the deep black strands of his own. A wave of awkward silence fell over them as they processed the unintentional irony. Neither said a word, but their faces betrayed their thoughts. Almost in unison, they turned their heads away, pretending to shift their focus elsewhere. Both of them bore a faint blush, their faces betraying a mix of embarrassment and unease. Neither seemed willing to acknowledge the strange coincidence. Rosweiss broke the silence first, her tone brisk, as if brushing off the moment. Tsk, it's just a coincidence. Exactly, Leon replied immediately, nodding with exaggerated conviction. Just a coincidence. After the brief but awkward exchange, they both shifted their attention back to the task at hand. Pens in hand, they focused on their test papers, their earlier flustered expressions fading into concentration. Rosweiss began writing, her pen moving swiftly as she spoke. Anyway, let's start by gauging how well we know each other. Leon furrowed his brow, tapping his pen lightly against the table as he thought about his answers. All right, he muttered, his tone a mix of focus and determination. As the two wrestled with their answers, the room fell into a comfortable quiet. The flickering candlelight seemed to mirror the quiet rhythm of Rosweiss and Leon working through their test papers, as if the atmosphere itself acknowledged the peculiar exercise they were undertaking. After some time, both of them set their pens down, the soft sound breaking the stillness of the room. Leon leaned forward, grabbing Rosweiss's paper first. All right, let's see how you did, he said, his tone playfully smug as he began marking her answers. Once he finished, Rosweiss reached for Leon's paper, a competitive gleam in her eyes. Give me that, she muttered, ready to return the favor. The table soon bore the results of their mutual assessments. Leon's paper displayed a score of 58, while Rosweiss's had 45. The numbers were clear, and Leon couldn't help but gloat, pointing at his score with exaggerated pride. Look at that. My score's higher than yours, he declared, leaning back with a triumphant grin. Guess that means I know the Dragon Queen better than she knows me, reaching for his test paper with an air of determination. As her eyes scanned the answers Leon had gotten right, she couldn't help but be surprised. The level of detail in his responses caught her off guard. He knew things she assumed no one paid attention to, like her favorite sitting position, the precise angle she preferred to rest her tail, and even the small rituals she had during idle moments. He notices all these things, she thought, her mind turning over the realization. How does he observe me so closely without me even realizing it? Her gaze shifted to the questions he had gotten wrong, marked by neat red crosses. She examined them carefully, her irritation ebbing away as a curious warmth took its place. Even in his mistakes, she found traces of genuine effort, proof that he had been paying attention, even if he didn't get every detail right. Rosweiss sighed softly, setting the paper back down. So, you've been paying more attention than I thought, she murmured under her breath, her expression softening ever so slightly, though she quickly masked it before Leon could notice. Rosweiss's eyes lingered on the part of the test where Leon had answered incorrectly. The question asked, "Has your partner ever been particularly disappointed with you in something?" His response had been simple but heavy. "She must have been particularly disappointed in me." She sighed softly, placing the test paper down and crossing her arms over her chest. Closing her eyes, she leaned back slightly, her mind drifting through her own past habits. I've always kept everything bottled up, she thought, never sharing what I truly feel with anyone. She couldn't deny it. Leon's guess had been far from accurate, but in a way, it made sense. As the queen of the Dragon Clan, Rosweiss had always been burdened with responsibilities that left little room for personal vulnerability. There had never been anyone with whom she could truly open up. It's no wonder he got it wrong, she mused, a small pang of regret flickering in her chest. I've never let anyone in. She straightened, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Leon's misunderstanding, while a small misstep, revealed the distance she had kept between them, one she hadn't even realized was there until now. Leon kept his eyes fixed on the test paper, his mind absorbed in the task at hand. Yet, as he felt the weight of Rosweiss's gaze, something shifted. She had been silently observing him for a while now, and Leon, unaware of her internal conflict, began to wonder. Has she been upset with me because I scored higher? He thought. a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts. Weisse, on the other hand, felt a quiet stirring in her heart. After everything they had been through together, she realized she might be able to open up to him. Maybe, she thought, maybe I can talk to him about how I feel. But as she stole a glance at him, her emotions felt tangled. She wasn't sure how to take the next step. Then, unexpectedly, she felt a warm touch on her shoulder. Looking down, she saw Leon's hand resting there, his presence unexpectedly close. At some point, he had moved from the nearby sofa and sat next to her, his body turned toward hers. Breaking the tension, Leon gave her a light, reassuring pat on the shoulder. His voice was casual, with a hint of humor, trying to ease the atmosphere. "It's normal. We haven't been together long enough to get perfect scores right away," he said, trying to lighten the mood. Weisse blinked, taken aback by the gesture. She hadn't expected the comfort to come so easily from him. Despite the awkwardness lingering between them, something about his casual reassurance made her feel a little more at ease. Leon glanced at Weisse and gave her a relaxed, confident smile. "For Noah, please make an effort to get to know me better," he said casually. The smile hit Weisse unexpectedly, as if something inside her had been stirred. Her heart fluttered slightly, and a flush crept up her neck. Her eyes widened for a moment, and her eyebrows lowered, a subtle reaction she couldn't hide. For a brief second, she felt vulnerable, her emotions exposed by his smile. But she quickly composed herself, realizing she couldn't let him see that side of her. With a swift motion, Weisse turned her head and slapped the exam paper she was holding directly onto Leon's face, her actions sharp and deliberate, as if to mask her flustered expression. "Stop talking nonsense. Write your answers quickly," she said firmly, her voice carrying a hint of impatience. Leon, utterly confused by the sudden outburst, felt the paper hit his face, followed by a brief sting. He recoiled in surprise, hastily removing the paper, only to find it was his own exam paper, now pressed against his face. A small frown creased his brow as he looked at Weisse, who was clearly trying to hide her emotions. They both stared at each other for a moment, the tension hanging in the air, before they both returned to their work. Both had been caught in an unspoken exchange, but for now, it seemed the moment would pass, leaving behind only the marks of their brief, awkward interaction. Leon's eyes landed on one of the questions on his test paper, where Weisse had marked a red cross. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "By the way, did you get this question wrong? Have you never been disappointed in me?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Weisse remained composed, not flinching in the slightest. "No," she replied smoothly. "If I had to choose, it would just be that there weren't enough long dolly pill last time." Leon's expression soured slightly at her response. He felt a sting of dissatisfaction, as if she was brushing off his feelings. "Oh, really? Well, I'll just have to make long dolly pill, my regular meal from now on." "Don't regret it," he retorted, a hint of playful defiance in his tone. Weisse gave him a gentle smile, unbothered by his remark. "I look forward to it," she teased, her voice warm yet firm. Despite the playful banter, the night before the family examination was drawing to a close, and Leon and Weisse were still hunched over their exam papers in her room. The room was quiet, except for the occasional scratching of pens, a final stretch before the big day. The next day's examination loomed ahead, and neither of them was willing to fall behind. Before long, they had both corrected all the test papers they had worked on the previous night. Leon, satisfied with the results, gathered the papers from the table and glanced at the scores, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Well, not bad," he said, his tone tinged with approval. After a week of intense preparation, their average score on the test questions had climbed above 80 points. Leon was confident that if they performed well on the actual assessment, there would be no issue with the family evaluation. Weisse, however, seemed drained. She slumped onto the table, her brow furrowed in exhaustion. Her voice, usually so strong, now sounded faint and weary. She murmured, clearly struggling. As the Silver Dragon Queen, it was a new experience for her, realizing just how mentally exhausting an exam could be. It was late, and Leon didn't want to disturb Ross Weiss's rest. After finishing the exam papers, he stood up, ready to leave. He glanced at Ross Weiss and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Just as he was about to step toward the door, Ross Weiss grabbed the hem of his shirt, halting him. "Wait!" she called out, her voice firm. Leon turned back, his expression filled with confusion, wondering if there was something else she needed to discuss. Ross Weiss looked up at him, then pointed toward the bathroom in her room, her tone serious. "My bathroom has a bathtub. You can take a shower." Leon stood there, stunned by her words. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth hung slightly open as he stuttered, "Take a shower? In your room?" Seeing Leon still frozen in confusion, Ross Weiss's patience wore thin. Without a word, she placed her hands on his back and gave him a gentle but insistent push toward the bathroom. "Go on, hurry up." Still bewildered, Leon glanced over his shoulder, his mind racing with questions. "Wait, what's going on?" he thought, but Ross Weiss remained silent, pushing him forward. Soon after, Ross Weiss closed the bathroom door behind him, leaving Leon with little choice but to comply. He reluctantly stepped into the bathroom, figuring he might as well take the shower. The hot water in the bathtub was already running, and Leon undressed, his mind racing with thoughts about Ross Weiss's strange behavior. "Why does she want me to shower here?" he wondered. "Is she up to something?" A deep sigh escaped him as he tried to make sense of the recent events. "But she's been so stressed lately with the entrance exam. Is she okay?" The sound of the water filling the tub was soothing, and Leon decided to push those thoughts aside for now. He eased into the warm water, allowing the steam to rise around him as he let the heat soothe his muscles, drifting away from the confusion that had plagued his mind. Leon sank deeper into the hot water, letting the warmth ease the tension from his muscles. "For now, I'll just enjoy this," he thought, closing his eyes in contentment. A hot bath really is the best way to relieve stress. He let out a satisfied sigh, fully immersed in the sensation of the water enveloping him. Just as he was about to settle further into relaxation, the bathroom door suddenly creaked open. Leon's eyes snapped open in surprise as Ross Weiss entered, a soft smile playing on her lips. She was wrapped in a bath towel, her damp hair twisted up in a loose knot, as if she were about to shower. The towel clung to her curves, accentuating her graceful figure, and Leon couldn't help but stare for a moment, his surprise turning into a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Ross Weiss?" he asked, voice trailing off. But before he could say more, he noticed the faint purple glow coming from the dragon mark on her chest. The light seemed to pulse, almost as if it were responding to something deep within her. Ross Weiss lifted a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression soft but resolute. "I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I wanted to relax a bit," she said, her voice carrying a subtle but unmistakable undertone. Leon's face paled at her words. His mind raced as 1,000 thoughts collided. Leon immediately sensed something was off. His heart silently whispered, "She still has to do it." He glanced down at his chest, and as expected, his dragon mark flared to life. In an instant, he shot upright, bewildered by Ross Weiss's behavior. "If you're under so much pressure, why are you putting it all on me?" he demanded, confusion etched on his face. Ross Weiss's lips curled into a faint, victorious smile, as though this moment had been carefully orchestrated. "If I transmit the pressure to you, won't that give me a release?" she said, her tone laced with a knowing confidence. Leon instinctively took a step back, but the narrow confines of the bathtub offered no escape. As he stumbled slightly, Ross Weiss, with bold determination, stepped closer and casually unraveled the towel from around her body. "Didn't you come here with the same mindset a few days ago?" Ross Weiss's words hung in the air, challenging him. Leon bit his lip, turning his head to the side, at a loss for how to respond. The memory of that moment flashed back, when Rosweiss had sought his help to relieve her stress. Before Leon could even gather his thoughts, Rosweiss stepped into the bathtub, pressing her body against his with surprising urgency. The water sloshed over the sides as she settled in, the sudden movement sending ripples through the tub. Her chest pressed against his, leaving him momentarily flustered. Rosweiss placed a hand on his chest, her gaze lifting to meet his with an expression of satisfaction. "You can't escape, Leon. Just surrender," she murmured, her voice filled with quiet command. The sound of their voices and the soft splashing of water filled the bathroom, creating a tense and charged atmosphere. A few hours later, a family of 3 arrived at St. High's Academy, a renowned institution nestled deep within the mountain range that shared its name. Strategically perched for defense, the academy was accessible only to those with the ability to fly, much like the fabled Sky City. The campus radiated an air of grandeur, its ancient architectural design harmonizing with the natural beauty of its surroundings. Wide pathways wound through the grounds, and a massive dragon-shaped stone sculpture stood proudly inside the front gates, a testament to the academy's legacy. Leon, Rosweiss, and Noah stepped into the scene. Leon, dressed in a crisp, formal brown suit, exuded a newfound energy. His wide eyes darted around, taking in the sheer scale and magnificence of the academy. "So this is St. High's Academy," he mused aloud, his voice tinged with curiosity and admiration. Beside him, Rosweiss stood poised and graceful, holding Noah's hand protectively. Her white dress, adorned with delicate brown accents, accentuated her maternal aura and complemented the occasion's significance. Noah, clutching Rosweiss's hand tightly, tilted her head back to gaze at the towering buildings and ornate details of the academy. Rosweiss frowned slightly, her expression clouded with unease. Her gaze was fixed on the imposing building ahead, and a subtle tension radiated from her posture. Though she stood still, her thoughts seemed far away, tangled in a web of nerves. Since stepping through the academy gates, she hadn't uttered a single word, her usual composure conspicuously absent. Leon, ever perceptive, turned his head and caught sight of her strained demeanor. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he leaned closer, a sly grin playing on his lips. Lowering his voice to a teasing whisper, he said, "What's this? You just had a little stress relief session last night. Has the effect already worn off?" Rosweiss's composure cracked at his playful remark. The memory of their intimate moment from the previous evening surfaced unbidden, and a flush of crimson quickly spread across her cheeks. Although it had been her idea, hearing Leon bring it up in such a casual, teasing manner left her feeling both flustered and slightly indignant. She could tell Leon was trying to make a joke to ease her tension. Rosweiss gave Leon a sharp slap on the back, muttering a curse under her breath. "Damn it!" she hissed, her frustration barely contained. Leon, unbothered and clearly enjoying himself, wore a relaxed expression. With an easygoing smile, he absorbed the sting of her slap and strode a few steps ahead. "Let's get moving already," he said cheerfully. Their playful exchange seemed to chip away at Rosweiss's tension, leaving her feeling a bit more at ease. The trio soon entered the ground floor of the administrative building to finalize Noah's enrollment details for the upcoming test. At the reception desk, a staff member was diligently reviewing Noah's information. She skimmed through the documents in her hands, confirming the young dragon's identity aloud. Noah K. Melkvi. Silver Dragon Clan? The staff member paused, her eyes widening slightly as she glanced at the age listed in the document. 1 year and 3 months, she murmured, her tone laced with surprise. Her gaze shifted from the document to Noah, who stood silently, her expression calm and unreadable. The staff seemed skeptical, finding it hard to believe that a dragon so young was about to take the entrance examination. Leon noticed the subtle change in her demeanor and tilted his head in confusion. "Is there a problem?" he asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Quickly, the staff member shook her head and offered a polite smile, hoping to alleviate any concerns. "Oh no, not at all. I'm just a little surprised," she reassured him, her tone light and professional. She gestured toward the document and continued. "While the Academy does allow young dragons as young as 1-year-old to enroll, it's rare to see someone so young actually taking the test." "In practice," the staff explained, her tone gentle but slightly hesitant, "most young dragons who enroll are typically around 4 to 6 years old. Isn't your little princess a bit young for this?" Her concern seemed genuine, as if she feared Noah might struggle at her current age. Standing beside Noah, Rossweiss's expression subtly hardened. The slight furrow in her brow made it clear she wasn't pleased with the staff's unintentional doubts. It seemed to her that the woman was questioning Noah's capability. Taking a step forward, Rossweisse placed a firm yet reassuring hand on Noah's shoulder. With a calm but resolute tone, she replied, "Noah is exceptionally bright. Her age is not an issue. We respect her choices and fully support her." The quiet confidence in Rossweiss's words left little room for argument. The staff, catching the determined gleam in her eyes, decided not to press the matter further. The staff gestured toward the entrance of the office building beside them, indicating the direction they needed to take shortly. "Please proceed this way. Specialized personnel will escort her to the written test." Meanwhile, accompanying parents are required to head to the 4th floor for the home assessment. Following the instructions, Noah was guided to the examination room for her written test by one of the staff members. Meanwhile, Leon and Rossweiss were led to the 4th floor. Upon arriving at the designated meeting room, the office assistant politely directed them to a comfortable sofa. She placed 2 steaming cups of tea on the table in front of them before excusing herself with a courteous nod. Sitting across from them were the 3 examiners tasked with conducting the family assessment. Rossweisse, wearing a composed smile, subtly leaned closer to Leon, though her unease was apparent in her movements. Leon, noticing her subtle shift and sensing her nerves, glanced at her briefly but refrained from saying anything, understanding her current state of mind. Gently clutching Leon's arm, Rossweisse whispered, her voice low and uncertain, "Based on your experience, do you think these 3 will be easy to deal with?" Meanwhile, the office assistant quietly handed out materials to the examiners, supplementing them with relevant details. The examiners accepted the documents, their expressions neutral as they began to review the provided information. 2 of the examiners scrutinized the documents intently, occasionally glancing up at Leon and Rossweisse. The 3rd examiner remained focused on reviewing the details in the material. Leon, meanwhile, observed them keenly, leaning slightly toward Rossweisse to whisper his thoughts. They look manageable," he murmured with a smirk. "Before you captured me, I'd have taken that one's head in 50 rounds easily." As if to emphasize his point, Leon playfully clenched his left fist, his expression momentarily darkening. In a low, dramatic tone, he added, "If they dare refuse Noah's enrollment, I might just have to pay them a visit with my sword." Rossweisse stared at him, momentarily stunned by his intensity. She hadn't expected him to take the situation so seriously, even in jest. Meanwhile, the 3 examiners, perhaps sensing Leon's formidable aura despite his calm demeanor, exchanged subtle glances, silently acknowledging the presence of an unusual and imposing figure before them. "This parent certainly has a commanding presence," observed the elderly man seated at the center of the panel. His white hair and beard, combined with a monocle perched on his nose, lent him an air of wisdom and authority. He introduced himself in a calm yet authoritative tone. "I am Walter Wilson, the Vice Principal of St. Heise Academy. I will be overseeing your assessment today. Please don't be nervous. Just relax and answer our questions." The Vice Principal's demeanor radiated a mix of gravitas and approachability, reinforced by his refined appearance, formal attire, and measured speech. Leon and Rossweiss exchanged a quick glance, and mustered polite smiles in response to his reassurance. Despite their outward calm, a subtle tension lingered. The vice principal's commanding presence made it difficult to completely relax. As Leon studied the man before him, he thought silently, "This guy feels like a general disguised as a school administrator. No wonder it's hard to let my guard down. This old man seems anything but ordinary. Is he going to throw us a curveball?" Leon wondered, his mind on high alert. Vice Principal Wilson adjusted his monocle and scrutinized the information sheet in his hands. Then, with a serious expression, he posed his first question, his voice calm, yet probing. "Do you remember the date of your wedding anniversary?" Leon and Rossweisse froze for a brief moment, their eyes meeting in an unspoken exchange, as though they had anticipated this question might arise. Here it is, they both thought, their expressions betraying a mix of preparation and apprehension. While reviewing the exam paper, Rossweisse's thoughts drifted to a different concern, one not listed among the questions. How should we answer if they ask about our wedding anniversary? She wondered, her mind lingering on the fact that they'd never had an official ceremony, and her pregnancy had preceded any formal vows. Leon, noticing her unease, closed his eyes briefly, mulling over how to respond. "If they're looking for a significant date," he murmured, "there's really only one option, isn't there?" Before he could finish, Rossweisse confidently answered, "The year 1733 in the Genesis calendar, May 25th. Her tone left no room for debate. Leon glanced at her in surprise. They exchanged knowing smiles, inching a little closer, as if to brace themselves for the questions ahead. Together, they recited that significant date, the day Leon had bonded with Rossweisse in the dungeon. Leon reflected silently. That day changed everything. Forced to form a bond due to the unforeseen side effects of his spell, he and Rossweisse had since built a family, blessed with 2 lovely daughters. It was a day neither of them could ever forget. Vice Principal Wilson glanced at the information sheet again, stroking his beard thoughtfully. His expression shifted subtly, indicating surprise. Married for less than 2 years, and the child is already over a year old, he mused aloud. That's remarkably fast progress compared to the average family. Leon offered a sheepish smile, sensing the need to clarify. We fell in love at first sight, he said, choosing his words carefully. Our relationship grew quickly, and we were fortunate to be blessed with a child soon after marriage. The vice principal gave a measured nod, seemingly satisfied for the moment. I see, he replied, his tone neutral. Then, after a pause, he looked up and asked the next question. In the past 2 years of marriage, have you noticed any flaws or bad habits in your partner? Leon and Rossweisse responded to the vice principal's question without missing a beat. Rossweisse answered confidently, No, there's nothing at all, while Leon, on the other hand, said, Yes. The vice principal's eyebrows lifted slightly at the discrepancy, his curious gaze darting between the two. Despite the contradiction, it didn't seem to alarm him. It was as though he found their differing perspectives natural. Little did he know, the inconsistency had been deliberate, part of a prearranged strategy. Our answers need to mix truth with plausible imperfections to feel authentic. Leon mused inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior. The vice principal shifted his focus to Leon, clearly intrigued. Go on, he prompted, inviting elaboration. Leon lowered his head slightly, his hand resting over his chest as if to steady himself. A subtle melancholy crossed his features as he spoke. I sometimes feel like I don't have much presence. Leon leaned into his role with every ounce of his acting prowess, portraying the image of a husband who utterly admired his wife. My wife is amazing, he began, his tone brimming with heartfelt admiration. Whether it's managing matters within the Dragon Clan or household chores like caring for our children, she handles everything so efficiently and perfectly. Rossweisse, watching him from the corner of her eye, kept her expression neutral. His over-the-top performance made her feel equal parts amused and exasperated. "Isn't this a bit much?" she thought, inwardly sighing. As if undeterred, Leon reached for her hand, holding it affectionately to punctuate his declaration of love. "But," he continued, his tone softening to convey sincerity, "she builds up stress too easily. So I want to use this opportunity to tell her." He turned his gaze toward her, his eyes glimmering with staged warmth. "I want to do more for our family. Please, just feel free to rely on me." Though his words were touching, Leon's inner thoughts didn't quite match his performance. "And please, don't stress me out in the future," he added silently to himself. The female examiner sitting to the vice principal's left couldn't help but react with delight. "What a considerate husband you have, Miss Rossweisse," she exclaimed. Her gaze shifted to Rossweisse, a curious and warm smile forming on her lips. "If I may ask, what do you think is the most attractive quality of your husband?" Rossweisse paused, her cheeks faintly tinged with pink. She hesitated briefly before replying in a calm, thoughtful tone. "He's handsome, has a good figure, is focused, serious, intelligent, responsible, and not overly vain. He likes children and rarely loses his temper." As she finished, her face grew warmer, the flush deepening just slightly. Though the words were true, voicing them in front of the examiners, and with Leon sitting right beside her, felt undeniably embarrassing. Although she appeared slightly hesitant at first, Rossweisse listed many of Leon's positive qualities. After a brief pause, she added with a gentle smile, "Although his physique isn't quite what it was before marriage, it's nothing significant. My husband is skilled at making medicines, and he's more than capable of using them to maintain his health." Leon's smile faltered ever so slightly, his lips twitching as he processed her words. "Wait, is she praising me or throwing shade?" he wondered, a mix of amusement and mild exasperation flashing across his face. Before he could comment, Rossweisse turned to him, firmly taking his hand in both of hers. She gazed at him with an expression of genuine warmth, her voice soft and sincere as she said, "So, I also want to use this opportunity to tell my husband, don't push yourself too hard." Her words carried a tone of deep care, and for a moment, Leon found himself unable to respond, caught between pride and an unexpected sense of gratitude. At that moment, Rossweisse subtly tightened her grip on Leon's hand, her fingers pressing in with unmistakable force. It was clear retaliation for his earlier antics. Leon felt the sharp pangs of discomfort radiating from his hand, but with the examiners watching, he could only clench his teeth and endure in silence, his expression betraying nothing. The three examiners observed the couple, their smiles warm and approving. "What an incredibly loving pair," they silently mused, charmed by the display of affection they believed they were witnessing. The interview continued, with the examiners alternating between light-hearted and more challenging questions, some requiring teamwork from the couple to provide complete answers. Despite the variety, Leon and Rossweisse maintained their composure, responding smoothly and consistently throughout. As the family assessment drew to a close, the examiner seated to the right of the vice principal leaned forward slightly, offering them a final question. "To conclude, do either of you have a question you'd like to ask your partner?" The atmosphere shifted slightly, curiosity sparking in the examiner's eyes as they awaited the couple's response. "This is an additional question, and the interviewee must answer truthfully," the examiner clarified with a calm smile. Rossweisse shook her head lightly, her expression serene, and answered with an easy smile, "I have no questions for my husband. I already know everything about him." Her response was smooth, almost rehearsed, as if she were eager to move things along. However, Leon appeared less inclined to let the moment pass. He leaned back against the sofa, his hand thoughtfully stroking his chin, as if deeply pondering something. Rossweisse cast a sideways glance at him, her calm exterior hiding a flicker of nervousness. "The more you say, the more chances there are to mess up." Just wrap it up already, she silently willed him. Leon turned his head toward her, his gaze suddenly serious. You like the toy bear I gave you, right? He asked, his tone deliberate, as if unveiling a profound revelation. Rossweiss's composed demeanor faltered for just a moment, and she blinked at him, caught off guard by the unexpected and oddly specific question. Why on earth would a dragon slayer ask something so trivial, especially to a dragon, she wondered. At a moment like this, when identity, alliances, or past grievances could be addressed, why bring up a toy bear? His thoughts always seemed to stray in the most unexpected directions. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she averted her gaze, shyly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, she murmured softly. I really like the toy bear you gave me. Leon beamed with satisfaction, clapping his hands together. All right then, I'm good now, he declared cheerfully, his grin stretching wide. With that, the family assessment officially concluded. The three examiners rose from their seats, signaling the end of the session. Leon and Rossweisse followed suit, standing and preparing to leave the room. The vice principal extended his hand to Leon with a polite smile. That concludes the interview. The assessment results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Temple via Messenger Dragon in a few days. Thank you for your cooperation. After exchanging formalities, Leon, Rossweisse, and Noah left the academy. Once Noah completed her written test, the family returned to the Silver Dragon Temple together, their anticipation growing with each passing day. A few mornings later, the soft fluttering of wings announced the arrival of a small messenger dragon, which landed gracefully on the windowsill. Strapped to its back was a bamboo tube bearing the academy's seal. Noah, the messenger dragon is here! Muen exclaimed excitedly, rushing to her sister's side. Leon retrieved the bamboo tube with care, setting it down on the table. All right, let's open it and see, he said, his voice tinged with both curiosity and excitement. Rossweisse watched anxiously as Leon unsealed the bamboo tube, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Noah and Muen, brimming with excitement, leaned in eagerly, their wide eyes fixed on the tube. Leon carefully pulled out an elegant admission letter bearing the emblem of St. High's Academy. Unfolding it, he read aloud, Dear Noah K. Melkvi, congratulations on passing our assessment. Please report to the academy and attend the admission ceremony in 3 days. The family huddled together, their faces alight with joy and disbelief as they reread the lines multiple times, almost unable to believe the news. Noah passed the assessment! Leon and Rossweisse exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with pride and amazement. Among them, Noah appeared the most astonished of all, her mouth slightly agape, as if the reality of her achievement had yet to sink in. Noah had really passed the entrance examination. The news filled the entire family with immense joy. Muen, unable to contain her excitement, pulled Noah into a warm hug. Noah is amazing. Mom and Dad are amazing too. Noah, clutching her admission letter, finally let a small smile break through her usually calm demeanor. Leon and Rossweisse stood behind them, their faces glowing with happiness. Rossweisse turned to Leon, the tension she had been carrying evaporating instantly. With a smile, she softly said, Thank you. Leon, feeling a bit shy, touched his nose and grinned. Don't thank me. It's all thanks to Noah. She's the one who's truly wonderful. To celebrate Noah's acceptance into St. High's Academy, Rossweisse headed to the kitchen, eager to prepare a special meal for the occasion. Let's make a big feast today to celebrate. You come help, so no one can say you're invisible in this house. Leon followed her into the kitchen with a playful smirk. All right. I see how it is. You never forget a little grudge. A few days later, Noah's entrance ceremony took place as planned. The day was bright and sunny, with the auditorium of St. High's Academy basking in the golden glow of sunlight. A warm atmosphere filled the grand space, accompanied by the buzz of anticipation. The sound of resounding applause, Vice Principal Wilson, clad in the formal attire of the academy, strode confidently onto the stage. Standing tall at the podium, he began his address to the assembly. "Congratulations on passing the assessment, and welcome to the entrance ceremony of St. High's Academy," he declared with a dignified tone. The auditorium was packed with parents and new students, each child proudly wearing the crisp uniform of St. High's Academy. Their faces reflected a mix of emotions. Some gazed at the stage with wide, attentive eyes, eager to take in every word, while others glanced curiously around the hall, fascinated by their new surroundings. Vice Principal Wilson continued, his voice steady and inspiring. "Among this cohort, we welcome many exceptional students. A harmonious family environment lays the foundation for nurturing outstanding talents. Taking this opportunity, we invite these families to share their experiences with us," Vice Principal Wilson announced warmly. "Now, let's welcome the top student from this year's entrance exam, Noah K. Melkev, along with her family to the stage." In the audience, Muen's eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked around at the dragons seated nearby, enthralled by the grandeur of the ceremony and the vice principal's speech. Beside her, Anna, the head maid of the Silver Dragon clan, sat composed and watchful, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she ensured Muen's safety. When the vice principal called Noah and her family to the stage, Muen clapped enthusiastically, her small hands barely keeping up with her joy. "Wow, Dad, Mom, and Noah are going on stage," she exclaimed, bouncing slightly in her seat. Anna responded calmly, but with affection. "Yes, Your Highness, they are." Meanwhile, Leon and Rosweisa stood, guiding Noah up the staircase at the side of the stage. The family walked with a quiet grace toward the vice principal's podium, their presence commanding the admiration of the audience. A dragon assistant extended her hand, signaling them to proceed in a specific direction. Leon smiled warmly at the parents and students seated in the audience, though an undercurrent of helplessness lingered in his mind. How did it come to this? He wondered. Just an hour earlier, Vice Principal Wilson had summoned them to his office. Inside, he greeted them with a pleasant smile before sharing the surprising news. "Noah has achieved the highest score on the entrance exam," he announced, pride evident in his tone. "And your family's assessment also ranked first. Therefore, we'd like to invite you to speak on stage as the new student representative and the family representative." Leon and Rosweisa exchanged quick, wide-eyed glances, but there was little room for negotiation. Now, as they approached the podium, they straightened their postures, their steps purposeful. Together with Noah, they ascended the stage, ready to address the gathered crowd. Hundreds of dragons in the audience fixed their gazes on the small family standing at the podium. Leon glanced at Rosweisa and Noah beside him, then let his eyes sweep over the crowd. A resigned sigh formed in his mind. "There's no backing out now. This situation came out of nowhere. I'll just have to push through." The vice principal turned toward Noah, his voice warm but firm. "Noah, as the youngest candidate and the one with the highest score, would you like to share your thoughts with everyone?" Noah hesitated briefly, lowering her head in quiet contemplation. After a moment, she stepped closer to the microphone, her voice clear and steady. "My mom is a very powerful dragon, and I want to be as strong as her when I grow up. When I decided to come to school, Mom gave me her encouragement and support." Rosweisa's face lit up, her expression a mixture of joy and pride. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at Noah, visibly moved by her daughter's admiration. Noah continued, her tone softening as she added, "And my sister, Muen, has always been there for me. I'm very grateful to them both." The room erupted in applause, Rosweisa's heart swelling as she exchanged a warm smile with Leon. For a moment, everything felt perfect. Muen, seated in the audience, lit up as soon as she heard her sister mention her. Her sparkling eyes reflected pure joy, and she clasped her hands excitedly in front of her chest. Meanwhile, Leon, standing on stage, realized he hadn't been mentioned yet. Sneaking a glance at Noah, He wore an expectant expression, silently pleading, "What about me? Will she mention me too?" Noah caught her father's hopeful gaze and instantly understood his unspoken question. Letting out a small sigh, she steadied herself and looked straight ahead, her voice resolute as she continued her speech. "Lastly, and most of all, I'd like to thank my father." She paused briefly, her tone softening. "He helps me review and prepare for exams every day and often stays up late gathering materials. It's because of him that I'm able to stand here today." Leon felt a lump form in his throat as Noah's words sank in. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and for a moment, he was speechless. She noticed. She really noticed, he thought, his heart swelling with pride and emotion. Finally, his voice cracked slightly as he whispered with a watery smile, "Noah, thank you. That means the world to me." After concluding her speech with a few thoughtful words about her aspirations and goals, Noah offered a polite bow to the audience, signaling that she was finished. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, a wave of pride and admiration washing over everyone present. Roswitha and Leon joined in, clapping wholeheartedly for their daughter. The vice principal, smiling warmly, stepped forward to acknowledge the heartfelt speech. "That was a truly wonderful address," he said. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he turned to Leon. "It seems, Mr. Leon, that you're quite skilled at raising children. Given how much your daughter appreciates you, why not seal the moment with a kiss to show your fatherly love?" Leon froze, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he stared at the vice principal. "Wait, what? Did I hear that right?" he thought, utterly blindsided. He had not anticipated such an unexpectedly playful suggestion from someone as dignified as Vice Principal Wilson. This was far from the typical flow of an entrance ceremony. Internally, Leon's thoughts were racing. "Vice Principal, what are you even suggesting? Do you want to turn this formal occasion into a comedy skit?" His gaze darted nervously to Noah, his heart pounding. Noah, however, remained stoic, her expression calm as she continued to look straight ahead, showing no visible reaction to the vice principal's unexpected proposal. Leon could hardly believe it. A month ago, this girl wouldn't even let me pat her head. Now, I'm supposed to kiss her in front of all these people. His eyes met Noah's as she turned slightly toward him, her gaze steady. Leon couldn't tell if she was unfazed or simply resigned to the situation. Determined not to let her feel uncomfortable, he bent down with a gentle smile and opened his arms toward her. In a soft, reassuring voice, he whispered, "Noah, you don't have to force yourself. Just do what feels right. Let's just hug each other, okay?" Leon suggested, his voice gentle and coaxing. Noah frowned slightly, her eyes darting to the side. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered, "Hurry up. Just finish the kiss and get this awkward ceremony over with." Though her words sounded reluctant, deep inside, Noah secretly anticipated this moment. She had always held a special admiration for her father, even if she rarely showed it. Leon, taken aback by her response, blinked in surprise. "Noah," he murmured softly, unsure if he had misheard. What Leon didn't realize was that Noah cherished him just as deeply as Muen did. Summoning his own courage, Leon stepped forward, gently wrapping Noah in a warm embrace. With a steadying breath, he closed his eyes and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Noah's eyes widened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She hadn't expected the kiss to feel so comforting. The surprise quickly melted into a quiet sense of warmth, one she couldn't easily describe. The dragons in the audience watched in hushed silence, their eyes fixed on the touching scene between Leon and Noah. The warmth radiating from the father and daughter struck a chord with many of the parents present, some even exchanging knowing smiles with their partners. Meanwhile, Muen could hardly contain herself. She leaned forward in her seat, her eyes wide with excitement, and stretched her arms toward the stage as if to reach her sister. I want to kiss Noah too, she exclaimed, her voice filled with envious enthusiasm. Before Muen could spring from her seat, Anna swiftly rose to intercept her, a composed yet firm expression on her face. Your Highness, she said gently but decisively, you mustn't go up now. Let them finish first. Muen pouted but remained seated, her eagerness brimming as she continued to watch the scene unfold, her hands clasped tightly in anticipation. Leon straightened up, smiling warmly as he stepped back from Noah. Her face was flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Rosweise, watching from the side, exhaled quietly, a subtle look of relief crossing her face. Thankfully, he didn't try to kiss me instead, she mused to herself. With an air of unity, Leon and Rosweise stepped closer to Noah, resting their hands gently on her shoulders. Together, they smiled at the audience, radiating the image of a perfectly harmonious family. The spectators responded with approving nods and murmurs, clearly moved by the warmth of the scene. Vice Principal Wilson, still standing at the podium, addressed the crowd with a satisfied expression. The excellence of the Dragon Clan is reflected in its unwavering gratitude toward family. The way the Melkev family interacts shows us what a true family bond should look like. Leon and Rosweise exchanged subtle glances, appreciating the sentiment. However, the vice principal's next words caught them completely off guard, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. You've shown such affection as a father, Mr. Cosmode. But how could you overlook your wife? Shouldn't a loving husband also express his care? The vice principal said with a teasing smile. Leon and Rosweise froze in place, their expressions momentarily blank. They stared at the vice principal, utterly caught off guard by his unexpected suggestion. A heavy silence settled for a moment before Leon clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he fixed an unkind glare on the man. Internally, his thoughts churned with irritation. This conniving dragon! How dare you push it this far? I should have dealt with you during the assessment. Beside him, Rosweise's expression remained composed, though her tightly gritted teeth betrayed her growing displeasure. Her sharp eyes flickered toward the vice principal, who maintained his pleasant demeanor, completely oblivious, or so it seemed, to the tension he had stirred. The vice principal's request seemed to weigh on everyone, and Noah, usually composed, appeared uneasy for her parents. She glanced between them, her eyes betraying her worry. Leon caught her gaze and silently steeled himself. This is Noah's big day. Her entrance ceremony is what matters most. I've faced countless battles. How can I falter now? He took a deep breath, extending his hand toward Rosweise with an air of determination. Come on, my dear wife, he said, his voice carrying a mixture of resolve and playfulness. We're the happiest, most harmonious family, aren't we? Noah turned her head toward her mother, her curious eyes alight with expectation, eagerly watching to see what her next move would be. What? Rosweise blurted, startled by Leon's sudden gesture. She stared at his outstretched hand, then shifted her gaze to his face, finding his expression disarmingly serious. She hadn't expected him to take the vice principal's request so literally. From the audience, Muen clutched her hands in excitement, her little face brimming with anticipation. Around her, other dragons leaned forward, their eyes sparkling as they watched the scene unfold, eager for the outcome. Rosweise's cheeks flushed faintly as she leaned closer to Leon, her voice barely a whisper. Are you seriously going to kiss me in front of hundreds of dragons? Leon, maintaining his composure, leaned in slightly and whispered back. We don't have a choice. Noah and Muen are watching. Just go along with it, please. Her words stumbled out as she tried to protest. How embarrassing. Without giving her much time to overthink, Leon moved closer, his actions deliberate yet gentle. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a soft embrace. His confident, handsome face edged nearer, causing Rosweise's blush to deepen dramatically. Her mind raced as her heart pounded wildly. We've shared a bed, held hands countless times, but we haven't kissed. not since that one fleeting moment 2 years ago. While Leon appeared outwardly calm, Roswitha was overwhelmed by a rush of nerves, feeling as if the world had narrowed to just the two of them amidst the watchful eyes of the audience. Why is he so calm? Roswitha thought, her heart pounding. Am I the only one nervous here? As their faces drew closer, she instinctively closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Whatever happens next, I'll just let it be. Her hands moved cautiously, grasping Leon's arms for support, her expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Deep down, she fully expected the kiss to land on her lips, and a small part of her couldn't help but look forward to it. But just as the moment arrived, Leon shifted slightly, his demeanor easy and composed. Instead of her lips, he pressed a soft, gentle kiss to her cheek. The warmth of his lips lingered for a moment before he pulled back, a satisfied smile lighting his face. Roswitha opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her expression. She touched her cheek, realizing what had just happened. Wait, it wasn't on my lips? Leon's eyes met hers with a playful glint, his relaxed composure standing in stark contrast to her flustered state. Roswitha touched the spot on her cheek where Leon had kissed her, her fingers brushing over the lingering warmth. Her face, now tinged with both shyness and frustration, betrayed a mix of emotions. Why does it still feel so warm? She wondered, her thoughts caught up in the fleeting moment. Leon, ever composed, stepped forward and gave a polite bow to the audience, signaling the end of their impromptu family performance. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but this is as far as it goes. However, a few playful parents in the crowd weren't ready to let it drop. Why stop there? Kiss her properly, one called out, and others chimed in with chants of, kiss again, kiss again. Hearing this, Roswitha's face turned a deeper shade of red, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding the teasing looks. Leon, meanwhile, turned his head just enough to glance at her. His lips curled into a triumphant smile, a playful glint in his eyes as if to say, see? I handled it perfectly. Leon leaned closer to Roswitha and whispered with a smirk, well, that felt pretty satisfying. It was in that moment Roswitha pieced everything together. His actions weren't just about complying with the vice principal's request, they were deliberate. A subtle but unmistakable retaliation for her teasing him in the bathroom last time. Her eyes narrowed as a flush of both embarrassment and irritation spread across her face. She clenched her fists, glaring at him with a mix of disbelief and fury. This smug guy actually used me to blow off steam. Her thoughts raced. If we weren't standing in front of this crowd, I'd have him pinned to the ground in an instant. Despite her inner turmoil, she kept her composure for the sake of appearances. As Noah's speech concluded and their playful family moment on stage drew to a close, the vice principal stepped forward, gesturing for them to leave the stage. Roswitha exhaled sharply, eager to escape the spotlight and perhaps deliver her own brand of retaliation later. Amidst a wave of applause, Leon, Roswitha, and Noah followed the female dragon assistant off the stage and returned to their seats. The vice principal addressed the audience with a warm smile. Thank you to this year's exemplary family for the laughter and joy they've shared with us. Please take a moment to rest while we proceed with the next part of the admission ceremony. The remainder of the event moved along smoothly, and before long, the enrollment ceremony concluded. At the school gate, Noah stood with her parents, younger sister, and the head maid, Anna, to bid them farewell. Roswitha knelt slightly to meet Noah's eyes, her tone soft and filled with maternal care. We'll be heading back now, but we'll come to pick you up next weekend. Take care of yourself, Noah. Unlike many of the other children who clung to their parents with teary goodbyes, Noah remained calm and composed. She nodded gently, her usual stoic demeanor unshaken by the parting. She remained the strong child they knew. With her usual calm demeanor, she replied to Roswitha, I will, Mom. Muen, however, couldn't hold back her emotions. She ran up and hugged Noah tightly, her small arms clinging with a sense of reluctance. Noah, Remember to think of me, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. Noah held Muen close, gently patting her back in reassurance. I'll miss you, she replied softly, her stoic facade momentarily giving way to tenderness. Leon then crouched down, bringing himself to Noah's level. His face bore the concern of a father deeply attached to his daughter. He began to rattle off a string of advice as though trying to cram a lifetime of parental guidance into a single moment. Remember to eat on time, and don't be picky about food. Study hard, and if you don't understand something, come to me when you're home for the holidays. Oh, and the most important thing, if you get sick, you must see the school doctor right away, no trying to tough it out on your own. Noah sighed lightly, a hint of exasperation on her otherwise blank face. I know. I'm not a child anymore. Leaning in conspiratorially, Leon lowered his voice and pointed discreetly toward Rosweise. You know, your mother said all this after she got drunk. Noah blinked, her expression wavering between amusement and resignation, while Rosweise, overhearing him, shot Leon a sharp, knowing look. She's too embarrassed to tell you herself, so I'm saying it for her, Leon added with a sly smile. He hadn't expected Rosweise to be so concerned about Noah's life at school. Rosweise, realizing she'd been exposed, shot Leon a sharp glare before turning away and muttering under her breath, Leon. Ignoring her discontent, Leon dramatically rolled up his sleeves and struck a mock battle-ready pose. Stay away from classmates with bad attitudes, he declared to Noah. But if anyone tries to bully you, fight back. Don't hold back. Dad's got your back. Noah couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. She tilted her head, looking up at him with amusement. Did you ever do anything like that when you were in school? She asked. Leon grinned broadly, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Of course I did, but every time I got into a fight, your grandfather, my master, dragged me back and gave me a good beating. Standing upright, he patted Noah gently on the shoulder and reassured her with a confident nod. But don't worry, Noah. Dad won't punish you over something like that. Noah's expression softened, and she clenched her small fists as if drawing courage from his words. With newfound determination, she replied, Got it. I'll remember. With her parents' blessings and Muen's warm farewell, Noah's journey into school life officially began. A new chapter filled with challenges, growth, and boundless possibilities. The study was cloaked in silence, broken only by the soft rustle of pages turning. Despite the late hour, the lights in Rosweise's private study remained bright, casting a warm glow across the room. A solitary desk lamp illuminated a sea of scattered books and documents, evidence of an intense and focused pursuit. Rosweise sat at her desk, her silver hair catching the light as she bent over a thick tome on blood magic. Her sharp eyes scanned the intricate text with precision, searching for something specific. Her gaze paused on a particular passage, and her expression sharpened. The page detailed the blood curse, a forbidden magic that could be used only once in a lifetime. It required blood as the medium and demanded the practitioner's life as its ultimate price. She leaned back, resting her chin in her hand, her thoughts churning. For a moment, her face was unreadable, but then a sly smile curved her lips. Interesting, she murmured to herself. With a little modification, this could turn into something far more entertaining. Her fingers drummed lightly on the desk as new ideas began to take shape in her mind. As Rosweise mused over ways to refine the magic Leon had once cast, a sudden gust of wind swept through the study, rustling the papers on her desk. She glanced toward the balcony, just as a shadowy figure leapt gracefully into view. Without so much as a flinch, Rosweise raised her head, her tone calm and familiar. "You're back?" The figure, a purple-haired dragonkin woman, landed lightly on the balcony floor. Dressed in an elegant maid's uniform that bore hints of an assassin's garb, she exuded an air of precision and deadly grace. She stepped forward, then knelt on one knee before Rosweise's desk, bowing her head respectfully. This was Sherry, the Silver Dragon clan's most trusted maid and one of Rosweiss's closest confidants. Her voice was steady as she greeted her queen. "Your Majesty." Rosweiss's eyes remained sharp as she leaned back slightly in her chair. "How is the investigation progressing?" she asked, her tone steady but laced with expectation. Sherry, still kneeling, lowered her head, her brows furrowing faintly. The hesitation in her demeanor hinted at unwelcome news. "Your Majesty," she began carefully, "I regret to inform you that I could not locate Tiger Lawrence or his wife within the Empire. They have gone missing." "Missing?" Rosweissa echoed, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. For some time now, she had been assisting Leon in searching for his master and his master's wife, yet this revelation was unexpected. Closing the book she had been studying, Rosweissa stood, her elegant figure commanding the room. Her sharp gaze remained fixed on Sherry, urging her to continue. "The information has been erased," Sherry added gravely. "Whoever is behind this ensured there were no traces left behind." Rosweiss's expression hardened as she processed the implications. "Erased cleanly," she murmured, her mind racing. This was no ordinary disappearance. It bore the signs of a deliberate and methodical effort, one that raised more questions than it answered. "I couldn't trace their whereabouts," Sherry admitted, her voice steady but tinged with regret. Rosweiss's brow furrowed as she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. She sifted through her memories, recalling what Leon had shared about his master and his master's wife. According to him, his master was nothing more than a humble old farmer, yet the circumstances surrounding their disappearance suggested otherwise. "This doesn't add up," Rosweissa murmured, her expression darkening. The simplicity Leon had described seemed at odds with the elaborate effort to erase their traces. Something deeper was at play. Raising her head, Rosweissa met Sherry's gaze with resolve. "Continue the investigation," she instructed firmly, "but prioritize your safety above all else. If you uncover anything, notify me immediately." Sherry nodded, her posture unwavering. "Understood, Your Majesty," she replied before quietly taking her leave, disappearing as swiftly as she had arrived. A few days later, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the training grounds, the sounds of a spirited lesson echoed in the air. Leon stood at the center of the field, clad in simple training attire, his expression stern and focused. In his hands, he gripped a wooden stick, its surface worn smooth from countless sessions. With a sharp breath, he activated his magic, and the stick crackled with vivid blue lightning as he swung it powerfully through the air. The crackling energy illuminated the space momentarily, leaving Muen, who stood nearby, wide-eyed with excitement. She held her own training stick tightly, eagerly watching her father. After demonstrating a series of fluid practice swings, Leon turned to Muen, his tone encouraging, yet firm. "Come on, Muen," he said with a small nod. "Just like this. Swing it down hard." Muen's eyes sparkled as she clutched her wooden stick. Her father's commanding presence and the brilliant display of magic had her brimming with enthusiasm. "Okay, Dad." "Watch me," she exclaimed. She mimicked her father's stance and eagerly swung the wooden stick in her hand. However, her execution was less than perfect. Muen closed her eyes tightly and took a carefree swipe at the air, clearly missing the precise technique Leon had demonstrated. Leon, standing nearby, watched with a mix of amusement and mild exasperation. Her enthusiasm was undeniable, but her movements were far from the polished form of a swordsman. He sighed lightly, realizing this journey would require patience. "Not quite, Muen," he said with a small chuckle. He stepped closer and gently adjusted her grip and stance. "Here, like this," he explained, guiding her arm and showing her the proper motion. Muen, eager to learn, nodded earnestly and focused intently on his instructions. With each correction, she tried her best to follow, her determination shining through. As the two trained diligently, the rhythmic sound of the practice was interrupted by the appearance of a familiar figure approaching the training ground. Rosweissa strolled toward them, her arms crossed and her expression unreadable. Anna followed closely behind her. Muen, sensing their presence, paused her practice and turned to see her mother and Anna. Her face lit up with delight as she called out, "Mom! Anna!" Muen beamed with excitement as she greeted Rossweisse, her voice full of joy. Leon, hearing Muen's cheerful exclamation, turned to notice Rossweisse standing nearby. With his usual casual tone, he asked, "Oh, back from patrol already?" Rossweisse nodded gracefully, a slight smile on her lips. She replied, confirming she had completed her duties. Muen, unable to contain her excitement, placed the wooden stick down and dashed toward her mother. She wrapped her small arms around Rossweisse, burying her head against her soft, comforting embrace. Rossweisse looked down at her daughter with a gentle expression, her hand moving to stroke Muen's head affectionately. Her voice was soft and caring as she asked, "Did you listen to your dad at home today?" Muen tilted her head back to meet her mother's gaze, her round blue eyes sparkling with sincerity. "Yes," Muen was obedient. "Dad even taught me how to hold a sword." Rossweisse's smile widened as she placed her hand on Muen's head once more, her tone warm with approval. "Good girl," she praised. "We're having dinner soon. I've asked the chef to prepare beefsteaks. Go change into something clean first." The mention of a delicious meal made Muen's eyes light up with excitement. "Steaks!" she exclaimed, her small hands clasped together eagerly. "Beefsteak! Muen loves it!" Anna approached, giving Rossweisse a polite bow before speaking softly. "Your Highness, we'll take our leave now." She gently took Muen's hand and began guiding her back toward the Silver Dragon Castle. "Let's go," Anna said with a kind smile, and Muen cheerfully bid farewell to her parents. As they walked away, Muen happily hummed a little tune, skipping along and singing, "Steak, steak, beefsteak." Rossweisse watched them leave, her gaze softening momentarily. Just as she turned back to speak to Leon, she froze. A branch, sharp and precise, was pointed directly at her throat, hovering mere millimeters away. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her usually composed expression. Leon held the wooden stick firmly, the tip aimed steadily at Rossweisse, showing no intention of lowering it. Rossweisse glanced at the stick, then shifted her gaze to Leon. Despite his bold action, her expression remained unshaken. Instead, she offered a confident smile and spoke with measured calm. "What's this?" she said, a hint of amusement in her tone. "Have you finally decided to act against me? You do know that pointing a weapon at me in the Silver Dragon Temple constitutes disobedience, a crime punishable by death?" Leon smirked provocatively, twirling the branch lightly in his hand. His response came as effortlessly as the breeze. "A weapon? Queen, this is just a branch. Surely you're not calling a branch a weapon?" Rossweisse raised a brow, her disapproving gaze meeting his. "And weren't you once hailed as the strongest dragon slayer?" she countered smoothly. "In your hands, even a mere branch can become a weapon of death, can't it?" Leon closed his eyes, exhaling a long sigh as the tension in his expression softened. He lowered the branch, realizing it was pointless to try and fool Rossweisse further. Her words carried an edge, hinting at something deeper. Slowly, he approached her, his gaze sharp, yet playful, as if he had unraveled her unspoken thoughts. Speaking in a teasing tone, he said, "If you're going to compliment someone, do it properly. What's the point of dressing it up in sarcasm?" Rossweisse turned her head with an air of reluctance, stepping back slightly to maintain distance. Her body language made it clear she didn't want him coming any closer. With a stubborn tilt of her chin, she retorted, "Who's praising you?" "Stop imagining things." Leon smirked but said nothing. He strolled toward the bench nearby, the branch swinging lazily in his hand. His posture betrayed a trace of dissatisfaction, but his amusement was unmistakable. "I was just trying to scare you. If you're not afraid, it's no fun," Leon muttered, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Rossweisse, unfazed, spread her hands with a calm shrug, clearly unimpressed by his attempt at intimidation. "I don't think your current form could hurt me with a twig," she quipped, a playful smile tugging at her lips as she followed him toward the bench. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, its warm orange-red glow spilling across the training ground. The light bathed them in hues of amber and crimson, their shadows stretching long across the ground. Above them, the sky transitioned, the fading blue overtaken by fiery tones that painted a breathtaking canvas. Leon and Rosweisse sat side by side on the bench, the warm hues of the setting sun casting a serene glow over the scene. The gentle light danced across their faces, adding a golden touch to the quiet moment. Breaking the silence, Rosweisse spoke softly. "Yesterday, Noah sent me a letter. She said she's doing well and told us not to worry." Leon listened attentively, waiting for more details. When Rosweisse didn't continue, he turned his head toward her, his expression tinged with mild surprise. "That's it? Is the letter really that short?" Rosweisse's gaze softened as she looked toward the woods in the distance. Her tail swayed slowly behind her, a faint sign of her inner calm. "No," she replied gently, her tone warm. "But it's already rare for her to take the initiative to write and let us know she's safe. That alone is enough." Leon nodded, letting out a small sigh as he turned his head back, a trace of helplessness in his expression. He knew well enough that Noah had always been like this, reserved, thoughtful, and not one to openly share her feelings. "That's true," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "She takes after you in that regard." He crossed his hands behind his head, leaning casually against the bench's backrest. His gaze drifted upward, drawn to the warm, fiery hues of the sunset. "She always keeps that tight little face of hers, making it tough to figure out what's really going on in her mind. But if you approach her the right way, she's actually great to be around. We can get along just fine." Rosweisse tilted her head slightly, her eyes following the same sunset sky. A thoughtful smile played on her lips as she added, "You know, Noah admires you quite a lot. She has the typical dragon's mentality, always yearning to surpass the strong," Rosweisse remarked, her voice light with amusement. The thought of Noah's image of Leon in her heart brought a soft chuckle to her lips. Covering her mouth delicately, she glanced at him with a playful glint in her eyes. "You know," she continued, "in her eyes, you're like a top student. She said she wants to achieve many first places at the academy. She's determined never to lose to you." Leon blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the idea of being Noah's role model. "Me? A role model?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. He leaned forward slightly, processing Rosweisse's words. After all, Noah had never said anything of the sort directly to him. Instead, he recalled the times when she'd furrowed her brow at him, tossing out sharp remarks like, "You're such an idiot," or "You're weak." The memories brought a bemused smile to his face. "She's always quick to criticize me, though," he mused. Rosweisse let out a small snort of amusement. She kicked off her shoes and settled comfortably beside him. "When you first woke up, Noah kept avoiding you, didn't she?" she began, her voice laced with warmth. "But the truth is, during your coma, she came to visit you often. Every time I caught her, she'd claim she was looking for Muen." Rosweisse shifted, tucking her slender legs underneath herself and wrapping her arms around her knees. She nestled deeper into the bench, her gaze turned towards the vibrant sunset ahead. "When they were babies, they were so hard to comfort," she said, her voice growing more nostalgic. "They cried so much, and no one could ever calm them down properly. But as long as they were placed next to you, they'll settle right down," Rosweisse continued, her voice soft with the warmth of memory. "Perhaps before they even gained their own awareness, their blood ties to you had already bound you together." In Rosweisse's mind, she could vividly recall the scene. Leon, unconscious and still in bed, his arms gently cradling the two small infants, Noah and Muen. The babies, who had once cried inconsolably, now slept soundly, nestled against their father's warmth. Noah held onto Leon's fingers with delicate trust, while Muen tugged lightly at his clothes. The picture was serene, a harmonious moment shared between father and daughters. Leon's gaze drifted to his hand, a slight sense of detachment in his eyes. He muttered to himself, almost questioning, "Bloodline? That's a bit unfamiliar." The term felt foreign to him. To Leon, the concept of bloodline had always seemed distant. He thought back to his own childhood, an orphan without the warmth of a family, without the understanding of what it meant to be loved in such a way. Young Leon had grown up isolated, with no one to depend on but himself. Leon curled himself into a small ball, seeking comfort in his own embrace, trying to soothe the loneliness that had lingered within him for so long. When I was 5, my master and his wife took me in. Though there was no blood tie between us, they loved me as their own son. From that moment, Leon had a home, people to depend on, to call family. His master and his wife became the foundation of his world. But even with a home, something felt incomplete. As he watched families pass by, parents laughing, children playing in the warmth of their bond, Leon couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Their closeness, the way they shared those simple, intimate moments, stirred something deep inside him. For the first time, he understood what home truly meant. Yet, despite having a place to belong, a quiet sense of longing tugged at his heart, a subtle ache that wouldn't quite go away. Leon crouched down, curling himself into a small ball, his head lowered as he looked lost in thought. If only my master and his wife were my real parents. The thought lingered, heavy in his heart. Noticing his quiet distress, his master's wife approached him, moving gently and quietly. She crouched beside him, her hand reaching out to touch his head in a comforting gesture. "Leon," she said softly, "you will become a father one day." Leon blinked, confused by her words. Father? The concept felt foreign to him. After all, with no parents of his own, how could he possibly imagine what it meant to become one? She smiled warmly, her voice steady and reassuring. "Yes, you'll have a family of your own. People you'll love, protect, and give everything to." Leon stood still, absorbing her words. His gaze shifted to Roswisa, standing not far off, with Noah and Muen happily waving at him. The warmth in his chest grew as he watched them, and for the first time, he could almost picture himself in that role, someone who would protect and love, just as he had been taught. Now, as an adult, Leon finally understood the depth of his master's wife's words. He stepped out of his memories, quietly clenching his fists, as though he could still feel the warm, tiny fingers of Noah and Muen when they were infants. Yes, he thought, they are the family I cherish most now. Roswisa watched Leon, noticing how long he stared at his hand in silence. With a gentle tone, she reminded him, "What's the matter? We should head back." Leon snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of her voice, realizing how much time had passed. He stood up awkwardly, brushing off the moment. "Ah, it's nothing. Thanks for sharing that with me. Let's go back." However, Roswisa didn't rise to join him. Instead, she slid her shoes toward him with her feet and pointed at them. Leon blinked, puzzled by her actions. He frowned, not quite following her meaning. A sly smile crept across Roswisa's face. "If you really want to thank me, help me put on my shoes." Leon stared at her, his expression a mixture of confusion and speechless amusement. "What?" Rossweiser remained seated on the bench, arms crossed over her chest. With a playful smirk, she tapped her shoe with her foot and declared smugly, "If you really want to thank me, then help me put on my shoes." Leon stood before her, his fists tightening at his sides. His eye twitched as he glared at her, incredulous. "Huh? You expected me to help you put on your shoes? No way." His irritation flared as he stepped closer, bending down with a scowl. Pointing at her in sheer exasperation, he growled, "You really don't know shame, do you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Rossweiser delivered a swift kick to Leon's cheek. A loud crack echoed in the air as her foot made contact. Leon recoiled, wincing and rubbing the spot where the impact had struck. His face contorted in disbelief. He shot her an incredulous glare, his irritation mounting. "Helping you wash your feet last time was bad enough," he snapped, his voice rising. "And now you want me to put on your shoes? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Rossweiser's foot remained lightly pressed against Leon's face as she spoke, her tone sharp. "I still haven't gotten my revenge for that kiss you stole from me at Noah's entrance ceremony," she said, her eyes narrowing. "And now you're making a big deal over something as simple as helping me with my shoes?" Leon tensed at the reminder, the memory of that moment flashing through his mind. Before he could respond, Rossweiss, clearly impatient, leaned back against the wooden bench and extended her foot toward him, her gaze fixed expectantly on him. "Enough complaining. Just put them on already so we can go eat." Leon gritted his teeth, realizing he had no way out of this. With a deep frown, he reluctantly crouched down, lifting Rossweiss's smooth, delicate foot with one hand, while slipping her high heel on with the other. Rossweisse lowered her gaze, watching him work with amusement. A slow, satisfied smile crept onto her lips. "You claim to hate doing it, but you're surprisingly fast at this," she teased. Leon shot her an exasperated look and scoffed. "Well, putting shoes on you is still easier than hammering iron horseshoes onto a stubborn mule." Rossweisse immediately caught on to Leon's jab, and her amused smile twisted into a scowl. Her brows furrowed in irritation, and she huffed in clear dissatisfaction. "You—" With a sharp glare, she swung her foot, now properly secured in her shoe, aiming for Leon's face once more. But Leon wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. Having already suffered one kick, he was prepared this time. With a quick backward lean, he effortlessly dodged her attack, grinning as he did so. Seeing her miss only fueled his amusement. With a triumphant chuckle, he turned on his heels and bolted toward the castle. "As long as I run fast, you can't hit me," he called back over his shoulder, his smug grin widening as he saw Rossweisse fume behind him. Rossweisse couldn't chase after him right away. Her other foot was still bare. Frustrated, she could only watch as Leon disappeared into the distance, clenching her fists in irritation. She muttered curses under her breath, her eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. What's the use of running so fast? Just wait until tonight. A few days later, the weekend arrived, bringing with it Noah's return from school. Leon, Rossweisse, and Muen stood on the lush green lawn near the entrance of the Silver Dragon Temple, waiting to welcome her home. The sun cast golden hues over the horizon as a sudden, powerful roar echoed through the sky. All three of them instinctively looked up. "Look!" Muen's voice was filled with excitement as she pointed toward the sky. Above them, a massive dragon soared through the clouds, its enormous wings casting a sweeping shadow over the temple grounds. Upon seeing the enormous dragon, Muen could hardly contain her excitement. She jumped up and down, waving enthusiastically. Leon, too, was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen a dragon of this size. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, wow. This dragon is several times bigger than you when you transform," he remarked, glancing at Rossweisse. The massive beast in the sky was known as Leviathan. Its body was primarily gray, with vast blue-green wings stretching across the sky. On its back was a large, carriage-like structure, sturdy and spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of young dragons. That's right. Leviathan was no ordinary dragon. It was a specialized transport designed specifically to ferry young dragons to and from school. Leon continued to stare in awe, the sheer scale of the creature leaving him speechless. Rosweise, standing calmly behind Leon, showed no surprise at the sight before them. She crossed her arms and explained in a composed tone, "That's Leviathan, a giant dragon. Despite its massive size, its combat ability is relatively weak. However, due to its incredible endurance and remarkable emotional stability, it serves primarily as a transporter within the dragon clan." As she spoke, Leviathan came to a stop above them. A beam of shimmering blue magic light descended gracefully from its body to the ground. Leon, still carefully observing the enormous creature, raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Emotional stability?" Rosweise nodded and continued her explanation. "It's said that from birth to death, a Leviathan rarely ever loses its temper, not even once in 1,000 years. That's why the Academy chose them to transport young dragons. They're completely reliable." Just then, a figure emerged from the magical beam of light. It was Noah, her school uniform fluttering slightly in the breeze as she descended effortlessly onto the ground. She opened her eyes, calm and expressionless, as always. Looking at Rosweise, she greeted her in an even, steady voice. "I'm back, Mom." Rosweise approached her with a warm smile, and Leon followed closely behind. "Welcome back, Noah." Before Noah could say another word, Muen came dashing forward, throwing herself into Noah's arms with pure joy. "Noah, I missed you so much." For a brief moment, a faint blush spread across Noah's cheeks. Noah gently wrapped her arms around Muen. Though her expression remained subtle, there was a quiet warmth in her embrace. Perhaps deep inside, she was truly happy to be home, to see her parents and sister once again. After a moment, she turned toward Leon. Lowering her head slightly, she clenched her fists and hesitated before speaking, her voice carrying a rare hint of shyness. Leon observed her awkward demeanor, understanding the unspoken struggle behind it. "She's still not used to calling me Dad." But he didn't mind. He knew that in time, Noah would one day say it naturally. As Leviathan spread its wings and soared back into the sky, the family turned and began walking toward the city. Leon held Muen's hand in his left, while Rosweise gently clasped Noah's hand in her right. Together, they moved forward, step by step, as a family. Leon walked beside Noah with a warm smile, his tone light and welcoming. "Glad you're back. Your mom and I made some of your favorite dishes." As they chatted about recent events, the family made their way home, enjoying each other's company. After dinner, they all gathered in the living room, lounging comfortably on the sofa. Noah reached into her bag and pulled out several test papers, each marked with a perfect score. In bold red ink, 100 was written at the top of every page. Laying them neatly on the table, she began introducing each subject, along with her rankings. Fundamentals of Alchemy Machinery, full score, first place. Magic Overview, Young Dragon Edition, full score, first place. Dragon Clan History, Young Dragon Volume 1, full score, first place. She had dominated nearly every subject with flawless results. Rosweise picked up one of the papers, her smile growing as she nodded approvingly, clearly proud of Noah's achievements. Muen, sitting nearby, gazed at the test papers with wide, sparkling eyes, her expression filled with admiration and envy. However, as Noah reached for the final transcript, her hands hesitated. She lowered her head slightly, her grip tightening on the paper, as if reluctant to reveal its contents. Noah averted her gaze, her voice tinged with awkwardness. "There's one last subject. I only scored 95 on the all-around physical fitness test and didn't get first place. Sorry." Rosweise's expression softened as she watched Noah's shoulders droop slightly. For a moment, she seemed unsure of how to respond. Then, with a slightly hesitant wave of her hand, she spoke in a somewhat unpracticed tone of encouragement. "There's no need to apologize. You're already quite impressive." Muen, ever the little beacon of warmth, immediately stepped forward and took Noah's hand in her own. Her voice was filled with unwavering positivity, as bright and cheerful as the sun. "Mom is right. You did amazing." To Muen, Noah was the best, no question about it. Yet despite their reassurances, a shadow of disappointment still lingered in Noah's expression. Leon, watching quietly, picked up her report card and examined it carefully. As he glanced between Rossweiss and Muen, he couldn't help but shake his head with a small, knowing smile. One struggles to express emotions properly, while the other overflows with them. Leon sighed, shaking his head with a knowing smile. Looks like it's still up to the old father to sort this out. He gently took Noah's all-around physical fitness test transcript and began to break down the numbers for her. Running, bench press, pull-ups. These are all basic exercises, and considering your peers are 4 or 5-year-old young dragons, it's normal for your physical fitness to be a bit weaker compared to theirs. He flipped to the back of her transcript and tapped the top red box with his finger. "Here," he said, pointing at the data. "This column shows your practical training results. 9 wins, 1 loss, 0 draws. That's a 90% win rate, which puts you in first place for the single item rankings." Leon looked up from the paper and spoke earnestly. "Look, in practical training, you've won 9 out of 10 games. That's the highest win rate in the entire class." He gave her a reassuring smile. "This shows that while you might not be as physically strong as some of those brats, you're way ahead of them when it comes to strategy and combat skills. Don't let one test score get you down. There will be plenty of chances for you to surpass them in the future." Despite his analysis, Noah still appeared unsatisfied with her results, her brow furrowing slightly. Noah frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "I heard from Mom that when you were in school, you always came in first place in every subject." Leon set the transcript down, his expression softening as he lowered his gaze, as if lost in thought. "Actually, when I first started school, I wasn't always first either," he said quietly. "I earned that spot through hard work and perseverance." He looked up at her with a warm smile. "You still have plenty of time. Don't let one setback shake your confidence. I know you can do even better." Noah's eyes brightened as she listened to his words, her resolve growing stronger. She nodded firmly. I understand." At that moment, Muen walked up to them, her face filled with curiosity. She asked with wide eyes, "Dad is so powerful. If Dad and Mom fought, who would win?" Both Leon and Rossweiss looked at each other, a playful glint in their eyes. They each confidently patted their chests and replied in unison. "It's me," Leon thought, realizing that both of them had assumed they would win. The expressions on his and Rossweiss's faces turned from confident to dissatisfied. They exchanged glances, clearly unimpressed. "Huh?" Leon smirked, straightening his back and proudly pointing at himself as he began recounting his past achievements. "In my previous training, whether it was unarmed combat or battles involving weapons and magic, no one could match me. Undoubtedly, I am the strongest." Rossweiss let out a soft snort, her expression dismissive of Leon's self-proclaimed honor. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, she shot him an irritated look. "That's great, but I'm not impressed. Although I didn't win as many honors as you at the academy, I did manage to secure the crucial victory," Rossweiss quipped. Leon and Rossweiss stood facing each other, neither willing to back down. Their eyes locked, filled with intensity, as if sparks might fly at any moment. Rossweiss sneered, her voice dripping with mockery. "Didn't you marry me because you could never beat me?" Leon's jaw tightened. He gritted his teeth and shot back. "It's obvious you didn't win against me, and that's why you have 2 wonderful daughters, Muen and Noah." Seeing that their verbal sparring was getting nowhere, they both turned toward the door, clearly ready to take matters into their own hands. Rossweiss, growing impatient, raised an eyebrow. "Why don't we settle this with a fight?" Leon, rolling up his sleeves with enthusiasm, responded, "Let's go." I've been itching for this fight for ages. Noah watched as her parents stormed out of the door, their argument still lingering in the air. She couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. She hadn't expected them to bicker over who would win in a fight. Meanwhile, Muen, eyes wide with excitement, stared at their retreating figures. A grin spread across her face as she turned to Noah. Are Dad and Mom really going to fight? Noah's curiosity piqued. She nodded. I guess so. She took Muen's hand and pulled her towards the door. Let's go watch. The two of them followed their parents to the training ground, where the air was fresh and the sun bathed the space in warmth, perfect for an outdoor duel. Leon and Rossweisse were already stretching and warming up, clearly preparing for the battle ahead. Noah and Muen settled on the bench near the training ground, each with their favorite snacks in hand. Muen happily munched on popcorn, glancing over at Noah. Who do you think is stronger, Mom or Dad? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Noah turned her gaze from her parents, watching them carefully as they prepared for the fight. Her voice was calm as she responded, The teacher always says that watching masters spar can help us improve our own fighting skills. Rossweisse rubbed her wrist lightly, her gaze flicking toward Leon as she spoke softly. Your body might not be fully recovered yet. Are you sure you're ready to face the Dragon Queen? Leon, in the middle of lunge presses as part of his warm-up, glanced at her with a determined look. So what? He replied, his tone full of resolve. There aren't many chances to fight the Silver Dragon Queen. I'm gonna make the most of it. Rossweisse paused, her thoughts shifting. There didn't seem to be much point in just fighting aimlessly. She lowered her head in thought before a sudden idea sparked in her mind. With a relaxed smile, Rossweisse casually proposed, Why don't we make a bet? Leon, sensing a hint of mischief in her voice, narrowed his eyes with suspicion. What do you want to bet on? Rossweisse's smile deepened, her gaze turning serious as she laid out the terms. If you win, I won't touch you for an entire month. But if I win, you'll have to fulfill one of my demands. Leon hesitated, weighing her words. Though he didn't know exactly what strange request the Silver Dragon might make, the idea of a month without her touching him sounded incredibly appealing. The thought of a break from the constant physical strain of their interactions filled him with relief. His mind swirled with the image of a month free from the toll it took on his body. It felt like a long-awaited vacation. The thought of no contact for a whole month felt like a luxury he could hardly dare to imagine. A small part of him, almost like an angel celebrating, rejoiced in anticipation of the break he so desperately needed. Leon's resolve hardened. This was a rare opportunity for a much-needed rest, and he couldn't let it slip away. He met her gaze with determination. All right, I accept the bet. Seeing the decision in his eyes, Rossweisse wasted no time. Then, let's get started, she said, her tone sharp and confident. The tension in the air thickened as they faced each other. The duel was about to begin. After finishing their warm-ups, Leon and Rosweise locked eyes, their gazes unwavering and determined. They studied each other closely, unwilling to miss even the slightest movement. Both stood poised, waiting for the unspoken signal that would set their duel in motion. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, kicking up a fine layer of sand, adding to the tension in the air, almost as if they stood upon a battlefield. Meanwhile, Noah and Muen sat comfortably on a bench nearby, munching on popcorn as they eagerly anticipated the showdown. Muen happily swung her legs back and forth, savoring the sweetness of the popcorn, silently marveling at its taste. However, in the midst of her enjoyment, her swinging foot accidentally knocked over the apple juice sitting beside her. She gasped in surprise, reaching out instinctively to catch it, but it was already too late. The apple juice tumbled off the bench, the paper cup flipping midair before crashing onto the ground. At that exact moment, Leon and Rosweise both tensed, their gazes snapping toward the fallen cup as if it were a starter pistol. Was that the signal? Neither hesitated. The instant the apple juice hit the ground, they exploded into motion, charging at each other like twin bolts of lightning. Muen, meanwhile, stared at the spreading puddle of juice with deep regret. "Ah, my apple juice," she mumbled, utterly heartbroken. Noah, however, kept her gaze locked onto their parents, her voice steady as she observed, "The fight has begun." Leon was the first to strike. His expression turned sharp, his focus absolute. He stomped against the ground and propelled himself into the air, his right fist clenching as energy crackled around it. Without hesitation, he swung a devastating punch straight toward Rosweise. Rosweise immediately read Leon's movements, crossing her arms in front of her in a defensive stance. Her feet planted firmly, she braced for impact as Leon's fist, crackling with raw energy, came crashing down. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through the ground beneath her, splintering the earth into jagged fractures. Leon's strength was undeniable. Seizing the brief moment when Leon couldn't follow up, Rosweise countered. Her tail lashed out from below in a sharp upward arc, aiming straight for his chin. Sensing the incoming danger, Leon clenched his jaw and threw his weight backward, narrowly dodging the strike. But Rosweise wasn't done. Seeing her first attack miss, she adjusted in an instant, her tail whipping around in a swift follow-up strike, determined not to let him escape so easily. Leon planted his hands firmly on the ground, executing a swift backflip to evade Rosweise's strike once more. As he landed, he didn't pause. Before she could reset her stance, he shifted his weight onto one hand, twisting his body mid-motion. With his left foot extended, he channeled magic into his leg, raw energy crackling around it. In one fluid motion, he launched a powerful kick straight at Rosweise. Rosweise's reflexes kicked in instantly. She raised her arms in a defensive cross, blocking his attack once again. But this time, the force behind Leon's strike was far greater than before. The sheer impact reverberated through her arms, forcing her feet to slide back slightly across the fractured ground. She extended one leg behind her, planting it firmly for stability, while her hand brushed the ground to steady herself. Her brows furrowed as she analyzed Leon's previous strike. His raw physical strength and combat technique were overwhelming. A quick assessment told her one thing: she was at a disadvantage in close combat. I can't overpower him in hand-to-hand combat. I need to create some distance. Making a swift decision, Rosweise shifted her strategy. Instead of engaging directly, she chose to utilize her magic. Standing tall, she brought her left hand to meet her right, channeling an immense surge of purple energy between them. The force of her gathering magic churned up the sand around her, a clear sign of its potency. Leon, observing her change in tactics, let out a soft chuckle. His dark eyes gleamed with amusement. So, the Queen's giving up on close combat. Rosweise barely spared him a glance. She lifted her chin slightly, her voice cool and unwavering. It doesn't matter how, I just need to defeat you. Rosweise divided the concentrated dragon flames into several smaller orbs, each radiating intense heat. With a fluid motion, she thrust her hands outward, sending the blazing projectiles hurtling toward Leon. Leon's sharp instincts kicked in as he noticed the incoming flames. He bolted to his right, moving swiftly to evade the fiery assault. The dragon flames crashed into the ground with resounding explosions, leaving deep craters in their wake. Clouds of sand erupted from the impact, swirling chaotically in the air and obscuring parts of the battlefield. Rosweiss's sharp gaze never left Leon. Predicting his movements, she swiftly redirected more dragon flames toward his escape path, her hands moving with precise, calculated gestures. On the sidelines, Noah and Muen sat with rapt attention. The tension in the air was palpable. Muen's usual cheer was replaced by worry as she noticed the relentless barrage Rosweisse unleashed on their father. She paused mid-bite, her popcorn forgotten. "Is Dad going to be okay?" Muen murmured, her voice tinged with concern. Noah, though calm as ever, kept her eyes locked on the fight, silently assessing each move. The tide of the battle seemed to be shifting, and their father was now on the defensive. Beside her, Noah calmly picked up a piece of popcorn, her expression composed. Using the combat theories she had learned in class, she began analyzing their parents' strategies for Muen. "Not necessarily," she said, popping the popcorn into her mouth. "Leon is relying on his agility and close combat skills, using precise physical techniques to attack and evade. Meanwhile, Mom is relying on dragon flames to control the battlefield and create openings for sudden strikes." She chewed thoughtfully before continuing. "This suggests that in close quarters, Mom isn't confident she can overpower him, so she's keeping her distance." Muen's eyes lit up with admiration. She scooted closer to Noah, her smile wide with excitement. "Wow, Noah knows so much." A faint blush dusted Noah's cheeks at her sister's praise. She looked away slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's just what our teacher taught us in class," she murmured. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Rosweisse continued her pursuit of Leon. Her sharp gaze locked onto him as she extended her right hand, unleashing another barrage of dragon flames, each one searing through the air toward her evasive opponent. Rosweisse had already anticipated that Leon wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength while dodging her relentless magical assault. A sly smile curved her lips. "Leon, weren't you bragging about your speed? Come on, let's see it." She continued launching purple flames in rapid succession. They streaked through the air, explosions erupting in his wake. A few barely missed him, their scorching heat brushing past his skin. Leon grit his teeth as sand and debris, kicked up by the detonations, pelted his back. Glancing over his shoulder, he smirked. Not only am I fast, but I'm also tough." Rosweisse scoffed, unimpressed by his bravado. He was just talking big. She needed a way to corner him, to strip him of his precious speed. "Then let's see how tough you really are." She clasped her hands together, focusing her magic. The dragon flames that had scattered behind Leon suddenly converged, merging into two massive, searing orbs of fire. In an instant, they shot forward, closing in from both sides, cutting off his escape. Leon's sharp eyes darted between the two massive dragon flames closing in from both sides. His escape routes were sealed. There was nowhere to run. The flames converged, forming a colossal magic circle around him. Then, with a deafening roar, they detonated, releasing a blinding burst of violet light. The sheer force of the explosion gouged a massive crater into the training ground, sending waves of dust and sand billowing into the air. For a moment, visibility was lost. The battlefield was engulfed in a thick, choking cloud of smoke, obscuring everything within it. Then, crack! A bolt of electric blue lightning crackled through the haze. In the next instant, Leon burst forth from the smoke. Azure lightning danced around his body, arcing in wild, crackling currents. He looked down at Rosweisse with a confident smirk. "Too slow, Dragon Queen." The gust of wind created by Leon's rapid charge blew Rosweisse's hair back, revealing her surprise as she watched the lightning crackling around his body. She realized what he was doing. He had infused his own body with lightning magic, pushing his strength even further. This guy, he's using lightning to enhance himself, she thought, her eyes narrowing in acknowledgement. Leon's right foot slammed hard against the ground, sending a shockwave through the sand as he adjusted his stance. His eyes burned with determination. No one is taking my 1-month vacation away. With a powerful surge, he leaped toward Rosweiss, his body radiating even more electricity than before. The air around him seemed to hum with the energy he had tapped into. He was fully committed now, willing to risk everything for the sake of his hard-earned break. Leon's movements became a blur. His fists moved like lightning, too fast to track, striking with a speed that made it nearly impossible to follow their path. Rosweiss's eyes darted, and she gritted her teeth, forced to react swiftly. With lightning reflexes, she raised both arms to block the barrage of blows. The intensity of Leon's rapid assault was beginning to take its toll on Rosweisse. She could feel the strain in her arms as she struggled to block his lightning-fast strikes. Her brows furrowed with concentration, but beneath the surface, there was a hint of concern. She knew Leon was pushing his limits by using magic to enhance his body, but his body wasn't fully recovered yet. His recklessness worried her. I need to end this quickly, she thought, her mind working fast to find a way to finish the duel. Leon, however, caught a subtle shift in her demeanor. He noticed the tension in her expression, the way her attention seemed to waver. She's starting to falter, he thought with a knowing smile. This is my chance. With a sudden change in his tactics, Leon ceased his barrage of punches and instead swept his left foot low, aiming for her legs. Rosweisse, momentarily distracted by the shift in his approach, tried to react, but it was too late. Before she could regain her balance, Leon's foot caught hers, and she stumbled. A slight loss of balance was all it took. Rosweisse wavered for a moment, her foot catching on Leon's unexpected move, leaving her vulnerable. Rosweisse strained to lean back, desperately trying to avoid Leon's incoming strike. She was searching for a window to counterattack, but the way the fight had unfolded left her with little opportunity to retaliate. Leon, on the other hand, had gathered every ounce of lightning magic into his right fist, his eyes locked on her with unwavering confidence, his smile a silent proclamation of victory. I've won, he thought, his fist hurtling toward her. Rosweisse had initially planned to lean back, attempting to regain her balance and prepare to block his punch, but Leon's sudden attack threw her off completely. She felt herself losing her footing, her hand reaching out helplessly as she was about to collapse to the ground. Seeing the vulnerability in her stance, Leon's eyes flickered with realization. He could tell she was in no position to defend herself, and there was a risk of her getting hurt if he continued his attack. Without hesitation, he retracted his lightning magic and lunged forward, reaching out to catch her before she fell. He pulled her back with a firm grip, guiding her into a more stable stance. As she wobbled, Leon placed a steadying hand on her waist, ensuring she wouldn't lose her balance again. He held her firmly in his arms, the warmth of her body pressing against his. Rosweisse could feel his chest against hers, and for a moment, she was aware of the heat between them, tempting her in ways she didn't want to acknowledge. Both Leon and Rosweisse were flushed, their gazes locking in a quiet, intimate understanding. Leon, lost in the tenderness of the moment, began to lean closer to her. Leon, Rosweisse whispered softly. But just as the air thickened with the promise of something more, Rosweisse's expression shifted. Without warning, she extended the dragon flame that had been gathering in her hand and directed it straight at Leon's chest. It was only when the heat seared his skin that Leon's instincts screamed in alarm. He glanced down, horrified to see the purple flame sizzling against his chest. "Ah, it's burning!" Leon yelped, his eyes wide with panic. In a flurry of motion, he pulled away from Rosweisse, desperately swatting at the flames with his hands. But the fire didn't relent. It seemed to grow fiercer with every attempt to extinguish it. Confusion and frustration clouded his thoughts as he fought the increasingly intense blaze. And then, something clicked in his mind. He realized there was something off about this fire. Though his chest was scorched, Leon couldn't feel the heat he expected. Huh? This fire doesn't feel that hot? He muttered in confusion. Looking down, he saw that Rosweiss's purple flame had begun to dissipate, leaving only faint scorch marks on the fabric of his shirt. The burn wasn't as severe as he anticipated, and the fire seemed to have lost its intensity. Rosweisse stood behind him, arms crossed, her expression one of clear disapproval. She was no longer caught up in the moment, her gaze sharp as she looked at him. "How can you be so distracted?" she chided, her voice serious. "The fight isn't over yet." At the sound of the explosion from the purple flame landing on the ground, Noah and Muen set down their snacks and hurried over. The smoke that had enveloped the battlefield made it difficult for them to see what had happened, and they were eager to find out who had come out on top. Muen looked up at Leon and Rosweisse, curiosity lighting up her face. "Dad, Mom, who won in the end?" Leon hesitated, but the evidence of the fight was clear, and he couldn't deny it. With a sigh, he pouted and admitted, "I was careless this time. I lost." Rosweisse, her eyes closed in quiet satisfaction, nodded and spoke softly, her voice filled with reluctant admiration. "I have to admit, you're strong. You don't rely on enchanted armor or powerful weapons. You fought me using just your physical skills. No one has ever been able to do that before." Leon, a hint of defiance in his gaze, clenched his fists and responded, albeit with a bit of reluctance, "You're right, but if I fought with everything I've got, I'd definitely beat you." With Rosweiss's victory over Leon confirmed, the air between them held a mixture of respect and playful rivalry. Rosweisse flashed a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Now that you've admitted defeat, don't forget about our bet," she teased. Her words hit Leon like a sharp blow, a sharp arrow piercing straight into his chest. The realization hit him all at once. He had been so focused on catching Rosweisse before she fell, he had completely forgotten about the bet. "I forgot about the bet." Leon groaned inwardly, already feeling the weight of his mistake. As the dread of facing Rosweiss's demands sank in, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his very soul was slipping away. Muen and Noah knelt beside him, their faces full of curiosity as they looked at their father lying on the ground. Muen tilted her head and asked Rosweisse, "Mom, did Dad die?" Rosweisse smiled down at them, her expression calm and reassuring. "Don't worry, he just overexerted himself and fainted from exhaustion. He'll recover soon." Night had descended upon Silver Dragon Castle, enveloping it in a serene, almost ethereal calm. The halls lay silent, their dimly lit corridors echoing with stillness, save for the faint glow emanating from two rooms where the lights remained aglow. In one of these rooms, Noah and Muen knelt on the bed, clad in soft, flowing nightgowns. Their wide, curious eyes were fixed on the figure seated before them. Noah's arms were crossed, her brows slightly furrowed, as though she were trying to decipher the meaning behind the person's words. Beside her, Muen's expression was one of quiet fascination, her gaze unwavering as she observed with rapt attention. Finally, the figure broke the silence. "Noah," Leon began, his tone solemn and earnest, one hand pressed over his heart as if delivering a weighty farewell. "After I leave, you must take good care of Muen." He paused, his gaze shifting between the two sisters. "She's still young and a bit immature, so as her older sister, you'll need to watch over her more closely." Then, turning to Muen, his face took on an exaggerated look of sorrow. "And Muen, you must listen to your sister and not upset her. Promise me you'll be obedient and stay out of trouble, all right?" He pretended to wipe away imaginary tears, his voice thick with emotion. "Ah, after I leave, the ones I'll worry about most are you two. You're still just over a year old. How could your mother be so cruel as to take me away?" Noah observed his theatrics with an impassive expression, her gaze flat and unamused. Her brows knitted slightly as she attempted to decipher the reason behind his exaggerated display. "You're just sleeping in Mom's room for one night," she stated bluntly, her tone dry. "Why are you acting like you're being marched to the execution grounds?" Leon visibly recoiled at her words, his body stiffening as vivid memories of Ross Weiss's past disciplinary measures flooded his mind. His hands clutched at his shirt, his eyes widening with a mix of dread and apprehension. "In some ways," he murmured, his voice trembling and barely audible, "an execution would be far more merciful." He shuddered, as if reliving a nightmare. "But your mother, she has a way of drawing things out all night. It's far more terrifying than any execution." Noah remained unfazed, her blank stare unwavering as she watched her father's melodramatic performance. Meanwhile, Muen's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding, her face lighting up with childish excitement. "Oh, I get it!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands together gleefully. "Mom's going to eat Dad, isn't she?" Leon froze, his expression turning to one of utter bewilderment. "What?" "I read in a book that after a female mantis marries a male mantis, she eats him," she explained, her voice brimming with innocent curiosity. She recalled a scientific book she had once browsed, filled with illustrations of female praying mantis consuming their mates. To her young mind, it seemed like the perfect analogy for what her father was describing. Leon stared at her, completely dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated his daughter's imagination taking such a dark and unexpected turn. This kind of eating is different," he replied flatly, struggling to find the right words. Then, noticing Muen's bright, eager face, he sighed deeply. "Muen, why do you look so excited at the idea of your dad being eaten?" Before Muen could answer, a familiar voice interrupted from the doorway. "Don't go filling our daughters' heads with nonsense and making me out to be some kind of monster." Leon didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Ross Weiss stood at the doorway, dressed in a silky camisole nightgown paired with sleek black stockings. Her arms were crossed casually as she leaned against the frame, exuding an air of effortless elegance. It was clear she had been listening for some time, and now she had arrived to put an end to Leon's theatrics. Leon raised an eyebrow but chose not to argue. Instead, he watched silently as Ross Weiss glided toward Noah and Muen's bed, her movements fluid and deliberate. She gently urged the girls to lie down, tucking them in with a motherly touch that was both tender and reassuring. Leaning down slightly, she offered them a warm smile. "Get some rest, all right? There's no need to worry. Mom just needs to have a little Interesting discussion with Dad tonight. Leon swallowed hard. Her words, though soothing, did little to ease his growing unease. He stood behind Rosweiss, his gaze wary as he studied her. Something about her tone set off alarm bells in his mind. Interesting things, he echoed, narrowing his eyes skeptically. Rosweiss responded with a leisurely smile, her expression calm and composed. For example, the birth of the universe. Leon couldn't help but scoff. You mean the birth of life? Unfazed, Rosweiss continued smoothly, or perhaps the mysteries of the world. Leon sighed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You mean the mysteries of the human body? As their playful banter unfolded, Noah and Muen sat quietly, observing their parents' antics. Muen's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her young mind captivated by the exchange. Noah, on the other hand, seemed entirely uninterested, her expression one of quiet resignation as she turned her gaze away, clearly unimpressed. Rosweiss, her patience wearing thin, noticed that Leon had been lingering far longer than necessary. Without a word, she seized him by the collar and began dragging him toward the door, her movements brisk and decisive. Enough with the goodbyes. It's time to go, she declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Leon flailed slightly, stretching out a hand toward his daughters with a look of desperation. Wait, I still have some final words. But his protests were ignored. As Rosweiss effortlessly pulled him out of the room, he managed to twist his head back just enough to shout one last message to Noah and Muen. His voice echoed down the hallway, loud and clear. Muen, remember, Dad will always love you. Gradually, the sound of their footsteps faded, and the corridor returned to its earlier stillness. The lights in their room were turned off, and the door clicked softly shut behind them. Noah and Muen lay side by side in their beds, hands clasped as they prepared to sleep. Muen blinked, then turned to her sister with a curious expression. Noah, what do you think Mom and Dad are going to do? Noah, her eyes already closed, had no interest in speculating about their parents' activities. With a hint of indifference, she replied, I don't know. Let them be. They're just being childish adults. Meanwhile, Leon followed Rosweiss back to her room, his fate for the night firmly sealed. After Leon took a seat, Rosweiss casually placed 2 bottles of red wine on the table, along with a few glasses. She leaned back on the sofa, swirling the wine in her glass before taking a slow sip. The rich taste lingered on her tongue, and she couldn't help but murmur a small note of appreciation. Her gaze drifted to Leon, who hadn't so much as glanced at the glass set before him. She raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity lighting her eyes. Not in the mood to drink? She inquired, her tone casual but probing. Leon, seated stiffly on the sofa beside her, remained motionless. His arms were crossed, his eyes closed, and his brow furrowed in quiet resistance. His posture spoke volumes. He had no intention of drinking, nor did he wish to engage with Rosweiss in her current state. Without opening his eyes, he offered a firm, clipped response. No. Rosweiss's expression darkened. The taste of victory still lingered, yet here was Leon, blatantly disregarding their agreement. She tilted her glass slightly, watching the liquid swirl inside before fixing him with a sharp, piercing look. Really now? She said, her voice laced with thinly veiled irritation. I seem to recall you promising to fulfill my demands after your loss. And yet, here you are, refusing even something as simple as a drink? She raised her glass, her displeasure evident as she waited for him to honor his word. Leon immediately sensed the shift in Rosweiss's demeanor. A dangerous energy emanated from her, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, turning his head to the side as if avoiding her eyes might offer some form of protection. I just don't feel like drinking right now, he stammered, his voice tinged with nervousness as he scrambled for an excuse. Though he spoke aloud, his true thoughts remained locked away, a silent mantra repeating in his mind. Stay rational. Don't let her manipulate you. Not tonight. Roswitha didn't push the matter further. Instead, she set her glass down and shifted the conversation abruptly, her tone smooth and almost reflective. Actually, she began, her voice carrying a hint of contemplation, I was genuinely hoping you'd win today. Leon's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. He turned to look at her, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Why? He asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Roswitha stepped closer, her movements graceful and deliberate. Standing before him, she spoke in a calm, almost playful tone, as though sharing a lighthearted secret. If you had won, I would have granted you a month's leave. You could have used that time to recover properly, and perhaps... She tilted her head slightly, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. You'd have been even more entertaining afterward. Ever heard that before? Leon's expression darkened. The way she framed it made it seem as though she had intentionally sabotaged his chances of winning. He lowered his head, his voice laced with frustration. Then why didn't you just let me win today? Roswitha responded with a smile, one that sent a ripple of unease through Leon. She leaned down, effortlessly picking up the untouched glass of red wine in front of him. Her fingers traced the rim of the glass as she spoke, her gaze never leaving his. Because, she replied smoothly, her voice dripping with quiet confidence, I've come up with a far more interesting way to play. Leon's eyes flew open as her words sank in, but before he could react, Roswitha tilted her glass. The deep red liquid spilled over the edge, cascading down, directly onto her chest. The wine trailed down her skin, soaking into the delicate fabric of her nightgown. The rich, heady aroma of the wine filled the air, blending with the warmth of the room. Roswitha looked down at Leon, her expression sharp and daring, her eyes gleaming with a wild, intoxicating energy. My favorite part, she murmured, her voice as smooth as silk, is how you still refuse to accept defeat, even after losing to me. Leon blinked, momentarily stunned by her boldness. He instinctively leaned back, his brows knitting together in bewilderment. What are you doing? Roswitha didn't answer. Instead, she set her empty glass on the table with a soft clink. Then, without hesitation, she moved, swift and purposeful, climbing onto Leon and straddling him. The remnants of the red wine still clung to her skin, glistening faintly in the dim light. She leaned in, her piercing gaze locking onto his, a mix of authority and allure radiating from her. With deliberate slowness, she gripped his collar, pulling him closer. Her lips curved into a teasing smile, her voice low and commanding. Drink it up, Leon. Roswitha's chest was pressed firmly against Leon's, compelling him to fix his gaze on her. The remnants of red wine created a striking contrast against the pale expanse of her skin, while the wine-soaked nightgown delicately accentuated her graceful silhouette. The intoxicating aroma of red wine lingered in the air, mingling with Roswitha's natural scent, creating an alluring and irresistible atmosphere. He swallowed hard, his restraint faltering as he found himself drawn deeper into the moment. Pulling her closer, he buried his face in her chest, his lips tracing the trails of red wine that adorned her skin. Roswitha, in turn, steadied herself with one hand on his shoulder while gently guiding his head closer with the other, her touch both tender and commanding. The sensation of Leon's tongue tracing her chest was exquisite, sending waves of pleasure through Roswitha. She reveled in the experience, her eyes fluttering shut as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Her body quivered faintly, betraying the intensity of her emotions. With a subtle shift, the straps of her nightgown slipped from her shoulders, leaving her even more exposed. She couldn't discern whether it was excitement or sheer joy that overwhelmed her, but the overwhelming comfort of the moment drew a soft, involuntary sound from her lips. As Roswitha basked in the blissful sensation, Leon finally lifted his head, having finished savoring the traces of red wine on her chest. His face bore a faint blush, and the remnants of wine glistened at the corners of his mouth. He exhaled a warm breath, his voice low and tentative as he asked, "Is this okay?" Roswitha met his gaze, her expression revealing that neither her body nor her mind had yet reached full satisfaction. Her longing was palpable, a silent plea for more. With a deliberate motion, she pinched Leon's chin, her fingers brushing lightly over his lips. Her eyebrows arched subtly, a mysterious and composed smile playing on her lips as she fixed her gaze on his mouth. "Of course, this isn't enough," she murmured, her tone shifting to one of quiet authority. "Open your mouth," she commanded. Though hesitant, Leon found himself compelled to comply, parting his lips as instructed. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk flickered across Roswitha's face as she set her true plan into motion. She bit down sharply on her own lip, drawing blood that began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. With a firm hand against Leon's cheek, she guided the crimson droplets into his open mouth. The metallic tang of blood filled his senses, its unmistakable rust-like flavor alerting him to what she had done. She had given him her blood. Leon's eyes widened in shock as the realization struck him. Something was deeply amiss. Reacting instinctively, he pushed Roswitha away, breaking free from her grasp as she sat atop him. "What are you doing?" he demanded, his voice a mix of confusion and alarm. He couldn't comprehend her actions or their implications. Staggering to his feet, he quickly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his mind racing to make sense of the unsettling situation. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The forbidden magic he had once used, which required blood to activate, had now been turned against him by Roswitha. He regarded her with wary eyes, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Did you use that forbidden magic on me?" Seeing no reason to conceal the truth any longer, Roswitha knelt gracefully on the sofa, one hand propping up her chin as she licked the traces of blood from the corner of her mouth, a satisfied smile spreading across her lips. "Indeed, the blood curse. You're quite familiar with it, aren't you?" she replied. As the blood curse took effect, her eyes gradually shifted to a deep crimson, and the dragon mark on her chest began to glow with an eerie purple light. Simultaneously, influenced by the curse and the mark, Leon's eyes also turned red. The curse surged through his body, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of discomfort. His entire frame trembled violently, and he struggled to remain upright. Forced to bend over, he clutched at his chest, his voice strained as he managed to speak. Why would you do this?" Roswitha observed his distress with an air of detachment, her tone casual as she responded. "Ever since you cast this forbidden magic on me 2 years ago, I've longed to relive its sensation. Now, it's your turn to experience it." Once activated, the blood curse would inexorably consume a person's life, a fact Leon remembered all too well. He watched as Roswitha lounged comfortably on the sofa, seemingly unbothered by the potential consequences of the curse. Struggling against the growing discomfort coursing through his body, he forced himself to lift his head and asked her with great effort, "Do you understand the price that must be paid for using this forbidden magic?" Roswitha responded with a soft, knowing smile. She was far from ignorant of the curse's side effects. Unbeknownst to Leon, she had spent considerable time conducting extensive research in secret, meticulously altering the curse's mechanics to mitigate its toll. Her gaze drifted down to him as she calmly explained, "Of course I know. I've made slight modifications to its operation, reducing the blood curse's impact on the dragon clan's body. Now, it retains only its enchanting effect." As she spoke, the blood curse's influence on Leon intensified, threatening to overwhelm his senses. He clenched his eyes shut and shook his head vigorously, fighting to maintain his grip on reality. The struggle to stay conscious was becoming increasingly difficult, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. However, he could feel his body temperature rising rapidly, his head throbbing with discomfort. "I'm burning up. My mind is going blank," he muttered to himself, his voice strained. At that moment, Roswitha approached him, her presence commanding yet deliberate. She placed her hand gently on the back of Leon's hand, her touch both soothing and unsettling. "I've always forced and threatened you," she began, her tone laced with a mix of amusement and dominance. "And you've always resisted, always looked so unwilling." She leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear as her other hand rested firmly on his shoulder. Her voice dropped to a low, seductive whisper, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "But now, I want you to beg me like a mad dog, pleading to connect with me." Her words struck a chord deep within him, igniting a fire he could no longer suppress. Overwhelmed by the intensity of her words and the curse's effects, Leon's resolve shattered. He dropped to his knees, his head bowed low as a cry of anguish escaped his lips. Roswitha stood above him, her gaze piercing and regal, exuding an aura of absolute control. A faint, triumphant smile played on her lips as she declared, "Ha! The game is about to begin, my delicious captive, Mr. Leon Cosmode." Under the grip of the blood curse, Leon's strength waned, his body betraying him as his legs buckled beneath him. He collapsed onto his knees before Roswitha, his fingers clutching desperately at his clothes. Each breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, heat surging through him as he struggled to maintain control. His vision swayed, but he forced himself to look up, locking eyes with Roswitha. She stood tall, unshaken, her expression laced with quiet triumph. With an air of effortless dominance, she leaned forward slightly, hands resting on her hips, her gaze fixed on him with an almost predatory amusement. She could see it, Leon, kneeling at her feet, teetering on the edge of surrender. Roswitha's voice curled with amusement, laced with deliberate mockery as she regarded him. "Oh, Leon, struggling already? How unfortunate for you." She took a slow step closer, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "The brave, fearless dragon slayer," she mused, tilting her head. "And yet, you're on the verge of losing control, aren't you? Do you even know what you look like right now?" With a flick of her wrist, Roswitha summoned a small, ornate mirror into her palm. Its golden frame shimmered under the dim light, intricate carvings gleaming like captured starlight. She twirled a finger, and the mirror expanded, stretching upward until it stood as a full-length reflection beside Leon. Adjusting its angle with deliberate care, she cast him a knowing smile. "This," she murmured, "is a rather special artifact I acquired in Sky City. It has the ability to capture and reflect fleeting moments, ones you might not even realize you're showing." Leon stiffened, resisting the urge to look, but curiosity betrayed him, and his gaze flickered toward the mirror, drawn in despite himself. He didn't know what Rosweiss intended, but the glint in her eyes sent a warning through his already weakened body. She leaned in, her voice a sultry whisper, brushing against his ears like silk. "Leon," she purred, her tone laced with teasing amusement. "Now that you're in front of the mirror, tell me, what is it you want to do?" Leon, still kneeling, turned his gaze toward the mirror and saw a reflection that was far from his usual composed self. His face was flushed, his breath coming in short, heated gasps, and his eyes darted restlessly, betraying his inner turmoil. He felt his body growing increasingly restless, the discomfort intensifying with every passing moment. Then, as if under some unseen influence, Leon found himself uttering words he would never normally say. "Kiss," he murmured, his voice unsteady. Almost immediately, he recoiled in shock, his crimson eyes widening and his lips parting in disbelief. He couldn't believe what had just escaped his own mouth. Rosweiss offered a gentle smile, though her eyes gleamed with arrogance and mockery, as though his response hadn't met her expectations. "Huh? What are you saying? Say it again. Louder," she demanded, her tone both teasing and commanding. At her words, Leon's anxiety spiked. He instinctively reached out, as if trying to grasp Rosweiss, and repeated his words with more force this time. "I want to kiss you, Rosweiss," he exclaimed, his voice louder but tinged with desperation. Yet, deep down, Leon knew this wasn't what he truly wanted to say. "That's not what I mean," he thought frantically. "This isn't me." It was clear that the blood curse's influence was growing stronger, and he was now entirely under Rosweiss's control. Rosweiss stepped closer, her movements deliberate and unhurried. She reached out, her fingers gently tracing the contours of Leon's face, her touch both tender and possessive. Her smile widened, satisfied with the power she held over him. She tilted her head gently, a wicked smile playing on her lips as she mocked Leon's current predicament. "Leon, look at the state you're in," she taunted, her voice dripping with amusement. "How far you've fallen, abandoning all dignity to humbly beg your enemy for a kiss." Leon lifted his head, his eyes filled with a mix of grievance and longing as he gazed at her. Under the curse's influence, his desire for her kiss burned uncontrollably, his restraint crumbling entirely. But Rosweiss, ever the schemer, had no intention of making it easy for him. "Oh, but I won't give you a kiss," she said with a smug smile, her tone light and teasing. She reached out, patting Leon's head gently before withdrawing her hand, treating him as though he were nothing more than a playful puppy. Leon turned his head, staring blankly at her, his red eyes slightly widened in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend the woman standing before him, her cruelty, her games, her refusal to grant him even the smallest mercy. Yet despite his confusion, the curse's grip on him remained unyielding, leaving him powerless to resist her whims. It seemed he understood that his plea had been denied. In the haze of his mind, something snapped, a fragile thread of restraint giving way. Desperation surged through him as he shook his head, refusing to accept Rosweiss's rejection. "No, Rosweiss," he muttered, his voice low and strained. In the next instant, Leon acted. He grabbed her shoulders and with a sudden burst of force, slammed her onto the bed. Caught off guard by his abrupt move, Rosweiss had no time to react. Her lips parted slightly in surprise as she stared up at him, wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. By the time she processed what had happened, she was already pinned beneath him. Leon's hands gripped her firmly, one clutching her shoulder, the other holding her wrist, pressing her into the mattress and restricting her ability to move. His breath came heavy, his crimson eyes locked onto hers, a mix of determination and desperation burning in their depths. Leon sat atop her, his breath hot and uneven as he gazed down at her with eager, almost pleading eyes. In this moment, he was determined to make her yield to his desires. Yet Roswitha showed no fear or resistance to his actions. Instead, she met his gaze head-on, reading the urgency in his expression with an air of calm amusement. She raised an eyebrow slightly, tilting her head to the side as she studied him, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "You're so impatient," she teased, her voice light and mocking. "This really doesn't seem like you." It seemed Leon understood that his earlier behavior had failed to satisfy her. In response, he reached out and gently took Roswitha's hand, bringing it close to him. With a tender yet desperate gesture, he extended his tongue and softly licked the back of her hand and fingers, his actions almost reverent, as though begging her to grant him what he sought. His eyes never left hers, silently pleading for her to fulfill his desires. "Roswitha, I want to kiss you, hold you, and become one with you," Leon confessed, his voice trembling with raw emotion. Then, he gently released her hand and cupped her face, his touch tender, yet filled with an intensity that was entirely unlike his usual demeanor. Roswitha watched his every move closely, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She hadn't anticipated the blood curse's influence to be this overwhelming. As she observed Leon's state, she began to piece together her own experience from the past. "So, this is how I must have looked when I was under the blood curse's sway," she thought, recalling the time Leon had cast it on her. Seeing him plead so earnestly, Roswitha finally relented, though her tone carried a hint of playful reluctance. "Well, since you've begged so passionately, I suppose I can't refuse." She reached out, her hand sliding around the back of Leon's neck, and pulled him close, pressing her body firmly against his as she guided him onto the bed. Her eyes locked onto his, burning with desire and leaving no room for doubt about her intentions. Leon, hearing her agreement, broke into a satisfied smile, his relief evident. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the bed, positioning himself over Roswitha, ready to lose himself in the moment she had finally granted him. Roswitha wrapped her arms tightly around him, her legs relaxing as she surrendered herself completely to him. She allowed him to share an unforgettable night with her, her voice a soft whisper in his ear. "Leon, let me see your true self once you've fallen into depravity." As the hours passed, dawn eventually broke. The starry night sky outside the castle gave way to a clear, bright morning. Sunlight streamed over Silver Dragon Castle, casting a radiant glow across its towering spires and ancient walls. Within the castle, soldiers began their daily patrols, the halls echoing with the sounds of their footsteps. In Roswitha's room, the soft light of morning filtered through the window, bathing the space in a warm, golden hue. The sunlight spilled onto the bed, illuminating her hair, which shimmered like strands of silk. Leon and Roswitha lay entwined, their bodies bare, the sheets tangled around them as they rested in the quiet aftermath of the night. After some time, Leon stirred awake. Roswitha, however, remained deep in slumber beside him. As he lay there, fragments of the previous night flashed through his mind, feeling more like a surreal dream than reality. He hadn't expected to fall victim to Roswitha's manipulations yet again. Rubbing his throbbing head, he let out a low, regretful groan. His hand moved to his temple as he opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Roswitha, who slept peacefully beside him. "I fell into depravity again last night," he muttered to himself, his voice heavy with self-reproach. He pushed himself up, using his other hand to steady himself against the bed. The intensity of the previous night's activities left him feeling lightheaded and disoriented. "It's all because of that damned blood curse," he thought bitterly. "It stripped me of my pride and dignity as a dragon slayer, reducing me to begging her for a night of indulgence." The weight of his actions bore down on him. As a renowned dragon slayer who had faced countless formidable foes, he felt a deep sense of shame for his weakness. Once again, He had crossed the line he had sworn never to cross. Clenching his teeth, he turned his head to look at Roswitha, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. She lay there, serene and untroubled, a stark contrast to the turmoil churning within him. This was yet another instance of him crossing the line he had sworn to uphold. At this moment, Roswitha remained asleep, her eyes closed as if she had succumbed to a deep, exhausted slumber. Seeing her so content and undisturbed, clearly having enjoyed herself the night before, Leon couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. As the one who caused all this, you had your fun, and now sleep so soundly, he thought bitterly. She looked so peaceful, almost defenseless, lying there. Without thinking, Leon reached out and gently caressed her face. It wasn't until his fingers brushed against her skin that he realized what he was doing. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly pulled his hand back, startled by his own actions. He stared at Roswitha, his mind racing, unable to believe he had instinctively touched her. "Hey, what am I doing?" he muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with self-reproach. How could I subconsciously touch her face like that? He brought his hand to his mouth, trying to appear composed as he analyzed his own behavior. "I just wanted to wake her up," he told himself, his cheeks still burning. That's all. There was absolutely no other intention behind it. After reassuring himself, Leon turned his attention back to Roswitha. She, who was usually an early riser, had strangely not woken up on time today. Even on nights when she was exhausted, she would still rise punctually the next morning. Leon furrowed his brow in confusion. Why isn't she reacting? Is she pretending to be asleep? He suspected that Roswitha was already awake, merely feigning sleep to observe his reaction, waiting for the perfect moment to sit up and mock him. To test his theory, he leaned down slightly and gently poked her forehead with his finger, attempting to expose her act. "Hey, stop pretending to be asleep," he said, his tone light but probing. When poking her forehead failed to rouse her, Leon tried again, this time patting her cheek softly. "Get up already. Aren't you usually the picture of discipline?" he urged. Yet Roswitha remained still, as if plunged into an unshakable slumber, unresponsive to his attempts to wake her. Leon grew increasingly puzzled. No matter how he called to her or tried to rouse her, there was no sign of her stirring. Something felt off, and he couldn't shake the unease settling over him. Leon furrowed his brow, crossing his arms over his chest as he gazed at Roswitha, lost in thought. A suspicion began to form in his mind. Could this be a side effect of her casting the blood curse last night? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Is she suffering from the backlash of the curse? He wondered. The potency of magic often depended on the caster's physical condition, and he recalled his own experience. Back when he had cast the blood curse on the brink of death, he had fallen into a coma for 2 years, though he had no memory of how he had survived. Roswitha, as the Dragon Queen with a robust constitution, might only be unconscious for a week or so. Yet there she lay, still deep in slumber, her breathing soft and steady. Leon rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, before finally reaching a decision. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to escape? With Roswitha incapacitated for the time being, he had a clear chance to flee. His expression shifted, his gaze turning serious as a sly smile crept across his face. Without hesitation, Leon slipped out of bed and quickly began to dress, his mind already racing with plans for his escape. Drawing on the intelligence he had gathered earlier, Leon followed the clues and opened one of the drawers in the room's cabinet. Inside, he found not only a set of keys labeled for the warehouse, but also a bottle of liquid medicine and a container of pills. He quickly formulated a plan. Before making his escape, he would retrieve his equipment. He knew that, as an ordinary human, he couldn't cover much ground in a week on his own. However, with the black gold chariot and the restorative medicine and pills to replenish his strength, he could push his limits. If he ran at full speed, it might just be enough to get him back to the human realm. He slipped the keys into one pocket and carefully stashed the medicine and pills in another. A confident, almost triumphant smile spread across his face as he felt certain he could seize this rare opportunity to make his escape. Leon's expression brightened with determination, as though he could already see himself breaking free from this place. This was his chance, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. After securing what he needed, Leon placed his hands on his hips and turned to glance at Roswitha, still lying motionless in bed. He couldn't help but imagine her reaction when she woke up and discovered he was gone. By the time she realizes I'm missing, it'll already be too late. Leon closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and laughed heartily, picturing her furious expression. But gradually, his laughter began to wane. Suddenly, his smile faded, and his expression grew serious. His gaze shifted to the side, as if a troubling thought had crossed his mind. He let out a heavy sigh. "Is it really okay for me to leave like this?" he muttered to himself. His arms dropped to his sides like a deflated balloon, and his head hung low, weighed down by a sense of unease. Feeling conflicted about his current situation, he reluctantly returned the keys, potions, and pills to the drawer, his mind racing as he carefully reconsidered his plans. Come to think of it, he reflected, it's been 2 years since I left the Empire. I have no idea what's happening there now. The circumstances of his capture still held many unanswered questions, and rushing back without a clear plan seemed too risky. Caution, he realized, was the wiser approach. In his memories, fragments of an event surfaced, something that might have been the turning point leading to his current status as a captive of the Dragon Clan. Whatever it was, it lingered in his mind, a puzzle he couldn't yet solve. If Leon were to return now, unforeseen dangers might await him. After careful consideration, he decided to let go of this chance to escape. He walked slowly to the window, his expression thoughtful and serious. He recalled having entrusted Roswitha with investigating his master's affairs earlier. Besides, he muttered to himself, I've already asked Roswitha to look into my master's recent situation. Perhaps I should wait for her findings before making any decisions. As he pondered, his gaze softened, and he looked out the window at the sprawling lawn below. In the garden of Silver Dragon Castle, Noah and Muen were playing together, their laughter carrying on the breeze. At that moment, Muen spotted a beautiful purple butterfly and dashed toward it, her small hand reaching out eagerly. "Noah, catch it quickly!" she called excitedly to her sister, who trailed behind her at a calmer pace. "Slow down, don't fall," Noah replied, her voice steady and reassuring as she kept a watchful eye on her younger sister. Watching his daughters play and laugh on the lawn, their smiles radiant and carefree, Leon felt a deep sense of warmth and responsibility. He knew he couldn't leave them behind. Not now, not ever. "I can't leave them," he whispered, closing his eyes with a light smile before shaking his head and sighing. It seems I'll have to stay in Silver Dragon Castle for now." He turned away from the window and walked back to the bedside, where Roswitha still lay in deep slumber, her breathing even and peaceful. He gazed down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "After all, I haven't had my revenge yet. Wouldn't you agree, Roswitha?" Leon's smile lingered as he watched her, the room filled with the quiet rhythm of her breathing and the weight of unspoken plans. Rosweiser remained lying on the bed, showing no signs of waking. Her eyes were shut tight, her expression calm and relaxed, as though she were merely in a deep, ordinary slumber. After learning that Rosweiser had not yet awakened, both Noah and Muen made their way to her room to check on her. Even Muen, who was typically cheerful and carefree, wore an uncharacteristically somber expression. She gripped the edge of the bed with both hands, her brows furrowed as she gazed at Rosweiser with visible concern. Noah stood beside her, her own brow slightly creased as she observed their mother. "Is Mom going to be okay? She's been asleep for an entire day now," Muen asked, her voice tinged with worry. Noah, however, turned her attention to Leon, who stood nearby. She crossed her arms over her chest, her expression serious and probing. Suspicion flickered in her eyes as she addressed him. "What did you do last night?" she demanded, her tone firm and accusatory. Leon averted his gaze, refusing to meet Noah's eyes directly. The weight of her question hung in the air, unanswered, as the room remained steeped in an uneasy silence. Leon scratched his head, hesitant to reveal the details of what had transpired between him and Rosweiss the previous night. Instead, he offered a nervous lie. "We were chatting on the balcony last night," he said, his voice tinged with unease. "Perhaps she caught a cold from the chilly wind." Noah listened to his explanation, her expression skeptical, as though she didn't fully believe his account. Sensing her doubt, Leon realized his excuse wasn't enough to dispel her suspicions. He turned to Anna for support. "There's no serious issue, right? Wouldn't you agree, Anna?" he asked, hoping for reassurance. Noah and Muen both turned their attention to Anna, their eyes searching for answers. Anna, ever composed, gave a slight nod and addressed Leon with her usual calm demeanor. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. The physician has already examined Her Majesty's condition. Aside from some mild fatigue, everything appears to be normal." Thanks to Anna's intervention, Leon allowed himself a small sigh of relief. She then proceeded to outline her plans for managing the clan's affairs in Rosweiss's absence. "I will temporarily oversee matters within the clan on Her Majesty's behalf over the next few days. If there's nothing else, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave and return to my duties." Leon nodded, replying simply, "Oh, okay." At that moment, however, Rosweiss's condition seemed to shift. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her brows furrowed, and her expression grew visibly uncomfortable, as though she were grappling with some unseen distress. The room, which had momentarily settled into calm, was once again filled with tension. Muen appeared to notice her mother's discomfort. She reached out and gently touched Rosweiss's forehead, her small hand moving in a soothing motion. "Mom, please get better soon," she whispered softly. "Muen won't make you angry anymore." Standing nearby, Leon observed closely and noticed the beads of sweat forming on Rosweiss's face and neck. He rested his chin on one hand, his expression thoughtful as he tried to make sense of the situation. "Why is she sweating so much?" he wondered. "I'll need to wipe her down later." Noah, however, misinterpreted his intentions. Suspicious that Leon might take advantage of her mother's vulnerable state, she glared at him with unfriendly eyes. Her voice was sharp and accusatory as she demanded, "Do you plan to do something while Mother is unconscious?" With Rosweiss lying unconscious in bed, it was difficult for Noah not to assume that something had happened the previous night. Leon let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging her persistent suspicion and vigilance. He understood that he bore some responsibility for Rosweiss's current state and didn't attempt to deflect Noah's concerns. Instead, he bent down slightly, meeting her gaze with sincerity as he tried to reassure her. "Noah, I only want to help. I'll take care of her properly. You have my word." "Noah, you're overthinking this," Leon said gently, his tone sincere. "Right now, I just want to take good care of your mother." Noah raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of belief and doubt as she responded, "Is that so? Well, that's good to hear." Since her father had given his word, she decided not to press further. It was time for her and Muen to return to their room and rest. Without looking back, Noah walked toward the door, calling over her shoulder to Muen, who was still standing by the bedside. "Let's go, Muen. We'll come visit Mom again tomorrow." Muen, however, seemed reluctant to leave. She clutched the bedsheet with one hand, her other hand gently clenched into a fist, her eyes lingering on Rossweiss's still form. With a sad expression, she whispered, "Mom, Muen will come see you again tomorrow." Noah opened the door and stepped out first, with Muen trailing closely behind. Before leaving, Muen peeked her head back into the room and waved at Leon, her voice soft but cheerful. "Good night, Dad." Leon smiled warmly at her and waved back. "Good night, Muen." As the door clicked shut, silence reclaimed the room, wrapping it in a hushed stillness. Leon stood motionless for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. His gaze drifted, unfocused, before he finally exhaled and moved with quiet resolve. He reached for a basin of water, its surface quivering under the room's dim light. Submerging a clean white cloth, he watched as it soaked up the cool liquid, turning a shade darker as it became saturated. Slowly, he lifted it, water streaming between his fingers. With practiced ease, he twisted the fabric, wringing out the excess, each droplet falling back into the basin with a soft, rhythmic patter. Turning his gaze toward the unconscious Rossweisse, he hesitated for a moment before leaning closer. Her silver hair fanned out over the pillows, strands clinging lightly to her flushed skin. With slow, deliberate movements, he pressed the damp cloth to her forehead, wiping away the faint sheen of sweat. The cool touch contrasted against the warmth of her skin as he traced the cloth gently down her temple, along her delicate jawline, and over the curve of her neck. He worked methodically, ensuring no lingering dampness remained that might leave her chilled. It wasn't just a matter of care. Leon knew all too well that if she woke up with a cold because of him, there would be consequences, and not the kind he wanted to deal with. Letting out a quiet sigh, he continued his task, his movements both cautious and meticulous. Leon turned to look at Rossweiss, and as he did, he noticed something unusual. Her large tail, which was always visible in daily life, no matter the time, place, or activity, was nowhere to be seen. "She always has her tail out, but now she's so weak that she can't even manifest it," he mused, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. Rossweisse lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, and her breathing shallow. It was clear that her body was still under significant strain. Beads of sweat streamed down her face and neck, soaking her nightgown and clinging to her skin. Noticing how drenched her clothes were, Leon decided it would be best to help her change into something clean. Wouldn't it be better to change her into fresh pajamas? He thought. He walked over to her wardrobe and opened it, revealing not only a few hanging outfits, but also several boxes filled with clothes. The sheer volume of her wardrobe surprised him. As he sifted through the options, a mischievous idea crossed his mind. With so many clothes, it wouldn't hurt to pick something according to my preferences, right? Once the thought took hold, Leon began rummaging through the wardrobe with a playful grin, muttering to himself as he searched. Shoulder-bearing, low-cut, tie-front, black stockings. In no time, Leon had gathered all the clothes and accessories he had selected. The outfit was ready, but one problem remained. He rested his chin on his hand, leaning slightly forward as he studied Rossweisse intently. "Well, I've found similar styles to replace what I need," he murmured to himself. "But how do I solve the issue with the ears?" With careful precision, he divided her hair into 2 sections, experimenting with braiding it into the shape he desired. "Perhaps I can create the illusion of ears using her hair," he thought. Satisfied with the result, he decided this would be an adequate solution to the missing ears. Next, Leon removed Rossweiss's sweat-soaked nightgown and dressed her in the outfit and accessories he had prepared. After some effort, she was fully clothed in the ensemble he had chosen for her. When he stepped back to admire his work, Leon's cheeks flushed slightly, and a faint, almost sheepish smile spread across his face. "It's done," he said softly, his tone a mix of pride and amusement. A portion of Rosweiss's hair had been artfully tied into the shape of 2 rabbit ears, adding a playful touch to her appearance. She now wore a black tie around her neck, a low-cut bodysuit, and sleek black stockings that accentuated her legs. Her outfit had transformed from the simple nightgown she had worn earlier into a striking bunny girl ensemble. Even her posture on the bed resembled that of a resting rabbit, completing the look. This was Leon's personal preference brought to life. As he took in the sight of Rosweisse dressed as a charming and alluring bunny girl, his face flushed an even deeper shade of red. He wanted to look away, but his eyes kept drifting back to her. Nervously scratching his cheek, he offered a shy but sincere compliment. "I didn't expect it to suit you so well." At that moment, the dragon mark on Leon's chest seemed to respond to his inner emotions, suddenly glowing with a dazzling purple light. It flickered rhythmically, as if mirroring the flustered state of his heart. Leon noticed the light and glanced down, his expression turning slightly nervous. "Of course," he muttered to himself, "it's the dragon mark reacting again." Flustered, Leon quickly adjusted his clothes, his voice tinged with surprise as he muttered, "Why did the dragon mark light up now, of all times?" His mind raced back to the words Rosweiss had once told him. He remembered how the dragon mark on her chest had also glowed under similar circumstances. She had stood with her arms crossed, her eyes gleaming with the regal arrogance befitting a queen. She had looked down at him and explained, "Oh, I forgot to mention, when 2 people bear the dragon mark, it reacts whenever one of them desires to connect with the other." Her words echoed in his mind, and memories tied to the dragon mark resurfaced vividly. Leon shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thoughts. He waved his hands in front of him, as though physically pushing the memories away. Then, closing his eyes and clasping his hands together, Leon whispered a solemn mantra. The 3 honors and 3 shames of the Dragon Slayer, proud of being loyal to the Empire, ashamed of colluding with the Dragon Clan, proud of shedding blood on the battlefield, ashamed of fleeing in the face of battle, proud of slaughtering dragons and guarding the homeland. The words were a reminder of his duty, a grounding force amidst the chaos of his emotions. Yet, as he stood there, the flickering light of the dragon mark on his chest served as a constant, undeniable reminder of the connection he shared with Rosweisse, a connection he could neither escape nor fully understand. Ashamed of betraying and defecting to the enemy. The 3 honors and 3 shames of the Dragon Slayer were phrases Leon had composed himself, a personal creed to remind him of his duties and responsibilities. After quietly reciting them, his heart gradually settled, and the glowing dragon mark on his chest dimmed and faded away. He let out a sigh of relief. "That was close," he muttered. "If I hadn't suppressed the dragon mark, last night's situation might have repeated itself." Leon turned his gaze back to Rosweisse, who lay peacefully asleep, still dressed in the outfit he had carefully chosen for her. He studied her for a moment, lost in thought. "If I help her take it off now, it feels like I'll miss the chance to truly get my revenge," he mused. "But it's rare to see Rosweisse dressed like this. It would be a shame not to capture the moment." An idea suddenly struck him. "I remember she has a household camera," he said to himself, a sly smile forming on his lips. Drawing on his memory, Leon located the cabinet where Rosweisse stored her camera. He bent down, pulled open each drawer, and carefully rummaged through its contents. After a moment, his hand brushed against a rectangular object. He pulled it out and confirmed it was indeed the household camera Rosweisse used. Holding up the black device, he grinned triumphantly. "Ha! Found it!" With the camera in hand, Leon began snapping photos of Rosweisse from various angles, capturing her in the bunny girl outfit as she lay on the bed. He moved around the room, positioning himself at different spots, beside the bed, at the foot of it, and the sound of the camera shutter clicked repeatedly, filling the room. Unbeknownst to Rosweiser, who remained deep in slumber, Leon was thoroughly enjoying himself. He chuckled quietly as he worked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You've got this coming, Rosweiser," he muttered under his breath. At one point, he even gently manipulated her lips into a smile using his fingers, holding the expression in place as he snapped a series of shots. "Come on, wife, smile for the camera," he teased, though she remained oblivious. Once he was satisfied with the photos, Leon carefully reviewed them on the camera's display, scrutinizing each shot from every angle. He glanced up at Rosweiser, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I'll make sure to preserve these precious memories for you." For Leon, this was a small act of revenge, a fleeting triumph he intended to savor. Just then, Rosweiss, her eyes still closed, let out a faint murmur. The soft sound sent a jolt through Leon. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. Had he been too careless? Had the click of the camera or his movements disturbed her? But after that single sound, Rosweiser remained still. The slight crease on her brow eased, her expression softening as she exhaled a quiet breath. Her body relaxed once more, sinking deeper into slumber. Leon lingered for a moment, watching her cautiously, his pulse pounding in his ears. Only when he was certain she had not stirred again did he let out a slow, measured sigh of relief. Closing his eyes, he pressed a hand to his chest, attempting to steady himself. False alarm. Determined to avoid another close call, Leon resolved to change Rosweiser back into her usual pajamas before he tempted fate any further. "I'll help her change back into her regular pajamas first," Leon decided. "Tomorrow, I'll move forward with the next phase of my revenge plan." As the night gradually gave way to morning, the Silver Dragon Castle, once draped in starlit darkness, began to glow under the soft light of dawn. Noah left her room and made her way down the hallway, intending to visit her mother. Suddenly, she heard the rapid patter of footsteps behind her. Muen came running up, her voice urgent as she called out, "Noah!" Hearing the distress in Muen's voice, Noah quickly turned around. Noah looked at her with a gentle expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Muen held up a Rubik's Cube in her hand, her face etched with worry. "My Rubik's Cube broke," she explained, her tone tinged with frustration. "I wanted to ask Dad to fix it, but I couldn't find him anywhere." Noah's brow furrowed, a sense of unease settling over her. Could he have tried to escape while Mom was unconscious? She wondered. She had long suspected that Leon might take advantage of the situation, but she hadn't expected him to abandon them entirely. Just then, Muen felt a gentle tug on her hand. She looked down to see Noah holding it firmly. "Don't worry," Noah reassured her. "I'll help you find him." Hand in hand, the two sisters hurried down the hallway, their footsteps echoing as they searched for Leon. Muen called out as they ran, her voice carrying through the castle corridors. Inside the Silver Dragon Castle, sunlight poured through the grand windows, casting a warm, golden glow along the corridor. Unable to find Leon on her own, Muen sought out her sister's help. Though doubtful of their father's absence, Noah agreed to accompany her, a determined glint in her eyes. Together, they resolved to search every place he might have gone. Hand in hand, they walked through the castle's vast hallways, their footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors. Their first stop was Rosweiss's chamber, assuming he might have gone to check on her. However, as they pushed open the door and stepped inside, they were met with an unsettling sight. Only their mother, still lying unconscious in bed. Muen scanned the room thoroughly, but Leon was nowhere to be found. She turned to Noah, her voice barely above a whisper. "He doesn't seem to be here." It seemed possible that Leon had just left, so they decided to check his room. However, when they opened the door to his quarters, it too was empty. Muen's gaze swept the room once more, her hope fading with each passing moment. "There's nothing here either," she murmured, her disappointment obvious. "Dad?" Muen called out, her voice tinged with confusion. She even bent down to peer into the trash can, half expecting to find him there. Without hesitation, she reached inside and began sifting through the garbage, searching for any sign of him. Behind her, Noah couldn't help but feel a quiet, amused frustration at Muen's innocent determination, her search for Leon continuing in earnest. How could he possibly be in there? She thought to herself, watching as Muen combed through the trash with a deep sense of concern. Despite their thorough search, Leon remained elusive, and Muen's growing worry became more evident with each passing minute. "What if he's lost?" Muen asked, her voice tinged with genuine anxiety. Could he have gotten lost somewhere in the castle? Or maybe something happened to him? Noah, who had been prepared for this possibility, stood still for a moment, her arms crossed thoughtfully. After a brief pause, she met Muen's eyes with a steady, mature gaze. "Muen, sometimes people who are good to us end up leaving, whether we want them to or not." Muen blinked, her expression puzzled. "Has Dad done this before?" she asked, tapping her chin as she tried to recall any such instance. She lifted her head in thought, her brows furrowed as she came up empty. Noah nodded solemnly. Then, after a brief moment of contemplation, she continued. "Sometimes people leave in ways we don't understand right away. I'm not sure if Leon's leaving now, but we need to be prepared in case." Her voice trailed off as she considered the uncertainty of the situation. "If my guess is correct," Noah murmured, her voice quieter now, as though her thoughts were becoming clearer with every passing moment, "that man has already left." She could picture it vividly, Leon slipping away under the cover of night, his face possibly lit up with a strange sense of relief or freedom. He would have scaled the castle walls, escaping with the kind of reckless abandon that only someone fleeing their responsibilities could feel. Why did Noah suspect this? The feeling had been creeping up on her for quite some time. It wasn't just a sudden conclusion, it was the culmination of doubts that had been building for as long as she could remember. The family photo they had taken, a moment meant to capture the idea of a perfect, happy family, seemed like any other. But to Noah, there was something off about it. Beneath the smiling faces, something felt insincere. She could sense the cracks behind their well-worn facade. The parents in the picture didn't seem as harmonious or loving as they appeared. Noah had always felt that her family, despite its outward appearance, was different. It seemed perfect on the surface, but there was an underlying tension, an unspoken distance between them. She'd never voiced these feelings, though. As the older sister, she had always assumed the role of protector, the one who had to be strong, even when her younger sister, Muen, was blissfully unaware of the complexities of their home. Noah could recall how, from the earliest memories she could piece together, Leon was always absent. He was often in his room, distant and removed. Mom had told them he was their father, but Noah had never quite understood what that meant, not truly. She had never felt the warmth or connection one might expect from a father. Instead, it was as if she was being told to believe in something that didn't fully exist, at least not in the way it was supposed to. Without any further explanation, their mother had simply told her that the person lying unconscious in bed was her father. Yet, when Noah approached the bedside and gazed at the still figure, she couldn't reconcile the person before her with the idea of a father. The face, pale and unfamiliar in its quiet slumber, seemed distant, like a stranger rather than someone she was supposed to call her own. One day, when he finally awoke, he made no attempt to bond or explain himself. Instead, his first instinct was to run, to escape. Noah couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't willing to remain. Why would he insist on running away if he was truly her father? Noah wondered, her thoughts a swirl of confusion. She stood by the window of the room, her gaze fixed on the dark silhouette of Leon sneaking out of the castle. His movements were cautious, calculated, as if he was trying to escape without being noticed. She watched him make his way toward the castle walls, her chest tightening as she tried to understand his motives. She had never understood his behavior. Her mother never explained why Leon had tried to flee, nor did she offer any clarity to Noah or Muen. The lack of answers gnawed at Noah, making everything feel strange and unsettled. Despite Leon's apparent resignation to staying in the castle after his return, Noah was certain he had not given up on the idea of escape. Even when he had been helping her prepare for the entrance exams, tutoring her on the specific points she needed to know, she couldn't shake the unease that lingered. He seemed to be trying to be helpful, even kind at times, but Noah felt the underlying tension in his presence, as though he was merely going through the motions while his mind was elsewhere. He even stayed up late preparing review materials for her, presenting himself as the ideal, attentive father. In time, he began to deliberately seek her out, offering guidance and support with a warm, encouraging demeanor, acting like a good father. Yet, despite his efforts, Noah couldn't shake the feeling that his so-called sincerity was a facade. She didn't feel moved by his actions. But was this really love? Or was it simply a well-crafted plan, a strategy to gain her trust and lower their guard while he secretly plotted his escape? Doubts began to creep into her mind. She recalled how Leon would reach out to her, offering a friendly hand, seemingly eager to build a connection, to form a father-daughter bond. Yet Noah couldn't shake the belief that it was all an act. There was something more beneath the surface, something she couldn't quite define but felt deeply. She began to question the very foundation of their family, what it was truly built on. She suspected that Leon wasn't truly in love with her mother, nor did he genuinely care for her and Muen. His presence in their lives seemed driven by something else, something hidden beneath the surface, masked by the pretense of love. She couldn't bear the thought of being part of such an impure bond. It wasn't love if it came with strings attached, if it was merely a tool to manipulate or control. Noah believed, with growing certainty, that Leon would never truly accept his place in their family. Eventually, he would find a way to leave, to escape the life he had been trapped in. As the memory of him faded in her mind, Noah could only silently conclude, he doesn't belong here. Sooner or later, he'll leave us behind and find his way out. Muen's eyes welled with tears as she heard Noah's words, the weight of them sinking in. Her small hands trembled as she clenched her fists, her face twisted with sorrow. She sobbed, her voice breaking. Mom doesn't wake up, and Dad doesn't want us anymore. Noah, what are we going to do now? Noah, her expression softening with concern, stepped forward. She gently brushed the tears from the corner of Muen's eye, her touch tender and reassuring. Don't worry, she said, her voice calm yet full of resolve. I will protect you. Muen, unable to hold back the flood of emotions any longer, threw herself into Noah's arms, her sobs growing louder. She cried, her body racked with grief. Noah embraced her tightly, offering a steady presence. She gently patted Muen's back, murmuring soft words to soothe her. As she comforted her sister, Noah's gaze shifted toward a distant corner of the kitchen. It was as if a decision had settled within her, a quiet determination taking root. She pulled back slightly, enough to look Muen in the eyes, her voice calm but resolute. "Let's have a farewell ceremony for Leon." Meanwhile, Leon had ventured to the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Castle, making his way toward a nearby cherry blossom forest. The towering trees stood tall and ancient, their branches heavy with delicate pink blooms. A gentle breeze swept through the grove, carrying a flurry of petals through the air like drifting snow. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns onto the petal-covered path below, enhancing the ethereal beauty of the scene. Dressed in outdoor attire, Leon stepped into the forest, a map in hand. As he followed its route, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the tranquil atmosphere. With a slight nod of approval, he murmured to himself, "The scenery here is truly beautiful. The maid didn't deceive me." Not long before, Leon had sought out the head maid, Anna, hoping to learn where Roswitha often spent her time. Anna heard someone calling her name and looked up in confusion, only to meet Leon's gaze. "Prince, are you asking about Her Majesty's favorite places?" she inquired, tilting her head slightly. Leon gave a curt nod. "That's right. I'd like to go for a walk today." Anna hesitated, clearly uneasy about the idea of him wandering alone. "If the prince wishes to go out, I can arrange for someone to accompany you," she offered politely. Leon, however, waved off the suggestion without hesitation. "That won't be necessary. Just mark the locations for me." Retrieving a map, he handed it to her, watching as she circled several key spots. Taking the map back, he studied it intently, his fingers tracing the marked areas as he muttered under his breath. "My movements have always been restricted, so this is the only chance I have to explore, now that Roswitha is unconscious." A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he clenched his fist. Of course, this isn't just a casual stroll. He had already devised a plan, one carefully crafted for retaliation. Investigating Roswitha's favorite places? That's merely a facade. His true goal lay beneath the surface. He would bide his time, waiting for the moment she awoke in a weakened state. And when she did, he would strike, ensuring that the mighty she-dragon experienced the same humiliation she had once inflicted upon him before his homeland. At that moment, Leon came upon a magnificent cherry blossom tree, its grandeur making him appear diminutive in comparison. The tree stood out prominently among the others, adorned with countless cherry blossoms in full bloom. Petals cascaded gently to the ground beneath it, creating a harmonious blend of pink hues that transformed the surroundings into a serene, dreamlike world. Leon approached the tree and gently placed his hand on its sturdy trunk, feeling its solid presence. He tilted his head upward, taking in the tree's towering form once more, and concluded that it was indeed the perfect choice. Its thick trunk and expansive canopy made it ideal for his purposes. As he envisioned his plan to confront Roswitha, he leaned against the tree, one hand resting on the trunk, while the other mimicked an embrace. The posture felt just right, as if the tree itself was a silent ally in his scheme. Kneeling down, Leon tested the soil beneath his feet, noting its firmness. While the ground was still somewhat hard, he considered how a layer of fallen petals could soften the surface when the time came. Rising to his feet, he turned his gaze toward the base of the mountain. From this vantage point, the Silver Dragon Castle was clearly visible in the distance, its silhouette standing stark against the horizon. The location, he realized, was perfect. From this vantage point, the Silver Dragon Castle at the foot of the mountain is clearly visible. After thoroughly surveying the cherry blossom forest, Leon retrieved his map and marked the location with a bold red check mark. This will be one of my options, he thought. To ensure he had multiple strategic locations for his plan against Roswitha, Leon had explored not only the cherry blossom forest, but also the forest streams, the northern cliffs, the golden grasslands, and several secluded caves. He meticulously scouted the areas surrounding the Silver Dragon Castle, evaluating each site for its potential. After careful consideration, he selected 2 additional locations: the tranquil forest stream, and the expansive golden grassland. Closing the map, a confident smile spread across his face. This time, he was fully prepared, his resolve unwavering. He was determined to exact his revenge with precision and intensity. "Everything is ready," he murmured to himself. "Now, all that remains is for Rosweise to awaken." His gaze hardened as he turned toward a specific spot within the cherry blossom forest, his expression stern and resolute. "Rosweise," he vowed under his breath, "you will pay for what you've done." As night fell, the azure sky gradually transformed into a starry expanse. Having completed his inspection of all the chosen locations, Leon made his way back to the Silver Dragon Castle. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed a group of dragon maids gathered around a bonfire. They knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, and faint sobs could be heard emanating from the group. Intrigued, Leon approached them and stood behind the gathering, inquiring about the commotion. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" he asked. The dragon maids, absorbed in their grief, were wiping away tears with handkerchiefs, seemingly unaware of who had spoken. One of them, without turning to look, answered Leon in a somber tone. "The two Royal Highness princesses instructed us to prepare a funeral. They asked us to light this bonfire." Near the fire, a table had been set up, adorned with a photo frame and a scattering of flowers. The maids knelt facing the photograph, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Moments later, Noah and Muen approached the table, their faces etched with sadness. Muen placed a plate of her favorite steak beside the photo, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Here's your steak. Please come back and visit us." Noah followed, carrying a small box she had retrieved from beneath her bed. It contained an assortment of cherished trinkets, which she carefully placed on the table. "He's gone now. Try to take it easy." From a distance, Leon observed the scene but couldn't quite make out what was happening. Puzzled, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Are they playing some kind of new game? Well, I'll humor them for a bit." He stepped forward, motioning for the maids to make way. Startled by his sudden appearance, the maids quickly rose to their feet and backed away, some covering their mouths in shock, others widening their eyes in disbelief. "Ah, Prince!" one of them exclaimed. Unaware of the reason for their reaction, Leon walked straight to Noah and Muen, standing behind them as he asked, "Who are you paying respects to?" His gaze then fell upon the photo on the table, a family portrait featuring himself. At first, Leon didn't find anything unusual about it. He smiled and remarked, "This is actually me," his tone light and cheerful. However, after a moment of reflection, the realization dawned on him. The person Noah and Muen were mourning was none other than himself. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the photo, his expression shifting from amusement to disbelief. Overwhelmed, he let out a loud, startled cry. When Noah and Muen heard Leon's voice behind them, they turned their heads together, their eyes widening in surprise. Leon stood there, alive and well. For a brief moment, the three of them exchanged stunned looks. Muen was the first to break the silence, pointing at Leon with a mixture of surprise and confusion. "Dad has appeared," she exclaimed, her voice trembling as if she were questioning whether he was a ghost. His gaze then returned to Noah and Muen, his expression a mix of amusement and confusion. "What's going on here?" he inquired, his voice light but curious. He couldn't help but laugh as he added, "I just went out for a day, and now my 2 daughters are organizing my funeral." Muen examined the figure before her carefully, confirming that it was her father. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Dad." Without hesitation, she threw herself into Leon's arms, clutching him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. She burst into tears and buried her face in his chest, her small frame shaking with emotion. "Dad's back," she sobbed, her voice muffled against his. Leon was taken aback by Muen's unexpected outburst and the intensity of her embrace. He wondered what had happened in his absence to make her so upset. "I thought Dad didn't want Muen anymore," she said, looking up at him through teary eyes, her voice full of hurt and confusion. The prospect of losing him had undoubtedly shaken her deeply. Leon's expression softened as he reached out to gently pat her head, calming her with his touch. He smiled down at her and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Dad not want you?" His voice was warm and reassuring, intended to calm her fears. Meanwhile, Noah, standing nearby, appeared to realize she had misjudged the situation. She assumed Leon had abandoned them, and now she felt guilty. Unable to meet his gaze, she turned away and explained awkwardly, "Muen and I looked for you several times in the castle but couldn't find you. I thought you'd already left." Leon raised his head and smiled at Noah, responding gently, "How could I leave? I just went for a walk on the back mountain today." His words were intended to reassure her, to show that he had no intention of abandoning them. Noah reached quietly for the small box on the table and cradled it in her arms. As she looked down at it, an uncontrollable flood of emotion washed over her. "I think I misunderstood him," she thought to herself. Meanwhile, the dragon maids were taken aback by Leon's unexpected reappearance. Some stared at him in silence, wondering where he had come from, while others pieced together the situation and realized that the entire ordeal had been a misunderstanding. Leon, still holding Muen in his arms, gently reassured her before turning to face the dragon maids. "It's okay. You can all leave now." Without hesitation, the maids followed his command and exited the courtyard one by one. Though Leon had provided little explanation, they now realized that their initial assumptions were incorrect. Muen asked Leon if he could eat his tribute steak now that he was back. Leon paused, at a loss for words. Though he had never truly left or died, Muen's words made him feel as if he had been resurrected. He sighed helplessly and replied, "Of course." Muen's expression changed from sorrow to delight as he gave his approval. Slipping out of Leon's embrace, she dashed to the table, grabbed the steak, and began eating with unbridled enthusiasm. Leon couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Muen happily eat her favorite meal. "She's extremely greedy. She definitely did not get that from me." Noah, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke in an expressionless tone. "The next time you go out alone, make sure to tell us." Leon turned to face her, blinking in confusion. Up until now, he had been so focused on comforting Muen that he hadn't had a chance to fully comprehend what had happened tonight, or why everyone had seemingly gathered for what appeared to be his own funeral. Noah lowered her head slightly to avoid his gaze. A tinge of red dusted her cheeks as she muttered awkwardly, "Muen, she was really concerned about you." Leon raised an eyebrow, noticing the subtle implication in her words. Though she framed it as Muen's concern, he could tell Noah had been just as worried. She simply did not know how to express it. With a helpless smile, he reached up to scratch the back of his head. "I apologize for making you worry." As he studied Noah's demeanor, he silently considered her behavior. She clearly cared, but her pride prevented her from expressing it openly. Noah slowly lowered her head, her brow furrowed in thought. After a brief pause, she raised her gaze, her expression serious. "Anyway, it was my fault. I should not have doubted you." She then surprised Leon by giving him a slight bow. "I apologize." Leon blinked briefly, taken aback by the unexpected apology. He instinctively took a small step back, unsure of how to respond. Leon had never seen Noah offer such a solemn apology. She stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the ground, as if she would not lift her head until he granted her forgiveness. Leon watched her quietly, his gaze drawn to the small box she held tightly in her hands. He silently analyzed the situation. Was the entire farewell ceremony the result of a misunderstanding? If Noah chose to remain silent, no one would know. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In fact, he had already forgiven her. He had a good understanding of Noah, who was a mature and perceptive child for her age. Children like her frequently bore burdens that were not theirs to bear, instinctively accepting responsibility for mistakes that were never truly theirs. However, Leon knew that this misunderstanding was the result of something deeper, his failure to provide her with a true sense of security. He could not deny it. He hadn't fully earned Noah's trust as a father. Despite her reserved personality, Noah yearned for family and love, but she refused to take the first step forward. Even if he made her a promise right now, she's unlikely to believe him. Leon quietly clenched his fist, resolving himself. He needed to demonstrate his love for her not through words, but through actions. As her father, all he could do was demonstrate, day after day, that he would always be by her side. With that thought, he crouched down in front of her, reaching out to gently place a hand on her head. His voice was calm and reassuring. "It's okay. Let's go to dinner together. You have school tomorrow." Noah eventually looked up after hearing his words. After a brief pause, she nodded slightly. She tightened her grip on the box, determined not to let it go. The next afternoon, sunlight shone brightly through Ross Weiss's room windows, casting a warm glow over the space. Muen stood quietly at the edge of the bed, her small hands resting on the mattress, watching her mother sleep. Ross Weiss lay motionless, her expression slightly troubled, with no signs of awakening. Muen raised her face with both hands, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at her mother. Ross Weiss's hand, resting on the quilt, twitched slightly. Her eyes slowly opened and fluttered as she adjusted to the light. She looked around the room, then realized she was lying in her own bed. When Muen noticed the movement, she immediately perked up. She leaned forward, her hands pressing into the mattress as she gazed at Ross Weiss with excitement. "Mom, you are awake!" Muen exclaimed, her voice full of joy. Ross Weiss slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on Muen, who stood beside the bed. Muen's excitement overflowed as she saw her mother awake and seemingly healthy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled from emotion as she spoke. "Mom, you have been sleeping for so long. Muen was so worried about you." Ross Weiss reached up weakly, her hand trembling slightly as she brushed away the tears from the corner of Muen's eye. "I'm sorry, Muen," she whispered, her voice filled with regret. "I didn't mean to make you worry." Muen's face lit up with joy as her mother finally woke after such a long sleep. Ross Weiss tried to move her body, but a deep exhaustion weighed her down. She attempted to lift her right hand, but it felt heavy and unresponsive. She stared at her hand, her mind racing as she tried to piece together what had happened. "My body feels drained, and my magic is unresponsive," she thought, her brow furrowing in concern. She pressed a hand to her chest, sensing that something within her had weakened, causing her physical condition to deteriorate. "Originally, with my dragon body, I could withstand the side effects of the blood curse backlash, But now, her thoughts trailed off as she recalled the events that had led to this state. Perhaps it's because I used that thing earlier to save him. Roswitha turned her head to look at Muen, only to realize that no one else was in the room. She glanced around, confirming that aside from Muen, who stood faithfully by her bedside holding her hand, the room was empty. A faint smile touched her lips as she focused on her daughter, grateful for her presence. Roswitha sat in contemplation, her mind clouded with suspicion. Had Leon taken advantage of her unconscious state to escape? Given his nature, it was likely he had already fled without a trace. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, brightening her chambers and dispelling the lingering dimness. Turning to Muen, she asked, her voice steady but laced with curiosity. "Muen, how long was I asleep?" Muen hesitated for a moment before replying, 2 days. Roswitha's brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't realized she had been unconscious for so long. If Leon had truly run away, he would have covered a significant distance by now. However, in her current state, she was in no condition to personally pursue him. The only option was to send soldiers to retrieve him. He couldn't have gotten too far in 2 days. There's still time to have him captured. Just as she was about to summon her attendants, a familiar voice drifted in from beyond the door. "Muen, how about having fish for dinner tonight?" The door creaked open, and standing there, as if he had never left, was Leon. With one hand on his waist and the other holding up a large orange fish, Leon proudly displayed his catch to Muen. The fish was nearly half her height, and he beamed as he said, "I just caught this big one in the back mountain." Muen's eyes lit up with excitement, and she cheered, "Yeah." Roswitha, hearing the commotion, turned her head and realized that the person she had been thinking about was right there in the room. She felt a flicker of surprise. Leon, however, hadn't noticed her yet. He closed his eyes, puffing out his chest as he boasted to Muen about his fishing skills. "Dad's pretty great, right?" he said with a grin. Muen ran up to him, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked up at the fish, which was even taller than she was. "Dad is amazing," she exclaimed, her voice filled with pride. Roswitha remained silent, pulling the duvet closer to her as she quietly observed the scene. It seemed she, like Noah, had misunderstood Leon's intentions, assuming he might abandon them. But now, seeing him here, her assumptions began to unravel. Leon, sensing someone's gaze on him, opened his eyes and turned his head. It was only then that he noticed Roswitha was awake. Still holding the fish in one hand, he grabbed the bedpost with the other, leaning down slightly to look at her. His expression softened as he met her eyes, a hint of relief and warmth in his gaze. Leon grinned as he stepped into the room, holding up a freshly caught fish. "Oh, you're awake, my dear wife." Roswitha stiffened at his words, feeling a flicker of embarrassment. She averted her gaze and murmured under her breath, "Why are you here?" With an easygoing smile, Leon gave the fish a slight shake. "Where else would I be? I just went to the back mountain for some fresh air and caught this for my beloved wife to help her regain her strength." Roswitha's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She instinctively lowered her head as if wanting to disappear beneath the blanket. Her voice softened to a mutter. "Who's your wife?" Leon merely chuckled before shifting his focus. He crouched slightly, holding the large fish up for Muen to see. The child's eyes lit up, her tail wagging with excitement. "Muen," he said with mock seriousness, "I'm entrusting you with an important mission. Can you take this fish to the kitchen?" Muen's face brightened at the task. She raised a hand in a confident salute. Leave it to me, Dad." With enthusiasm, she grabbed the fish, far larger than herself, and cheerfully made her way toward the kitchen, dragging it behind her. Leon watched as Muen's small figure disappeared down the corridor, waving her off. "Oh, and by the way," he called out, "Mom and I have something to discuss, so go ahead and eat without us." Without turning back, Muen gave a quick nod of acknowledgement before vanishing around the corner. With Muen gone, Leon turned back toward Roswitha, stepping back into the room. Roswitha, still feeling the weight of her earlier suspicions, found herself unable to meet his gaze. As he approached her bedside, she looked away, her voice quiet but firm. "I thought you would leave our daughters behind and escape while I was unconscious." Leon regarded her calmly, a small smirk playing at his lips. The memory of what she had done to him still lingered in his mind. He had yet to settle that score, so running away had never been an option. Slipping off his gloves, he spoke in a measured tone, his voice laced with amusement. "There are still plenty of unresolved matters between us. Why would I flee?" Roswitha blinked, her brows furrowing slightly. "Between us?" she echoed, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. Something about his expression unsettled her. She could sense it, the shift in atmosphere, the subtle edge in his tone. As Leon stepped closer, his smirk deepened into something almost playful, yet undeniably dangerous. He leaned in, his gaze locking onto hers. "Do you remember," he murmured, "what you did to me when I woke up over a month ago?" Roswitha hesitated. She searched her memory, momentarily uncertain, until realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her breath hitched, but before she could react, it was already too late. Leon's shadow loomed over her, his presence dominating the space between them. The flickering candlelight reflected in his eyes, and that mischievous smirk of his sent a shiver down her spine. "You," Roswitha began, her voice laced with both surprise and suspicion. Leon raised his hands, his expression darkening into a devilish grin, as if he were about to return the favor for what she had done to him a month ago. Rosweiss locked eyes with Leon, a flicker of panic crossing her face. "Leon," she said, her voice firm but wavering slightly, "don't think you can take advantage of me just because I'm weak right now. I advise you not to do anything rash." She trailed off, clutching the bedsheets tightly as if they could shield her from his intentions. Leon bent down, his movements slow and deliberate as he closed the distance between them. "Weak?" he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with bitterness. He lowered his head, his expression obscured, but his mind raced with memories of how Rosweiss had treated him when the roles were reversed. The sting of her actions still burned vividly in his thoughts, fueling his determination to exact the revenge he had long planned. He raised his head, his eyes burning with intensity as they locked onto hers. "Was I not weak then? I hadn't even had a sip of water before you took control. And now, when the roles are reversed, you expect me to show restraint?" His words were sharp, each one laced with the weight of past grievances and the simmering anger he had long held in check. Rosweiss remained stoic. Her silver eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him, her voice sharp and unwavering. "Do you have any idea what will happen to you once I've recovered?" she threatened, her tone cutting through the tension like a blade. "So don't do anything you'll regret." Leon, however, was unfazed. His fingers tightened around the edge of her bedsheets, a smirk playing on his lips as he leaned closer, his face inches from hers. His eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and triumph as he met her defiant stare. "Regret?" He chuckled softly, his tone light and teasing. No, my dear wife. I'm not the one who'll be regretting anything." His confidence was unshakable, his resolve unwavering as he held her gaze, the power dynamic between them shifting in the quiet intensity of the moment. Before Rosweiss could fully grasp the meaning of his words, she felt the ground disappear beneath her. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as her body was lifted from the bed. Wrapped tightly in the quilt, she found herself cradled in Leon's arms, her balance precarious. What are you doing?" she stammered, her eyes wide with shock. Leon shot her a mischievous look, his confidence unshaken. He knew she was still too weak to resist him, and he intended to make the most of it. Without hesitation, he strode toward the balcony, carrying her as if she weighed nothing. "This time," he said, his voice smooth and deliberate, "it's your turn to be the prisoner of war." Guided by the map in his possession, Leon carried Rosweiss through the secluded grove tucked away in the back mountain. His steps were deliberate and steady as he followed the trail, his boots crunching softly against the carpet of fallen cherry blossoms. Rosweiss, however, was far from pleased. She squirmed in his arms, her hands pressing against his chest as she tried to break free. The audacity of his actions had caught her off guard, and she was determined not to go quietly. With what little strength she could muster, she pushed against him, her voice sharp with frustration. "Let go of me," she demanded, her tone laced with irritation and defiance. Leon remained unbothered by her struggles, letting her push against him to no avail. Instead of releasing her, he adjusted his hold, securing her more firmly in his arms. "Don't move," he cautioned, his voice steady but commanding, "unless you want to fall." Rosweiss gritted her teeth, acutely aware of her disadvantage. In her weakened state, overpowering him was impossible. As much as she loathed the situation, she had no choice but to relent, for the time being. With a scowl, she turned her head away, swallowing her frustration as a single, seething thought consumed her. If only I had my strength. I'd have beaten this fool to a pulp by now. After some time, Leon reached the towering cherry blossom tree he had scouted earlier. Its expansive branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, releasing a shower of petals that floated down like delicate pink snow. He had prepared meticulously for this moment. During his earlier visit, he had gathered a thick layer of petals and spread them across the ground. Now, he carefully laid the quilt over the soft bed of blossoms before gently setting Rosweiss down. Kneeling on the petal-strewn ground, Rosweiss glanced around, quickly recognizing the familiar surroundings. This was one of her favorite spots for quiet walks, yet she couldn't fathom why Leon had brought her here. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she shot him an irritated glare. "What exactly are you trying to do?" she demanded, her voice sharp and impatient. Standing tall before her, he straightened his posture and raised a finger, wagging it playfully. "While you were enjoying your little nap," he said casually, "I did some exploring. I made sure to find all of your favorite places." His smile widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "And this is just the first stop tonight." Roswitha, who had no interest in admiring the cherry blossoms at that moment, felt a growing sense of unease. Her brow furrowed as she processed his words, her suspicion deepening. "The first stop?" she repeated, her tone wary. "So you're planning to drag me somewhere else after this?" Leon merely smiled, his silence speaking volumes as he avoided giving a direct answer. Instead, he turned away, extending his hand toward the horizon and gesturing for Roswitha to follow his gaze. From this elevated vantage point, the view was nothing short of breathtaking. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, the Silver Dragon Castle stood in majestic splendor against the darkened sky, its silhouette shimmering faintly in the night. "Look carefully," Leon said, his voice calm yet deliberate. "That's your castle. From here, you can see everything." His words carried a quiet intensity, as if inviting her to reflect on the significance of the scene before them. Roswitha's eyes narrowed as the pieces fell into place in her mind. The memory of a similar scene from the past resurfaced with striking clarity. Long ago, she had taken Leon to the borders of human territory and humiliated him in front of his own homeland. The parallel was impossible to ignore. She crossed her arms, her voice icy, as she voiced her suspicion. "This is about revenge, isn't it?" she stated, her tone cutting and direct. Leon's expression remained steady, betraying no emotion. That day was still vivid in his memory. The sting of humiliation, the sense of helplessness. He had never forgotten. Slowly, he reached for the buttons of his shirt, undoing them one by one. As the fabric fell open, the dragon mark on his chest came into view, pulsing with a vivid purple glow. "You dragons aren't the only ones who know how to return a favor," he said, his tone deceptively light, but carrying a weight of unspoken intent. Roswitha instinctively glanced down at her own chest. Just as she suspected, her dragon mark responded, glowing brightly in tandem with Leon's. Almost immediately, an unfamiliar sensation surged through her, draining her strength. A wave of heat washed over her, and she collapsed onto the quilt, one hand clutching her chest. A deep blush spread across her face as a soft, involuntary whimper escaped her lips. Leon observed her struggle with visible satisfaction, his mood lifting as a smirk played on his lips. He stepped closer, standing over her as he remarked, "I may be human, but I believe in both revenge and tradition." Then, he moved behind her, his presence commanding as he reached out and gently tilted her chin upward, forcing her to gaze toward the distant silhouette of Silver Dragon Castle. Though reluctant, Roswitha had no choice but to comply, her head tilting back as he leaned in close. His breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, his voice low and deliberate, "Roswitha, look ahead carefully." Roswitha's gaze was drawn to the castle, its towering form standing silent and majestic under the night sky, exuding an aura of sanctity and power. Leon extended a finger, pointing toward the distant structure. "Your palace is there," he said, his voice steady. "That's where all your pride and dignity come from, isn't it?" His hand drifted to her hair, his fingers gently lifting and lowering the strands as if savoring the moment. Then, his touch shifted to her face, his fingertips tracing her cheek with a tenderness that contrasted sharply with the tension between them. "But now," he murmured, his tone carrying a quiet yet unmistakable triumph, "you can only be manipulated by me." Roswitha, tormented by the dragon mark's influence, found herself powerless to resist, forced to endure his provocations. She clenched her teeth, struggling to suppress the mark's hold over her, but it was futile. Leon's dominance was absolute, his control undeniable. With a deliberate motion, Leon pushed her down, pinning her beneath him. His eyes locked onto hers, their gaze relaxed, yet piercing as he spoke. "How does it feel, Rossweisse?" he said, his voice calm and almost conversational, "to be humiliated by a defeated dragon slayer?" He grabbed her wrist, holding it firmly to prevent her from moving, and then leaned in closer. His lips brushed against her back, leaving a trail of soft bites that marked her skin with faint red imprints. As he did so, he murmured, "These are all things you've done to me before. Now, it's your turn to understand how it feels." Rossweisse closed her eyes, enduring Leon's actions as her body trembled involuntarily. Yet she made no move to push him away. Instead, a part of her seemed to revel in the way he was treating her, her desire for more intensifying under the influence of the dragon mark. At that moment, Rossweisse's eyes snapped open. Her tail, a striking symbol of her draconic heritage, extended and coiled gently around Leon's arm, catching him completely off guard. Leon froze, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced down at his trapped arm. "Tail?" he muttered, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Why does she still have strength? She's supposed to be weakened by the dragon mark." Rossweisse turned her head to look at him, her gaze sharp and resolute, as if she had steeled herself for what was to come. "While you still have the upper hand," she said, her voice steady but edged with defiance. "Do your best to make me feel ashamed and unwilling, because once this is over, I will seek even more brutal revenge against you." Her eyes burned with an intensity that was impossible to ignore, the fire within them blazing with unspoken promises. Leon, however, remained unfazed. He let out a low, confident laugh, his smirk widening as he pointed to his chest. "Don't talk to me about the future," he said, his tone light but firm. "I've always lived in the present, and tonight is still long. The carnival of revenge has only just begun, Your Majesty." With that, Leon bent down again, his focus sharpening as he resumed his retribution, the tension between them crackling like a storm on the horizon. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, their figures intertwined, the soft sound of whimpers blending with the gentle rustle of falling petals. Delicate blossoms drifted down around them, lending an almost poetic grace to the dark, intimate scene. By the time morning arrived, they finally returned to Rossweisse's room. The soft glow of the rising sun filtered through the windows, gradually illuminating the dim space, as if gently signaling the start of a new day. Leon carefully placed Rossweisse on the bed before collapsing beside her, his body drained from the night's exertions. Rossweisse, utterly exhausted from the intensity of their encounters, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Leon lay back, breathing heavily, and muttered to himself, "We're finally back. Switching locations all night to carry out my revenge really took it out of me." His mind wandered, replaying the events of the night. He had not only executed his revenge plan in the cherry blossom forest, but had also taken Rossweisse to the small streams and the golden grassland, places he had meticulously scouted earlier as perfect settings for his retribution. Moving her from one location to another had left him completely spent, but the satisfaction of his plan's success lingered, even as exhaustion claimed him. Rossweisse lay peacefully on his arm, her breathing steady and even. Her body bore the marks of the night's events, red imprints on her arms, back, chest, and even her thighs. Each mark stood as a testament to Leon's relentless pursuit of revenge, a physical reminder of the night they had shared. Leon's gaze drifted to Rossweisse's serene, sleeping face, and a thought crept into his mind unbidden. But it seems she's quite satisfied with tonight, sleeping so soundly. The moment the realization hit him, he froze, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. Wait, satisfied? Didn't I come here for revenge? No, he insisted to himself. She just endured the full weight of being dominated by the dragon slayer she despises most. This revenge was successful. At last, Leon had repaid the humiliation and frustration he had suffered, forcing her to experience the sting of being utterly degraded by someone she had always looked down upon. He reflected on the night's events with a quiet sense of satisfaction. In any case, this revenge can be considered a success. Sensing it was time to leave, Leon sat up from the bed and glanced at Rosweise, who remained deep in sleep. He whispered softly, "Before the maids wake up, I should head back to my room. We're not the kind of relationship where we can share a bed and sleep until morning together." After all, they had always slept in separate rooms. If the maids found them like this, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Just as Leon was about to slip out of bed, Rosweise seemed to sense his movement. In her sleep, she reached out and grasped the hem of his clothes. Leon turned to look at her, puzzled, but she remained asleep, her breathing steady. She murmured softly, almost to herself, "It's so cold." Feeling the chill, she curled her body slightly, bringing her hand closer to her mouth as if trying to warm herself. Leon watched her, a thought crossing his mind. When she's asleep, she instinctively seeks warmth. It's the nature of all living beings. He hesitated, his expression conflicted. "I just carried out my revenge against her last night, and now she's seeking warmth like a small, vulnerable creature. It feels like she's tempting me all over again." "I can't be tempted anymore," he told himself firmly. Yet, instead of pulling away, he gently released her grip on his clothes and took her hand in his. He carefully adjusted the quilt, slipping back under the covers to lie beside her. He watched her sleeping face quietly, a soft smile forming on his lips. Almost instinctively, he shifted a little closer, wanting to provide her with warmth. "It's warmer here than going back to lie on the cold bed in my room," he reasoned. Rosweise seemed to sense the warmth nearby and stopped mumbling, settling back into a deep, peaceful sleep. Leon stayed beside her, his earlier resolve softening as he allowed himself this quiet, intimate moment. Outside Rosweise's bedroom window, the morning light slowly filtered in, casting a golden glow over the landscape. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating their leaves in rich, vibrant hues. On a nearby branch, two birds nestled close together, their gentle melodies weaving through the crisp morning air. A quiet reflection of the unspoken connection between Leon and Rosweise. In the quiet of the morning, Muen slowly made her way to Rosweise's room. Still in her pajamas, she appeared to have just woken up, her movements sluggish with the remnants of sleep. A small yawn escaped her lips, her hand instinctively reaching up to wipe the sleep from her eyes. She trudged into the room, climbed onto the sofa at the foot of the bed, and then, with a bit of effort, used the height to help her onto Rosweise's bed. She gently shook her mother's shoulder. "Mom, wake up," Muen whispered, her voice soft and pleading. Rosweise, still in a deep slumber, mumbled softly and furrowed her brow, unwilling to awaken just yet. Despite Muen's repeated attempts, Rosweise remained in her peaceful sleep, pulling the covers tighter around herself as if to ward off the chill of the morning. Muen continued to shake her mother gently, but when no response came, she sighed, accepting that Rosweise would not wake just yet. Determined, Muen crawled over to the other side of the bed and reached out to shake Leon's shoulder. "Dad, wake up," she urged. "The sun is shining on your backside." Leon stirred, shifting slightly, his brow furrowing at the disturbance, but he made no effort to rise. The warmth of the blankets seemed to have a spell over him, and he responded in a soft murmur. "It's so warm. Let Dad sleep a little longer." With no success in rousing either parent, Muen puffed up her cheeks in mild frustration. Her small hands balled into fists as she knelt on the bed, looking at her parents, who were still nestled under the covers. A pout formed on her lips, and she grumbled, "But you're holding each other so tightly. Who's going to play with Muen?" Muen woke up early, eager to spend time with her parents. She hurried to Rosweise's room, hoping to wake them up and play. However, when she entered, She found Leon resting his head atop Rosweise's, with one arm protectively draped around her. Rosweise, in turn, had her head nestled on Leon's shoulder, one hand gently resting on his chest. They were both curled up closely together, deeply asleep. The sight of them, so peacefully entwined, seemed to go unnoticed by either of them, as they were lost in their sleep. Their bodies seemed to radiate warmth, oblivious to the closeness between them. Muen, kneeling on the bed and observing them for a while, was struck by something unusual. Leon and Rosweise, who typically bicker and argue, were now sleeping so intimately. This surprised her. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully, pondering the sight before her. Muen had never seen her parents so close before, and it struck her as odd. But as she continued to observe them, something else caught her attention. Both Leon and Rosweise had various red marks scattered across their bodies, large and small, and some even on their necks. Muen, still too young to understand the significance of these marks, furrowed her brow as she wondered about their cause. Her curiosity led her to examine the marks closely. After a moment, her face brightened with a realization. "Oh," she thought, "this must be from being bitten by a bug." A sudden thought passed through her mind, and she turned to glance behind her, half expecting to see a large mosquito lurking nearby. Realizing this, Muen quickly jumped out of bed and ran to find some medicine. She recalled a lesson from Rosweise. Whenever she was bitten by a bug, her mother had taught her to apply medicine. She rummaged through a cabinet containing various remedies, her excitement growing as she remembered the appearance and names of the medicines. Before long, she found a bottle of green ointment, specifically for mosquito bites. Holding it up triumphantly, she said, "Found it." Climbing back onto the bed, she stood proudly, one hand gripping the bottle and the other on her waist. Looking down at her parents, still peacefully asleep, she whispered to herself with a smile, "Don't worry, Muen will take good care of you both." Getting rid of mosquito bites is easy for Muen. Muen was certain that her efforts would earn her praise when they woke up. She first climbed onto Leon's side, dipped her fingers into the ointment, and began applying it to his back. She also smoothed it across his chest. Noticing more red marks on him, she decided to apply even more. "I'll put more on, Dad," she said confidently. Leon felt a slight itch on his back but remained asleep, smiling in his slumber. Once she finished with Leon, Muen moved to Rosweise, gently applying the ointment to her body and face. Sometime later, Leon groggily heard someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, squinting to see who it was. As he sat up, he realized that it was Rosweise, who had woken up before him and was already sitting up in bed. He was about to greet her when he suddenly felt a strange, cool sensation on his face, as if something sticky had been applied. "Why does my face feel wet?" he muttered, turning his head. To his surprise, he saw that Rosweise's face and body were coated with some green substance. As he looked at himself, Leon realized that he too had been smeared with the same ointment, on his face and near his mouth. Both of them looked at each other in confusion, the atmosphere suddenly growing silent for a few seconds. Leon couldn't contain himself any longer. The moment he took in Rosweise's current appearance, he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. His laughter rang through the room as he pointed at her face, struggling to speak between chuckles. What happened to your face?" Rosweise, on the other hand, had no words for the situation. She simply closed her eyes, choosing silence over acknowledging their ridiculous state. Just then, Muen eagerly climbed onto the bed, raising her hand proudly as if presenting an achievement. "I did it. Muen saw that Dad and Mom got bitten by bugs and had lots of red marks, so I helped put medicine on you." At the mention of red marks, both Leon and Rosweise stiffened. An awkward silence filled the air as they instinctively turned their heads away. Leon cleared his throat, forcing a few coughs in a futile attempt to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Rosweise remained wordless, her lips pressed into a tight line. However, No amount of composure could hide the deep blush spreading across her cheeks. There was no way they could explain to Muen that these red marks weren't from insect bites, but rather the aftermath of their intense activities the night before. Leon sighed internally. Some things are better left unknown to children. Meanwhile, Muen beamed up at them, hands clenched into excited little fists, her innocent eyes filled with anticipation. "Muen is great, right?" she asked, eager for praise. Leon, deciding it was best to keep the truth to himself, reached out and gently patted her head. With a warm smile, he nodded. "Yeah, you did a great job." Hearing her father's approval, Muen's face lit up with joy. Nothing made her happier than being able to help her parents. Brimming with enthusiasm, she lifted her hands high in the air and declared, "Next time, I'll help Dad and Mom apply the medicine again." Leon and Rosweise immediately fell silent. Slowly, they turned their heads to exchange a glance, sharing the same unspoken thought. There absolutely cannot be a next time. At that moment, both Leon and Rosweise silently reached the same conclusion. Next time, lock the door. A gentle knock sounded at the door before Leon stepped inside, carrying a tray in his hands. On it sat a steaming bowl of golden fried rice, generously filled with meat and vegetables. He placed the tray on the bedside cabinet, then picked up the bowl, scooping up a spoonful of rice. Blowing softly to cool it, he then extended the spoon toward Rosweise in an unmistakable feeding gesture. Rosweise instinctively leaned back, eyeing him warily. She furrowed her brows in confusion. "What are you doing?" Ignoring her hesitation, Leon swiftly guided the spoon into her mouth before she could resist. "I'm feeding you," he stated matter-of-factly. "You haven't eaten for days. Even if dragons can go without food while dormant, you must be hungry by now." Caught off guard, Rosweise had no choice but to accept the mouthful of rice. She shot Leon a displeased look, arms crossed over her chest as she chewed. "I don't need you to feed me. I can eat on my own," she said, after swallowing, her tone laced with mild irritation. Yet despite her complaints, she was unable to hide the flicker of surprise in her eyes. The food was unexpectedly delicious. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Rosweise couldn't deny the truth. With a relaxed expression, she finally conceded, "The taste is pretty good." It seemed Leon's cooking skills were indeed commendable. Hearing her rare praise, Leon's lips curved into a triumphant smile. He scooped up a spoonful of rice for himself, took a bite, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Twirling the spoon in his fingers, he confidently declared, "Of course, this is love-fried rice, made by yours truly." Rosweise's expression soured slightly when she noticed him eating her food. With a quick movement, she reached out, grabbing his shoulder in protest. "Isn't that for me? Why are you eating it yourself?" Leon smirked at her attempt to reclaim the bowl. Anticipating her move, he leaned back, holding the rice just out of her reach. He knew full well that in her current state, she lacked the strength to snatch it from him. Teasing her, he chuckled. "I figured you wouldn't be able to finish it all, so I'm just helping you out." Rosweise's frustration deepened, her eyes narrowing as she tried again. "Who said I can't finish it?" Leon scooped up another spoonful, and before long, Rosweise had finished the entire bowl of fried rice. Taking the empty dish from her hands, he placed it back on the tray beside the bed. Satisfied but slightly overstuffed, Rosweise gently rubbed her stomach, hoping to ease digestion. After days of careful attention from Leon, her physical and mental state had gradually begun to recover. Setting the tray aside, Leon turned to her with a smirk and said, "These past few days you've been too weak to move, so I've been taking care of everything, bathing you, cooking for you, feeding you. Look at how good I am to you." Rosweise's expression darkened. She knew all too well that his version of events was far from the full truth. Furrowing her brow, she shot back, "Do you mean forcing me into a bath or exhausting me in bed after dinner?" No matter what started as simple care, it always seemed to end with him taking advantage of the situation. Leon, of course, wasn't about to pass up such an opportunity to tease her. Holding the tray, he turned toward the door, flashing her a playful smile. How could it be torture? This is a husband's loving care. Roswitha clenched her fists. She could never tolerate his repeated torment. Watching him leave, she gritted her teeth and called out after him. Leon, every despicable thing you do now, I will make sure you regret it in the future. Remember this well. Leon, however, remained utterly unfazed by Roswitha's warning. If anything, he didn't even take her words seriously. Waving a hand dismissively, he grinned. See you tomorrow morning, my beloved wife. Roswitha's fury flared. The way he brushed her off so casually made her blood boil, but given her current condition, she couldn't even get out of bed to land a proper punch on him. Instead, she clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Damn Dragon Slayer, he really is good at tormenting me. Needing an outlet for her anger, she slammed her fist into the nearby wall. A sharp crack echoed through the room. When she pulled her hand back, she blinked in surprise. A web of fractures had spread across the surface, and at the center of it, a fist-sized hole had appeared. She leaned in, inspecting the damage with intrigue. Then, flexing her fingers, she realized something unexpected. My strength has returned. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Leon was blissfully unaware of this development. Humming a tune as he washed the dishes, he idly twirled a plate in his hand, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he thought about his next plan to tease Roswitha. My dear dragon, don't recover too quickly. I still want to bully you for a few more days. Little did he know, the days of Roswitha being too weak to fight back were already over. Outside Roswitha's bedroom window, the morning light slowly filtered in, casting a golden glow over the landscape. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating their leaves in rich, vibrant hues. On a nearby branch, two birds nestled close together, their gentle melodies weaving through the crisp morning air. A quiet reflection of the unspoken connection between Leon and Roswitha. In the quiet of the morning, Muen slowly made her way to Roswitha's room. Still in her pajamas, she appeared to have just woken up, her movements sluggish with the remnants of sleep. A small yawn escaped her lips, her hand instinctively reaching up to wipe the sleep from her eyes. She trudged into the room, climbed onto the sofa at the foot of the bed, and then, with a bit of effort, used the height to help her onto Rosweiss's bed. She gently shook her mother's shoulder. "Mom, wake up," Muen whispered, her voice soft and pleading. Rosweisse, still in a deep slumber, mumbled softly and furrowed her brow, unwilling to awaken just yet. Despite Muen's repeated attempts, Rosweisse remained in her peaceful sleep, pulling the covers tighter around herself as if to ward off the chill of the morning. Muen continued to shake her mother gently, but when no response came, she sighed, accepting that Rosweisse would not wake just yet. Determined, Muen crawled over to the other side of the bed and reached out to shake Leon's shoulder. "Dad, wake up," she urged. "The sun is shining on your backside." Leon stirred, shifting slightly, his brow furrowing at the disturbance, but he made no effort to rise. The warmth of the blankets seemed to have a spell over him, and he responded in a soft murmur. "It's so warm. Let Dad sleep a little longer." With no success in rousing either parent, Muen puffed up her cheeks in mild frustration. Her small hands balled into fists as she knelt on the bed, looking at her parents, who were still nestled under the covers. A pout formed on her lips, and she grumbled, "But you're holding each other so tightly. Who's going to play with Muen?" Muen woke up early, eager to spend time with her parents. She hurried to Rosweiss's room, hoping to wake them up and play. However, when she entered, she found Leon resting his head atop Rosweiss's, with one arm protectively draped around her. Rosweisse, in turn, had her head nestled on Leon's shoulder, one hand gently resting on his chest. They were both curled up closely together, deeply asleep. The sight of them, so peacefully entwined, seemed to go unnoticed by either of them, as they were lost in their sleep. Their bodies seemed to radiate warmth, oblivious to the closeness between them. Muen, kneeling on the bed and observing them for a while, was struck by something unusual. Leon and Rosweisse, who typically bicker and argue, were now sleeping so intimately. This surprised her. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully, pondering the sight before her. Muen had never seen her parents so close before, and it struck her as odd. But as she continued to observe them, something else caught her attention. Both Leon and Rosweisse had various red marks scattered across their bodies, large and small, and some even on their necks. Muen, still too young to understand the significance of these marks, furrowed her brow as she wondered about their cause. Her curiosity led her to examine the marks closely. After a moment, her face brightened with a realization. "Oh," she thought, "this must be from being bitten by a bug." A sudden thought passed through her mind, and she turned to glance behind her, half expecting to see a large mosquito lurking nearby. Realizing this, Muen quickly jumped out of bed and ran to find some medicine. She recalled a lesson from Rosweisse. Whenever she was bitten by a bug, her mother had taught her to apply medicine. She rummaged through a cabinet containing various remedies, her excitement growing as she remembered the appearance and names of the medicines. Before long, she found a bottle of green ointment, specifically for mosquito bites. Holding it up triumphantly, she said, "Found it." Climbing back onto the bed, she stood proudly, one hand gripping the bottle and the other on her waist. Looking down at her parents, still peacefully asleep, she whispered to herself with a smile, "Don't worry, Muen will take good care of you both." Getting rid of mosquito bites is easy for Muen. Muen was certain that her efforts would earn her praise when they woke up. She first climbed onto Leon's side, dipped her fingers into the ointment, and began applying it to his back. She also smoothed it across his chest. Noticing more red marks on him, she decided to apply even more. "I'll put more on, Dad," she said confidently. Leon felt a slight itch on his back, but remained asleep, smiling in his slumber. Once she finished with Leon, Muen moved to Rosweisse, gently applying the ointment to her body and face. Sometime later, Leon groggily heard someone calling his name. "Dad, wake up." He slowly opened his eyes, squinting to see who it was. As he sat up, he realized that it was Rosweise, who had woken up before him and was already sitting up in bed. He was about to greet her when he suddenly felt a strange, cool sensation on his face, as if something sticky had been applied. "Why does my face feel wet?" he muttered, turning his head. To his surprise, he saw that Rosweise's face and body were coated with some green substance. As he looked at himself, Leon realized that he too had been smeared with the same ointment, on his face and near his mouth. Both of them looked at each other in confusion, the atmosphere suddenly growing silent for a few seconds. Leon couldn't contain himself any longer. The moment he took in Rosweise's current appearance, he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. His laughter rang through the room as he pointed at her face, struggling to speak between chuckles. What happened to your face?" Rosweise, on the other hand, had no words for the situation. She simply closed her eyes, choosing silence over acknowledging their ridiculous state. Just then, Muen eagerly climbed onto the bed, raising her hand proudly as if presenting an achievement. "I did it." Muen saw that Dad and Mom got bitten by bugs and had lots of red marks, so I helped put medicine on you. At the mention of red marks, both Leon and Rosweise stiffened. An awkward silence filled the air as they instinctively turned their heads away. Leon cleared his throat, forcing a few coughs in a futile attempt to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Rosweise remained wordless, her lips pressed into a tight line. However, no amount of composure could hide the deep blush spreading across her cheeks. There was no way they could explain to Muen that these red marks weren't from insect bites, but rather the aftermath of their intense activities the night before. Leon sighed internally. Some things are better left unknown to children. Meanwhile, Muen beamed up at them, hands clenched into excited little fists, her innocent eyes filled with anticipation. "Muen is great, right?" she asked, eager for praise. Leon, deciding it was best to keep the truth to himself, reached out and gently patted her head. With a warm smile, he nodded. "Yeah, you did a great job." Hearing her father's approval, Muen's face lit up with joy. Nothing made her happier than being able to help her parents. Brimming with enthusiasm, she lifted her hands high in the air and declared, "Next time, I'll help Dad and Mom apply the medicine again." Leon and Rosweise immediately fell silent. Slowly, they turned their heads to exchange a glance, sharing the same unspoken thought. There absolutely cannot be a next time. At that moment, both Leon and Rosweise silently reached the same conclusion. Next time, lock the door. A gentle knock sounded at the door before Leon stepped inside, carrying a tray in his hands. On it sat a steaming bowl of golden fried rice, generously filled with meat and vegetables. He placed the tray on the bedside cabinet, then picked up the bowl, scooping up a spoonful of rice. Blowing softly to cool it, he then extended the spoon toward Rosweise in an unmistakable feeding gesture. Rosweise instinctively leaned back, eyeing him warily. She furrowed her brows in confusion. "What are you doing?" Ignoring her hesitation, Leon swiftly guided the spoon into her mouth before she could resist. "I'm feeding you," he stated matter-of-factly. "You haven't eaten for days. Even if dragons can go without food while dormant, you must be hungry by now." Caught off guard, Rosweise had no choice but to accept the mouthful of rice. She shot Leon a displeased look, arms crossed over her chest as she chewed. "I don't need you to feed me. I can eat on my own," she said, after swallowing, her tone laced with mild irritation. Yet despite her complaints, she was unable to hide the flicker of surprise in her eyes. The food was unexpectedly delicious. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Rosweise couldn't deny the truth. With a relaxed expression, she finally conceded, "The taste is pretty good." It seemed Leon's cooking skills were indeed commendable. Hearing her rare praise, Leon's lips curved into a triumphant smile. He scooped up a spoonful of rice for himself, took a bite, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Twirling the spoon in his fingers, he confidently declared, "Of course. This is love fried rice, made by yours truly. Rossweiss's expression soured slightly when she noticed him eating her food. With a quick movement, she reached out, grabbing his shoulder in protest. "Isn't that for me? Why are you eating it yourself?" Leon smirked at her attempt to reclaim the bowl. Anticipating her move, he leaned back, holding the rice just out of her reach. He knew full well that in her current state, she lacked the strength to snatch it from him. Teasing her, he chuckled. "I figured you wouldn't be able to finish it all, so I'm just helping you out." Rossweiss's frustration deepened, her eyes narrowing as she tried again. "Who said I can't finish it?" Leon scooped up another spoonful, and before long, Rossweisse had finished the entire bowl of fried rice. Taking the empty dish from her hands, he placed it back on the tray beside the bed. Satisfied but slightly overstuffed, Rossweisse gently rubbed her stomach, hoping to ease digestion. After days of careful attention from Leon, her physical and mental state had gradually begun to recover. Setting the tray aside, Leon turned to her with a smirk and said, "These past few days you've been too weak to move, so I've been taking care of everything, bathing you, cooking for you, feeding you. Look at how good I am to you." Rossweiss's expression darkened. She knew all too well that his version of events was far from the full truth. Furrowing her brow, she shot back, "Do you mean forcing me into a bath or exhausting me in bed after dinner?" No matter what started as simple care, it always seemed to end with him taking advantage of the situation. Leon, of course, wasn't about to pass up such an opportunity to tease her. Holding the tray, he turned toward the door, flashing her a playful smile. How could it be torture? This is a husband's loving care. Rossweisse clenched her fists. She could never tolerate his repeated torment. Watching him leave, she gritted her teeth and called out after him, "Leon, every despicable thing you do now, I will make sure you regret it in the future. Remember this well." Leon, however, remained utterly unfazed by Rossweiss's warning. If anything, he didn't even take her words seriously. Waving a hand dismissively, he grinned. "See you tomorrow morning, my beloved wife." Rossweiss's fury flared. The way he brushed her off so casually made her blood boil, but given her current condition, she couldn't even get out of bed to land a proper punch on him. Instead, she clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Damn Dragon Slayer, he really is good at tormenting me." Needing an outlet for her anger, she slammed her fist into the nearby wall. A sharp crack echoed through the room. When she pulled her hand back, she blinked in surprise. A web of fractures had spread across the surface, and at the center of it, a fist-sized hole had appeared. She leaned in, inspecting the damage with intrigue. Then, flexing her fingers, she realized something unexpected. My strength has returned." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Leon was blissfully unaware of this development. Humming a tune as he washed the dishes, he idly twirled a plate in his hand, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he thought about his next plan to tease Rossweisse. "My dear dragon, don't recover too quickly. I still want to bully you for a few more days." Little did he know, the days of Rossweisse being too weak to fight back were already over. Night descended upon the silver dragon castle, casting a serene glow over its towering spires. The crescent moon hung high, its pale light illuminating the grand structure that floated amidst the sky. Inside, a few chambers remained lit, their warm glow flickering against the castle's stone walls. A sudden knock broke the quiet within Rossweiss's quarters. "Excuse me, Your Majesty." Anna pushed the door open and stepped inside, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. The rich, herbal aroma filled the room. Rossweiss, seated on her bed with a book in hand, looked up at the intrusion. "This is the medicine prescribed by the doctor," Anna informed her, carefully balancing the tray. "It will help restore your strength." Rossweiss cast a brief glance at the bowl before replying in an even tone, "I've already recovered. I don't need it." Anna paused, considering her words. Without pressing further, she placed the medicine on a nearby cabinet. As she straightened up, something unusual caught her eye. The wall beside Rossweiss's bed looked different. Her gaze narrowed in confusion. "Your Majesty, this is..." A noticeable hole, surrounded by a web of deep cracks, marred the once pristine wall. The damage was substantial. Following Anna's gaze, Rossweiss's expression remained composed, though a flicker of awkwardness crossed her features. She had only just realized her strength had fully returned when, in a fit of irritation over Leon's infuriating words, she had vented her anger on the wall. Clearing her throat, she responded casually, "Ah, I miscalculated my strength earlier. Have someone repair it tomorrow." Anna, ever professional, simply nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." With that, she turned, lifting the tray once more as she prepared to leave the room, leaving the untouched medicine behind. Just as Anna reached the door, Rossweiss suddenly seemed to remember something. She put down her book and called out softly, "Wait!" Anna turned back, curious about what else Rossweiss might need. Lowering her voice, Rossweiss whispered, "Don't tell Leon that I've recovered. I want him to take care of me for a few more days." As soon as the words left her lips, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She averted her gaze, pretending to be absorbed in the book on her lap. In a feeble attempt to hide her flustered expression, she lifted the book slightly, covering part of her face. Anna blinked in surprise. In all her years of serving Rossweisse, she had never heard her say something like this, nor had she ever seen her look so bashful. Was she enjoying Leon's care? A quiet chuckle escaped Anna's lips as she covered her mouth with her hand. She had always known Rossweiss as the noble queen who led the Silver Dragon clan with wisdom and strength. But in moments like this, she was simply a woman who wanted to spend a little more time with the man she loved. "Understood," Anna replied warmly. The moment Anna was gone, the faint blush on Rossweiss's face vanished, replaced by a sly, almost predatory grin. She gripped her book tightly, her silver eyes gleaming with mischief. "I'm not keeping him around for his care." Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the book's cover as a dark chuckle rose in her throat. "Leon, your good days are coming to an end." 2 days had passed since Rossweisse had secretly regained her strength, yet Leon remained blissfully unaware of her recovery. The sun shone brightly over the courtyard, casting a golden glow over the vibrant flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Their colors stood out vividly against the lush greenery, making the entire scene feel alive. In the midst of this peaceful setting, Leon and Muen played together, their laughter echoing through the open space. Muen suddenly jumped up excitedly, waving her hands to get Leon's attention. Dad! Dad! Muen wants to learn that one. Leon rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. That one, he repeated, trying to decipher her meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he tilted his head and looked at her. Shiny? Are you talking about magic? At his question, Muen bounced on her feet, nodding enthusiastically. She twirled in a circle and waved her hands in the air, mimicking movements she had seen before. The way she stepped and gestured looked remarkably similar to the way Leon and Rossweiss have fought during training. It's like what you and Mom do on the training ground, she explained, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Leon raised an eyebrow, surprised. Muen had never shown an interest in learning magic before. What had suddenly sparked her curiosity? He crouched down to her level and asked, Muen, why do you want to learn magic all of a sudden? At his question, Muen hesitated. Her excitement gave way to a moment of shyness as she lowered her head. She fidgeted, pressing the tip of her index finger against her other hand before mumbling softly. Noah learned a lot of things in school. Muen didn't want to fall behind. As the eldest sister, Noah had already started school, eagerly absorbing knowledge and honing new skills. The last time she came home, she had even analyzed their parents' battles, applying what she had learned with impressive insight. Muen couldn't help but admire her. She envied Noah's ability to grasp so much, and deep down, she yearned to do the same. Understanding her thoughts, Leon's expression softened. He crouched slightly, meeting her gaze with a knowing smile. So, Muen wants to learn too, he asked gently. Muen nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination. Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he gazed into the distance. Having two children at home naturally fostered a sense of competition between them. Muen adored her older sister. Of course, she wouldn't want to lag behind. Since she was eager to keep up with Noah's pace, it was only right for him, as her father, to ensure she never felt left behind. With a confident grin, Leon straightened up. He placed his right fist over his chest and set his left hand on his waist, striking a pose as if making an oath. All right, Dad will definitely teach you magic, he declared with unwavering confidence. Let's start with some simple magic training. Hearing his promise, Muen's face lit up with pure excitement. She looked up at Leon, practically bouncing with joy. After guiding Muen through her magic training for a while, Leon allowed her to try channeling the energy on her own. Muen closed her eyes tightly, her small body trembling slightly as she focused all her effort on controlling the flow of magic within her. She clenched her fists, brows furrowed in concentration, determined to draw out her power. A faint magical aura began to rise around her, swirling gently at her feet before spreading upward, making the ends of her hair lift ever so slightly. Leon stood with his arms crossed, watching intently. He couldn't help but be impressed. Within just a few hours, Muen had managed to guide her magic with surprising ease. Could she really be a genius? He wondered. If she continued at this pace, she might soon reach magical enlightenment and awaken her own original magic. Just as he marveled at her potential, a small but undeniable rumbling sound broke the serene atmosphere. Muen abruptly stopped, tilting her head up at Leon with wide, pitiful eyes. Dad, Muen is hungry. No energy, she murmured, clutching her stomach. Leon blinked, momentarily caught off guard. It seemed that using magic had drained her strength more than expected. He had to remind himself. Muen was still just a child. Unlike Noah, she hadn't yet developed the endurance needed for extended training. With a chuckle, Leon reached up and scratched the back of his head. Maybe I got a little ahead of myself, he mused. Well, he thought with a wry smile, not everything has to be rushed. Leon took Muen's small hand in his and began leading her back toward the castle. He had decided to end her training session here, knowing that it was better to let her progress gradually rather than push her too hard. Smiling down at her, he said, "That's all for today. Let's go back and get something to eat." Muen happily bounced beside him, holding his hand tightly. Dad is the best. Inside the castle, Anna gently knocked on Rosweiss's door before stepping inside. She carried a tray covered with a red cloth, its contents hidden beneath the fabric. Approaching Rosweisse, she respectfully presented the tray and said, "Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to find." Sitting on her bed, Rosweisse crossed her arms and glanced at the tray before giving Anna a nod. Put it beside me." Just as Anna placed the tray down, another knock came at the door. Before anyone could respond, the door swung open and Leon strode in with his usual carefree energy. He waved at Rosweisse with a wide grin. "Wife, I'm here," he announced cheerfully. However, Rosweisse paid no attention to Leon as he entered the room. Instead, she turned to Anna, thanking her for bringing what she had requested. "Thank you. You may leave now." Anna gave a slight bow, acknowledging Rosweisse's words. A knowing smile spread across her face as she glanced at Leon, entertained by the thought of the two spending more time together. Without another word, she passed Leon with a cheerful expression and left the room. Leon, completely unaware of Rosweiss's true condition, strolled in casually, his hands resting behind his head and a smug grin on his face. According to what Anna had told him, Rosweisse still needed at least 5 more days to fully recover. That meant he had 5 more days to properly torment her. As he approached, he was already scheming up new ways to tease her, confident that she was still in no condition to fight back. Stopping in front of her, he bent slightly, feigning concern as he spoke. "Are you still feeling unwell today? I can give you a massage if you need it." Unlike before, Rosweisse wasn't the least bit shaken by his words. With her strength restored, she met his gaze directly, her expression unreadable. Then, with a slow, deliberate tone, she said, "Why don't you show me the strength of the Empire's greatest dragon slayer today? Or are you already giving up after just 2 days? You're not as powerful as I thought." Her words were calm, but the challenge in them was unmistakable. The moment Rosweiss's words reached his ears, Leon's smile faltered, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. A flicker of irritation crossed his face as he narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" His voice carried a sharp edge. He took a step closer, rolling his shoulders as if loosening up. "All right, she-dragon, since you're so bold today." The way she had taunted him unsettled him more than he cared to admit. With a swift motion, he yanked the blanket off her, his gaze scanning her as he spoke in a low, teasing tone. "Seeing how exhausted you were, I wasn't planning on pushing you too hard tonight, but it seems I've been too considerate." Rosweiss's brows knit together slightly. She instinctively raised her hands, ready to defend herself, but the flicker of unease in her eyes didn't go unnoticed. Leon smirked, his expression darkening with amusement as he reached out, running his fingers along her cheek in a slow, deliberate motion. The feather-light touch was a cruel contrast to the unspoken threat in his words. "If your words are that sharp, then I wonder, is your body just as tough?" A shiver ran through Rosweisse. Her body tensed, her breath hitching as she locked eyes with him, this time with genuine apprehension. Leon, utterly unaware of the impending shift in power, remained focused on what he considered to be Rosweiss's punishment. Stripping off his shirt in one fluid motion, he smirked, fully prepared to subject her to another round of torment. "You'll regret this," he warned, his voice laced with amusement. But just as the words left his lips, Rosweiss's expression underwent a startling transformation. The fear in her eyes melted away, replaced by a slow, sinister smile. She met his gaze, her confidence unwavering. "I've never regretted anything," she declared. Before Leon could process the sudden change, something coiled tightly around his waist. His breath hitched as he looked down, realizing, too late, that her tail had ensnared him in a vice-like grip. "What?" The ground seemed to vanish beneath him. The next moment, his body was lifted effortlessly into the air. His eyes widened in shock as Rosweisse swung him with formidable force. With a loud thud, he crashed onto the bed, sinking into the pillows as the impact sent a jolt through his back. A groan of surprise escaped him, but before he could recover, Rosweiss was already upon him. She moved swiftly, climbing onto the bed and pinning him down with an authoritative hand against his chest. Then, with the poise of a ruler reclaiming her throne, she settled herself atop him, her piercing gaze looking down on him with unmistakable dominance. Leon blinked up at her, his mind struggling to catch up. The weight pressing against him, the effortless strength with which she had thrown him. This wasn't the weakened Rosweiss from days ago. His eyes darted to her arms, her posture, her unwavering confidence. Realization hit him like a crashing wave. Rosweiss, you've recovered? He blurted out, his voice laced with disbelief. In that moment, everything clicked for Leon. Rosweiss had been playing him all along. The weakness, the helpless expressions, the way she let him believe he was still in control. It had all been an elaborate act. A trap, carefully set, waiting for the perfect moment to spring. She wasn't the prey. She was the hunter. Rosweiss pressed a single finger to her lips, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Shh," she whispered, her voice dripping with amusement. "A prisoner should remain quiet, my dear dragon slayer." With that, she reached for the tray that had been sitting quietly by her side. Lifting the red cloth with deliberate slowness, she unveiled its contents: a pair of sturdy handcuffs, a sleek leather whip, and a crystal ball that shimmered under the dim lighting. Leon's eyes flickered toward the tray, his mind racing. Where did she get all this? For days, she had been bedridden, weak, exhausted. When could she have possibly prepared something like this? His brows furrowed as he struggled to piece it together, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Rosweiss took hold of his wrists, securing them in cold iron. The sharp click of the locks made his stomach drop. His body tensed. Wait, am I the one in danger here? Before he could protest, his ankles were similarly bound, rendering his attempts to move utterly useless. A flicker of panic stirred within him. He instinctively pulled against his restraints, testing their strength, but they held firm. Rosweiss's smirk deepened. "Oh, struggling already?" she mused. Then, as if to seal his fate, she reached for a strip of black cloth, leaning in close before tying it snugly over his eyes. The world plunged into darkness. Leon gritted his teeth, his body writhing against the unyielding bindings. He could hear the rustling of fabric, feel the faint brush of her fingertips against his skin as she removed the last remnants of his clothing. He swallowed hard. What have I gotten myself into? Unfortunately for Leon, his efforts to break free were in vain. Rosweiss's wicked smile only grew wider as she observed his helplessness. Her gaze lingered on him with a mixture of amusement and triumph. "Don't bother struggling," she said with a teasing tone, her words hanging in the air like a challenge. Leon, now blindfolded and bound, felt the panic slowly creep in. His breath grew heavier as he wrestled with the uncertainty of what was coming next. His mind raced, but the darkness and the tight restraints made it impossible to form a clear thought. What is she planning? He tried to steady his breathing, but his pulse quickened as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. "Are you planning to torture me? Force me to confess?" he asked, his voice laced with both defiance and uncertainty. Side story: a new hairstyle. One quiet morning, while Rosweiss was still fast asleep, Leon quietly sat beside her and began braiding her hair. His fingers moved carefully, weaving the strands together with focus and precision. Suddenly, Rosweiss stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She blinked a few times, noticing Leon holding her hair and concentrating intently. Confused and slightly annoyed, she asked, "What are you doing?" Leon jumped, startled by her voice. His hands faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained composure. "Ah, you're awake," he said, walking over with a smile and a mirror in hand. "How about trying a different hairstyle for once?" Rosweiss sat up, still half dazed, and took the mirror from him. As she gazed into it, she saw that her hair had been carefully braided into a neat, beautiful plait. Leon stood beside her, proudly watching her reaction. "I just did something simple. If you don't like it, you can always undo it," he said, his voice light but confident. Rossweiss's cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she examined the braid. Despite her usual stoic demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a quiet satisfaction with the way it looked. She reached up to touch the braid, her fingers gently running through the strands. "Well, it's not bad," she thought to herself, her heart warming slightly. Without saying a word, Rossweisse kept the braid, quietly pleased with Leon's thoughtful gesture. Leon lay motionless on the bed, his wrists and ankles bound by cold steel cuffs, his vision completely obscured by a pair of stockings tied securely over his eyes. The weight of the situation settled in as he refrained from making any sudden movements. Though a hint of nervousness crept into his mind, he refused to surrender to Rossweiss's so-called interrogation. Straightening his posture as much as his restraints allowed, he spoke boldly. "She-Dragon, let me tell you, I have undergone professional anti-interrogation training. No matter what you do, I will never submit to you." Rossweisse arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. His defiance amused her. Leaning forward, she traced her fingers over the smooth surface of a crystal ball resting on the tray beside her. "Oh, is that so?" she mused, her voice laced with playful malice. With a mere touch, the crystal ball flickered to life, radiating a soft blue glow before forming a screen in the air. Within moments, an all-too-familiar scene began playing, a moment from their past, captured in vivid detail. On the screen, Leon's voice echoed through the room, filled with desperation and longing. Under the effects of Rossweiss's enhanced blood curse, he had pleaded fervently, his tone bordering on reverence. "Rossweisse, I want to kiss you. Please, give me." Leon tensed instantly. Though blindfolded, he didn't need to see the screen to recognize the humiliating moment unfolding before him. The familiar sound of his own voice, helpless, pleading, sent a jolt of alarm through him. His breathing grew unsteady, and for the first time, the unwavering confidence in his expression cracked. This is... he stammered, his mind scrambling for an explanation. Rossweisse turned to him, her smirk widening. She could practically feel the anxiety radiating from him. Tilting her head, she feigned innocent curiosity. "Oh? And who might this desperate man be, begging me so sweetly?" The crystal ball continued playing, the echoes of Leon's past submission filling the room. On the screen, his voice rang out once more. "Ah, Rossweisse." Leon stiffened, his entire body betraying his growing mortification. His head felt as if it were overheating, a deep flush creeping across his face as his limbs trembled involuntarily. Panic surged through him as he desperately searched for a retort, but the words caught in his throat. That, he stammered, his usual composure utterly shattered. Rossweisse, fully aware of his internal turmoil, picked up the crystal ball from the tray and brought it closer to him. The soft glow illuminated his face, and the recorded voice became unmistakably clear. Yet, even faced with undeniable proof, Leon refused to concede. Turning his head sharply to the side, he raised a trembling finger and pointed toward the source of the sound. "That can't be me," he insisted, his voice laced with unconvincing determination. "It's just someone who sounds very similar." Rossweisse watched him with thinly veiled amusement. She could practically hear the feeble excuses spinning in his mind, his pride preventing him from acknowledging the obvious. Suppressing a chuckle, she leaned in and untied the stockings covering his eyes, her voice dripping with mockery. "Oh? Is that so?" she mused, holding the crystal ball directly before him. "Then why don't you take a closer look?" As the blindfold was removed, Leon blinked rapidly, his vision slowly adjusting. However, The moment his gaze fell upon the crystal ball, his breath hitched. There, in vivid clarity, was an image of himself, his expression vulnerable, his voice unmistakably desperate. Rosweise, I want to kiss you, hug you, and be one with you. The words echoed in the air like an inescapable curse. Leon felt a shiver run down his spine, his skin erupting in goosebumps as if he had been struck by lightning. The sheer embarrassment was unbearable. With a strangled groan, he squeezed his eyes shut, his entire face twisting in agony. How could I have said that? The memory alone was excruciating, but to hear it played back so clearly, it was beyond humiliation. Leon had no choice but to concede defeat. Kneeling on the bed, his head hung low in shame, he clasped his hands together as if pleading for mercy. His voice rang out, desperate and resigned. No need. I remember everything. Rosweise stood before him, one arm elegantly wrapped around her waist, while the other cradled the crystal ball. She gazed down at Leon's utterly humiliated state, savoring the sight of his swift capitulation. A victorious smile curled at her lips. With deliberate grace, she reached for the whip resting on the tray, letting her fingers trace along its length before lifting it with a calculated air. Her silver eyes gleamed with amusement as she spoke. It's good that you remember, she mused. Now say it again, word for word. Holding the whip in one hand, she teasingly pinched the tip with the other, her expression laced with anticipation. She had waited for this moment. Days ago, she had been at his mercy, enduring his torment, unable to fight back. But now, the tables had turned. Now, it was her turn to play. If your memory is failing you, she continued in a lilting tone, then I, as your instructor, can provide a review. With effortless dominance, she lifted Leon's chin with the handle of the whip, forcing him to meet her gaze. His face contorted with frustration, but he dared not struggle. He was fully aware that any defiance would only worsen his predicament. The evidence against him was undeniable. Any excuse, any argument would be meaningless. He opened his mouth as if to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. Under the dim glow of the desk lamp, their shadows stretched across the cabinet, one looming with regal authority, the other kneeling in reluctant submission. Rosweise raised the whip, twirling it between her fingers before swinging it down in a sharp, deliberate motion. The crack of leather against skin echoed through the chamber. Leon knelt on the bed, his body trembling as he struggled to endure the sharp sting of the whip. Each strike left its mark, a testament to Rosweise's unyielding control. She approached him slowly, methodically, continuing her ministrations with calculated precision. Their shadows entwined, cast upon the walls by the warm glow of the desk lamp, which bore silent witness to their exchange. It could not speak, nor could it pass judgment. It merely illuminated their figures, offering them its quiet, unwavering light. Beyond the confines of the room, the full moon had ascended, casting its silver glow across the vast, star-speckled sky. Its light streamed through the open window, illuminating the chamber where Leon lay sprawled upon the bed. His body bore the unmistakable evidence of the night's events, the red welts from the whip standing out vividly against his skin. He exhaled shakily, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though every ounce of his strength had been drained. Turning his head slightly, he let out a silent sigh, mourning his own misfortune. Just then, a sudden flutter of wings disrupted the quiet. A crimson messenger dragon swooped through the open window, landing gracefully on the sill. Its presence immediately caught Rosweise's attention. She swiftly rose from the bed, crossing the room with purpose. The dragon extended its claw, presenting her with a sealed letter. Rosweise accepted it, her silver eyes scanning its contents. As she read, her expression shifted, her once playful demeanor fading into something far more serious. Leon, still recovering from his ordeal, sluggishly turned his head toward her. He followed her gaze to the messenger dragon, his instincts sharpening despite his exhaustion. It was already late, too late for routine correspondence. A letter sent at such an hour could only mean one thing. Something had happened. Noticing the change in Rossweiss's expression, Leon forced himself to sit up slightly, his voice tinged with weariness. "A letter from the St. Heis Academy?" he asked. "Sending a messenger dragon this late. Did something happen?" Rossweisse lowered the parchment in her hand and turned to face him. Her serious gaze met his, and after a brief pause, she spoke. "The Academy has asked us to report to the school tomorrow," Rossweisse stated, her voice carrying a note of finality. "Noah got into a fight." Leon, who had been lying in bed, bolted upright at her words. His drowsiness vanished in an instant as he turned to her with wide eyes, struggling to process the news. "Eh?" he blurted out, disbelief etched across his face. The setting had now shifted to Vice Principal Wilson's office. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed the golden morning light to pour in, illuminating the space with a warm glow. Noah stood in the center of the room, clad in a pristine school uniform, her posture rigid and formal. Hands clasped neatly behind her back, her expression was unreadable. Calm, composed, completely unshaken. If one were to judge by appearance alone, it would be impossible to tell she had been involved in any sort of altercation. The same could not be said for the three boys beside her. The red-haired boy standing in the middle looked particularly miserable. His uniform was in disarray, stained with dirt, and his face bore the clear signs of a severe beating. One eye swollen shut, bruises blooming across his skin. His right arm was immobilized in a sling, evidence of an injury that required medical attention. The two brown-haired boys flanking him didn't fare much better. Their faces were marred with swollen marks, their uniforms similarly dirtied from the scuffle. They stood stiffly beside the sofa, casting wary glances toward the individuals seated before them. Leon and Rossweiss had already arrived and were sitting on the plush office couch. Their postures were straight, their expressions attentive as they awaited Vice Principal Wilson's explanation. Vice Principal Wilson surveyed the room, his expression neutral but firm. He had no intention of dragging out the discussion and got straight to the point. "I called you here today to address the fight between Noah and her classmates," he stated. Before he could continue, Rossweiss's patience snapped. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she interjected, her voice carrying an unmistakable edge. "Principal, are you saying that these three young dragons teamed up to bully my daughter?" She folded her arms across her chest and strode toward the three battered students, her piercing gaze locking onto them with cold fury. The intensity of her presence alone sent a visible shudder through them. As soon as they lifted their heads and met her furious glare, they paled and let out startled yelps, instinctively shrinking back. Meanwhile, Leon had turned his full attention to Noah. He stepped beside her, his eyes scanning her form carefully. He circled around her once, checking her front, then her back, searching for any signs of injury. "Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked, concern evident in his tone. Noah remained unfazed, her posture unshaken. She gazed forward without a hint of distress, responding in a steady, composed voice. "No, I'm fine." Vice Principal Wilson exhaled subtly and furrowed his brows, shifting his gaze between Noah and the three injured students. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of truth. "Actually, it was your daughter who beat them up." Rossweisse had just settled back onto the sofa when Vice Principal Wilson's words registered. Her previously simmering anger evaporated in an instant, leaving her momentarily stunned. She turned to him, her expression shifting to one of mild awkwardness. "Is that so?" she murmured, clearly caught off guard. Meanwhile, the three young dragons huddled together, their eyes brimming with unshed tears as they whimpered softly. It was evident they had never suffered such a humiliating defeat, let alone at the hands of a girl. Noah's overwhelming fighting prowess had left a lasting impression on them, and the fear still lingered in their eyes. Noah remained composed, standing tall and unwavering as she calmly glanced at Leon. Leon, on the other hand, studied her with mild surprise before the silence in the room stretched into an unspoken understanding. Then, a proud smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Subtly, he lifted a hand and gave Noah a discreet thumbs up. He recalled the conversation they had at the start of the school year. She had clearly taken his words to heart. "Not bad, my daughter." "Well done." Noah closed her eyes, her lips curving slightly in satisfaction, mirroring his pride. Vice Principal Wilson, observing the exchange, adjusted his glasses with a measured sigh. While this was merely a scuffle between young dragons, it wasn't without deeper implications. This altercation had stirred underlying tensions, conflicts between cocoon-born and viviparous young dragons. The dragon race possesses two distinct methods of reproduction: egg-laying and live birth. While adult dragons exhibit little difference regardless of their origins, disparities in abilities are evident during their early years. Oviparous, or cocoon-born, young dragons inherit their strength directly from their mother's body, granting them natural advantages in physical aptitude and raw talent. In contrast, viviparous dragons must cultivate their abilities through growth and training. Within the same age group, cocoon-born young dragons typically surpass their viviparous counterparts in strength and development. Vice Principal Wilson studied Noah intently. Despite being viviparous, this child had single-handedly bested 3 cocoon-born dragons, all of whom were several years her senior. Her talent was undeniable. At such a young age, she had already demonstrated remarkable potential. He couldn't help but feel optimistic about her future. Just then, the office door burst open with a loud bang. A well-dressed, red-haired dragon strode in, flanked by 2 other adult dragons. Their expressions made it clear. They were the fathers of the 3 defeated young dragons. The red-haired dragon, his hands casually stuffed into his pockets, sauntered over to his son. His voice was light, almost dismissive. "I heard my son got into a fight. What's the big deal?" He waved a hand carelessly. "I'll cover all the medical expenses." When the red-haired dragon saw the bruises on his son's face and the sling supporting his injured arm, he was momentarily stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. "My dear son, what happened to you? Who did this?" The 2 other fathers, standing beside him, were equally shocked when they saw the state of their own children. The red-haired boy turned toward his father, his eyes welling up with tears, his expression one of pure grievance. "Dad!" Without hesitation, the 3 young dragons rushed toward their respective fathers, seeking comfort in their embrace. They clung to them tightly, their small bodies trembling as they sobbed. The sheer humiliation of being so thoroughly beaten weighed on them. Seated on the sofa, Rossweiss observed the red-haired dragon and immediately recognized his lineage. Leaning slightly toward Leon, she whispered, "That one belongs to the Crimson Flame Dragon King Constantine's clan." The Crimson Flame Dragon clan was notorious for its arrogance and overbearing nature, making any form of negotiation with them nearly impossible. Leon, however, remained unimpressed. He scoffed, his arms crossed. "Humph. The number of Crimson Flame Dragons I've slain could circle the academy twice." After briefly comforting his son, the red-haired dragon turned his attention toward Rossweiss. His expression was one of smug superiority, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Well, I was wondering who it could be. Isn't this the queen of the Silver Dragon clan?" His voice was laced with mockery. "And yet, despite being royalty, you can't even control your own child, allowing her to go around bullying other dragons like this." Behind him, his son peeked out cautiously, his fearful eyes darting toward Rossweiss. "The Silver Dragon clan's combat prowess has never been a match for us Crimson Flame Dragons," the man continued, stepping forward. "Do you people only have the courage to let your children do your fighting for you?" With every word, he inched closer, his presence radiating hostility. Leon immediately sensed the provocation. His body tensed, and without hesitation, he stepped in front of Rossweiss, blocking the path between them. His gaze locked onto the red-haired dragons, unwavering. It was clear, this was no mere argument. The Crimson Flame Dragon was looking for a fight. Ross Weiss's expression darkened as the red-haired dragon's words sank in. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes as she responded sharply, "Huh? What exactly are you trying to say?" The dragon merely smirked, stepping closer to Leon with an air of defiance. His voice remained firm, unwavering. "If your daughter doesn't apologize to my son today, don't even think about walking out of this room." Leon, unfazed by the threat, clenched his fists, a confident grin appearing on his face. "Oh? And what if I don't feel like apologizing? My fists have been itching for a fight anyway." Sensing that the situation was quickly spiraling out of control, Vice Principal Wilson finally had enough. He slammed his palm down on his desk with a loud thud. "Enough!" The command echoed through the office, silencing the brewing confrontation. All three parents instinctively turned toward him. Clearing his throat, Vice Principal Wilson adjusted his glasses and addressed them in a firm but composed manner. "Before any of you start throwing accusations, let me first explain what actually happened." The room fell into tense silence as he began recounting the events leading up to the fight. Last night in the cafeteria, Lar and his two classmates got into a disagreement with Noah. During the exchange, Noah's plate was knocked over, spilling food onto Lar's uniform. A memory flickered in Noah's mind, the moment her plate hit the ground. She had stood there, watching calmly as Lar grabbed at his soiled clothes, his voice rising in frustration. "My clothes! Look at this mess!" Vice Principal Wilson continued, his gaze shifting between the two sides. Later, on their way back to the dormitory, Lar and his friends intercepted Noah in the backyard. What happened next escalated into a full-blown physical altercation. Turning his attention toward the three young dragons, he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to add?" The trio instinctively took a step back, their faces pale with fear. They quickly shook their heads in unison. "No, sir, nothing at all." However, just as the tension in the air began to settle, a small movement caught everyone's attention. Noah calmly raised her hand. Her expression remained composed, but her voice carried a distinct clarity. "Principal, I have something to add." Vice Principal Wilson turned his attention to Noah, his expression composed yet expectant. "Noah, do you have something further to add?" Noah crossed her arms over her chest, her displeasure evident. With a measured breath, she shifted her gaze to Lar, who stood stiffly beside her. Her voice was steady but firm as she revealed details that had yet to be addressed. "First and foremost, during our encounter in the cafeteria, Lar deliberately provoked me. The incident with the overturned plate was purely accidental. Secondly, in the backyard of the dormitory, they rushed at me without warning. Feeling threatened, I acted in self-defense. His broken arm was an unintended consequence." The weight of Noah's unwavering gaze bore down on him, her piercing eyes demanding silent confirmation. "Isn't that right, Lar?" The air around her seemed to shift, her quiet yet commanding presence exuding an aura that made it clear she had not yet forgiven his provocation. Lar, terrified by Noah's presence that he nearly burst into tears. Without hesitation, he darted behind his father, gripping the hem of his coat tightly, peeking out only enough to respond in a trembling voice. "That's right." His father turned, bewildered by his son's reaction. "Why are you so afraid of her?" he asked, his tone laced with confusion. Leon, who had been observing the exchange from behind Noah, stroked his chin in thought. After a brief pause, he met her gaze and spoke with measured deliberation. "Noah, I think you did something wrong." At his words, Noah's expression shifted slightly. She immediately picked up on the subtle tone of disapproval in his voice. Her posture straightened, and she instinctively clenched her hands into small fists. Her gaze flickered with a mix of tension and anticipation as she prepared herself for the inevitable reprimand. Contrary to her expectations, Leon did not reprimand her approach to self-defense. Instead, he bent down slightly, tapped his knee, and offered a practical suggestion. "If you ever find yourself in a similar situation again, aim for the knee first. Understood?" Noah blinked in surprise. Her gaze shifted to Leon's knee, confusion flickering across her face. "Why the knee?" she asked. Straightening up, Leon crossed his arms over his chest, his expression brimming with confidence. "On the battlefield, if a Crimson Flame Dragon's knee is injured, it becomes vulnerable to further attacks," he explained, his tone laced with the fervor of a seasoned warrior. It was as if an invisible fire blazed behind him, igniting his enthusiasm for battle strategy. Understanding dawned on Noah. She nodded, then swiftly pulled out a notebook and pen, diligently jotting down the technique as Leon continued speaking. "Got it. I'll keep that in mind," she affirmed. However, Lars' father, who had been silently observing the exchange, could no longer contain his frustration. To him, Leon's words were not just self-defense advice. They were outright encouragement to harm his son. His expression darkened with indignation as he turned to Vice Principal Wilson, pointing an accusatory finger at Leon. "Principal, did you hear that? He's openly teaching his daughter how to bully my child," he exclaimed, his voice rising with anger. Leon maintained a composed smile, unfazed by Lars's father's accusations. A student with such violent tendencies cannot simply apologize and move on. Expulsion is the only reasonable course of action. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Beside him, Rosweiss and Noah tensed, their gazes shifting sharply toward Lars's father. The tension in the office grew thick, and it was evident that the man intended to escalate the situation. Before he could continue his tirade, Vice Principal Wilson raised a hand to silence him. His voice was calm but firm. "Parents, I ask that you remain composed. The decision of whether or not to expel Noah is for St. High's Academy to determine, not you. Furthermore, we have received multiple reports from students regarding your son's behavior. It has been noted that Lar frequently bullies other young dragons. Additionally, witnesses from the canteen last night confirmed that he was the one who deliberately provoked Noah first." Lar instinctively lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. His body language betrayed his guilt. He knew his actions had been inappropriate. Yet, his father remained defiant. Outrage flickered across his face, his expression twisting with disbelief and anger. "So what you're telling me, Principal," he growled, his voice rising, "is that my son was beaten. Yet instead of punishing his attacker, you stand here accusing him of provocation?" Leon had heard enough. He stepped forward, meeting Lars's father's glare without hesitation. His voice rang out, clear and unwavering. "Don't you feel ashamed?" Leon arched a brow, his tone laced with disbelief as he spoke. "How old is your son again?" "My daughter is only 1 year and 2 months old, and yet she managed to defeat him. And here you are, making such a scene over it." Lars's father hesitated for a brief moment, momentarily taken aback by the revelation. However, unwilling to concede, he quickly regained his bluster and snapped back. "That's irrelevant. It doesn't matter how old he is." The tension between them grew palpable as they locked eyes, their expressions hardened in frustration. I'm 7 years and 11 months old." Both Leon and Lars's father turned to stare at the boy. Silence followed. Lar, sensing the weight of their stares, shrank back. The atmosphere in the room stilled. Then, unexpectedly, Leon let out a chuckle. He quickly raised a hand to his mouth, attempting, though failing, to suppress his laughter. His shoulders shook slightly, his eyes brimming with barely contained amusement. Finally, he cast a sidelong glance at Lars's father, his voice dripping with mockery. "If I were in your position, I'd dig a hole 3,000 feet deep and bury myself in it. And I'd make sure this humiliation never sees the light of day." Lars's father seethed with rage at the sight of Leon's smug expression. His fury clouded his thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Unable to counter Leon directly, he instead turned his anger toward the entire family, his voice laced with venom. "A coward who doesn't even dare to show his tail. What right do you have to speak about my son?" His hand shot forward, pointing rudely at Rosweiss and Noah, his expression twisted with disdain. I think your entire family is beneath me. Pathetic. Rossweisse and Noah both furrowed their brows, their gazes sharpening with displeasure. Though they maintained their composure, the blatant disrespect was not lost on them. Leon, however, had no intention of letting such an insult slide. In one swift motion, he reached out and seized Lars's father's outstretched finger, gripping it with an iron hold. Without hesitation, he twisted it sharply in the opposite direction. His voice dropped, filled with restrained anger. You insult me, and I let it go, but you dare point at my wife and daughter? Lars's father gasped in pain, his face contorting as he struggled to break free. His efforts were in vain. The pressure on his finger increased, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut before he finally let out a sharp, agonized scream. Rossweisse, watching the scene unfold, felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. A faint smile played at her lips as she silently acknowledged Leon's actions. He really is protective of his family. Lars' father struggled several times before finally breaking free from Leon's grip. Clutching his injured finger, he took a few steps back, wincing in pain. However, it was clear he had yet to learn his lesson. His face contorted with anger as he glared at Leon, rubbing his wounded hand. You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? He bellowed, his fury unabated. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Leon, ready to settle the matter with his fists. However, noticing his reckless aggression, the other two fathers quickly intervened, restraining him before the situation escalated further. Duke, please calm down. The principal is still watching. This is not the place for a fight, one of them urged. Despite their efforts, Lars's father continued to struggle against their hold, unwilling to back down. Fixing Leon with a fierce gaze, he declared his identity in an attempt to intimidate him. I am the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan. Our leader is Constantine. Yet Leon remained entirely unfazed. Crossing his arms, he smirked and mocked the Duke with exaggerated theatrics. Oh no, I'm so scared, he said sarcastically, his voice dripping with amusement. The spectacle was growing increasingly absurd, and Rossweisse, unable to stand by any longer, stepped forward. She addressed Lars's father with a composed yet firm tone. Sir, this is merely a minor conflict between children at school. Bringing family status into the matter will serve no purpose and benefit no one. Her expression was resolute as she continued. I trust that St. High's Academy will handle the situation with fairness, regardless of the parties involved. We are prepared to accept whatever judgment the Academy deems appropriate. With that, she turned toward Vice Principal Wilson, her confidence unwavering as she awaited his response. Vice Principal Wilson smiled and nodded approvingly, agreeing with Rossweisse's perspective. The Queen of the Silver Dragon Clan truly has remarkable foresight. His gaze then shifted to Lars' father, who was still fuming, and he issued a firm warning. Duke Lars, if you continue causing disruptions on school grounds and escalate the situation any further, we will have no choice but to revoke your son's enrollment. Lars's father froze at the threat. His struggles ceased, and his anger quickly subsided. Losing his temper was one thing, but jeopardizing his son's education was another. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lars stepped forward, gently tugging at his father's sleeve. With a slightly aggrieved expression, he pleaded, Father, please let it go. I want to continue studying here. Hearing his son's words, Lars's father hesitated. His rigid stance softened, and after a brief internal struggle, he exhaled deeply, reining in his temper. Attempting to mask the awkwardness of his earlier outburst, he cleared his throat a few times before responding to the vice principal in a measured tone. I may have acted out of line. We will abide by the Academy's decision. Despite his composed words, a glint of dissatisfaction remained in his eyes as he shot a sharp glance at Leon and Rossweisse. Though he had temporarily conceded, his mind was already formulating a plan. Fine, I'll step back for now. But once we're outside the Academy, we'll see who has the last laugh. Now that both sides had settled down, Vice Principal Wilson was finally able to deliver his verdict. In this incident, Lars instigated the conflict, while Noah acted in self-defense, albeit with excessive force. He then turned to Noah and delivered her disciplinary action. Noah will receive a formal reprimand from her homeroom teacher and must reflect seriously on her actions. Noah clenched her small fists lightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected her punishment to be so lenient. Then, turning her gaze toward Lars and his two classmates, she listened as Vice Principal Wilson continued. Lars and the other two will each write a self-reflection and submit it to their homeroom teacher. Additionally, they will be responsible for classroom maintenance for a week. This concludes the disciplinary decision. Lars and his classmates lowered their heads in resignation, silently accepting their punishment. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed to cast a warmer glow over the office, as if nature itself approved of the resolution. With the matter settled, Leon and Rosweiss left the office alongside Noah. As they reached the hallway, Noah turned back and waved. "Well, I'll head back to class now." Rosweiss gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Leon stood beside her, watching Noah walk away. Just as she was about to disappear down the corridor, a thought struck him. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, "Hey, don't forget the technique I taught you. If they try to bully you again, go for the knees first." Noah glanced back at him, her expression unreadable. Though she didn't respond, she gave a small nod, signaling that she understood. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Leon. "Mr. Leon!" Startled, Leon jumped and let out a sharp yelp. "Ah!" His face paled slightly as he turned to see Vice Principal Wilson standing right behind him. Forcing a nervous smile, Leon swallowed hard and addressed him hesitantly. "Vice Principal Wilson, is there something else?" Leon asked nervously, his mind racing. He had just loudly reminded Noah to remember his advice, and he feared that the vice principal, who might not appreciate comments about bullying dragons, had overheard. He didn't hear that, did he? He thought anxiously. But Vice Principal Wilson seemed not to have noticed Leon's earlier remark. Instead, with a serious expression, he posed a different question. "Although we've only met a few times, I've always wondered, why do you never let your tail show?" Leon's anxiety spiked. The vice principal was now focusing on something as specific as his tail. Has he figured it out? Leon's mind raced. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Has he discovered my true identity? Vice Principal Wilson, seemingly unaware of Leon's rising discomfort, smiled. "I can't quite place which noble dragon clan you belong to. If you're willing, could you share?" At that moment, sensing the tension, Rosweiss quickly stepped in. She approached Leon, and with practiced ease, linked her arm with his, presenting a picture of a loving couple. "My husband is not from a noble dragon clan," she explained smoothly. "He's just an ordinary member of our Silver Dragon clan." Leon, still feeling the weight of the situation, nervously echoed her words. "That's right. I'm just a commoner." Vice Principal Wilson appeared unfazed by their response. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and then smiled warmly. "It's truly impressive that you two have raised such a talented young dragon," he said. "Your union has clearly brought forth an exceptionally gifted child. It's nothing short of a miracle." He turned back to Leon and Rosweiss, his expression softening further. "In any case, St. High's Academy welcomes children of such remarkable potential." Leon and Rosweiss exited the teacher's office building together. With his hands tucked casually into his pockets, Leon engaged in light conversation as they descended the stairs. Rosweise, arms crossed over her chest, maintained an impassive expression. Though her demeanor suggested mild impatience, she still responded to Leon's remarks. However, their peaceful moment was abruptly interrupted when Lars's father emerged alongside two other dragons, stepping directly into their path. Their displeased expressions were unmistakable. With his hands in his pockets, Lars's father addressed Rosweise in a curt tone. "Wait a minute, Silver Dragon Queen." Leon and Rosweise halted immediately, recognizing the reappearance of Lars's father. Rosweise's brow furrowed as her guard rose. Earlier, in Vice Principal Wilson's office, the man had already shown clear intent to escalate tensions. Now, his deliberate obstruction only confirmed his ill intentions. Keeping her voice steady, she asked, "Is there something else? The Academy has already settled this matter. Did you not agree?" At her words, Lars's father offered a thin, calculated smile. Had Rosweise not known better, she might have assumed he had no further objections. But as a duke, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Not when his son had been humiliated by their daughter. Spreading his hands in a gesture of false amiability, he took a slow step forward. "Don't be so tense," he said smoothly. "My polite remarks in the office were merely to spare the Academy's reputation. Now that we're outside its jurisdiction, we can resolve this properly, the Dragon Way." His gaze locked onto Leon, leaving no doubt as to his true target. Leon's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Lars's father. Without warning, the man thrust a finger forcefully into Leon's chest, a blatant provocation. Leon glanced down at the contact, but remained outwardly composed, refusing to rise to the taunt. With barely restrained anger, Lars's father turned to Rosweise. "I demand a duel with your husband," he declared, his voice sharp with challenge. Rosweise's eyes flickered discreetly across their surroundings. A crowd had begun to gather, teachers and fellow parents watching with open curiosity. Lars's father had deliberately stirred tension, and now murmurs spread among the onlookers, their whispers dissecting the Silver Dragon Queen's every move. She knew the stakes. Refusal would be spun as weakness, tarnishing her clan's reputation. A smirk twisted Lars's father's lips as he pressed further, his tone laced with mock courtesy. "You wouldn't refuse, would you?" His gaze bore into them, unyielding. The growing audience left Rosweise little room to decline without consequence. Stepping closer to Leon, she lowered her voice. "Do you want to fight?" Her concern was palpable. "Are you well enough?" Given Leon's ongoing recovery, she doubted his readiness to face Lars's father in combat. Leon had no intention of backing down. His gaze hardened as he met Lars's father's challenge, cracking his knuckles with deliberate intent. A palpable aura of battle energy radiated from him. He was not just willing to fight, he was eager. "He's the one asking for this," Leon thought. "I won't refuse." Seeing his resolve, Rosweise didn't argue. Instead, she gave a firm nod and stepped back, though not without a warning. "Go ahead, but don't kill him." A confident smirk played across Leon's lips as he rolled his shoulders and strode forward. "Not making any promises," he replied casually. Across the campus, students spilled into the halls, among them Noah, who carried a delicate box in her hands. As she stepped out of the classroom, two young dragons rushed past her in excitement. "Hurry!" the brown-haired one urged. "There's a fight at the gate!" Noah's head snapped up at their words. A fight? A flicker of unease crossed her features as she recalled Lars's father's earlier threats in the vice principal's office. Without hesitation, she broke into a run, following the crowd. By the time she reached the school balcony, the area was packed. Students jostled for a better view, some even climbing onto nearby structures for a glimpse of the impending duel. The air buzzed with anticipation as whispers and excited speculation filled the space. Everyone waited, breathless, for the clash between Leon and Lars's father to begin. Look, dragons are fighting. Leon and Lars's father moved to an open area in front of the school gates. Leon stretched leisurely, rolling his shoulders and flexing his arms with the ease of someone utterly confident. His relaxed demeanor suggested he had no doubts about the outcome. Across from him, Lars's father studied his opponent with a scrutinizing gaze. This guy doesn't even look strong. No visible muscle, no tail bared in challenge. Nothing to fear but his sharp tongue. A smirk twisted his lips. If Leon was this weak, victory would be effortless, and with it, vengeance for his son's humiliation. My boy lost a fight today? Fine. I'll break her father instead. Once Leon finished his warm-up, Lars's father laid out the terms, deliberately lowering the bar, part arrogance, part calculated condescension. The Crimson Flame Dragon clan doesn't prey on the weak. Last 3 rounds, and I'll concede. Leon didn't even glance his way. Eyes shut, one hand resting on his hip, he used the other to flick lazily at his ear. Yeah, skip the speech. Let's just fight. The deliberate provocation ignited Lars's father's fury. His fists clenched, veins bulging along his arms as he snarled, "You dare underestimate me?" Eyes wide with rage, he lunged forward, magic flaring to life around his right hand. Fire coiled around his fist as he swung a blazing punch straight at Leon's face. The fight had begun. Leon's demeanor shifted instantly. His playful smirk vanished, replaced by sharp focus. He analyzed Lars's father's movements in a split second. The telegraphed strike, the unbalanced stance. With a fluid sidestep, he evaded the attack effortlessly. Just as I thought, Leon mused. This guy's weaker than the frontline dragons I've faced. He landed lightly, holding up 2 fingers with a taunting grin. 2 rounds left. Lars's father seethed. "All you do is run," he spat, dropping to one knee. "What kind of dragon fights like a coward?" With a roar, he slammed his flaming fist into the ground. The impact cracks across the courtyard, upturning bricks in a burst of fire and debris. Leon didn't flinch. He vaulted skyward, avoiding the shockwave entirely. The attack had been powerful, but useless if it never landed. With a roar, Lars's father gathered searing flames in his maw and unleashed a torrent of fire straight at Leon. The blaze lit up the sky, its heat radiating intensely as it surged toward its target. Leon could feel the scorching temperature searing his skin, yet his expression remained calm, almost analytical, as he tracked the inferno's trajectory. At the last possible moment, he dropped from the air, landing smoothly beside Lars's father just as the flames exploded overhead in a dazzling burst of sparks. Crouched low, Leon had effortlessly dodged yet another attack. Lars's father stared down in shock. 3 strikes, 3 misses. Before he could process the humiliation, Leon's voice cut through the tension. "My turn." In one fluid motion, Leon snapped upright and drove his foot into the back of Lars's father's knee. A sickening crack echoed as the man buckled, crying out in pain. He collapsed to one knee, clutching his leg, just in time to see Leon's fist, already mid-swing. There was no time to react. Leon's punch connected with brutal precision, snapping Lars's father's head back. The force sent him sprawling, unconscious before he even hit the ground. The fight was over. Lars's father hurtled through the air from the force of Leon's punch, crashing into a nearby building before slumping unconscious to the ground. Dust billowed around his motionless form as Leon casually brushed off his hands, his victory undeniable. Pathetic, Leon mused, shaking his head. I didn't even need magic for this. The other 2 fathers stared in stunned horror. Duke Rail, one stammered, voice cracking. They had never seen their leader so thoroughly humiliated. Leon's smile vanished as he turned toward them, flexing his fist. Care to try your luck? The men recoiled, their earlier bravado evaporating. After witnessing Leon's brutal efficiency firsthand, they had no illusions about their chances. No, we're good, they yelped, frantically waving their hands before scrambling to drag the unconscious Duke away. Leon watched them flee, calling after them, "Keep your sons away from my daughter. This is your only warning." As their figures disappeared, Leon finally relaxed. The fight was over. He turned with a grin, ready to leave with Rossweiss, only to freeze. Noah stood silently behind him, clutching a delicate box. He hadn't noticed her arrival. Around them, lingering students whispered, their envious gazes darting between father and daughter. Under Leon's gaze, Noah averted her eyes, her cheeks tinged pink. She had clearly been there a while, lingering in shy silence. "I just happened to pass by," she stammered, motioning to the bustling scene. Then, stepping closer to Rossweiss, she held out an ornate box. "This is for you." Leon peered at the gift. "What's this?" Rossweiss opened the box to reveal a large heart-shaped cookie. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise. Noah fidgeted, her gaze dropping. "We learned to make these in cooking class," she murmured. "I only got second place, so the flavor might not be perfect, but you can try it." With a warm smile, Rossweiss broke the cookie in two. The first bite made her eyes light up. How could this not taste good? "It's wonderful," she nudged Leon. "Try it." The rich, buttery flavor melted on Leon's tongue, chocolate chips lending a perfect crunch. "Delicious," he declared. "Next time you'll take first place, no question." Noah inched closer. Leon waited, curious, until she clasped her hands behind her back and met his eyes. "You were really cool just now." Leon stiffened. Heat flooded his face. She praised me, directly. His mind spun with giddy possibilities. Had they truly grown closer? Internal fireworks erupted, imaginary cherubs celebrating the milestone. Struggling to contain his joy, he scratched his head and forced a casual grin. "Well, your dad is pretty amazing." Leon reached out, ruffling her hair gently, only for Rossweiss's gaze to catch on his hand. The motion stilled her. Across his knuckles, fresh wounds stood stark. Her smile faded as she studied them, a silent question forming. Leon sat on the sofa, holding a brown-covered book with both hands, reading it intently. The title read, Encyclopedia of Dragon Parenting, with the subtitle, 108 Ways to Communicate with Babies. He appeared deeply focused, studying the material in an effort to better understand his daughter's developmental stage and refine his approach to parenting. Drawing insights from the book, he reflected on how Noah and Muen typically communicated with him. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his head, eyes shifting toward the source of the sound, curious about who might be visiting him at this hour. The door opened to reveal Rossweiss, dressed in a white nurse's outfit paired with black stockings, a small medical kit in hand. Recognizing her, Leon set the book down on the table beside him. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Oh? Why are you here?" He was unsure of the reason for her unexpected visit and the presence of the medical kit at this time. Rossweiss didn't immediately respond to Leon's question. Instead, she walked directly to the sofa where he was seated and sat down beside him. Leon shifted slightly to the side, making room for her, then turned to her with a mildly surprised expression. Her unexpected presence in his room at this hour struck him as suspicious. Internally, Leon grew anxious. Is she planning to torment me all night again? He wondered nervously. Why is she sitting so close? Did she come up with another strange idea? However, Contrary to his anxious speculation, Rossweisse made no sudden moves. She simply rested one hand on the medical kit, preparing to open it, and then extended her other hand toward Leon. "Give me your hand," she said softly, her eyes glancing to the side, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Her demeanor suggested a hint of shyness. Leon's tension dissipated instantly. He looked at her with a confused expression. "Huh?" he asked, clearly uncertain about the meaning behind her gesture. Seeing the confusion on Leon's face, Rossweisse offered an explanation. "Isn't your hand already injured?" she asked gently. Leon immediately understood. She was referring to the wound he had sustained that morning. Lars's father, a renowned dragon slayer, had challenged him to a duel. Given the provocation directed at his family, Leon couldn't refuse. Fueled by determination, he had struck his opponent down with a powerful blow, but the effort had come at a cost. The excessive force had left deep injuries on the back of his hand. He lifted the wounded hand and looked at it calmly, showing little concern. "Oh, that?" he said with an indifferent tone. "It's just a minor injury. It'll heal in a few days." Despite his reassurance, Rossweisse remained visibly concerned. Closing her eyes for a brief moment, as if gathering courage, she gently reached for his hand. "Give it to me. Come on. Hurry up," she said, her tone shy but firm. Seeing her insistence, Leon didn't argue further. Rossweisse opened the medical kit, placing it on her lap, and carefully took out a bottle of red medicine along with a cotton swab. She dipped the swab into the bottle, then gently held Leon's hand and began applying the medicine to the wounded area. As the red liquid touched the back of his hand, a cool sensation spread across his skin, quickly followed by a sharp sting. Leon winced softly. "Ah," he murmured, surprised by the intensity of the pain. He hadn't realized just how serious the injury was. Leon took a slow, steady breath, his hand trembling slightly from the sting of the medicine. Rossweisse immediately noticed his reaction. With a gentle touch, she steadied his hand in hers. "Don't move," she said softly. "It'll be over soon." At her calming words, Leon stopped fidgeting. He lowered his gaze, watching her as she carefully tended to his injury. For a moment, he simply stared, captivated by the quiet focus in her expression. As a seasoned dragon slayer, he thought to himself, "My body bears countless scars. I've always treated wounds with indifference. This is the first time someone has applied medicine to me with such care." Rossweisse continued her work with deliberate precision, gently swabbing the back of his hand. As she examined the injury more closely, she noticed a few areas that were more severely damaged. She dipped the cotton swab back into the bottle, soaking up a bit more of the red medicine, and carefully applied it to those deeper wounds. Once the entire surface of the injury was coated, Rossweisse set the swab aside. Then, with surprising tenderness, she rested Leon's hand gently on her thigh, letting it remain there as the medicine began to take effect. Rossweisse reached into the medical kit once more, retrieving a bandage and preparing to wrap it around Leon's injured hand. Her touch was careful and deliberate, each movement measured with precision. Leon could feel the warmth of her palm, the contrast of her slightly cool fingertips brushing against his skin. Wherever she touched, a faint, ticklish sensation lingered, making it difficult for him to ignore. "What am I thinking?" He caught himself, startled by the direction of his thoughts. Embarrassed, he quickly turned his head to the side, unwilling to acknowledge the tenderness Rossweisse was showing him. Still, his body betrayed him. His cheeks flushed a light red, and he found himself too shy to meet her gaze. Unaware of his internal struggle, Rossweisse remained focused, gently winding the bandage around his hand with practiced care. Then, without lifting her eyes, she quietly said, "About earlier. Thank you." "Lars's father may have a domineering attitude," she said softly, "but you stepped forward to protect Noah and me." Leon quickly realized that this was what she had meant when she thanked him earlier. He responded with a small, sincere smile. "Ah, that? It was nothing, just something I had to do. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Even if we act like strangers in front of others, you're at least... This was all for Noah. Mid-sentence, Leon caught himself, realizing he was veering into something more personal. He quickly changed course, lifting a hand to scratch the back of his neck in a clumsy attempt to hide his embarrassment. Still, the flush creeping up his face betrayed him, his emotions laid bare in spite of his efforts. Roswitha didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gently touched her braid, eyes closed, a soft smile forming on her lips. As Roswitha was about to close the medical kit, she seemed to recall something. "By the way," she said, "my sister sent a letter inviting our whole family to visit her. Would you like to go?" Leon paused, thinking for a moment before replying, "Your sister? I'd rather not." At his answer, Roswitha closed her eyes and responded in a tone that was calm, but unmistakably threatening. "All right then. I guess we'll revisit that other matter." Leon's heart skipped a beat as memories of her late-night disciplinary methods flashed through his mind. He immediately caved. "Okay, I'll go." With Leon, Noah, and Muen riding on her back, they took to the skies, soaring toward the castle of her sister, Isabella, the Red Dragon Queen. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange-red hue across the sky. Gradually, a grand castle came into view on the horizon, its towering spires and imposing walls signaling their arrival in the territory of the Red Dragon clan. As they approached the city gates, Roswitha began her descent, gliding gracefully toward an open clearing before the entrance. Her powerful wings stirred up clouds of dust and sand as she slowed, taking a bit more time to settle on the ground fully. Noah was the first to dismount from Roswitha's back, hopping down with her arms crossed as she casually strolled forward. Leon followed closely behind, cradling Muen gently in his arms. He gave her a soft pat on the back in an attempt to wake her. "We're here, Muen. Time to wake up," he said in a soothing voice. Muen slowly blinked open her sleepy eyes, her gaze drifting around the unfamiliar surroundings. Realizing they had arrived, she rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and murmured. Just then, Isabella, the Red Dragon Queen, stepped forward with a wide smile on her face. "Roswitha," she called joyfully, waving both arms in the air as she broke into a run. Without hesitation, she leapt toward Roswitha's dragon head and embraced it tightly, her arms wrapping around the warm scales. She affectionately stroked her sister's head, beaming with excitement. "Your dragon form is still just as magnificent as ever." Overwhelmed by Isabella's enthusiastic affection, especially the constant rubbing, Roswitha let out a small, flustered huff and was soon compelled to revert to her human form. Faced with her sister's boundless enthusiasm, she couldn't help but react shyly. Yet even then, she didn't resist. Isabella only held her tighter, rubbing her cheek playfully against Roswitha's with a bright grin. "Even in your human form, you're still absolutely adorable," she teased. It had been a long time since Isabella had seen her beloved younger sister, and now that they were reunited, she wanted to savor every moment. Leaning in closer, she studied Roswitha's face with warm eyes, then gently rested her head on her sister's shoulder. The tender gesture left Roswitha momentarily speechless. But even in the face of such affectionate behavior, Roswitha simply smiled and spoke softly. "Let me introduce you properly to my husband and daughters. You haven't officially met them yet." She raised a hand and gestured toward the man standing nearby. "This is my husband, Leon Cosmode." Leon, sensing the moment, gave a small wave and offered Isabella a polite smile. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," he said. "So you're the one who stole my little sister's heart," she said playfully, beaming as she stepped forward to greet him. "Hello. It's so good to finally see you awake," Isabella said warmly, her eyes lighting up with joy. Roswitha lowered her head slightly, placing a gentle hand on each of the girls standing beside her. "And these are my daughters," she said, with a soft smile. Muen immediately stepped forward, her eyes bright with excitement. She raised her hand in an enthusiastic wave. "Hello, Auntie Isabella," she chirped, clearly thrilled to meet her. Noah, however, was far more reserved. At the sight of Isabella, she quietly took a small step back, hiding partially behind Rossweisse. Isabella's heart melted at the sight of them. Beaming, she crouched down and opened her arms, immediately pulling Muen into a warm hug, rubbing her cheek affectionately against the girl's. "Let me guess," she said playfully. "You must be Muen, and the one hiding behind is Noah, right?" Muen nodded with a big grin. "Yes, Auntie Isabella guessed right." Looking between them, Isabella's smile softened. "You're exactly how Rossweisse described you in her letter," she said fondly. "So different, but both absolutely precious." Noticing Noah's hesitation and reluctance to embrace her, Isabella opened her arms wide, inviting the shy girl into her embrace. "Noah," she said gently, "would you like Auntie to hug you too?" Noah, her face flushed with shyness, hesitated for a moment. She averted her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her hands. After a long pause, she nodded slightly and whispered, "Okay." With Noah's soft consent, Isabella wasted no time. She quickly drew the girl into her arms, holding both her and Muen close. Her tail, with its own gentle warmth, curled around them protectively. Isabella nuzzled their faces affectionately, her heart swelling with happiness. It was clear that she cherished the moment. Muen, eyes closed in contentment, leaned into Isabella, her smile wide and pure. Though Noah remained bashful, her heart was undoubtedly warmed by the affection, even if she didn't show it outwardly. Surrounded by such sweet children, Isabella couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. "It's so wonderful to hold such a cute little dragon girl," she murmured, her voice filled with affection. In her delight, she almost forgot that her brother-in-law was standing nearby. Gently patting the heads of both girls, Isabella finally looked up at Leon, still beaming. "I've heard from Rossweisse that you often help care for the children. Thank you for all you do." Leon smiled back, his expression relaxed. "It's no trouble at all," he replied warmly. "I enjoy taking care of them. They're closer to me." Rossweisse raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with Leon's response. "Aren't they closer to me?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of annoyance. Leon's competitive spirit flared in an instant. His gaze sharpened as he met Rossweisse's eyes, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Wife, are you joking?" he retorted. "How could that possibly be true?" Isabella, who had been watching the exchange with a quiet smile, finally spoke up, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "You two really have a great relationship," she commented, her tone light and teasing. At Isabella's words, both Leon and Rossweisse quickly turned their heads, their faces reddening with embarrassment. Stammering, they both mumbled in unison, It's nothing." Sensing the awkwardness, Isabella chuckled and with a gracious smile gestured toward the castle. "Well, it's getting late, and you must be tired after such a long journey. Come on in and rest." The interior of the Red Dragon Castle was grand, with rich red hues dominating the decor. After a satisfying dinner, Leon and Rossweisse settled on a comfortable sofa, relaxing after the long day. Noah and Muen were sitting on a separate sofa, chatting animatedly with each other. At that moment, Isabella walked over, holding a thick photo album in her hands. The two girls looked up and noticed her approaching. Isabella smiled as she raised the brown album. "Would you like to see some of your mother's childhood photos?" she asked, her voice filled with warmth. Upon hearing this, Muen's eyes lit up, and she eagerly raised her hand. "I want to see," she exclaimed, excited at the prospect of learning more about her mother's past. Rossweisse, who had been sitting on the sofa next to Muen, was taken by surprise. She hadn't expected Isabella to bring out those photos, especially not in front of Leon and the children. A look of concern crossed her face as she quickly sprang into action, rushing toward Isabella to grab the album. "Isabella, why do you still have those photos? Give them to me quickly," Rossweisse urged, her tone a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. Isabella, noticing Rossweisse's frantic movements, immediately raised the photo album higher, just out of reach. "Oh, Rossweisse, it seems you're a bit shy," she teased, holding it out of her sister's grasp. Glancing at Leon, Isabella gave him a subtle, knowing look. Leon understood the unspoken message immediately. As Rossweisse lunged toward the album, Isabella tossed it toward him with a swift motion. With a quick, agile movement, Leon caught it securely in both hands. Rossweisse's face turned a deep shade of red as she saw the album now safely in Leon's possession. "Hey, wait," she called out, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Leon had already opened the album, the pages turning with a sense of inevitability. There was no escaping the embarrassment of childhood photos, and Leon couldn't help but tease, "Let's see what skeletons you've been hiding, Rossweisse." He flipped to the first page, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw something unexpected. Rossweisse's breath hitched as Leon deliberately turned his back to her, his fingers flipping slowly through the pages of her cherished photo album. The rustle of each page felt deafening in the tense silence. "Wife," he began, his voice laced with quiet surprise. "I didn't expect—" He trailed off, then murmured, almost to himself, "You have this side." Muen and Noah, their curiosity piqued by their father's reaction, darted toward him as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of their mother's past. Leon lifted his head, his sharp eyes locking onto a particular photograph. A slow, confident smile curved his lips as he studied it. "You looked so energetic when you were a student," he remarked, his tone a mix of amusement and admiration. The photo captured a younger Rossweisse, vibrant and full of life, clad in the distinguished St. Hy's Academy uniform, black fabric adorned with intricate golden embroidery. She stood tall, textbooks tucked under her arm, her expression radiating determination. It was a snapshot of her delivering a speech as the Academy's outstanding student representative, her commanding presence evident even in the frozen moment. Rossweisse's jaw tightened at the memory. Without a word, she strode toward Leon, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. Just as she reached him, she deliberately stepped down on his foot, the pressure calculated and unyielding. Leon winced, a sharp hiss escaping his lips as he shot her a pained glare. Rubbing his injured foot, he couldn't help but chuckle dryly. "How come?" he mused, his voice tinged with both irritation and reluctant amusement. "You've become so cold now." Roswitha stepped closer to Leon, her presence deliberate and commanding. With a swift, almost possessive motion, she plucked the photo from his fingers, her voice dropping to a hushed whisper that only he could hear. "Don't get too cocky," she murmured, her breath brushing against his ear. "Or you might be her next target for teasing." Leon's eye twitched in response, a mix of irritation and reluctant amusement flashing across his face. Isabella, ignoring the couple's not-so-subtle lover's spat, turned her attention to Noah and Muen. With a playful smile, she slid another photo album in front of the girls. "There are plenty of photos of your mother when she was little in this one," she said, her voice laced with mischief. "Go ahead, take a look." Noah and Muen eagerly flipped through the pages, their eyes wide with fascination. The album was filled with delicate, aged photographs of Roswitha as a child, some as a baby, bundled in soft blankets, her tiny hands curled into fists. Noah couldn't help but marvel at how small her mother once was, her features so delicate and innocent. Muen reached out, her fingers hovering over one image as if she could somehow feel the past through the paper. "She was so tiny," she whispered in awe. Isabella chuckled, leaning back slightly. "When she was little, she was pale as snow and soft as silk," she reminisced, her voice warm with nostalgia. "It was so comfortable to hold her." As the girls turned the page, Muen gasped, her eyes lighting up. "Mom looks so beautiful in this one," she exclaimed, pointing at a striking image. Leon, curious, craned his neck to get a better look. "That," she said, her voice carrying the weight of memory, "was taken the day Roswitha inherited the title of the Silver Dragon Queen." Leon studied the photograph. His wife, regal and untouchable, clad in ceremonial robes, her silver hair cascading like moonlight. A slow grin spread across his face. "She really is cool," he remarked, glancing up at Roswitha with undisguised admiration. Roswitha, arms folded, cracked open one eye to peer at him. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, but she remained silent, refusing to acknowledge the compliment. Noah and Muen continued flipping through the album until they reached the final page. Muen, still engrossed, let out a disappointed sigh. "That's it?" she muttered, pouting. "Muen wants to see more photos of Mother." Roswitha closed the photo album with a soft thud, her voice calm but firm. "Now that you've seen all the photos, you can take this back with you when we return home." But the Red Dragon Queen wasn't finished. A sly smile curled her lips as she raised a shimmering crystal orb, its surface swirling with faint, trapped light. "Do you two know what this is?" she asked, her voice dripping with playful mischief. Roswitha stiffened, her fingers twitching at her sides before she let out a sharp, exasperated groan. "Sister." Leon, caught between amusement and curiosity, instinctively raised his hand like an eager student. "I know," he declared. "That's a recording stone, isn't it?" Isabella chuckled, her grin widening as she turned back to the twins. "Would you like to see some videos of your mother?" Noah and Muen gasped, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to see," they cried in perfect unison. Roswitha moved swiftly, stepping close to Isabella. She grasped her sister's wrist gently, her usually composed face betraying a flicker of desperation. "Sister," she murmured, her voice low and pleading, "for the sake of me being your flesh and blood, please don't let whatever's in there get out." Isabella merely smiled, unmoved by her sister's rare display of vulnerability. Not one to be left out, Leon clasped his hands together dramatically, adopting his most earnest expression. "Sister-in-law, I beg you, no, I implore you, for the sake of our familial bond, You must show us what's inside. Internally, his mind raced with gleeful suspicion. Rossweiss is resisting way too hard. There's definitely something shameful in there. Leon and Rossweiss jostled against each other like competitive siblings, their shoulders colliding as they simultaneously called out to Isabella. The Red Dragon Queen cradled the glowing crystal in her palms, her expression one of theatrical contemplation as she closed her eyes and rubbed her temple with exaggerated deliberation. After a moment of suspenseful silence, her eyes snapped open with mischievous glee. "Let's settle it this way," she declared, raising a single finger like a judge delivering a verdict. "Since this is Leon's first official visit to our ancestral home, we'll honor his request today." Her lips curled into a wicked grin as she turned to Rossweiss, "And we'll save little Ross's preferences for next time." She punctuated this with a playful wink that made Leon's face split into a triumphant grin. Rossweiss's jaw clenched so tightly, her teeth audibly ground together. Her silver eyes burned with silent fury as she made a mental vow. "Never again. I will never bring this infuriating man back to my sister's castle." With dramatic flair, Isabella placed the recording orb upon an ornate mahogany cushion. As her palm hovered over its surface, causing the artifact to pulse with radiant white light, the air hummed with magic as a luminous projection shimmered into existence, revealing a breathtaking moonlit panorama. "This," Isabella announced with reverence, "is an exceptionally precious memory." Leon instinctively took a step closer, his curiosity piqued, while Rossweiss maintained a careful distance. But the moment the footage began playing, recognition flashed across Rossweiss's face like lightning. Her breath hitched as her pupils dilated in horrified realization. Before Leon could process what was happening, Rossweiss moved with dragon-quick reflexes. Her palm slapped over his eyes with enough force to make his head jerk back. "You are not allowed to look," she commanded, her voice laced with uncharacteristic panic. Leon staggered slightly, his hands flailing in protest. "Wait, what the—" he sputtered. Rossweiss perched on a smooth, weathered stone, her school uniform rustling softly in the gentle night breeze. The air was tranquil, the silver glow of the moon shimmering across the river's surface, casting delicate ripples of light. Isabella, ever the playful older sister, lifted her camera with a grin, directing the lens toward Rossweiss. "Little Ross," she began, her voice teasing yet warm, "what will be your criteria for choosing a partner in the future?" The question caught Rossweiss off guard, her cheeks flushing slightly as she fidgeted. "Sister, please stop making videos," she mumbled, averting her gaze. "It's embarrassing." But Isabella only laughed, nudging her gently. "Don't be shy. You can tell me." With a sigh, Rossweiss scratched her cheek, her eyes drifting upward to the star-speckled sky as she pondered. "Let me think," she murmured. "First of all, this person's grades must be better than mine. It'd be best if he's won many first-place awards. He should be responsible and not hate children." Muen, listening intently, suddenly perked up and pointed an accusatory finger. "Isn't the person Mom's talking about Dad?" Noah, ever observant, silently noted her younger sister's sharp deduction. The camera continued rolling as Rossweiss elaborated, her voice growing more animated. "They must be strong, but not the kind who bullies the weak. They should have their own principles, unwavering even under pressure from their own kind or the outside world." Leon, who had been listening nearby, smirked and crossed his arms. "Strong but doesn't bully the weak. Ha, yes, that's definitely me." Rossweiss's eye twitched. In one swift motion, she grabbed Leon's face, forcefully turning him away from the camera. "Ugh, do you have any shame?" she snapped, her exasperation palpable. Isabella watched their exchange with a fond smile, her crimson eyes glinting in the moonlight as the camera continued to record. Rossweiss, undeterred, elaborated on her ideals, her voice thoughtful yet firm. "Those 3 points aren't easy, especially the last one. So many people lose themselves once they gain power. They forget who they were." She pulled her knees closer to her chest, her gaze drifting away from the lens and toward the endless expanse of the night sky. Who knows? If someone like that doesn't exist, then I won't force myself to marry just for the sake of it. Then, as if catching herself in a rare moment of vulnerability, she turned back to the camera, her eyes closing as a soft, resolute smile graced her lips. But if I do get married someday, it'll only be to someone like that. Leon, watching her, felt an unfamiliar warmth spread through his chest. The sight of her smile, gentle yet unwavering, left him momentarily breathless, his cheeks tinged with an uncharacteristic blush. Glancing at her from the corner of his eye, he murmured, almost to himself, "So it turns out, I'm the perfect person in your mind, huh?" Rosweisse stiffened, her eyes squeezing shut as she turned away. That was just something I said when I was young. Don't take it seriously." Leon, thoroughly amused, nudged her shoulder with his grin widening at her flustered reaction. I get it. No need to be so embarrassed." His tone was light, teasing, clearly savoring her rare moment of defenselessness. Isabella, the ever-observant Red Dragon Queen, crossed her arms and tilted her head, her smirk turning devilish. "Now this is interesting. I've always wondered, who pursued who first?" In perfect, flustered unison, Leon and Rosweisse pointed at each other. "She chased me first." "He chased me first." Their voices overlapped, leaving Isabella laughing as the two immediately scowled at each other, their earlier tenderness dissolving into familiar bickering. Rosweisse's silver eyes blazed with an ethereal glow as her displeasure flared into outright fury. The air around her seemed to crackle with restrained power as she leveled a withering glare at Leon. "Say that again," she demanded, her voice low and dangerous. Leon, recognizing the storm brewing in her gaze, instinctively took a step back. Wisely choosing diplomacy over defiance, he turned toward Isabella with a placating smile, raising his hands in surrender. All right. She was the one who pursued me first," he admitted, closing his eyes as if recalling a distant memory. "But back then, I was too dense to realize what was good for me. So I ignored her, until I regretted it and chased after her properly later." Rosweisse, marginally appeased, gave a curt nod. "That's right," she huffed, crossing her arms. Isabella, thoroughly entertained by their lovers' quarrel, rested the back of her hand against her chin, her lips curling into a knowing smirk. "As expected, you two really do have a good relationship." Leon and Rosweisse immediately turned away from each other, their cheeks faintly tinged with pink. "No way," they protested in perfect unison. Isabella's laughter rang through the grand halls of her castle, rich and unrepentant. "Well then, how about this?" she teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Do you want to read the love letters little Ross received back then? I've kept so many of them." Leon, Muen, and Noah's eyes instantly sparkled with unrestrained curiosity, leaning forward in anticipation. Rosweisse, however, looked as if she were about to combust on the spot. "Sis!" she barked, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "Why would you even keep those? Let me burn them." Later, as Leon and Rosweisse made their way toward their assigned bedrooms, Leon leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Look, there's no way around it. We have to share a room here. Not like I want to either," he muttered, casting a sidelong glance at her. But Rosweisse wasn't listening. Her attention was entirely fixed on the doorway ahead, her expression one of growing dread. When they stepped inside, they froze in unison, their jaws dropping. The room was drenched in romantic excess, plush crimson carpets, silken bed sheets, pillows embroidered with gold, and even the candles flickered with a suspiciously perfumed scent. And there, sprawled across the center of the bed, rose petals formed a perfect, glaring heart. Leon and Rosweisse stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. "What is happening?" they both asked in unison, bewildered by the elaborate setup. Isabella entered Rosweiss and Leon's bedchamber with an air of effortless elegance, her chin lifted, posture poised. The atmosphere shifted the moment her presence graced the room. Rosweiss, catching sight of her elder sister, instinctively stepped back and adopted a guarded stance, one hand clenched into a fist, the other gesturing sharply toward the steaming hot tub nestled at the corner of the chamber. "Sister, what is going on with this room?" she demanded, suspicion thick in her voice. Leon, standing nearby, exhaled a long-suffering sigh and brought a hand to his forehead, already anticipating the chaos. Isabella, unfazed by the tension, offered a teasing wink as her lips curled into a playful smile. "I've had a guest room specially arranged for you," she announced breezily. "You'll be staying here for the next 2 days." Rosweiss's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She closed her eyes, trying to maintain composure as she crossed her arms. "Are there no other rooms?" she asked, attempting to mask her discomfort behind a veil of indifference. But Isabella leaned in, resting her shoulder casually against Rosweiss's with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Oh? Feeling shy, little sister?" she murmured mockingly, tapping a finger lightly against Rosweiss's arm. Leon watched the sisters exchange barbed pleasantries with a narrowing gaze. There was something more beneath Isabella's antics, something calculated. He cursed himself for underestimating her. He understood now. Isabella wasn't simply meddling. She had a plan. In his mind, Leon speculated grimly. She wants to trap two endangered beings together, wait for instinct to take hold, and ensure the survival of their kind. The thought chilled him. Not wishing to play into her schemes, Leon turned away from the pair, his tone flat and resolute. "I'm leaving. I won't be part of this." But before he could take another step, a cold hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Isabella's demeanor shifted in an instant. The teasing glint vanished from her eyes, replaced by a shadowed intensity. Her voice dropped, low and icy. "Where do you think you're going, brother-in-law?" Leon froze, spine rigid. The weight of her words, and the quiet threat beneath them, settled heavy in the room. Leon turned slightly to the side, eyes closing as he let out a wry, almost defeated chuckle. "My daughters must be missing me," he murmured. "I'll go check on them." But just as he made to slip away, Isabella intercepted him with a raised hand and a sweet, yet unmistakably firm tone. "No need to worry," she said. "I've already made arrangements. The girls have their own room, and they're having a lovely time." Elsewhere, in a cozy chamber adorned with soft lighting and plush rugs, Muen and Noah sat cross-legged at a wooden table, concentrating intently on a half-finished jigsaw puzzle. Laughter and quiet chatter filled the space with warmth and innocence. Back at the couple's room, Isabella sauntered toward the door. With one final glance over her shoulder, she gave them a knowing wink and whispered, "You two just stay here and get some rest." With that, the door clicked shut. As silence reclaimed the room, both Rosweiss and Leon exhaled deeply, their synchronized sighs mingling in the air. Rosweiss approached the wooden closet and, with a resigned tone, addressed Leon. "Looks like we don't have much of a choice. We'll have to sleep here tonight." Leon turned toward her, his brows furrowed. "I didn't think your sister would go this far. She's surprisingly cunning." With a casual shrug, Rosweiss opened the closet door, only to stop mid-motion, her words faltering as her eyes fell upon its contents. Lingerie and delicate silks and lace hung neatly along the rod, while the bottom shelf was lined with adult paraphernalia, each item more suggestive than the last. "She's always been like this," Rosweiss began, but the words caught in her throat. With a sharp slam, she shut the closet door, her face flushed a deeper shade of red. Leon watched the scene with a puzzled expression, not daring to comment. He crouched beside the large wooden bathtub, staring at the still, steaming water as if hoping it would present a solution. Meanwhile, Rosweiss, still visibly flustered, folded her arms and turned her gaze toward him. "This room has only a bed and that tub," she said, trying to sound aloof. So, obviously, you're sleeping in the bathtub. Leon let out an exasperated sigh, turning to her with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Why should I sleep in the bathtub? But Rossweisse simply closed her eyes and turned her head away, unwilling to engage further with his protests. After a brief silence, Leon stood and inspected the tub more closely. It's been tampered with, he muttered. The drainage outlet's blocked. There's no way to empty it. He looked back toward Rossweisse, his voice tinged with resignation. Your sister planned this. She made sure the tub would stay full, so we'd have no choice but to share the bed. Leon leaned forward, pressing both palms onto the mattress. Immediately, his brow furrowed. Something's off, he murmured, testing the surface with a subtle push. This doesn't feel like a regular bed. Then it clicked. Isabella's earlier remark echoed in his mind. The bed is unusually comfortable. His eyes widened in realization. Wait, is this what she meant? He gave the mattress another prod. A waterbed? Curious, he climbed onto it in one smooth motion, stretching out with a grin. As the bed shifted beneath him, he chuckled. It's bouncy. Kind of fun, actually. From across the room, Rossweisse watched him with narrowing eyes, clearly unimpressed. Her brows twitched in quiet exasperation as she averted her gaze, but the color rising in her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. I won't let you enjoy that bed alone, she muttered, arms folded tightly. Then, with a breath of determination, she added, Let's sleep together. Leon stiffened, arms crossing instinctively over his chest. Panic flickered in his expression. Wait, what brought this on? Are you planning something terrible? He asked, visibly recoiling. Rossweisse closed her eyes, her patience thinning, and raised a hand in frustration. Are you going to sleep or not? She snapped. Then, almost as an afterthought, but with a sinister glint in her eye, she added, Maybe we should test everything Isabella left in that closet. I could start with the whip. Leon paled, hands flying up defensively. No, that's completely unnecessary. With a huff, Rossweisse turned her back to him and walked toward the steaming bathtub. Pausing at the edge, she glanced over her shoulder. I'm taking a bath first. Don't peek. Leon peeked one eye open, his tone sarcastic and cheeks faintly flushed. Pfft, why would I peek at you? In one swift motion, Rossweisse spun around and physically shoved Leon out the door like a misbehaving pup. I don't believe you. Go cool your head and come back later. Leon wandered through the quiet, torch-lit corridors of the Red Dragon Queen's castle, his hands resting behind his head. He sighed dramatically. It's not like I haven't seen her before. I'm just tired of getting kicked out every time. Eventually, his wandering brought him to a balcony overlooking the castle grounds. He stepped into the moonlight, only to stop short, his eyes widening in surprise at what he saw. Out on the moonlit balcony stood Isabella, her gaze lifted to the stars, an empty wine glass delicately held in one hand. The moment she heard approaching footsteps, she turned gracefully to face Leon. Without a word, she walked over to the small table by the balcony wall and placed the empty glass down with a soft clink. Why are you out here? She asked, her tone casual but curious. Where's little Ross? Leon shrugged lightly, stepping into the open air, arms stretched loosely at his sides. She's taking a shower. I figured I'd get some fresh air before heading back. Isabella raised an eyebrow, then reached for a vintage wine bottle resting on the table. She held it up with a faint smile. Feel like having a drink with me? Leon, never one to turn down a drink, tucked his hands into his pockets and nodded. He watched as she pulled another empty glass toward her and began to pour, first for him, then for herself. This is Rossweisse's favorite wine, she said softly, handing him the glass. Her smile was warm, but there was a quiet nostalgia behind it. The two moved to the edge of the balcony, resting their arms on the cool stone railing. Together, they looked out over the quiet expanse of the castle grounds, bathed in silver light. A brief silence settled between them, companionable, yet edged with unspoken things. Isabella broke it with a wistful note in her voice. Back then, Ross and I used to sit here, drink a little, talk about everything and nothing. Leon smiled, glancing at her. You two must have had a close bond. Eyes still fixed on the distant stars, Isabella nodded slowly. I watched her grow up. I've been by her side for 50 years, since the day she was born. But when she became the Silver Dragon Queen and left here, we stopped seeing each other. We kept in touch through letters, just to know the other was still alive, still safe. Her voice dropped, softer now. Over a year ago, she wrote me out of nowhere, said she'd married a quiet dragon king, and was carrying his child. Leon listened silently, sensing the weight behind those words. She's married, Isabella continued, but she doesn't sound happy. I could feel the melancholy in her letters. She told me you were always sick, sleeping for long stretches, barely able to be with her. Even though there was a maid helping, carrying twins isn't like carrying one child. It was hard. She endured it all alone. Leon lowered his gaze, the reality hitting harder now in the quiet of the night. She was forced to bear the child of her enemy, suffered through her pregnancy alone, relying only on letters to her sister to carry the burden. The thought tightened in his chest. He was lost in reflection when a sudden slap landed on his back, startling him. Hey, Isabella said with a laugh. At the time, I thought she'd married a lazy, irresponsible, utterly useless male dragon. Leon winced, rubbing the spot she'd struck, an awkward smile on his lips. Do I really seem like that kind of dragon to you? Isabella chuckled softly. After spending just a bit of time with you tonight, no, you don't. Maybe there's more to you than I expected. She leaned in slightly, her eyes gleaming with quiet certainty. But it also makes me even more sure of one thing. Ross likes you. Leon, halfway through a sip of his wine, froze mid-motion. Her words echoed in his mind, settling over him like a hush. Rossweiss, she likes me. Leon shook his head, as if physically trying to dislodge the thoughts clinging stubbornly to his mind. Thoughts of Rossweiss possibly liking him. It was ridiculous. Impossible. Yet no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, his mind drifted back to their earlier encounter. Her eyes had blazed with fury, her voice sharp with venom. Go away. The memory echoed louder than it should have. Gritting his teeth, Leon squeezed his eyes shut even tighter, as though trying to crush the notion entirely. Think about it. It doesn't make sense. He scoffed inwardly. How could that vicious female dragon ever like someone like me? Denial wrapped around him like armor, thin and fragile. Drawing in a breath, Leon forced himself to regain composure. A sigh escaped his lips. Regardless of whatever storm of emotion brewed beneath Rossweiss's surface, her feelings remained a mystery. But pretending was still necessary, especially in front of her sister. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck, Leon glanced up at Isabella, his posture stiff. He offered a sheepish chuckle. Sister, you're right. We're in love with each other. Isabella beamed at his reply and playfully smacked his shoulder, though there was an unsettling glint in her eye. I can tell by the way you two get along, she said with a sly grin. one that hinted at wheels already turning in her mind, schemes undoubtedly forming. Leon kept his eyes half-lidded, trying to mask his discomfort with another strained laugh. But then Isabella's playful tone shifted. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her expression thoughtful, almost wistful. "Little Ross," she said quietly. "She's never been good at expressing how she feels. Except with me, you're the only dragon she's ever allowed herself to be that honest with." Then, her eyes gleamed crimson, piercing, molten with power. She crossed her arms, her lips curling into a smirk that was anything but gentle. "Leon, you're a responsible man," she said slowly, her voice suddenly sharp like the edge of a blade. "You know what to do in the future, without me having to spell it out for you, don't you?" The air grew hotter, literally. Leon could feel the oppressive heat radiating off Isabella, like standing at the edge of a volcano. His instincts screamed at him to tread carefully. He swallowed, throat dry. If he dared say he didn't understand, the Red Dragon Queen might very well incinerate him on the spot. Steadying his breath, Leon straightened his back and narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening with solemn resolve. "Sister," he began, his voice low but firm. "Rest assured. Leave your little sister to me." He paused, the weight of the past pressing on his shoulders. "I couldn't be there for her when she had Noah and Muen. But if there's a third child..." His voice caught for a moment, before he placed a hand firmly over his chest, like a knight making an oath. "Then I swear, I'll protect my wife and our children with my life." Isabella's crimson gaze softened, her lips tugging into a fond smile as her playful energy returned like a warm breeze after a storm. "Boy, you'd better mean every word of that," she said teasingly. Then, stepping forward, she placed both hands on his shoulders and gave him a light shove. "All right, enough with the theatrics. Go back already. Don't keep little Ross waiting and pacing." Leon blinked, caught off guard by her sudden eagerness. He turned back to her with a puzzled look, surprised by the genuine urgency in her voice. As he turned to leave, footsteps echoing down the corridor of the great stone hall, Isabella's voice rang out again, stopping him mid-step. He glanced back to find her holding up an empty wine glass, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Anything else?" he asked, tilting his head slightly, confusion tugging at his brow. Isabella covered a devilish smile with her fingers, her voice laced with amusement. "Just this. Don't hold back tonight. The soundproofing in that room is very good." Leon froze. Soundproofing? It took a beat before her meaning clicked, and then his entire face flushed a deep scarlet, ears burning with embarrassment. Wordless, he turned away quickly, puffing his cheeks as if trying to contain his fluster. He gave a small, stiff nod, murmuring a quick, "Thank you," still doing his best to play the part of a dutiful, loving husband. Outside, the night sky stretched wide and cloudless, painted in deep indigo. Moonlight bathed the Red Dragon Queen's castle in a silver sheen, making the ancient stone glow as if kissed by starlight. Leon stood quietly before Rossweiss's chamber, the massive carved doors looming in front of him. Gently, he pushed them open. The room beyond was dark and still. He peeked inside, careful not to disturb the silence. The soft sound of her breathing met his ears before his eyes adjusted to the dimness. There, sprawled across the waterbed, lay Rossweisse. Her silver hair splayed like a halo, chest rising and falling in peaceful rhythm. Leon stepped in slowly, the door creaking behind him. He approached the bed and lowered himself onto its edge with care, as though afraid the moment might shatter. A whisper escaped his lips, meant for no one but himself. "She's fallen asleep." Leon watched her in silence, his gaze softened by something he couldn't quite name. Her breath rose and fell in a slow, peaceful rhythm, the sharpness she wore while awake now replaced by a rare, disarming vulnerability. Even though we are enemies, Leon thought, she really is beautiful when she sleeps. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint, almost reluctant grin, his eyes narrowing with quiet amusement. Good, he thought smugly. At least I won't have to deal with her attitude tonight. Then suddenly, his gaze caught something odd. A faint glow pulsed beneath the duvet. His smile vanished. His eyes widened. What the? He whispered, heart skipping. Why is her chest glowing? Panic began to surge through his veins like wildfire. He clutched both cheeks with his palms and let out a muted scream into the quiet room. Could it be the dragon pattern? Has it activated? Frantic, he yanked at the fabric of his own shirt, peering down at his chest. No, mine isn't glowing. It's not resonating. So what's happening? Driven by alarm, Leon leaned in cautiously, each movement careful and hesitant, as though he feared triggering some unknown magical trap. Slowly, he peeled back the duvet covering Rossweiss's chest. What he found beneath made him blink in disbelief. Snuggled tightly in her hand was a small plush toy, an innocent, harmless little thing. It was that which was glowing a soft purple, casting an otherworldly hue on her chest. Leon furrowed his brow. Wait, it's not the dragon pattern? And then, before he could pull away, a voice spoke in the dimness. Hi. Leon's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He looked up in terror to find Rossweisse staring at him, wide awake, her silver eyes glinting with amusement. He yelped and flung his hands in the air, backing away from the bed in horror. What the hell are you doing hiding a glowing light bulb under the blanket? I thought I was going to die. Rossweisse slowly sat up, propping herself on one hand, the other still extended as she held the softly glowing plush. Her eyes gleamed with mischief, a malevolent little smile playing at her lips. I found this among the old toys on top of the wardrobe, she said sweetly, her voice laced with mock innocence. I thought it was interesting, so I brought it to amuse you. Leon stared at her, dumbfounded, while Rossweisse tilted her head, her silver hair cascading over one shoulder. Judging by your reaction, she added, her tone light, don't you think it's a pity to waste such an effective toy? Leon, finally managing to compose himself, crossed his arms and huffed in frustration. Not funny. His expression was stern, but the deep red creeping up his cheeks betrayed him completely. Without another word, he climbed into the bed, yanked the duvet up to his chin, and wrapped it around himself like a cocoon. Turning away from her, he squeezed his eyes shut. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me. With an amused smile, Rossweisse closed her eyes and leaned back against the headboard, stretching her legs as she shuffled backward. You'd better not regret this and attack me in the middle of the night, she teased. As she settled further, her elbow brushed against the metal panel of the headboard, and a faint click sounded. Something fell into her peripheral vision. Curious, she leaned forward slightly to get a better look. It dangled there at her side, suspended by a single silken thread. At first, Rossweisse merely blinked, puzzled by the odd little object swaying beside her shoulder. But as her eyes adjusted, and she saw the shape clearly, her entire face drained of color. It was a spider, a large one, hanging upside down, alive. Her breath hitched, her pupils shrank. For a split second, her body froze in stunned silence. Then came the scream. A sharp, high-pitched wail of pure terror shattered the calm of the room. Leon jolted, nearly falling off the bed as he whipped his head toward her. What? What happened? But Rossweisse didn't answer. In the next instant, she had launched herself at him, arms and legs locking around him like a desperate vine. She clung to him as if her life depended on it, burying her face into his chest, her whole body trembling. Leon, stunned and wide-eyed, stared down at the silver-haired dragoness now wrapped around him like a frightened child. He blinked, utterly baffled, his hands half raised in alarm. Then, he felt her fingers clutch the fabric of his shirt tightly. She looked up at him with glistening eyes, her voice barely more than a whisper. There's a spider. Leon stared. She sniffled, trembling against him. A spider? Rosweiss nodded, her expression one of utter devastation. Leon sighed, half exasperated, half amused, as he gently patted her back. You're a dragon, and this is what takes you down. Rosweiss said nothing, merely burrowed deeper into his embrace, clearly intent on staying there until every last trace of the eight-legged horror was eliminated. Leon paused, momentarily surprised as a memory resurfaced. Earlier that morning, he had been flipping through an old photo album when he stumbled upon a picture of a young Rosweiss, her face streaked with tears after a spider had startled her. Could this be an unresolved childhood fear? A soft chuckle escaped him. The legendary Silver Dragon Queen, defeated by something so small, he mused, shaking his head in amusement. Stepping between Rosweiss and the intruding arachnid, he extended his hand. It seems you truly are helpless without me. Here, let me take care of it. Rosweiss huffed, unamused, and gave his back an impatient tap. Less talking, more doing, she urged, her voice tense. Leon obliged, carefully capturing the spider in his palm, but as he examined it, his breath hitched. Something was off. His fingers stilled as realization dawned. Leon picked up the black spider, examining it closely before realizing it was merely an ordinary toy. Aside from its unusually furry texture, he found nothing intimidating about it. With a reassuring smile, he turned and offered it to Rosweiss, attempting to comfort her. Look, it's just a toy. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yet even as a harmless imitation, the spider filled Rosweiss with terror. She recoiled instantly, squeezing her eyes shut and turning her head away as she thrust her hands out defensively. A sharp scream escaped her lips, her composure unraveling under the weight of her fear. Her gaze locked onto Leon, now burning with fury as swirling purple dragon flames gathered in her palm. She raised her hand, poised to incinerate the toy in his grasp. Real or not, make it disappear, she demanded, the flames of her wrath blazing behind her as if eager to reduce the spider to ashes. Seeing Rosweiss's escalating rage, Leon tensed. He swiftly turned away, shielding the toy against his chest. If her volatile emotions drove her to unleash the dragon flame, not only would he be scorched, the entire room could be consumed in fire. Desperate to defuse the situation, he pleaded, "Calm down, I'll get rid of it. Just stay calm." Spotting an open window, he hurled the toy spider outside with all his strength. With a quick clap of his hands, Leon brushed away the lingering dust before turning to Rosweiss, eyes closed in a reassuring smile. "All right, the spider's gone. You can rest now." As the toy vanished from sight, Rosweiss's tension eased, the dragon flame in her palm flickering out. She remained silent, her cheeks tinged with pink as she averted her gaze. Whether from lingering fear or quiet embarrassment, it was hard to say. Leon exhaled in relief, her subdued emotions a stark contrast to her earlier outburst. Her reaction had startled him. He hadn't expected a mere toy to provoke such terror. Only one person could be behind this. After all, every detail in the room had been arranged by her. This must be part of Isabella's plan, he mused, sighing inwardly. Another scheme to expose Rosweiss's fears. Though she'd watched Leon toss the spider outside, Rosweiss still trembled. Her lips pressed thin and her brow furrowed as she stubbornly avoided looking his way. One hand pressed to her chest, she met Leon's gaze. "I'll sleep on the inside, and you take the outside. Is that okay?" Still unsettled by the earlier incident, she hoped switching positions might prevent any further surprises. Leon responded with an easy smile, his tone reassuring. "No problem. Sleep wherever you're comfortable." He sat on the edge of the bed, gesturing toward the inner side in invitation. Pulling the blanket over them both, he readied for sleep, though after such an eventful night, rest wouldn't come easily. Silence stretched between them as they lay side by side, wide-eyed and motionless, their gazes fixed on the ceiling. Perhaps it was the novelty of sharing a bed for the first time, or the lingering adrenaline, but drowsiness eluded them. A faint blush colored their cheeks, the quiet tension palpable. Noticing Rosweiss's lingering unease, Leon turned his head toward her. "If you're still scared?" He extended his hand. "Do you want to hold it while you sleep?" At his words, Rosweisse shifted, her eyes meeting his in the dim light. She parted her lips as if to speak, then hesitated. Finally, she shifted onto her side to face him, her decision made. Closing her eyes, she responded with feigned reluctance. Since you offered." Though her tone carried a hint of disdain, her acceptance was clear. Leon smiled at her rare display of honesty. "Good," he murmured, amused by her candor. Rosweisse tentatively reached out, her fingers lightly grasping his pinky, a timid, almost childlike gesture. Leon frowned. "How is that supposed to make you feel safe?" he chided, his tone playfully exasperated. Confused, Rosweisse bristled. "You're the one who suggested it," she shot back, irritation flaring. "Then how do you want me to hold it?" Before she could react, Leon pulled his hand free, only to weave his fingers firmly between hers, their palms pressing together in a warm, secure clasp. "Like this, fool," he said, giving her hand a confirming squeeze. Rosweisse blinked, momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected him to be so bold, or so natural about it. Yet Leon simply smiled, utterly unbothered by their intertwined fingers, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Rosweiss's thoughts raced wildly, starkly contrasting Leon's calm demeanor. She squeezed her eyes shut and turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze as a burning flush spread across her cheeks. The warmth of his hand sent unfamiliar tremors through her, leaving her acutely aware of how strangely her emotions were reacting. "How can he hold my hand so casually?" she wondered silently, her pulse quickening. "Am I the only one feeling this way?" The usually composed Silver Dragon Queen found herself in turmoil. She gave a slight shake of her head, attempting to regain her composure. "Nonsense. I fear nothing. This is just holding hands. Why should this affect me?" Yet her mental reassurances proved futile. Lying rigidly on her back with tightly closed eyes and knitted brows, she willed her breathing to steady, determined not to let Leon glimpse her inner chaos. Leon, meanwhile, lay with his eyes peacefully shut, a faint smile playing on his lips as he noted the subtle tension in Rosweiss's grip. Unable to resist teasing her, he murmured, "Your hands are always so cold." The observation startled Rosweisse from her thoughts. It's just my constitution," she retorted defensively, then seized the opportunity to counter. "And you? Why are your palms sweating? You're the nervous one here." With hesitant curiosity, Rosweisse peeked through half-lidded eyes, stealing a glance at Leon the moment their hands intertwined. The contrast between their clasped palms was impossible to ignore. Where her skin was smooth and delicate, his bore the marks of countless battles, rough calluses and faint scars tracing the story of a swordsman's life. Yet beneath that warrior's texture, his hand radiated comforting warmth that seemed to melt into her very being. Their fingers intertwined like puzzle pieces finding their match, Leon's larger hand enveloping hers in a protective embrace. She noticed with quiet fascination how his grip subtly tightened, as if ensuring she wouldn't slip away. The contact sent peculiar tingles dancing along her nerves, each point where their skin met humming with invisible energy. A traitorous rhythm began pounding in her chest, growing louder with each passing second. In the silence between them, her heartbeat sounded thunderous, quickening despite her efforts to calm it. She turned her face away sharply, biting her lower lip as warmth flooded her cheeks. This unwelcome fluttering in her chest, this heat spreading through her body, they betrayed what she refused to acknowledge even to herself. Outside their window, the moon completed its ascent over the mountain peaks, its silver light spilling across the room like a silent witness to their intertwined hands and unspoken emotions. Leon's thoughts drifted back to the video they had watched earlier, specifically Rosweiss's candid remarks about her ideal mate. Curiosity nudged at him. "About those standards you mentioned earlier," he began. But Rossweisse cut him off before he could finish. "Fake," she said briskly, turning her face away. "That was over a century ago. Don't read into it." Leon arched a brow. "So, what are your standards now?" "None," she replied, her tone final. Sensing her reluctance, Leon let the subject drop. Silence settled over them as they closed their eyes, the room so quiet they could hear each other's measured breaths. But sleep refused to come. What had begun as a gesture of comfort, holding her hand to ease her fears, had backfired spectacularly. Leon's pulse thrummed under his skin, his face growing warm. He gritted his teeth, screaming internally, "I can't sleep like this." Frustrated, he dragged a hand down his face. His mind was painfully alert, every nerve hyper-aware of Rossweisse's slender fingers laced with his. Stealing a glance, he found her lying perfectly still, eyes shut, her expression serene. Is she actually asleep? But as the minutes stretched, even the simple act of holding her hand became unbearable. His palm grew clammy, his fingers stiff. He shifted slightly, torn between not wanting to wake her and the desperate need to move. But keeping still was torture. His fingers had gone numb, the stiffness creeping up his wrist. Surely, he reasoned, a little movement wouldn't hurt. Carefully, he loosened his grip and flexed his fingers, the faintest rustle of fabric betraying him. Rossweisse noticed immediately. The subtle shift in his touch sent a prickling sensation skittering across her skin. Her eyes snapped shut, brow furrowing in irritation. First, he insists on holding hands, and now he's fidgeting? Suspicion flared. Was he trying something under the guise of sleep? Cracking one eye open, she glared at him, only to find his expression perfectly serene, his breathing even. How dare he act so innocent after disturbing me? Indignation burned in her chest. A prisoner doesn't get to grope his master's hand so freely. Fueled by spite, she launched her counterattack. If he wouldn't stay still, neither would she. With a sudden, vice-like grip, she seized his hand and began kneading it with exaggerated vigor. The blanket shifted noisily, fabric whispering as their hands wrestled beneath it. A silent, absurd battle neither would concede. Leon stiffened. Goosebumps erupted across his skin as Rossweisse's fingers roamed with relentless determination. What in the world is she doing? His eyes stayed tightly shut, but his pulse raced. The discomfort was maddening, yet protesting felt impossible. So he endured, torn between bafflement and the dawning realization that surrender might be his only escape. Leon's breath hitched as Rossweisse's relentless assault left him no room to retreat. Their hands tangled in a silent struggle, pulling, tugging, neither willing to yield. In the chaos, their shoulders brushed, then pressed together, sending a jolt through them both. Eyes stubbornly shut, they pretended not to notice, but their bodies betrayed them. Then, the barest graze of his knuckles against her thigh. The contact was fleeting, yet it seared into his skin. Her warmth, the impossible softness of her, it left his nerves alight, a prickling heat spreading where they touched. His pulse thrummed in his throat, his body reacting in ways he couldn't control. Why does this feel so? Rossweisse, too, was unraveling. The press of his shoulder against hers, the way his touch lingered, it sent a slow, insistent ache curling through her. Something primal stirred, gnawing at her restraint. This hunger. What is it? Her thoughts blurred, consumed by the need for more. A shared realization thrummed between them. Leon swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. A dangerous thought flickered to life. I want... Ears burning. Rossweisse mirrored it. I want... As if drawn by the same magnetic pull, they yanked their hands free from the blankets and turned to face each other. Their gazes locked, faces flushed, breaths mingling in the charged air. The heat between them was unbearable, their racing hearts a synchronized drumbeat of desire. Every inch of contact only stoked the fire higher. In the quiet darkness, words were unnecessary. Their shared desire hung thick in the air, communicated through locked gazes and ragged breaths. A faint nod, a silent permission granted, and the last barrier between them fell away. Leon flung aside the blanket, his movements deliberate yet urgent. Kneeling over her, he mirrored their earlier stance, but this time, there was no hesitation. He closed the distance between them in one fluid motion, pressing her into the mattress with a possessiveness that made her pulse spike. Rossweiss arched beneath him, not in protest, but in quiet encouragement, shifting her hips to accommodate his weight. Her surrender was wordless, yet unmistakable. Somewhere in the back of their minds, the same fleeting thought echoed. Just tonight. His nose brushed against hers, a tender, almost questioning gesture. Her answering gaze held no resistance, only a depth of longing that mirrored his own. The unspoken plea in her eyes was all the invitation he needed. Leon moved with practiced ease, turning smoothly to kneel on the bed. With deliberate gentleness, he leaned forward, settling Rossweisse beneath him and pressing her softly into the mattress. She offered no resistance. Instead, she welcomed his presence with quiet surrender. Her body relaxed fully, lying still under him, her trust unquestioned. A gentle flick of her tail brushed against his back, a silent signal, a subtle invitation. "Leon," she whispered, her voice low and warm. Their eyes met, tender, affectionate, and a shy, sweet smile curved her lips. She gave a slight, instinctive twist of her hips, as if trying to soothe the growing anticipation within her. Her heartbeat fluttered in time with the charged moment. The thin straps of her nightgown slipped delicately from her shoulders, revealing just a hint more of her skin. In that moment, swept away by desire, Rossweisse radiated a captivating glow, more mesmerizing than ever, like an exquisite delicacy impossible to resist. She looked up at Leon, her eyes shining with longing, silently urging him closer. He breathed her name softly, his voice filled with reverence. As he gazed down at her, a haze of need clouded his vision. Her allure overwhelmed him, more intoxicating than ever before. His cheeks flushed, warmth spread across his skin, and a primal stirring awakened deep within his chest. The urge to take the next step, deeper, closer, burned fiercely inside him. Leon leaned in slowly, inch by inch, until their faces were separated by mere breaths. Their noses brushed lightly, and with half-lidded eyes filled with emotion, they saw only the shimmering presence of each other. Their breaths mingled, warm, shallow, quickening, softly brushing their cheeks. Their bodies pressed close, heartbeats synchronizing, as an unspoken warmth flowed between them, undeniable and electric. Then, amidst the charged stillness, Leon noticed something unexpected. Despite the rising tension, the dragon mark on his body remained completely dormant. It puzzled him. He had expected the dragon mark to respond to their closeness, as it always did before. What he hadn't realized was that the mark was more than just a spell-amplifying attraction. It only reacted when desire was clouded by confusion or doubt. When two people shared a pure, mutual longing and respect, it remained silent. Unaware of this, Leon brushed the thought aside, drawn back into the moment by the intensity of Rosweiss's gaze. Their lips inched closer, irresistibly drawn together by the quiet force of shared yearning. Just as they were about to kiss, lost in the sacred stillness between them, Leon's left hand shifted behind Rosweiss, pressing lightly against the bed for support. Suddenly, there was a soft click. Moments later, a black toy spider dangled from a thin string, dropping from the ceiling and swaying awkwardly between them like an ill-timed omen. Both froze, caught off guard by the unexpected interruption. Leon blinked in surprise. Rosweiss stared at the spider, stunned and wide-eyed, her lips still parted from their nearly shared kiss. The spell of the moment shattered, not by hesitation, but by an unexpected mechanical prank. Her scream tore through the air, louder and more piercing than before, echoing like a banshee's wail throughout Red Dragon Castle. The sound was so sharp and powerful that it felt as if the very walls might crack. Leon's heart nearly stopped. The last thing he wanted was for her to panic and risk unleashing her dragon flame again. Quick to act, he snatched the toy spider from midair and flung it out the nearest window. "Don't panic, I got it, see? It's gone. No need for dragon fire, okay?" he said hurriedly, turning to comfort her. Outside, Isabella paused, tilting her head as the echo of the scream drifted to her ears. A small, knowing smile curved her lips as she glanced down at the glass of red wine in her hand. "Looks like they found my little surprise," she murmured with quiet amusement before tipping the wine back in one smooth motion. She closed her eyes, savoring the imagined chaos, letting the warm buzz of victory wash over her. Back in the bedroom, Leon turned his full attention to the trembling Rosweiss. He gently wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close as they settled onto the bed. One arm circled her waist, while the other stroked her hair slowly, his touch tender and soothing. "Hey, it's okay now. I'm here. You're safe," he whispered softly against her forehead. Rosweiss buried her face in his chest, her body still shaking. Her hand gripped his shirt tightly, as if anchoring herself against the nightmare that had shattered their moment. The two toy spiders Leon had tossed out earlier now lay forgotten on the quiet evening lawn. No one was there to notice them, and the fading twilight wrapped the castle grounds in a serene hush. Curiously, the spiders had landed close together, stacked one atop the other, as if caught in a secret embrace, like mischievous partners sharing whispered secrets or plotting their own playful mischief. Back in the room, perhaps it was Leon's soothing words, or simply the steady warmth of his arms around her that slowly eased Rosweiss's fear. Her breathing, once sharp and frantic, softened. The trembling that had gripped her began to subside. Sensing the change, Leon finally exhaled a quiet breath of relief. He gently adjusted his hold, pulling her a little closer. One hand cradled the back of her head, fingers lightly brushing through her hair. Resting his chin atop her crown, he closed his eyes with a contented sigh. The tension in his body melted away as sleep began to claim him. In the quiet, Roswitha became aware of something new. Pressing her ear gently against Leon's chest, she heard it. His heartbeat, strong and rapid, pounding with a rhythm far too intense for someone on the brink of sleep. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes meeting his. "Your heart," she whispered softly. "It's beating so fast." The once proud and commanding Silver Dragon Queen lay quietly in his arms, her breath soft against his chest. The stark contrast stirred something tender and unexpected deep within Leon. Not wanting her to notice the effect she had on him, he carefully cracked one eye open, wearing an awkward expression as he tried to mask his emotions. His heart was still racing, so to cover it, he offered a hurried excuse. "I'm scared of spiders too." Roswitha let out a soft sigh. Whether Leon was telling the truth or not, she chose not to press him. Tonight had been chaotic and unguarded, so unlike the composed queen she was expected to be. It was, in all honesty, quite embarrassing. She closed her eyes once more, clutching his shirt, her fingers curling into the fabric as she sought comfort and rest. "I won't let something like this happen again," she whispered, her voice low but tinged with quiet pride. "And don't ever bring up what happened tonight, for the sake of my dignity." Though her tone was firm and her brow furrowed, her body betrayed her resolve. She instinctively nestled closer, drawn to the warmth and safety of his embrace. Leon, his eyes now fully closed, gave a soft nod, too sleepy to tease, too content to argue. "I know," he mumbled, voice thick with drowsiness. The sun had climbed high into the sky, casting a warm, golden glow across the landscape. Its gentle rays filtered through the window, bathing the room in soft hues of gold and pale blue. Roswitha stirred as the sunlight touched her face, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment, she blinked in quiet surprise. "I slept?" It wasn't just a brief nap. She had slept deeply and uninterrupted. That realization brought a rare sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. "When did I fall asleep?" she murmured softly, a slight frown creasing her brow. The last thing she remembered was Leon holding her close, her cheek resting against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat lulling her deeper and deeper. Then nothing. Suddenly alert, she sat up. The room felt unusually still, cloaked in quiet. Turning her head, she noticed the space beside her was empty. Leon was gone. Her eyes quickly scanned the room, but there was no sign of him. No sound, no movement, only the gentle rustle of curtains swaying in the morning breeze. Did he really get up this early? She wondered, half annoyed, half relieved. Well, maybe that's for the best. Exhaling softly, Roswitha pushed the blanket aside and swung her legs over the edge of the bed. After everything that happened last night, how am I supposed to face him now? She wondered, lowering her gaze as a faint blush warmed her pale cheeks. As she slipped out of her pajamas, unwelcome yet vivid memories resurfaced. Twice, she had been ambushed by toy spiders. Twice, she had been startled into panic. And both times, she had clung to Leon for comfort. Utterly disgraceful, she thought, furrowing her brows in frustration. The silk of her nightwear slid silently from her shoulders and pooled at her feet. She stepped out of it and approached the wardrobe, releasing a soft exhale, a quiet admission of the moment she had broken her own principles. Methodically, she dressed, her hands moving on autopilot, sliding sleeves on, adjusting the fit, fastening clasps, while her mind remained tangled in the events of the previous night. I showed weakness. I fell asleep, in a human's arms. Her fingers paused as she reached behind her neck to fasten the delicate silver necklace she always wore, a symbol of her status and pride. As queen of the Silver Dragon clan, She had never allowed herself to be seen like this, vulnerable, exposed, and, most unsettling of all, humanized. The thought that someone, anyone, might have witnessed that moment sent a quiet shiver of horror through her. If word ever got out, I'd have to erase every single memory. She scowled inwardly, her cheeks still tinged with a soft pink. No one must ever know. Yet no matter how fiercely she wished to undo it, the truth remained undeniable. It had happened. She had clung to Leon, trusted him, fallen asleep, not as a queen, but simply as Rossweisse. Like a warrior readying for battle, Rossweisse exhaled again and took firm, deliberate steps forward. Her decision was clear. She would face the day, face Leon, and carry herself with the dignity of the Silver Dragon Queen she truly was. But before she could take more than a few strides, a familiar voice rang smoothly from beside the doorway. Awake at last? Rossweisse turned sharply, caught off guard. Leaning casually against the wall just outside her door was Isabella, arms crossed, one ankle resting lightly over the other, looking far too at ease, as if she'd been waiting there for ages. A sly, knowing smile played at her lips, her eyes sparkling with quiet amusement. Rossweisse's gaze narrowed instantly, suspicion flaring. Isabella? Her hands clenched into tight fists at her sides, barely restraining the irritation simmering beneath her calm exterior. Don't pull pranks like that again. Isabella simply laughed, utterly unfazed. You have to admit, the reactions were priceless. Rossweisse scowled, ready to retort, but before she could, Isabella leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a sly whisper. She raised a delicate hand to shield her mouth, as if sharing a juicy secret. Tell me, did you use the little gifts I left for you? Shameless, Rossweisse muttered under her breath, struggling to keep the heat from spreading across her face. Isabella leaned back, triumphant and smug, clearly savoring every moment of Rossweisse's flustered silence. No, I haven't. What a shame. She winked at Rossweisse. When you leave later, I'll pack up a few of my favorite toys for you. You can take them home and practice. By the way, when are you going to give me a little red dragon heir? I'm waiting for her to inherit my red castle. Quickly, Rossweisse slid her hand through Isabella's arm, guiding her toward the dining hall. Her words spilled out in a hurried rush. Isabella, really, there's no need. Come on, let's have breakfast. Isabella chuckled softly at Rossweisse's flustered retreat, watching with amusement as the Silver Dragon Queen scrambled to change the subject, something Isabella had no intention of letting go so easily. Leon, Noah, and Muen had already arrived and settled into their seats. Leon cradled Muen comfortably on his lap, sharing a quiet moment of laughter. He gently pinched her cheek, prompting a delighted giggle as she wriggled playfully in his arms. Meanwhile, Noah sat a short distance away, poised and calm. Her attention was fixed on the open book in her hands, fully absorbed in its pages. Suddenly, Muen's head turned toward the doorway, her eyes sparkling as she pointed eagerly. Mom and Auntie are here. Rossweisse and Isabella had just stepped inside. Rossweisse's gaze swept across the table and halted on Leon. Already there, already smiling. It was the first time she'd seen him since waking, and for a moment, her breath caught. Isabella gave a subtle nod and gracefully signaled the maids to withdraw. They bowed quietly and slipped out, leaving the family to enjoy breakfast undisturbed. Muen's face blossomed with pure joy at their arrival. Like a swift little bird, she hopped down from Leon's lap and darted toward the table, her voice bright and eager. Everyone gathered around the table. Leon and Rossweisse sat side by side, while Noah and Muen took their seats opposite them. Isabella claimed the central spot, her calm presence overseeing the group like a steady anchor. Leon and Rossweisse ate in near silence, but beneath the surface, a subtle tension hummed between them. Their hearts seemed to both race and slow in the weight of unspoken thoughts. Leon picked up a piece of meat, chewing deliberately, though his gaze kept flicking toward Rossweisse. A crease formed between his brows as he sensed something had shifted. This feels strange. Last night I almost kissed her, fell asleep holding her. What is happening? Embarrassment flushed through him, his hands rising to cradle his face. How did I get so flustered? Especially with her, my sworn enemy. Suddenly, a tiny angel popped up in his mind, wielding a sharp spear and wagging a finger sternly. Leon, you're practically throwing yourself into the arms of your enemy. This is surrender. But then, a devilish demon appeared beside the angel, smirking. Relax, they're basically married already. What's the big deal? Leon's eyes darted between the two as their voices rose. The angel and demon glared at each other, frustration mounting. Want to fight? Challenged the angel. Bring it on, the demon shot back. And just like that, Leon found himself caught in the middle of their bickering and tangled in his own messy feelings. Leon quickly tuned out the bickering between his inner angel and demon, turning his attention back to breakfast. He silently picked up a piece of bread and took a bite, his brow furrowing slightly. This bread's a bit bland. I'll add some peanut butter. Reaching for the jar nearby, his hand met Rossweiss's at the exact same spot. Their fingers brushed softly. Both looked up, startled, eyes locking in a moment of mutual surprise. A quiet tension flickered between them before they awkwardly withdrew their hands. They both recoiled like they'd been burned, hands snapping back as if the jar had suddenly sprouted thorns. Heat flooded their faces in perfect, mortifying unison. Go ahead, Leon blurted, his voice doing an embarrassing little wobble. Rossweisse gave a stiff nod, gripping the jar like it was the last shred of her composure. Thanks. Across the table, Isabella watched the whole thing unfold with the quiet glee of a cat who just spotted two flustered canaries. She propped her chin on her hand, eyes glinting. Did it just get hot in here? Or is that just me? Her gaze flicked between them. You two look like you've been locked in a greenhouse. Rossweiss ducked her head, attempting, and failing, to hide behind a strained smile as she fanned herself. Leon tugged at his collar like it was personally strangling him. The air between them was practically steaming. Isabella didn't bother hiding her smirk this time. You know, she said sweetly, if you're that overheated, maybe you should go cool off. Together. The last thing either of them wanted was for Isabella to get wind of it, especially not with her talent for twisting teasing into torment. So when she casually tossed out a suggestive remark about them sharing a room again, their response was immediate and perfectly aligned. No! They exclaimed in unison, voices a pitch too sharp, too hurried to be convincing. Isabella's grin deepened. She hadn't expected to be gifted with such comedy gold before the toast had even cooled, but here it was. Two flustered royals, hearts practically jumping out of their chests, eyes wide with denial. She leaned back, soaking it in like a queen watching a private drama unfold. Then, as the atmosphere slowly settled and the frantic energy began to fade, her tone shifted. By the way, Ross, she said offhandedly, as if changing the subject, I heard you had a little run-in with one of the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan's dukes. That true? Rossweisse held Isabella's gaze, her expression steady, though a shadow of intensity flickered behind her eyes. His son and a few dragons tried to ambush Noah, she said calmly, but with a bite of steel beneath the surface. They underestimated her. Badly. She was the one who walked away victorious. Then the Duke himself decided to get involved, until Leon stepped in and ended it. Leon leaned back in his chair, smirking faintly as if recalling an annoying chore. That so-called Duke folded like paper. One punch and he was out cold. Isabella raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. She hadn't expected Noah to take on a pack of dragons and win, much less Leon to flatten a Duke without effort. Her lips curved into a pleased grin as she reached over and gently tousled Noah's hair. You really are a little powerhouse, aren't you? But the warmth of the moment cooled when Isabella's tone shifted. I've heard more than just the surface details. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? What exactly have you heard? Enough to know that this wasn't just a petty clash. There's something bigger going on. After slinking home in disgrace, the humiliated Duke wasted no time twisting the truth. He marched straight to their leader, Constantine, and spun the encounter into an elaborate tale of injustice and insult. When Isabella shared this, Rossweiss's composure cracked. "That coward," she spat, the words low and sharp, venom threading each syllable. He couldn't even lose with dignity. Leon stayed silent beside her, one elbow propped on the table, fingers brushing his chin. The name Constantine tugged at the edge of his memory, pulling up dusty echoes of academy lectures. A legendary warlord, if the stories were to be believed. Crimson scales, wings wide enough to eclipse the sun, a roar that could split mountaintops. The kind of name history books painted in gold leaf. Leon's expression darkened. Heroic figure, he thought grimly. Or just another brute dressed up in myth. Isabella idly swirled her drink, the light catching in the glass as her eyes settled on Rossweisse. "He's been obsessed with territorial expansion lately," she murmured, voice cool but edged with warning. "Now, thanks to this little story, he's got his excuse. Don't be surprised if he moves." Her tone dropped, barely above a whisper now. "Watch your backs." The words lingered, heavier than any threat the Duke could have delivered himself. Rossweiss's eyes snapped open, molten silver blazing with tempered fury. Isabella's warning hadn't rattled her. If anything, it had reforged her will, annealed it into something cold and unyielding. "If Constantine thinks he can come for Silver Dragon Castle over that pitiful excuse for a duke," she said, voice like drawn steel, "then I'll happily remind the Crimson Flame clan why our name once turned blood to ice." Outside, the rising sun bathed the towers of Red Dragon Castle in molten gold, the serene dawn masking the stormy farewell beneath. Isabella escorted them to the gates, the crisp morning air carrying none of the tension that still hung quietly between them. The crimson sentinels of Red Dragon Castle stood like living statues along the stone pathway, their gleaming armor catching the morning sun and casting deep red reflections across the stones. Between the twin rows of silent guardians, Isabella held Rossweisse just a moment longer than etiquette allowed, her embrace speaking volumes that words could never reach. The promise of their next meeting shimmered unspoken between them, as vivid as the dawn light spilling over the castle's battlements. Then, with the flair reserved for moments worth remembering, Isabella revealed her secret gift. The rose quartz box in her hands seemed to glow softly as she presented it with a magician's flourish. "For your private enjoyment," she murmured, a knowing smile hinting at secrets nestled beneath the silk lining. The true warmth came when Isabella turned to the children, her silk skirts pooling around her as she knelt to their level. "Grow strong," she whispered into their hair, sealing the words with gentle kisses that carried all her hopes. Muen's tiny hands shot up, her fingers curling into eager little fists as she beamed at Isabella. "Muen will eat lots of meat," she declared, nodding with bright enthusiasm. Nearby, Noah felt her cheeks warm under Isabella's gentle gaze. Flustered but unbothered, she found the attention quietly reassuring. As Isabella rose from her crouch, her eyes slid over to Leon, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. Leon met her look just as she leaned in, her voice dropping to a murmur. "Don't forget what you promised me." Her outstretched hand, calm yet weighty with meaning, needed no further explanation. The memory of their moonlit rooftop talk flickered in his mind. With a low chuckle, he closed his fingers around hers. "I keep my word," he replied quietly, the words carrying more than just their surface meaning. Rossweiss's eyes darted between them, her brow knitting in frustration at the unspoken understanding exchanged. A quiet huff escaped her, a spark of irritation at being left out, before she summoned her magic. A radiant violet glow blossomed around her, her human form melting away to reveal something far more majestic, limbs stretching, silver scales catching the light, and mighty wings unfurling with a powerful sweep that kicked up dust swirling through the courtyard. Leon carefully lifted Noah and Muen onto Rosweise's broad back, then settled himself between the powerful joints of her wings. With a thunderous leap and a sweeping beat of her luminous wings, they soared upward, the castle shrinking into a faint silhouette against the sprawling earth below. The air hummed with magic, trailing a shimmering purple wake as they sped toward the horizon. Isabella stood firm. She raised a steady hand in farewell, her gaze fixed until their forms blurred into distant shadows against the endless sky. Long after they disappeared, Muen's cheerful voice echoed on the breeze. "Goodbye, Auntie." And Isabella could almost see the little dragon bouncing joyfully atop Rosweise's back. A hush settled over the castle as the last echoes of their voices faded into silence. The once vibrant halls now felt empty, sunlight pouring through the windows only deepening the stillness. A golden shaft of light spilled across the doorway of the room Leon and Rosweise had shared, a warmth that felt oddly at odds with the quiet void inside. The sharp click of heels sliced through the silence as Isabella walked briskly down the corridor, her spirits lifted despite the solitude. "Those little dragons are truly something," she murmured, pausing before the door. "I wonder when there'll be another." The thought stirred a flicker of excitement deep within her. Perhaps another visit soon, perhaps even another child to cherish someday. Her fingers curled around the doorknob, pushing the door open with a fond smile, completely unaware of the small toy spider perched above the frame, patiently waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. Isabella eased the door open, only for the toy spider, loosened by the movement, to drop right at her feet. She startled just slightly, far more composed than Rosweise would have been. After a moment's pause, she plucked the spider from its thread, turning it over in her hands with amused curiosity. No note, no signature. But she knew exactly who'd planted it. After all, she'd slipped a similar spider onto Leon and Rosweise's bed earlier, a cheeky nudge to encourage their budding relationship. She murmured, a sly smile curving her lips. That man is far too quick to defend his wife's honor. Far above the clouds, Leon suddenly sneezed, a sharp, unexpected burst as if the universe itself responded to Isabella's words. His nose tingled with a familiar sting, and certainty settled over him. She found it. The spider on the doorframe was his doing, a small but satisfying payback for her prank. With the distance growing between them by the minute, he could only imagine her reaction, and the thought alone brought a quiet grin to his lips. Beside him, Noah and Muen, spent from the day's adventures, leaned against his legs, their eyelids heavy with sleep. Leon's hand gently stroked their backs, soothing them deeper into slumber as Rosweise soared homeward beneath the fading purple glow of dusk. The past few days with Isabella played over and over in Leon's mind, her teasing smile, the lightness in her laughter, and how effortlessly she coaxed out Rosweise's softer side. A quiet understanding settled within him. Rosweise and Isabella. They're nothing like the Dragon Kings I've known before. In his memories, Isabella was always the playful trickster, covering her mouth with a hand, eyes sparkling with mischief as she watched her sister's cheeks bloom rosy pink. Rosweise would turn away, pretending annoyance, but the faint smile tugging at her lips betrayed her fondness. Those teasing jabs weren't a bother. They were proof of a bond deeper than words. The more time Leon spent with them, the clearer it became. These two dragons were unlike any he'd encountered. Where others ruled with fire and wrath, they radiated warmth, strong and fierce, but always tethered to family. He'd lost count of how many times he'd witnessed their embraces, Isabella pulling Rosweise close, their cheeks pressed together, laughter bubbling like a shared secret. In those moments, their joy was tangible, their connection unbreakable. It brought him back to that rooftop night, Isabella's words still echoing softly in his mind. "Take care of her," she'd said, her usual teasing replaced by quiet sincerity. The trust she'd placed in him still left him humbled and awestruck. Leon rested his chin on his hand, watching over the sleeping forms of Noah and Muen nestled against him. A soft sigh slipped from his lips as he murmured, almost to himself, "She really entrusted me with her most precious sister." The weight of that truth settled over him, not as a burden, but as an honor. As they glided through the twilight sky, Roswitha suddenly turned her head, her draconic eyes narrowing with playful suspicion. "Leon," she called over the rush of wind, "what exactly did you promise Isabella back there?" Though she had restrained her curiosity earlier, the mystery of their exchange had been gnawing at her ever since. Leon couldn't help but chuckle softly. There was something deliciously satisfying about keeping a secret from her, just this once. "Curious, are you?" he teased, a sly grin tugging at his lips. "Maybe I'll tell you someday, but not tonight." Roswitha huffed, wings flicking with irritation. "You," she began, but the words faded into a low growl. For a fleeting moment, she toyed with the idea of shaking him off her back. Then her gaze caught the sunset, horizon ablaze with gold and amber, the sky painted in fading light. With a resigned sigh, she beat her wings harder, carrying them toward the glowing silhouette of Silver Dragon Castle. By the time they arrived, night had draped the world in a velvet cloak, stars scattered like diamonds across the sky. A few windows glowed warmly, beckoning them inside. Noah and Muen, weary but content, barely managed to slip into their pajamas before collapsing side by side, their small hands still entwined. Roswitha lingered a moment, her earlier irritation melting away in the quiet peace of the children. She closed the door softly behind her, and immediately spotted Leon leaning against the hallway wall, arms crossed, a teasing smirk tugging at his lips. "Waiting for me?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Maybe," he replied, his grin widening in the dim light, his expression a mystery, but clearly amused by something. As Roswitha turned to retreat to her chambers, Leon's voice broke the silence. "Oh, Roswitha." She paused, glancing back with a curious frown. "What now?" Leon's lips curled into a wicked grin. "How about a live reenactment of yesterday's video?" His eyes sparkled with playful malice. It was clear this was his long-planned revenge. Leon had a knack for retaliation, weaponizing embarrassment to get under his target's skin. Tonight, Roswitha was his very willing victim. With theatrical flair, Leon clenched his fist like a makeshift microphone and launched into an exaggerated, high-pitched song. "I love bath time. It keeps me fine, scrubbing my tail in bubbles so shine." The ridiculous childhood jingle was cringe-worthy enough on its own. But his perfect mimicry of Roswitha's younger self, from the squeaky voice to the imaginary bubble-scrubbing motions seen in that infamous video, was utterly unforgivable. Roswitha's eye twitched. Her fists clenched so tight her knuckles blanched, and the air around her seemed to thicken with heat. If looks could incinerate, Leon would have been ashes long ago. Leon couldn't help himself. With a devilish grin, he launched into a mock reenactment of Roswitha's childhood bath routine, complete with exaggerated splashes and off-key renditions of the ridiculous songs she used to sing. The best part, in his opinion, was watching her face turn a furious shade of red, her mouth opening and closing in speechless outrage. Propping one hand against the wall, he leaned in closer, his smirk widening. "You look really stupid right now." Roswitha's fists trembled at her sides, nails digging crescents into her palms. Her whole body was taut, trembling with suppressed fury. And yet, she didn't yell, didn't explode. Instead, she drew in a deep breath, slow and deliberate, caging the fire inside her chest. When she finally looked up, her silver eyes had narrowed to slits, gleaming with quiet menace. "Sounds like someone's a little too bored, Leon." Before he had time to blink, her hand shot out and gripped his shoulder with bruising force. The next second, his back slammed into the wall with a thud, the wind knocked clean from his lungs. The cocky grin vanished. Rossweisse leaned in close, her voice low and cold, her glare a blade pressed to his pride. Or is this your way of asking for a swift and painful death? The pressure of Rossweisse's hand on Leon's shoulder intensified gradually, her grip turning vice-like. Every subtle increase in force screamed one undeniable truth. He'd crossed a line. A cold sweat broke across Leon's brow as his smug grin faltered. His eyebrows twitched upward in alarm, mouth falling slightly open as he realized the gravity of his mistake. The sight of Rossweisse's transformation froze him in place. Her usually composed features twisted with barely contained fury, eyes burning with an ominous silver glow. Strands of hair escaped their usual neat arrangement, framing her face wildly as she cracked her knuckles with ominous pops. The rhythmic grinding of her clenched fists sent clear warning signals. She was moments away from rearranging his face. Leon swallowed hard. The joke that had seemed so funny moments ago now tasted like impending doom. His survival instincts screamed at him as he mentally calculated escape routes. Dragons pissed. Time to vanish. Seizing the split second when Rossweisse's glare wavered, Leon made his move. He twisted free with a sudden jerk and bolted toward his room like a hare before a wolf. The thunder of his footsteps echoed through the hallway as Rossweisse's delayed shout of "Stop!" chased after him. Fingers fumbling at the doorknob, Leon barely managed to throw himself inside. Just as the door began to swing shut with what he hoped was finality, thud. A pale hand shot through the narrowing gap, fingers splayed against the wood with terrifying strength. Leon's heart leapt to his throat as the door shuddered against Rossweisse's unrelenting grip, refusing to yield even an inch. She'd followed him, faster than he'd ever seen her move. Now her arm barred his escape, the door groaning in protest as their silent battle of strength commenced. The wood creaked ominously between them, a physical manifestation of the tension crackling in the air. A low, spine-chilling laugh seeped through the cracked door, thick with menace. Leon stiffened. The sound slithered down his back like ice water. Then, without warning, Rossweisse's face reappeared in the narrowing gap, her fingers curling around the frame like claws. The wood creaked under her grip as she pushed it open with slow, deliberate pressure. What emerged was not a scowl, but a smile. A terrifying, razor-edged grin that promised pain, precision, and absolutely no mercy. 10 minutes, she purred, the sweetness in her voice a razor hidden in silk. After your shower. My room. Leon's breath caught. Ms. Melkvi will be giving a special lesson on the dangers of reviving old history. Her silver eyes gleamed like molten metal, the hallway's dim light catching on their surface with lethal beauty. Every syllable coiled around his spine like a noose, and yet he was too frozen to flinch. Then, without warning, she slammed the door. The boom reverberated like a war drum, rattling the frame and Leon's remaining courage. Her heels clicked away with terrifying precision, each step a ticking countdown to his inevitable end. Leon stood rooted in place, blinking at the door like it might open again and devour him whole. Slowly, shakily, he raised a hand and slapped it over his mouth. Why in all the burning hells did I taunt the dragon? Leon alternated between cursing and smacking his own lips, as if physically punishing his wayward mouth. Why do you always have to run ahead of my brain? He grumbled, finally lowering his stinging hand. The gravity of his situation settled over him like a lead blanket. His ill-timed joke had backfired spectacularly. As he massaged his sore face, Rossweisse's furious expression flashed in his mind again. The way her pupils had slit like an enraged dragon's, the barely contained tremble of her clenched fists. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face as realization dawned. Who knew she'd be this sensitive about her past? He murmured to the empty room, fingers tapping against his crossed arms. The pieces clicked together in his mind with delicious clarity. He'd stumbled upon the ultimate weapon against the mighty Rossweisse. Leon envisioned a vivid scene in his mind. Beneath the cliff, furious waves crashed against the rocks as he stood at the edge, draped in a flowing blue cape. His stance was bold and fearless, one hand raised in defiance. Consumed by vengeance, he was prepared to go to any lengths. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face as he clenched his shirt tightly with both hands. He remembered how, every time he executed a plan against Rosweiss, she would retaliate without hesitation, spending the entire night unleashing her fury upon him. The ordeal left him feeling hollow, as though his very essence had been drained. Yet, for the sake of his revenge, he could no longer afford restraint. "It doesn't matter if my body breaks down," he muttered to himself. "As long as I can make the Silver Dragon Queen suffer, I'll endure it. This is my duty now." Meanwhile, Rosweiss stood behind the frosted glass of her shower, her silhouette faintly visible. Lightly tapping her foot against the floor, she swayed her legs in a carefree rhythm as warm water cascaded over her slender thighs. Steam curled through the bathroom like mist on a moonlit lake as Rosweiss rinsed the last of the bubbles from her silver hair. Warm water cascaded over her shoulders, sliding down her back in glistening rivulets. Tilting her head upward, she let the spray wash away the remnants of irritation, a soft hum slipping from her lips as she gently massaged her scalp. The silly childhood tune, ironically the very one Leon had mocked, returned to her voice like an old friend, now stripped of embarrassment. Whatever grudge she'd held onto was dissolving with the lather and heat. In fact, a small, knowing smile tugged at her lips. Leon thought he'd gotten the last laugh, but he clearly had no idea what awaited him. By now, most of the castle had gone quiet. Rooms lay in darkness, the corridors hushed in sleep. Only 2 rooms remained lit, Leon's and Rosweiss's. One was the lair of a man basking in his own smugness. The other was a den of slow-burning retribution. Leon, meanwhile, was quite pleased with himself. Stretched out on Rosweiss's bed in freshly donned pajamas, he relished the quiet triumph of his prank. "Wait for me, Rosweisse," he thought smugly. "You haven't seen anything yet." Rosweisse slipped into a snug uniform, the fabric hugging her slender frame, accentuating her curves. A pair of black suspender socks completed the look, adding a sharp contrast to her pale skin. She left the top 2 buttons of her shirt undone, revealing the tight garment beneath. A pair of round, red-framed glasses perched on her nose, lending her an air of stern sophistication. In one hand, she held a leather whip, its tip lightly tracing circles in her other palm. Standing beside the bed, she tilted her chin down and fixed Leon with a commanding gaze. "You should address me as Ms. Melkvi," she said, her voice firm. Leon, however, felt no amusement. He couldn't fathom why she insisted on these theatrics. The name Ms. Melkvi sounded absurd to him. Crossing his arms, he regarded her with undisguised contempt. "Call you Ms. Melkvi? You're really committed to this act." "You dragons, that's impolite," he began, but Rosweisse cut him off with a sharp rebuke before he could finish. Leon's careless remark struck a nerve. Without a word, Rosweisse snapped her whip through the air and brought it down hard against his arm. The sharp crack echoed through the room, followed by Leon's startled cry of pain. He jerked back, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open in a silent grimace as he rolled instinctively to the far edge of the bed, clutching his stinging arm. But there was no escape. Rosweisse climbed onto the bed with quiet, deliberate grace, her movements feline and unhurried. She straddled the mattress beside him, one knee pressing into the covers. With cool authority, she placed the coiled end of her whip under his chin, tilting his face upward. The touch was firm, almost mocking, like a queen idly toying with a wayward servant. "Wrong name again," she murmured. "It seems you still haven't grasped your situation, Leon." Leon didn't dare respond. His lips parted, but no words came, just a tight-lipped grimace. He remained still, throat dry, eyes flicking upward to meet hers with obvious reluctance. His mind flashed back to earlier that evening, his exaggerated imitation of her childhood self, the ridiculous bath time song, the imaginary bubble scrubbing. It had clearly struck a nerve. And now, it seemed, Rosweisse was returning the favor in her own, calculated way. A strange understanding settled over him. This is her version of payback, a role reversal. She's the teacher, I'm the misbehaving student. Leon imagined her in a crisp, form-fitting uniform, glasses perched on the bridge of her nose as she leaned forward, eyes gleaming with scholarly judgment. The image was ridiculous, and yet eerily fitting. Even now, Roswitha carried herself with that same commanding presence, her every movement deliberate and precise. She studied him in silence for a moment, then stepped off the bed. The soft tap-tap of leather against her palm punctuated the quiet as she stood tall, whip in hand, her expression stern. "Do you understand what you did wrong?" she asked at last, her tone that of an instructor awaiting a student's confession. Slowly, he turned his head away, trying to hide the flush creeping up his cheeks. "I'm sorry, Miss Melkvi," he muttered under his breath. "I'll do better. I'll study hard, listen to you, and I won't make the same mistake again." Roswitha's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She removed her glasses with a deliberate motion, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement and command. "Good," she said smoothly. "Then, are you ready to submit your homework?" Leon blinked. The word struck him like a thrown book. "Homework?" he echoed, looking at her with confused hesitation. "What? Homework?" Roswitha's expression darkened just slightly, her smile tightening as one brow arched in regal displeasure. "You don't even know what your homework is?" she said coolly. "And you still claim you're ready to study hard?" In a slow, deliberate motion, she set her glasses and whipped onto the cabinet beside them. Rituals of control momentarily relinquished. "Very well," she said, her voice rich with mock benevolence. "I can be reasonable, on occasion." With feline elegance, she moved to straddle his waist, her toned thighs gliding against his in a slow, deliberate caress that sent a pulse of heat straight through him. She leaned in, her body warm and close, fingertips trailing lazy, tantalizing shapes across his bare chest, silent promises woven in touch. Her lips curved into a smirk, wicked and knowing. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and a challenge barely veiled. "Today's assignment," she murmured, her breath hot against his skin, "is to make my dragon mark glow." Leon's breath caught. That was the task. He barely had time to process it before she pressed herself fully against him, a living flame wrapped in temptation. Her fingers danced over him, teasing, testing. "And if you fail," she whispered, the silk in her voice now edged with steel, "the punishment will be far less indulgent." He swallowed hard, heart pounding, but didn't flinch. The nerves were real, but so was the defiance that sparked in his gaze. "Who says I can't do it?" he shot back, his voice steadier than he expected. His hands rose to her waist, slender, firm, brimming with restrained strength. His touch was tentative at first, reverent, but quickly grew more confident as memory guided his fingers along familiar curves. Every caress stoked the fire curling inside him, her nearness setting his skin ablaze. Leon's breath came slow and heavy, his face flushed a deep crimson. After all those nights together, after every time Roswitha had taken out her frustrations on him, he knew her body intimately. Countless nights of this, he thought, his confidence growing. "I know exactly where the she-dragon is most sensitive." His fingers found their mark, and Roswitha's body shuddered in response. Her head jerked back, neck arching as her eyes squeezed shut. A fierce blush spread across her cheeks, and she bit down on her lip, struggling to stifle the moan threatening to escape. A wave of pleasure crashed over her, so intense it bordered on unbearable. She wanted to resist, to deny the sensation, yet her body craved more. The pleasure coiled tighter, threatening to unravel her completely. One eye fluttered open as she gasped for air, her voice trembling with reluctant praise. "Leon, you've learned well." The words barely left her lips before another shuddering sigh escaped her. Her face burned, her mind hazy with bliss as she surrendered to his touch. No longer able to restrain herself, she tangled her fingers in his hair and pulled him closer, pressing him against her chest as if desperate to amplify the sensation. Rosweisse settled onto Leon's lap, her arms encircling him as she drew him close against her chest. With a soft moan, she closed her eyes, savoring the moment as Leon's arm slid around her hip, his face buried between her breasts. Flustered, he hesitated before resting his chin against the soft warmth of her chest, peering up at her with pleading eyes. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, I finished my homework. Is this okay? Rosweisse responded with a low, throaty chuckle, her eyes glinting with playful mischief. She tilted her head, fingertips brushing her cheek as if savoring the memory of his touch. A sly smile curved her lips. His earnest efforts had only whet her appetite. Too easy. Just some pre-class exercises, her voice dripping with amusement. Class hasn't even started yet. Leaning in, her body molded against Leon's, leaving no space between them. Her fingers traced idle patterns over his chest before sliding lower, mapping the tense lines of his torso with deliberate, teasing strokes. Your real homework hasn't been handed in yet, she murmured, her breath warm against his skin. Leon tensed, his pulse spiking. He hadn't anticipated this, hadn't prepared for her to push him further. Rosweisse pressed her breasts against Leon's face, the weight making his cheeks puff out as he gazed up at her with resigned sigh. Is this okay? He wondered aloud. She leaned in closer, their noses brushing lightly as she locked eyes with him. Damn it, Leon thought inwardly. I should have known this dragon wouldn't let me go so easily. Once again, the great dragon slayer Leon had been bested by the Silver Dragon Queen. Then, beneath his skin, the dragon mark ignited, a searing sigil pulsing with violet light, mirroring the hunger writhing inside him. Leon glanced down, watching its glow throb in time with his frantic heartbeat. Is this the mark's doing? His throat burned, parched as a desert wind. Every gasp for air only seared his lungs further, leaving him aching, desperate. Primal instinct surged through his veins, guiding his movements with undeniable force. Every fiber of his being demanded one thing, to claim the woman before him. With a sudden motion, he pushed himself up from the mattress and lunged toward Rosweise, not with predatory aggression, but with desperate longing. To his surprise, Rosweise didn't resist. Instead, she welcomed him with open arms, her hands rising to cradle his head as she guided them both back down onto the waiting bed. The plush surface yielded beneath their combined weight, embracing the two figures drawn together by mutual desire. Leon found himself hovering over Rosweise, their bodies pressed flush in perfect alignment. He braced one arm against the mattress, maintaining just enough distance to keep from crushing her, a fragile restraint against his overwhelming need to merge completely with her form. All the while, Rosweise's fingers wove through his hair in slow, soothing strokes, her touch both comforting and maddeningly sensual. Rosweise's free arm coiled around Leon's waist, pulling him flush against her with surprising strength. His body molded against hers as he buried his face in the curve of her neck, inhaling deeply, her intoxicating scent sending electric currents through his veins. With deliberate tenderness, he began trailing kisses along the sensitive column of her throat, each brush of his lips more insistent than the last. A shuddering gasp escaped Rosweise's lips as her blush deepened to crimson. "Leon," she breathed, arching her neck to grant him better access. "You're a bad boy." Her teasing words dissolved into a moan as his mouth worked its magic. "Teacher, isn't this exactly what you wanted?" Leon murmured against her feverish skin. Blindly reaching up, he cradled the back of her head, intensifying his ministrations. The wet, hungry sounds of his kisses seemed unnaturally loud in the charged air between them, each one sending fresh waves of pleasure coursing through Rosweise's body. Her resistance had long since melted away. Now she could only writhe beneath him, overwhelmed by the dual sensations of his scorching touch and her own spiraling arousal. The line between their bodies blurred as heat radiated between them, a delicious torment that left her powerless to do anything but surrender to the pleasure consuming them both. Rosweise's chest heaved with every trembling breath. A gasp escaped her parted lips, nails raking down his back in desperate encouragement. "Don't stop. Please." Leon's answer was not in words, but in motion, his body surging against hers until no space remained, only heat and friction, skin slick and fevered. His fingers tangled with hers, pinning her hand to the sheets as their palms locked together, knuckles straining with the force of their entwined grip. The world beyond them dissolved. Nothing existed but the shuddering press of bodies, the shared rhythm of breath and pulse. Leon sank into the mattress, his body heavy with exhaustion after Rosweise's enthusiastic attentions. A slow sigh slipped past his lips as he slumped against the pillows, gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling. And the cool air against his bare skin did little to ease the lingering warmth she'd left behind. Beside him, Rosweise rested with closed eyes, her own garments strewn aside, the thin blanket barely covering her. Her expression was serene, almost infuriatingly so. With a quiet grunt, Leon fished his pajamas from under the bed and dragged them on, each movement a battle against his own weary limbs. As he tugged his shirt over his head, he muttered, "Miss Melkvi." His voice was hoarse, worn thin. "The homework's handed in. Can I leave class now?" Every muscle ached, his mind just as spent as his body. All he wanted was the quiet refuge of his own room, his bed, blissfully empty, calling to him like an oasis in a desert of overbearing affection. Leon had barely fastened his pajama buttons when fingers curled around his sleeve, anchoring him in place. He glanced down to see Rosweise's delicate hand clutching the fabric, her grip deceptively strong for someone who appeared so relaxed. A knot of apprehension tightened in his chest as she stretched like a satisfied cat, the blanket slipping dangerously low to reveal glimpses of pale skin that glowed in the dim light. Unlike his exhausted state, Rosweise seemed positively energized, a mischievous spark dancing in her half-lidded eyes. The assignment you just completed, she purred, tracing idle patterns on the sheets, was merely one subject. The purple silk draped over her curves accentuated every movement as she shifted, deliberately allowing the blanket to dip further. 6 more submissions await your diligent attention. Leon's jaw went slack. The woman before him wasn't just requesting more, she was staging an academic siege, using her body as both weapon and bait. His tired mind struggled to process this development as he took in the tantalizing silhouette outlined beneath the thin fabric, the way her thigh peeked out from beneath the covers in deliberate invitation. This wasn't education. This was seductive warfare, disguised as homework. Leon could only release a wordless groan of despair, a sound so resonant it seemed to ripple through the silver spires of the dragon castle and into the star-studded night beyond. His body, drained beyond exhaustion, felt less like his own and more like an empty vessel, barely capable of containing his suffering. The weight of inevitability settled upon him. Tonight, like so many nights before, would grant him no reprieve, no sanctuary in sleep. "Ms. Melkvi," he muttered, voice thick with weary indignation, "you're nothing short of a homework tyrant." Yet Rossweiser remained unmoved, her smile serene as moonlight. If he had endured her demands before, she saw no reason he couldn't endure them again. Eyes still closed, she dismissed his protests with a languid wave of her hand. "No more excuses, Leon. Steel yourself. This will be an all-nighter." The declaration struck him like a death knell. Memories of past ordeals flashed through his mind. Countless nights spent at the mercy of her relentless lessons. A quiet, internal fracturing echoed through his very being, the prelude to another agonizing marathon of exertion. For Leon, the night stretched ahead, infinite and unforgiving. The first light of dawn gilded the towering spires of Silver Dragon Castle, washing away the remnants of night in a warm, golden glow. Night had melted into morning effortlessly, a shift measured not just by the sun's rise, but by the deep, thrumming satisfaction that coursed through Rossweiser's veins. Leon's dedication had left her utterly rejuvenated. Every last shadow of stress had been purged, leaving her skin luminous, her body thrumming with energy. A lazy, triumphant smile played on her lips. The world itself seemed sharper, more vibrant, and so did she. Clearly, Leon's homework, along with his extra credit efforts, had met her rigorous expectations. Beside her, however, Leon looked like a man who had survived a battle only to realize the war was never ending. Dark circles hung beneath his sunken eyes, his face a masterpiece of weary suffering. Though he trudged forward, his steps were uneven, his body swaying like a dying candle in the wind. Every motion screamed exhaustion, as if the mere act of standing might be his last. The difference between them was almost comical. Rossweiser, radiant and brimming with vigor, and Leon, reduced to a stumbling, sleep-deprived husk. Yet another casualty of her academic enthusiasm. Leon dragged himself toward the castle gates, moving with all the grace of a half-dead ghoul. His bloodshot eyes, underscored by deep purple shadows, and his corpse-like pallor, would have made any passerby assume he'd just lost a fight with a vampire. Noah and Muen watched his approach with matching expressions of bewildered concern. Noah cocked her head, arms folding across her chest. "Why do you look like you haven't slept in a week?" she demanded, her voice laced with equal parts suspicion and disapproval. Muen, however, took one look at his haggard face and immediately burst into delighted giggles. "Daddy has panda eyes," she squealed, pointing at his dark circles with uncontainable glee. Leon swayed dangerously, the world swimming around him, but their voices pierced through his exhaustion. With monumental effort, he weakly gestured at his own face. "This stayed up too late finishing homework," he croaked, his voice rough with fatigue. Muen tapped her chin thoughtfully, her big eyes narrowing in suspicion. "But grown-ups don't get homework," she mused aloud, her gaze darting between Leon and Rossweiser with dawning suspicion. Rossweiser smoothly stepped in before the children could connect the dots. Crossing her arms with authoritative confidence, she declared, "Children have their homework, and adults have their own special homework." Her tone left no room for argument, though a faint, satisfied smirk played at the corners of her lips. Noah and Muen blinked up at Rosweiss in perfect synchronization, their young brows furrowing as they tried to unravel her adult logic. After a beat of intense contemplation, Muen's blue eyes suddenly lit up like fireworks. She shot her hand skyward with enough force to nearly lift off the ground. "I've cracked the code," she announced, bouncing with enough energy to rival a spring-loaded toy. "I've discovered an ultra-mega-powerful pattern." The moment the word pattern left her lips, both Rosweiss and Leon snapped to attention, one with mild alarm, the other with dawning horror. Muen continued, swinging her arms with dramatic flair. "When mommy looks super-duper refreshed, daddy turns into a zombie, and when daddy finally looks alive again, mommy gets all tired." Leon's exhausted face broke into a weary but proud smile as he gently ruffled Muen's hair. "My brilliant little detective," he croaked, his voice rough with fatigue, yet warm with affection. "You've uncovered a truth most adults spend lifetimes denying." Muen's tail became a blur of happy swishes, her beaming face radiating enough pride to power the entire castle. In her innocent wisdom, she'd laid bare the fundamental law of their relationship. Leon moved protectively behind her, his hand clenched into a fist as he cast a resolute look toward the horizon. "If anyone dares call you just cute," he said, his voice firm yet warm, "they'll have to deal with me." Muen mirrored his stance, hands on her hips and chest puffed out with playful defiance, her eyes shining with admiration. They stood like unwavering sentinels, one brimming with spirited energy, the other exuding steady strength. Noah silently observed Muen and Leon's interaction, arms crossed, before shifting her gaze away as she spotted a figure in the distance. "Oh, it's here." In the sky, the distant silhouette of Leviathan emerged, its massive wings slicing through the clouds. The great creature released a resonant cry as it descended, its shadow engulfing the castle gates before hovering gracefully above them. Slinging her backpack over her shoulders, Noah turned to her family with a casual wave. "Bye, Mom. Bye, Muen." Rosweiss gave a nod, one hand holding Muen's, while the other lifted in farewell. "Take care," she said softly. Though her eyes shimmered with reluctance, Muen waved eagerly, her voice cheerful. "Come back soon to play with Muen. Muen will miss you when you're gone." Still bleary-eyed from exhaustion, Leon managed a faint smile. "Good luck in school," he said. "We'll see you next weekend." Noah hesitated, her cheeks warming at his words. She wasn't ready to openly return his affection, but after a moment, she turned and offered a small, sincere nod, a quiet acceptance of his kindness. With a final "I'm off," Leviathan's wings gleamed with azure light. Swirls of magic curled around Noah, lifting her effortlessly into the air before carrying her into the waiting carriage. With a powerful beat of its wings, the great dragon surged upward, sending a rush of wind through the courtyard as it arced toward the horizon, its next destination already calling. Leon and Rosweiss watched until Leviathan's form dissolved into the morning sky. To give Muen a better view, Leon hoisted her into his arms, and she waved vigorously, shouting after them, "Bye, Noah! Bye, big dragon!" As the last echoes of Leviathan's flight faded, Leon looked down at Muen, her bright eyes fixed on him with quiet anticipation. "Now that Noah's off to school," he mused, "what's our plan for today?" Muen didn't answer immediately. Instead, she tapped a small finger against her chin, tilting her head in thought. Her gaze lingered on the weariness etched into Leon's face, the faint slump of his shoulders, the exhaustion shadowing his features. "Dad's always so tired," she noted, "and Mom watches him like she's waiting for him to fall apart." With Noah gone, it was up to her. She'd make sure Leon got stronger. Resolve sharpened her expression as she met his eyes. Before he could question her sudden intensity, she squirmed out of his arms, grabbed his hand, and yanked him forward with unexpected force. "Come on, Dad. We're going to the training ground." Leon stared. Run?" he echoed, too startled to protest. From behind them, Rosweiss watched their retreating figures. Well now, she thought, this ought to be interesting. Leon rested a hand on his hip while raising the other high, stretching with a sidelong glance at Muen. "Count to 10, he urged. Muen mirrored his movements, closing her eyes with a sigh. "Dad, why do we have to do this?" Continuing his stretch, Leon pulled his right arm across his chest, hooking his left under it for a deeper hold. "It's important to warm up before exercising," he explained. "Stretching relaxes the body, improves flexibility, and reduces the risk of injury." "Muen knows," she muttered, still copying his motions. The quiet rhythm of their stretches was interrupted by the slow, deliberate tap of footsteps across the training grounds. Anna, the head maid, entered alongside Rosweiss, now dressed in a crop top and shorts that accentuated her slender frame. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail as she adjusted her gloves. "Add me in," she said, her tone firm. She was determined to train alongside Leon and Muen. Muen's ocean blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her tiny fists. "Does Mom want to run with us too?" she asked, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Rosweiss rested a hand on her hip and gently patted Muen's head with the other. "That's right, Muen," she said with a smile. "Give it your best, because I won't go easy on you." Muen beamed up at her, determination flashing in her gaze. "Okay, Muen won't go easy on Mom either." Nearby, Leon watched with a faint frown, skepticism darkening his expression. He doubted Rosweiss's stamina. After all, she spent most of her days in the office, not on the training grounds. "You barely exercise," he called out. "Don't sprain your ankle." Rosweiss only chuckled, eyes still closed, before spreading her arms in a carefree shrug. "Worried about me?" she teased, her smile confident. "Last time we dueled, I still won, remember?" Leon's jaw tightened. He crossed his arms, irritation flickering across his face. "That was a fluke. I wasn't even trying my hardest." Rosweiss smirked, tilting her head. "If you're so dissatisfied," she challenged, "we can settle it with another fight." The moment Muen heard Leon and Rosweiss were about to spar again, her eyes lit up with excitement. The memory of their last duel flashed vividly in her mind, the clash of steel, the thrill of the fight, and she couldn't wait to see it again. She threw her hands up, bouncing on her toes. "Yeah, Dad and Mom, kill again!" Before she could say more, Leon was already beside her, crouching to her level. He gently covered her mouth with his hand, his voice dropping to a hushed, fatherly tone. "Muen, we don't talk about violence like it's fun, okay?" Muen blinked up at him, unbothered, then pulled his hand away just enough to ask, "Why?" "Can't Dad beat Mom?" Leon choked back an awkward laugh, but behind his amusement, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Where did a kid her age even learn about killing? Leon closed his eyes, his brows knitting together in irritation as he recalled his previous defeat. "Rosweiss only won because I held back," he grumbled. "I didn't want to hurt her, so I let her win." A sharp crack split the air as Rosweiss's tail lashed across the training ground, carving a line in the dirt and kicking up a cloud of dust. Both Leon and Muen blinked in surprise at her sudden movement. turning to face them with crossed arms, Rossweiss's eyes gleamed with challenge. "Your mouth is running too freely today," she said, her voice deceptively calm. "Shall we settle this with a running contest? Let's see who has better endurance." Leon sprang to his feet, his dark eyes alight with competitive fire. "You're on," he declared, slamming a fist into his palm. "Though we both know how this will end." Rossweisse merely smiled, watching as Leon took the bait. The game was on. The trio approached the starting line, each carrying their own determined energy. Leon stretched his limbs in sharp, practiced motions, one final tune-up before the race. Beside him, Rossweisse stood perfectly still, her gaze fixed ahead with unshakable confidence that needed no last-minute preparations. Muen positioned herself between the adults, her small fists clenched at her sides like a seasoned athlete. Despite her size, the fiery determination in her stance made her presence impossible to ignore. "I won't lose either," Muen declared, her voice ringing clear across the training grounds. With everyone poised at the starting line, Leon and Rossweisse lowered into perfect runner's stances, their focused gazes locked ahead as confident smiles played at their lips. Anna stood calmly beside them, raising her hand before bringing it down sharply. "Ready, go!" Like arrows loosed from a bow, they shot forward, kicking up a swirling cloud of dust across the training grounds. To everyone's surprise, Muen quickly took the lead, her small arms spread wide as she practically danced across the track with effortless grace. Leon, keeping pace behind Rossweisse, couldn't help but notice how her long tail swayed with each stride. A smirk tugged at his lips as he called out between breaths. "That anchor you're dragging behind you, doesn't it slow you down?" Rossweisse's response came as smoothly as her running form, perfectly balanced and utterly unbothered. She turned just enough to flash him a knowing look. "It's called balance control, something you wouldn't understand." Her tail actually seemed to propel her forward with rhythmic precision. Far ahead, Muen's small form was already becoming a distant speck. As they maintained their steady rhythm, Rossweisse couldn't resist needling Leon further. "You're welcome to grow a tail if you're jealous," she teased, her voice laced with amusement. Leon's eyes narrowed. Without another word, he surged forward, his powerful legs driving him faster. "Shut up," he shot back, his competitive spirit flaring. "I'll leave you in the dust, tail or no tail." After completing 2 full laps, Muen's energy finally gave out. Her hair clung damply to her forehead as her entire body trembled with exhaustion. Staggering to a stop, the little princess barely managed to drag herself to the training grounds bench. She collapsed onto the soft ground with a thud, pressing both hands into the ground for support as she fought to catch her breath. "Muen can't run anymore," she panted between ragged breaths. The gentle rustle of fabric announced Anna's approach. The headmaid knelt gracefully beside the exhausted child, offering pineapple juice that glistened with condensation. "Your Highness has done wonderfully," she murmured, smoothing back Muen's damp hair with maternal pride. 2 full laps is quite impressive for your first race." Anna and Muen turned their attention back to the ongoing competition. Rossweisse had pulled ahead by several lengths, her silver ponytail streaming behind her like a victory banner. Leon trailed doggedly behind, his competitive spirit clearly fueling his determination. "Shall we cheer them on?" Anna suggested with an encouraging smile, helping Muen to her feet. "Let's root for both Her Majesty and His Highness." Leon's nerves began to tighten. His breath came in light pants as his gaze locked onto Rossweisse's retreating figure. The Silver Dragon clan is naturally faster, he thought. In a straight race, I'm at a disadvantage. But now that I've stepped onto this track, there's no turning back. Suddenly, Leon pushed harder, his strides lengthening as he slowly pulled ahead. He had accepted this challenge, and as a dragon slayer, he refused to back down. "I can't lose to her. Not again." His brow furrowed as he shot Rossweisse a sharp glance. With a fierce shout, he slammed into her shoulder, his expression blazing with determination. He would win, no matter what. One of the Dragon Slayer's core tenets burned in his mind: born to fight. Never yield, even in the face of death. Rossweiss, just as relentless, shoved back. The two raced neck and neck, neither willing to let the other gain an inch. 20 minutes later, the race finally ended. Leon sprawled on the ground, arms flung wide, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His eyes were shut, his body utterly spent. Every ounce of strength had been poured into this desperate sprint to overtake Rossweiss. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. For now, all he could do was lie there, defeated by his own exhaustion. Rossweiss, however, looked far from tired. She strode over, energy undimmed, her lips curling in amusement at the sight of Leon's crumpled form. "Do you concede?" she asked, tilting her head as she bent slightly to meet his gaze. Leon's pride flared even through his ragged breaths. No, I don't accept it," he managed between pants. Rossweiss laughed, a light, mocking sound, and flicked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Really? Then get up and keep running." Her tail swished playfully as she watched him, thoroughly entertained. Just moments ago, he'd sworn to defeat her, and now? He could barely lift a finger. Sweat streaked down Leon's face as he scowled, wiping it away with a trembling hand. "Give me 2 days," he demanded, forcing the words out. "I'll beat you then." Rossweiss crouched beside him, propping her chin on her palm, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement. 2 days? She smirked. "You won't catch up to me in 2 years." Leon's temper flared. "Who says I can't?" he shouted, glaring up at her with fiery defiance. Rossweiss sauntered over, her tail flicking playfully before poking Leon's cheek. He scowled at her, too drained to even swat it away. A mischievous grin curled her lips as she leaned in. Well, Mr. Leon," she teased, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Our defeated opponent. Care to perform now? After all..." She paused, eyes glinting. "I love bath time. It keeps me fine." Leon's face went blank. She remembered. That stupid joke from that night. This whole race had been her revenge. Not only had she thoroughly bullied him back then, but now she'd humiliated him in front of the entire training ground. Gritting his teeth, he shoved himself upright, glaring at her. "You're really holding a grudge over that? You're gonna regret being this petty one day." Rossweiss merely turned her back, her tail swaying victoriously as she strode away. "Thanks for the advice," she called over her shoulder, voice light, "but I excel at holding grudges." And with that, she left him there, fuming, exhausted, and utterly outplayed. Rossweiss lifted a hand, beckoning Muen over with a playful smirk. "Muen, come here," she called. "Your dad's too weak. Mom will handle the rest of your training today." At her mother's voice, Muen bounded forward, her steps light and eager. "Yeah, Mom, wait for me!" She dashed to Rossweiss's side, nearly vibrating with excitement. Taking Muen's hand, Rossweiss began leading her away, until Muen suddenly remembered something. She spun around, flashing Leon a bright, innocent grin. "Dad, you're really weak. You should train harder, okay?" Leon stiffened, struck silent. His own daughter. Betrayed him. The words hit like a thunderbolt, shattering whatever dignity he had left. His jaw clenched, fists trembling at his sides. Was this how she saw him? Weak, pathetic? "Fortune ebbs and flows," he roared after them, shaking a furious fist. "Don't underestimate your old man." But Rossweiss didn't even glance back. She simply squeezed Muen's hand. Together, they strolled off, chatting brightly, as if Leon's outburst were nothing more than distant, irrelevant noise. Inside the Silver Dragon Queen's castle, everyone gathered in the grand dining hall for their meal. The long wooden table was laid with warm, crusty bread and a steaming pot of hearty stew, its aroma filling the air. Muen, Her face glowing with delight, scooped up a spoonful of the stew and turned to Leon with a playful glint in her eyes. Holding the spoon in front of his face like a mother coaxing a stubborn toddler, she said sweetly, "Daddy, open your mouth." Exhausted and running on fumes, Leon didn't even protest. He simply closed his eyes and obeyed, parting his lips as Muen gently fed him. The moment the stew touched his tongue, Leon managed a bite, then immediately collapsed forward, his forehead thunking against the wooden table with a dull thud. He lay there motionless, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, the spoon still hanging loosely from his mouth. Spent from the day's race, he savored the flavor slowly, his body finally surrendering to fatigue. "Dad?" Muen scooted closer, her voice tinged with concern. She watched him chew the spoon along with the stew and reached out quickly, trying to retrieve it before he accidentally swallowed the whole thing. Across the table, Rosweiss lifted a hand, her tone dry but not unkind. "You're old and weak," she said. "Stop pushing yourself so hard." Leon's brows drew together at Rosweiss's remark, a brief shadow of irritation passing over his face. Her words left a bitter aftertaste, and the memory of last night's homework made him squirm slightly in his seat. His muscles still throbbed from her merciless instruction, draining what little energy he had left. Slowly chewing his food, he muttered, "If I hadn't stayed up so late finishing it, I definitely would have beaten you today." Rosweisse let out a soft chuckle, placing her knife and fork down with deliberate grace before crossing her arms. With a smile that was equal parts amused and admonishing, she asked, "Oh? Then shall we continue your homework tonight?" Leon shot upright, all traces of fatigue vanishing as shock flickered across his face. The last thing he wanted was another brutal session under Rosweiss's unrelenting watch, where he'd be worked until he could barely move. Scrambling for an escape, he grabbed Muen and pulled her close, pressing her face against his cheek as he blurted, I already promised Muen I'd tell her a story tonight." Muen looked up at him, wide-eyed and puzzled. "Dad, did we really plan that?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. Leon froze, a strained smile tugging at his lips as panic set in. If Rosweisse caught on, she'd double the workload out of spite. Leaning down, he hissed through clenched teeth, "We didn't have plans before, but we do now." Rosweisse caught the flicker of nervousness in Leon's eyes and couldn't help but find it amusing. Still, she decided to spare him, for now. After finishing her meal, she stood with her usual elegance and offered them both a warm, parting smile. "Don't stay up too late," she said gently. "Make sure you get some rest." With that, she turned and exited the dining room, her graceful departure lifting the lingering pressure from the room. Leon let out a long breath, hand over his chest, as if to calm a racing heart. No homework tonight. At last, a chance to sleep without being run into the ground. Beside him, Muen, completely oblivious to the quiet battle that had just played out, waved cheerfully after Rosweisse. "Okay, Mom," she chirped with a bright grin. The castle hallway lay bathed in cool moonlight, its pale glow spilling through the arched windows and painting the stone floor in silver. Shadows stretched long and silent, lending the corridor an air of quiet mystery. Rosweisse walked alone, her footsteps echoing softly against the walls. The moonlight draped over her like a second skin, wrapping her in its ethereal embrace. The castle was still, no voices, no other steps, just the whisper of the night. Then she paused. A presence lingered behind her. She didn't need to turn to know who it was. "You can come out," she said calmly, glancing over her shoulder. A shadow detached itself from the darkness as a lithe figure vaulted through the window, landing soundlessly on the stone floor. It was Shirley, the spy Rosweisse had sent to track down Leon's missing master. Dressed in sleek, form-fitting attire suited for infiltration, Shirley moved with practiced stealth. She placed one hand over her heart, the other behind her back, and dipped into a respectful bow. "Your Majesty," she murmured. Rosweisse turned fully toward her agent, the moonlight casting a stark glow across the lower half of her face. Her gaze was sharp, unwavering. "Any news?" Shirley's expression gave nothing away as she began her report. "I located the house where Teg Lawrence and his wife once lived under assumed identities, but they moved out over a year ago and have since left the Empire." She paused, letting the information settle before continuing. "Before leaving, they donated all their possessions to the orphanage, their livestock too, given to neighbors. All of it. Except..." Rossweiss's brow creased, intrigued by the odd omission. "Except for a donkey," Shirley finished, her tone laced with disbelief. Her expression said it all. Of all the things the Teg couple might have kept, it was neither gold nor land, but a single, unremarkable donkey. Shirley continued, recalling the testimonies she'd gathered from their former neighbors. The couple treasured that animal. They even took it with them when they left. A memory flickered in Rossweiss's mind, Leon's voice recounting an old story. Could it be the same donkey he once spoke of? After absorbing the information, Rossweisse lowered her head in silent contemplation. After a long moment, she lifted her gaze to Shirley. "Continue tracking Teg's movements," she ordered. "Report any new developments immediately." Shirley gave a curt nod of acknowledgement. With a respectful bow, she replied, "Understood," before vanishing into the shadows as swiftly as she had appeared. Left alone, Rossweisse turned toward the arched windows where moonlight streamed through, illuminating her troubled expression. While she now knew Leon's master had abandoned his home, the motivations behind his sudden departure remained frustratingly unclear. There must be some purpose, she reasoned, some compelling reason that would drive a man to leave everything behind, even if that everything amounted to just a single donkey. Her eyes traced the moon's path across the night sky as she pondered the unanswered question. Why would Leon's master flee the Empire entirely? Several days later, on a bright weekend morning, sunlight bathed Silver Dragon Castle in golden warmth, draping its silver spires like a shimmering scarf. The pleasant weather coincided with Noah's return from school, the young dragon arriving at the castle gates in high spirits. A collective gasp echoed through Silver Dragon Castle. "A family sports meet?" Leon and Rossweisse exclaimed in unison, their eyebrows shooting up in perfect synchronization as they stared at Noah from their seats on the sofa. Noah remained composed, standing calmly before her surprised parents. "Yes," she confirmed. "The Academy is holding a family sports meet next week." Rossweisse leaned back in her seat, gaze drifting toward the ceiling as she rested her chin in her palm, lost in thought. Memories of her school days at St. High's Academy came rushing back, the roar of the crowd, the adrenaline of competition. "I used to compete in the sports festivals too," she murmured, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Though, back then, parents didn't attend." Noah gave a small nod. "It's a new initiative they're introducing," she explained casually. Beside her, Muen crunched on her snacks, eyes wide and gleaming with curiosity. "What place did you get in your sports festival, Mom?" she asked eagerly, already conjuring up images of her mother crossing finish lines in a blaze of victory. A glint of triumph lit up Rossweiss's eyes as she knelt down to meet Noah and Muen at eye level. With one hand gracefully hiding her smirk and the other raising a single confident finger, she announced, "First place, of course." Muen gasped, eyes going round as saucers. "Wow, Mommy's amazing," she squealed in delight. Noah said nothing. Then Muen's gaze shifted, curious and expectant, toward Leon. "What about you, Daddy?" Leon stood with arms folded, his expression unreadable. "I didn't place," he replied flatly. Muen's brows knit in confusion. That couldn't be right. Her dad could lift entire trees if he wanted to. "But how?" she asked, determined to uncover this puzzling injustice, her little fists clenched in resolve. Leon's lips curled into a smug smile as he closed his eyes. "My scores were so far ahead of second place that the Academy thought I must be cheating," he explained with a chuckle. They stopped including me in the official rankings. Muen blinked in confusion, her innocent mind struggling to comprehend. So, Dad cheated? She asked hesitantly. Without a word, Leon stepped forward and gave her forehead a gentle flick with his finger. Ouch! Muen yelped, tumbling backward onto her bottom from the light impact. Hands now planted firmly on his hips, Leon looked down at his daughter with mock sternness. Of course not, he declared. The academy eventually sent me the medals in private. I melted them down to make a gold bracelet for your grandmother. Muen rubbed her slightly stinging forehead, her wide eyes blinking up at Leon as she processed his explanation. Slowly, understanding dawned on her face, and she gave a small nod. She finally grasped why her father hadn't appeared in the official rankings. Rossweiss arched an eyebrow in surprise. She knew Leon better than anyone. This was the same man who obsessed over every competition's standings. I thought you lived for honors and championships, she remarked, her voice laced with disbelief. You actually melted them down? Leon let out a quiet huff, eyes still closed as he shook his head. His hands moved in a dismissive gesture, as if brushing away invisible trophies. What good is recognition if it has to be given in secret? He countered. I want medals I can wear proudly before the crowd, not tokens handed to me like some dirty secret. His voice carried an edge of pride mixed with frustration. He would accept nothing less than victory, earned in the open, before the eyes of all. Rossweiss turned to Noah, a curious smile playing on her lips. Are you planning to compete in the sports meet? She asked. Noah hesitated, brows furrowed in thought. After a brief silence, she lifted her chin with quiet determination. It's just for fun. The results don't affect our grades, she said at first. Then her gaze dropped to the floor, voice firming. But I still plan to take first place. She raised her head, eyes gleaming with quiet fire as she looked to Leon and Rossweiss. Her small fists clenched at her sides, shoulders squared with purpose. No further explanation was needed. She was ready to prove herself, to claim victory just as her parents once had. Leon watched his daughter's determined stance, a flicker of recognition settling in his eyes. That look. Noah's fierce resolve went beyond the usual ambition of a dragon. She carried the most unyielding traits of both her parents. His gaze shifted to Rossweiss, and in that brief glance, no words were necessary. They both saw it clearly. Noah was unmistakably theirs. A quiet understanding passed between them as their eyes met. Then, as if moved by the same thought, they each placed a steady, reassuring hand on Noah's shoulders, their touch warm with pride. Let's participate together, they said in unison, their voices harmonizing as one. Noah blinked in surprise, joy blooming across her face. She hadn't even dared to imagine that her parents would stand beside her in the competition. Nearby, Muen's tiny hands balled into excited fists, her bright eyes shining like stars. Noah, she chirped, bouncing on her toes. Muen wants to play too. The sheer enthusiasm in her voice could have powered the entire sports meet. Noah hesitated, her expression softening with regret. She lowered her gaze and gently explained, the sports meet only allows teams of 3. Muen's cheeks puffed out in a pout as she hung her head, her tiny shoulders slumping in disappointment. Yet, despite being left out, her determination flickered like a stubborn flame. She still longed to contribute in some way. Sensing her dejection, Leon moved to her side and placed a comforting hand atop her head. Muen, he said warmly, you can be our team's most important cheerleader. With your support, Dad, Mom, and Noah will perform even better. At Leon's words, Muen's eyes lit up like stars. Her earlier gloom vanished in a heartbeat as she threw her fists into the air, bouncing on her toes. Yeah, she cried out, beaming. Muen will cheer super hard for all of you. Leon chuckled and raised his own fist high, his grin infectious. Together we'll crush this competition. Yeah, Muen echoed, practically vibrating with excitement. Even Noah, though visibly flustered by the sudden burst of energy, hesitated only a moment before raising a shy fist of her own. Yeah. Behind them, Roswitha watched the scene unfold, arms crossed loosely. Her usual poise gave way to a soft, affectionate smile. Their energy was contagious and impossible not to love. Outside the training hall in the Silver Dragon Queen's castle, Leon took a long stride forward, sinking into a lunge. He braced his hand against his knee, stretching his leg muscles. This was part of his special training regimen, preparing for the upcoming family sports meet, now just a week away. As he stretched, Leon looked up and noticed a familiar figure approaching, Roswitha. Like him, she had risen early for training. Dressed in sleek athletic wear, her hair was pulled into a neat high ponytail. She walked with lively energy, raising her arms in a stretch that accentuated her slender frame. For a moment, Leon was caught off guard, not just by her sudden appearance, but by how striking she looked. He had always known the female dragon was practically a living mannequin, effortlessly pulling off anything she wore. After finishing her own stretches, Roswitha walked over to him. "The kids aren't even awake yet," she said. "Let's run a couple of laps first to warm up." Leon had been planning to exercise anyway, so he stood and nodded. "Sure, no problem." Side by side, they started a slow jog around the training ground. Since Leon had never participated in the Dragon Clan sports meet before, he wasn't sure what to expect. Glancing at Roswitha as they ran, he asked, "What kind of events are in the Dragon Clan Academy sports meet?" Roswitha kept her eyes forward as she answered, "When I participated, the events included endurance races, triathlons, sprints, high jump, long jump, and more." Leon let out a quiet chuckle. These were standard events, nothing he couldn't manage. With his eyes still closed, he replied offhandedly, "Sounds about the same as our own sports meets." His casual dismissal immediately drew Roswitha's ire. She turned sharply, her frown deepening as she fixed him with a piercing glare. "Don't underestimate it," she warned, her voice edged with steel. "The Dragon Clan sports meet is nothing like you think." Leon cast a sideways glance at Roswitha, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Placing a hand over his chest, he said with unmistakable pride, "We dragon slayers aren't as simple as you think." Roswitha began to pull ahead. With a sideways glance, she teased, "Really?" A few days ago, someone ran a few laps and then collapsed, unable to get back up. For a split second, Leon was stunned by her remark. Then, his cheeks puffed out, his face flushed red. Her words had clearly struck a nerve. Struggling to keep pace, he raised a hand and shouted, "That's because you made me do homework all night." Roswitha glanced over her shoulder and answered him with nothing but a smile. At that moment, Roswitha was struck by an idea. Still jogging in place, she spun around to face Leon, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "How about a little extra motivation?" she asked, her mind already weaving a devious plan. Leon looked up, intrigued, as she raised a finger. "If you take first place in the family sports meet," she proposed, "I'll give you a week's vacation." The moment the offer left her lips, Leon's eyes blazed with sudden intensity, stars of excitement shining in his gaze. A whole week of freedom. No Rossweisse, no extracurricular drills, no kids. The mere thought sent his heart racing. "Seriously?" he demanded, fists clenched in barely restrained anticipation. Rossweiss merely closed her eyes and gave a single regal nod. That was all the confirmation he needed. A surge of fire ignited in his chest. Eyes narrowed with determination, he clenched his fist and declared, "The champion of the Academy sports meet will be from our family." Before Rossweisse could blink, he blasted forward with newfound vigor, kicking up dust in his wake. She stood frozen mid-motion, watching as Leon became a blur of speed. Regaining her composure, Rossweisse couldn't suppress a smirk. "This trick is quite effective," she mused inwardly. Leon was so delightfully predictable. Leon trudged over to the worn bench beside the training field and collapsed onto it with a breathless, satisfied sigh. Sweat carved glistening trails down his face as he leaned forward, greedily gulping the cool morning air, which smelled of dew and fresh beginnings. Rossweisse strolled up behind him, her steps unhurried, her breathing smooth and measured despite the run. "Feeling warmed up?" she asked, a teasing note in her voice as she eyed his flushed cheeks. "Muscles all awake?" Leon's head snapped up, fatigue vanishing in a blink. He shot to his feet in one swift motion, energy crackling through him like a live wire. "Awake?" He grinned, fists pumping. "I feel like I just swallowed a black dragon's core." Rossweisse gave a small, satisfied smile and turned to their gear bag. She rifled through it with practiced ease, eventually pulling out a brown rope. Holding it up, she ran it through her fingers like a craftsman testing their finest tool. "This year's competition is team-based," she said, carefully straightening the cord. "The events could throw anything at us. It's not just about raw strength anymore. We'll need absolute coordination." With a flick of her wrist, she shaped the rope into a flawless loop. Morning sunlight caught the woven strands, gleaming as she set up their first true exercise of the day. Leon's gaze locked onto the rope, and he froze. The image of last night's homework session flashed through his mind, bringing with it a phantom ache and a ripple of dread. His arms folded defensively across his chest as he instinctively took a step back. "Wait, hold on," he blurted, voice cracking as he eyed the rope with suspicion. "What exactly are you planning with that? Haven't you had enough fun playing strict teacher already, and now you're adding bondage to the curriculum?" Rossweiss's mouth parted in stunned silence, her expression flickering through shock, disbelief, and finally landing on sheer exasperation, all in the span of 3 seconds. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "Have you never heard of a 3-legged race? Or is your imagination only good for coming up with absurd scenarios?" A flush crept up the back of Leon's neck as the weight of his mistake sank in. He looked away, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grimace. "Right. Yeah, I've, seen it before. At the Dragon Slayer Academy." Rossweisse handed him the rope with a sigh that sounded like it was doing heavy lifting. "Good. Then you'll know this is just the basics. We're starting with synchronized movement." Leon accepted the rope, his shoulders easing now that the imagined horrors had been dispelled. "Oh, okay," he muttered, his grip firming as he prepared for the drill, considerably more grounded and slightly embarrassed. Leon secured the rope around his and Rossweiss's leg, the knot pulling them snugly together. As he straightened up, the forced closeness made him tense. Placing a hand on his hip, he cast a sideways glance at her, silently groaning. "She's way too close. This is so awkward." Meanwhile, Rossweisse stood calmly beside him, arms crossed and eyes closed, completely unfazed by their shared tether, as if the proximity didn't bother her in the slightest. Dismissing the awkward closeness between himself and the Silver Dragon Queen, Leon stood beside Rossweisse, gaze fixed straight ahead. "Let's finish practicing quickly," he muttered, determined to move things along. Rossweisse remained silent, her posture relaxed, eyes still closed, serene and unbothered, as if nothing in the world could rattle her. Leon lifted his leg to take a step, only to jolt to a stop as Rosweiss's tied leg remained stubbornly still. He shot her an exasperated glare. "What's the holdup? Move already!" Rosweisse cracked one eye open, her face etched with irritation. "You didn't say where we're going," she replied coolly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or am I supposed to read your mind now?" Leon let out a sharp sigh and jabbed a finger toward a grassy patch nearby. "Over there. The lawn. If you fall, it won't hurt as much." Leon stepped forward again, but the abrupt movement caused the rope around their legs to tighten uncomfortably. Rosweisse immediately took a step back with her free foot, her brow twitching. "Hey, don't squeeze me." Thrown off balance by her words, Leon stumbled slightly, flailing his arms outward in exaggerated circles as he tried to steady himself. "You squeezed me," he shot back defensively. After a brief, awkward struggle, punctuated by muttered complaints and barely suppressed grunts, they finally stumbled onto the grass. Both dropped into running stances, fists clenched, but the air between them was heavier than the rope tying them together. Leon narrowed his eyes, voice sharp with focus. "Let me make one thing clear. Don't slow me down." Rosweisse let out a dry, mocking laugh. "Thanks. That was a great way to start my morning, with a joke." As they crouched into their starting positions, the tension between them crackled like static. Leon took a breath and began the countdown. Rosweisse, eyes locked ahead, radiated sharp focus and steely resolve. At the signal, she launched forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly surging past Leon. The unexpected burst of speed jerked the rope tight, yanking him off balance before he could even plant his first step. His eyes widened in disbelief, stunned by her sheer strength. Rosweisse, utterly focused, seemed to have forgotten they were tethered together. Her powerful strides stretched the rope to its limit, leaving Leon flailing behind her like a rag doll caught in a windstorm. "Stop!" Leon's bellow shattered the morning calm, echoing through the trees. A flock of birds erupted from the canopy above, wings beating furiously as if scolding the pair for disturbing their peaceful dawn. After finally coming to a halt, Leon crouched down and began retying the rope that had loosened when Rosweisse surged ahead without matching his pace. Irritation evident in his voice, he muttered, "Do you even know what teamwork means?" Rosweisse gave a visible shudder of annoyance, placing one hand on her hip and shutting her eyes with a sigh. Once the knot was secure, Leon stood, brushed the dirt from his hands, and clapped them together, exhaling sharply, as if trying to shake off more than just dust. Rosweisse turned toward him then, a sly glint flashing in her silver eyes. "You're so big," she drawled. "Why can't you keep up with me?" Leon merely shrugged, unimpressed. "I'm not bothering with you," he replied coolly, refusing to rise to the bait. Leon turned to face Rosweisse, determined to bring some order to their chaotic coordination. "All right, we need to move together," he said firmly. "How about this? On 1, we step with the outer leg. On 2, we step with the leg that's tied. Got it?" Rosweisse closed her eyes, raising a brow in mild disinterest. "I understand," she replied coolly, almost dismissively. Without another word, Leon suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. His hand came to rest against the curve of her pale, slender side. Rosweisse's eyes snapped open, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. She looked down at the unexpected contact, momentarily stunned into silence by his bold, unannounced move. The sudden closeness sent a jolt through Rosweisse's body. Her cheeks flared crimson as she spun toward him, her silver eyes wide with startled confusion. You... The word caught in her throat, half-formed and breathless, her usual composure crumbling under the weight of the unexpected contact. Leon met her flustered glare with calm, almost clinical indifference, his grip steady around her waist. "This'll reduce the distance between us," he said matter-of-factly, giving her side a slight squeeze for emphasis. "It'll make it easier to adjust our center of gravity and move in sync." Rossweiss's gaze dropped to where his fingers rested against her skin, her heartbeat pounding so loudly she was certain he could hear it. Every inch of her felt hypersensitive to the warmth radiating between them. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she gave the faintest nod. "Go ahead." With Leon's steady count guiding them, Rossweisse began to move in perfect time, each step carefully mirrored. At first, their strides were halting, their balance shaky as they adjusted to one another's rhythm. But gradually, step by step, the awkwardness faded. Their movements smoothed, bodies adapting, learning to move as a single unit. Above them, the sun climbed steadily, casting golden light across the training grounds. The morning sun bathed the grass in brilliant greens and lit the forest canopy ablaze with warmth and color. That same light washed over Leon and Rossweisse, their synchronized steps gleaming beneath it, a quiet but striking testament to their growing harmony. To improve Leon's physical endurance, Rossweisse had devised a personalized and merciless training regimen. Among its highlights, 500 push-ups daily with an added twist. Perched elegantly atop his back, Rossweisse counted each rep with exaggerated cheer, her tail swaying like a playful whip. 1, 2, 3, she sang, perfectly balanced while Leon's arms shook violently beneath her. You damn dragon, Leon growled between gritted teeth, his breath ragged. "You're enjoying this." Just as his strength was about to fail him completely, Rossweisse suddenly slid off his back and lay down beneath him, gazing up with a mischievous grin. Her silver eyes gleamed with teasing intent. "Careful now," she purred. "If you collapse, you'll end up kissing me." Leon froze mid-push-up, his entire body going rigid. "Like hell I will," he barked. With a final surge of pride-fueled fury, he roared and powered through the last few agonizing reps. At last, it was over. Leon dropped face first onto the ground, limbs sprawled uselessly, chest heaving like he'd been through war. "I see the afterlife," he gasped, his soul teetering on the edge. Rossweisse hopped to her feet with a graceful spin, clearly unfazed. With a wink and a playful toss of her hair, she declared, "And just like that, today's 500 push-ups are complete." On Saturday, St. Hy's Academy's inaugural Family Sports Day kicked off as planned. As a new initiative, the school had pulled out all the stops, facilities were top tier, and the spacious venues were built to accommodate dragons with ease. The stands were overflowing with families from various dragon clans. Some waved excitedly, others shouted encouragement, and many proudly held up handmade signs in support of their competing loved ones. At the lectern, Vice Principal Wilson adjusted the microphone, cleared his throat, and declared, "The first ever St. Hy's Academy Family Parent-Child Sports Day officially begins." Thunderous applause erupted from the stands in response. Among the crowd sat Muen and Anna. Muen clutched a pair of bright red pom-poms, shaking them with all her might. "Go, Dad! Go, Mom! Go, Noah!" she cheered. Beside her, Anna waved her own pom-poms, her voice joining Muen's in a chorus of support that echoed through the stadium. On the commentary stage sat a familiar figure, Amelia, her long blue hair cascading elegantly around her shoulders, accented by her signature hair accessory. She wore a stylish pink dress and broadcast headphones shaped like bunny ears, adding her trademark charm. With a bright smile, she waved to the crowd. "Hello, everyone. I'm Amelia, your favorite commentator for today's big event," she announced with infectious enthusiasm. "I'll be bringing you live coverage of all the action, so don't blink. You won't want to miss a moment." The first event of the day was a relay race, with each family fielding a team of 3 dragons, including at least one current student. As Amelia began explaining the rules, participants moved to their designated spots on the track, their energy palpable as they readied themselves for the upcoming challenge. Dressed in matching sleek purple athletic gear, Leon, Roswisa, and Noah stood among the competitors. Leon and Roswisa moved through their warm-ups with practiced ease, stretching in smooth, measured motions. Noah, full of youthful intensity, launched into sharp, explosive jumps, her focus razor-sharp as she prepared to represent her family. The relay race covered a total of 3,000 meters, with each dragon responsible for running a 1,000-meter leg. Victory would go to the family team that completed the course in the shortest time. Nearby, 3 dragons from the Electric Dragon clan stood tall in vibrant orange sportswear, their confident grins and focused eyes radiating certainty. They were here to win, and they knew it. Just then, the referee, clad in a crisp red jacket and matching hat, stepped forward and raised a horn in one hand. "Distribute number stickers now," he called through his megaphone. Competitors moved swiftly, collecting their assigned number stickers and affixing them to their uniforms. At the referee's signal, one member from each family stepped forward to retrieve their team's number cards, the final step before taking their places on the starting line. After retrieving the number stickers, Noah hurried back to Leon and Roswisa, clutching 3 cards labeled 7, 8, and 9. Without hesitation, she handed the number 7 sticker to Roswisa. "Mom, you'll run first. I'll take the second leg," she explained. Roswisa leaned forward slightly to accept the sticker, a soft, knowing smile forming on her lips. "Of course," she said with a nod, her voice calm and assured. Noah then turned to Leon, but her steps faltered. Leon, you'll run third," she said, stumbling over the word. The near slip hung in the air for a heartbeat, her eyes lowering as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Avoiding his gaze, she quickly extended the last number card to him, silent and flustered. Leon let out a soft chuckle as he bent down to take the card, his expression gentle. "Naturally," he said, his tone reassuring. Noah kept her composure as best she could, quickly turning away to conceal the faint blush rising on her cheeks. She refused to meet his gaze again, determined to keep her flustered state under control. But Leon had noticed. He'd clearly caught the slip. Did she almost call me Dad? The thought echoed in his mind, and a quiet warmth bloomed in his chest. "I wouldn't mind hearing that again," he mused, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Their moment was cut short by the referee's booming voice echoing across the field. "All contestants to your positions. The race will begin shortly." Roswisa, now wearing her number 7 card proudly on her chest, turned to face her family. "I'll be starting here," she said, motioning toward her assigned lane. "You two should head to your relay spots." Leon rose to his feet, meeting Roswisa's gaze with a calm, steady nod. No words were exchanged, none were needed. Years of unspoken understanding passed between them in that single look. Roswisa returned the gesture with quiet resolve, her fingers tightening around the baton. With a confident flick of the relay stick in Noah's direction, she said, "Don't worry. I'll be the first to get this baton into your hands." Noah responded with a quick, silent nod, but the spark in her eyes said it all. She'd heard her mother loud and clear, and she was ready. Leon walked alongside Noah toward the second relay point, both of them quietly flexing their wrists, mentally preparing for the race ahead. Yet, an unspoken tension lingered between them, a subtle distance that neither seemed ready to cross. The silence stretched on, long and quiet, like the track they would soon face. When they arrived, the referee's voice cut through the hum of the crowd. "Second leg runners, assemble here." Around them, dragons of all ages took their places, some trading last-minute words of encouragement, others waving to families stationed at the next exchange point. Leon knelt in front of Noah, gently pressing her number sticker onto her chest. "I'll be waiting at the final stretch," he said softly, his voice low but steady. "Be careful. Don't overdo it." Noah responded with a small, composed nod. Then, to her surprise, Leon smiled. Curling his hand into a fist, he held it out to her. "How about a little encouragement for your dad?" Noah's cheeks flushed. She glanced away, clearly flustered, but only for a moment. "Okay," she murmured, then raised her small fist and bumped it gently against his. In that fleeting moment, as their eyes met and a quiet smile passed between them, the distance that had lingered between them seemed to vanish, if only for a heartbeat. Something unspoken had shifted, a bond growing stronger with each silent heartbeat. The crowd in the stands gradually hushed, the air thick with anticipation, as the first runners stepped up to their marks. The arena, once buzzing with excitement, settled into a still, focused calm, an atmosphere painted with silent resolve. Rossweisse moved to her lane with effortless poise, her every step deliberate and sharp. Lowering herself into the starting position, she bent her knees and pressed her palms firmly against the track. With a steady exhale, she grounded herself, every breath, every muscle tuned for the race ahead. In the stands, Muen's red pom-poms shook with barely restrained excitement as she shouted, "Mom! You've got this!" Her voice pierced the rising tension, a spark of encouragement in the hushed arena. On the track, the referee raised one hand high, a swirling fireball forming at his fingertips, its heat rippling in the air. Gripping his megaphone with the other, he gave the booming command, "Competitors ready." Rossweisse's eyes locked on the lane before her, her body coiled like a spring. Every muscle tightened with focus, her mind honed in on the moment, calm, sharp, unshakable. With a thunderous boom, the fireball shot into the sky and burst into a cascade of dazzling sparks, the explosive signal that launched the race. In that electrifying instant, every runner surged forward, bodies coiled with power and unleashed in a blur of motion. The track ignited with speed. Rossweisse became a force of nature, legs driving like pistons, posture razor-sharp, every movement fluid and precise. To the roaring crowd, she looked like a silver comet streaking down her lane, her form trailing after images in her wake. On the commentary platform, Amelia shot to her feet, voice bursting with excitement. "Look at that start! Rossweisse is moving like lightning out there. What explosive acceleration! We're witnessing sheer dominance in these opening seconds." And the seventh runner, Rossweisse of the Silver Dragon clan, surges into the lead with a commanding gap. Amelia's voice echoed through the arena. "But wait, there's a challenger gaining ground." Rossweisse's sharp gaze flicked sideways, just enough to catch a flash of orange in her peripheral vision. The Electric Dragon, contestant number 10 from the Electric Dragon clan, was closing in fast. Her expression was steely, her stride relentless, matching Rossweisse's blistering pace, step for step. On the sidelines, Leon's brows shot up in genuine surprise. "A dragon who can keep up with Rossweisse's speed?" he muttered under his breath. Beside him, a burly dragon let out a low chuckle, arms crossed over his chest, a grin tugging at his lips. Of course, speed isn't the sole domain of the Silver Dragons. Leon's jaw tightened. That smug tone, that cocky smirk, it was all too familiar. It reeked of the electric dragons he'd faced on the battlefield. Elusive, fast-talking opponents who danced around with feints and retreats rather than relying on real power. Typical electric dragon arrogance, he thought, shooting the stranger a cold, sidelong glare. Not much muscle, but they sure know how to run. Then, in a flash, the balance on the track shifted. Rossweisse and the Electric Dragon's race turned, the clash of speed suddenly escalating into something far more intense. "Incredible! Contestant number 10 has just overtaken Rossweisse." Amelia's voice rang out across the stadium, crackling with energy as the big screen lit up with a clear image of the Electric Dragon surging ahead, nearly 2 body lengths in front. Number 10 leaned deeper into her sprint, her every movement sharpening with sudden intensity. It was as if she'd been conserving her strength until now, unleashing her full power in a perfectly timed burst. But Rosweiss didn't falter. Though briefly outpaced, she adjusted her rhythm with razor-sharp precision, her silver figure trailing close behind like a shadow. Her eyes locked onto number 10's back, unwavering, waiting, calculating, ready to strike when the perfect moment came to reclaim the lead. Up in the commentary booth, Amelia wasn't alone. Seated beside her was an elderly man with neatly combed gray hair, the esteemed chairman of the family sports competition. He watched the unfolding race with quiet composure, his sharp eyes tracking every movement on the field. Amelia turned to him, microphone poised. "We've got an electrifying duel on our hands, Silver Dragon speed versus Electric Dragon agility. Chairman, who do you think will reach the exchange zone first?" The old dragon lifted his teacup with elegant precision, taking a slow, thoughtful sip. Then, with a faint, knowing smile, he replied, "Until that baton changes hands, this race is still anyone's to win." As contestant number 10 maintained her lead, the dragon beside Leon's smirk deepened, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "Entertaining as this is," he remarked, his tone dripping with thinly veiled sarcasm, "it only highlights the natural superiority of certain dragon races. With my wife so far ahead, I'd say the outcome is pretty obvious, don't you think?" Leon bit back an eye roll, the boast grating on his nerves. Through clenched teeth, he forced out a tight, clipped response. "Your wife is impressive." The brown-haired dragon puffed his chest with pride, nodding enthusiastically. "Exactly. My wife is truly exceptional." He closed his eyes, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, as though he could already envision the championship trophy in their hands. But then, his gaze flicked back to Leon, and the confident grin faltered. A frown creased his brow, and he muttered under his breath, "Wait, that doesn't seem right." Leon, unfazed, remained perfectly composed. Leaning back with his arms crossed, he closed his eyes, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He was completely unbothered by his companion's earlier gloating. Though his back was turned to the screen, Leon's confidence never wavered. A quiet fire lit his eyes as he murmured, "But my wife, she's on another level." Out on the track, Rosweiss's gaze narrowed with razor-sharp focus. Then, in a single explosive burst, she unleashed the full force of her strength, legs hammering into the ground with relentless precision. The sudden surge caught Chase completely off guard. One moment Rosweiss had been trailing just behind her. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was flying past, a silver blur kicking up dust in her wake. Chase's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The lead she'd worked so hard to build was gone in an instant. Where did that power come from? She pushed harder, but her legs felt heavy, her pace faltering under the weight of exhaustion. Rosweiss, now pulling ahead with ease, caught the sound of her opponent's ragged breathing. A faint smirk curved her lips. "The wind resistance is brutal, isn't it?" she whispered into the rush of air. She had studied Chase's form carefully, noting her burst start tendency, and now, right when fatigue hit hardest, Rosweiss made her move. Each stride widened the gap, her pace a masterclass in timing and technique. Chase's early lead had all but vanished, and now she struggled just to hold her ground. Rosweiss, relentless and untouchable, rocketed toward the second relay point like a silver streak across the sky. Victory was within reach, and she wasn't letting go. The commentator's voice surged with excitement as the race took a thrilling turn. What a stunning shift! Contestant number 7, Rosweiss, was drafting behind her opponent to conserve energy, and now she's unleashing an explosive burst of speed in the final 100 meters. Ahead, Noah's figure came into view, poised and ready at the exchange point. With flawless timing, she reached back, arm extended with the precision of countless practice runs, just as Rosweiss closed the gap with powerful final strides. "The first baton exchange goes to the Silver Dragon team," the commentator announced, as Rosweiss passed the baton in a single, fluid motion. In one seamless transfer, Noah shot forward, launching ahead with blistering momentum, long before most of the other runners even reached their handoff zones. Moments later, Chase completed her exchange with contestant number 11. "Now the real question," the commentator continued, voice brimming with suspense. "Can Dean from the Electric Dragon clan catch up to Noah?" Back at the sideline, Rosweisa stood catching her breath, chest rising and falling as she watched her daughter sprint ahead with practiced confidence. A soft smile curved her lips, her fists tightening, not from exhaustion now, but from a deep, glowing pride. But Rosweisa's focus had already shifted, her gaze drifting to the far end of the field, where Leon stood at the third relay point, waiting. Across the distance, their eyes met. Leon gave her a proud thumbs up, his smile radiating admiration. He had seen it all, her relentless pursuit, the precise timing of her surge, and the flawless baton pass to Noah. She had given everything in that stretch, and he knew it. No words passed between them, but the message was clear. Rosweis tightened her fist and raised it high in silent acknowledgement. "Your turn now." Amelia's voice echoed through the speakers. "Let's turn our attention back to the family race. Our second runners are already on the track," she called, stirring the crowd into a fresh wave of cheers. Rosweisa stood at the handoff zone, hands on her hips, letting out a soft gasp. She remained still, her gaze fixed on Noah as she pulled farther ahead with each stride. Despite having just finished her leg of the race, there wasn't the slightest hint of fatigue on her face. If anything, she looked invigorated, like the run had only awakened something in her. Behind her, the other runners were just now staggering to a stop. Doubled over and gasping for air, they fought to steady their breathing. Sweat clung to their brows as they looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. "Why is the dragon ahead running so fast?" one of them managed to say between heaving breaths. "I'm already wiped out." The relay race unfolded on the massive screen overlooking the playground, the live broadcast gripping the crowd with anticipation. Leading the charge were two runners, Noah from the 8th team and Dean from the 11th. Noah held the baton firmly, her gaze locked straight ahead, every stride sharp with purpose. Just behind her, Dean closed the gap with steady, relentless pace. Though he'd started a step behind, he refused to let the distance widen. Like a shadow, He matched Noah's rhythm, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. Just as Noah carved out a small lead, Dean seized his moment. With a sudden surge, he exploded forward, his long legs pounding the track in wide, powerful strides. In a matter of seconds, he closed the distance and blew past her with ease. Casting a quick glance over his shoulder, he shot her a cocky grin. "Ha! Bye-bye, short-legged dragon," he called, his voice laced with smug sarcasm. Noah's eyes darted sideways, catching sight of Dean now pulling ahead. A flash of surprise crossed her face, quickly chased by irritation. Her jaw clenched, brow furrowing as determination took hold. "I can't let him get too far," she told herself. Rossweisse had given her a strong head start. There was no way she'd let it slip away. Drawing from a deeper reserve, Noah lengthened her stride, her movements tightening with renewed purpose. Slowly but surely, she began to reel him back in. In the stands, Muen spotted her streaking past and shot up from her seat. She pumped her pom-poms furiously in the air, her voice cutting through the rising noise of the crowd. "Go, Noah!" she shouted with everything she had, her cheers riding the wind like a battle cry. Amelia turned to the chairman, raising a hand as she posed her question. "Dean clearly has the edge. He's older, taller. Do you think Noah will struggle to keep up because of that?" He gave a small smile, lifting his teacup for a calm sip before letting out a low chuckle. "Until the very end," he said, "nothing is set in stone." Just then, the race reached a thrilling new phase. Amelia's voice crackled with excitement as she addressed the crowd. "Look, 2 runners have just rounded the final bend and are launching into their final sprint. While the others are still pushing from behind, Noah and Dean are already tearing toward the 3rd relay point, their fathers now coming into view." Leon and the electric dragon standing beside him turned in unison, arms reaching back, ready to receive the baton. On the track, Noah and Dean flew forward side by side, neither yielding, each determined to be first. "Neck and neck," Amelia exclaimed. "The question now is, who will make the handoff first?" Then, with a sudden burst of speed, Dean surged ahead by a few strides. He stretched out his arm and placed the baton firmly into his father's hand. The instant it touched his grip, Dean's father launched forward like a bullet, tearing down the track. Noah, just a few steps behind, reached Leon without breaking stride. She passed the baton cleanly, and Leon grabbed it in one smooth motion before springing into action, his eyes locked on the brown-haired dragon racing ahead. Amelia's voice rang out over the speakers, breaking down the moment for the crowd. Dean takes the lead, completing the handoff with a narrow edge, but Noah doesn't miss a beat. She nails the pass, and now Leon is on the chase. Rossweisse stood by the 3rd relay point, waiting on the sun-drenched lawn. As Noah approached with slow, weary steps, her head hung low, the weight of disappointment heavy on her shoulders. "Mom, I'm sorry," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wasted the lead you gave me." But there was no scolding, no trace of frustration in Rossweisse's expression. Instead, she knelt to Noah's level, a warm smile softening her face. She reached out, gently running her fingers through Noah's hair. "Noah, you did wonderfully," she said. "Your opponent is older, stronger. That's nothing you should blame yourself for." Her eyes sparkled with quiet encouragement as she added, "Now how about we go cheer your dad on at the finish line?" Noah hesitated, swallowing the last bit of frustration, then nodded. Her mother's words settled over her like a gentle breeze, lifting the weight from her chest as the two turned to watch the race's final leg unfold. The brown-haired dragon charged ahead, riding the momentum of his son's earlier lead, but Leon wasn't letting him go easily. His gaze was locked, steady and unshaken, his stride powerful and relentless. From the stands, Muen sprang to her feet, pom-poms flailing in the air. "Go, Dad! You've got this!" she cried, her voice slicing through the roar of the crowd. Catching a glimpse of Leon still giving chase, the brown-haired dragon threw a cocky grin over his shoulder. 5 seconds, he called out, That's how bad I'm about to bury you." Leon's jaw tightened, eyes narrowing in irritation. But before he could snap back, the dragon pumped his legs harder, laughing thunderously as he surged forward. The distance between them began to grow. A low growl built in Leon's throat. "Bastard. Don't underestimate me." He couldn't afford to lose, not when his freedom, his long-awaited vacation, was riding on this, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. On the stadium's towering screen, both runners blazed forward, their speeds neck and neck, muscles straining as they fought for every inch. Neither showed signs of backing down, the finish line still up for grabs. Amelia's voice crackled over the loudspeakers, her excitement palpable. "The race is at its peak. Our 12th runner, Gordon, and 9th runner, Leon, are still accelerating. Who will seize the championship title?" And as if on cue, the chairman, ever the sage, leaned into his mic and repeated his trademark line. "Remember, until the final moment arrives, the outcome remains unwritten." Meanwhile, Roswisa and Noah had reached the edge of the track near the finish line. Noah cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted with everything she had, "Go, Dad! Do your best!" The word "Dad" pierced through the noise like a lightning bolt. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Noah never called him that. But the sound of it, full of raw, unguarded affection, hit him square in the heart. In an instant, his fatigue seemed to vanish. Noah's voice crashed through him like a wave, flooding his limbs with energy. His muscles reignited with power. His stride grew longer, faster. His eyes sharpened, a confident grin spreading across his face. If Noah's counting on me, then losing isn't an option. With a sudden burst of speed, Leon surged forward, erasing the distance between himself and Gordon in the blink of an eye. In seconds, he was right beside him. As he drew even, Leon shot his rival a smug, sideways smirk. "Did you really think you could leave me behind?" Gordon's head snapped toward him, eyes flaring with disbelief. How? Leon wasn't just matching his pace, he was still gaining, inching forward with every stride. A scowl carved its way across Gordon's face. "No one outruns me. No one." But the truth was plain. If this keeps up, he's going to pass me. Teeth clenched, Gordon's mind scrambled. "Fine. You brought this on yourself." Then, as the referees and other racers focused elsewhere, Gordon made his move. A low crackle of lightning flared at his shoulder, subtle but deadly, magic pulsing just beneath the surface. He edged closer to Leon, just one touch. That's all it would take, a jolt strong enough to cripple, to knock Leon out of the race. But Leon wasn't easily fooled. A seasoned dragon slayer, his instincts flared the moment magic crackled in the air. His eyes flicked down, just in time to catch the telltale spark at Gordon's shoulder. "So that's how you want to play?" Without missing a beat, Leon slammed his foot into the ground and exploded forward, narrowly dodging the bolt of lightning. But he didn't just evade. He countered. As he kicked off, his foot raked through the track, sending a sharp spray of dirt and sand flying straight into Gordon's face. If Gordon wanted to play dirty, Leon was more than ready. Gordon's eyes snapped wide. He dodged it? The next second, a gritty cloud blasted into his face. "Ah! Damn it!" he yelled, staggering as he clenched his eyes shut. The sand stung like fire, blinding him mid-stride. Already thrown off balance from his failed attack, his footing faltered. His right leg clipped his left, and with no time to recover, he crashed face first into the track. Leon didn't look back. Fueled by fury and fire, he surged ahead, a streak of pure resolve tearing toward the finish line. Amelia's voice echoed through the stadium speakers, sharp with excitement. "Gordon is down! Leon surges ahead and he crosses the finish line!" Leon burst through the red ribbon, arms flung wide, a triumphant grin stretching across his face. "The Melkvi family takes the championship in this year's relay race," Amelia declared as the crowd erupted, cheers and applause shaking the stands. Wasting no time, Leon turned and sprinted toward Rosweiss and Noah, hands raised in victory. They rushed to meet him, faces glowing with joy. Laughing, Leon swept Noah into his arms, spinning her once before pulling her into a tight embrace. "What was that you shouted for me earlier?" he asked, breathless, his smile still radiant. Noah's cheeks turned pink. She glanced away, flustered. "Daddy," she murmured, barely audible over the roar of the crowd. Leon's heart clenched, warmth flooding through him. He pressed his cheek against hers, nuzzling her gently. "That sounds perfect," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. "Say it again." Noah ducked her head, a tiny smile tugging at her lips. Maybe if you win first place in the whole sports meet." Rossweisse had clearly noticed the clash between Leon and Gordon as they raced toward the finish line. She hurried over to Leon, concern etched on her face. "Are you hurt?" she asked. Leon gently set Noah down and turned to her with a calm nod. "I'm okay. For now," he assured her. Meanwhile, Gordon's wife, Chase, supported her limping husband as they made their way to the referee's seat near the playground. His clothes were stained and rumpled from the fall, leaving him looking battered and frustrated. Dean trailed behind them, his expression clouded with worry. Fury burning in his eyes, Gordon jabbed a finger toward Leon and yelled at the referee, "I'm reporting him. He cheated, threw sand in my face at the last second. That's a serious foul." Leon, equally angered by the baseless accusation, crossed his arms and shot Gordon a sharp glare. "Oh? Since when did you become the first to complain?" He pointed directly at Gordon, laying bare the truth. "He tried to sneak attack me during the sprint. Look closely. There are still electric burn marks on his shoulder to prove it." Gordon stiffened, momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Leon to catch on to his underhanded tactic. Meanwhile, Leon folded his arms, swaying slightly with an exaggerated air of innocence. Turning to the referee, he lowered his voice to a plaintive tone. "I was just terrified at the moment and ran as fast as I could. Maybe some dust kicked up accidentally. Can you really blame me?" Though the referee found Leon's performance a bit over the top, he couldn't deny the logic behind the defense. "Please cooperate with the inspection," he said, stepping toward Gordon to examine the supposed electric burns. Panic flashed across Gordon's face. He took a hesitant step back, stammering, "Wait." Chase, fuming, stepped forward sharply. "My husband was the one injured. Why are you checking him instead?" Just as the argument reached an impasse, a stern, authoritative voice cut through the tension. "What's going on here?" Leon and Rossweisse had turned to see an elderly dragon approaching, flanked by two imposing bodyguards. His silver-white hair and beard contrasted with eyes burning bright with unwavering energy. Clad in a long robe bearing Gordon's team colors, he radiated undeniable authority. Saul, chairman of the arbitration committee and leader of the Electric Dragon clan. Gordon approached the Electric Clan leader, Saul, and leaned in to mutter something, his finger subtly jabbing in Leon's direction. The intent was clear, trouble brewing beneath hushed words. Catching sight of the exchange, Leon tilted his head toward Rosweise, who stood beside him with her arms crossed. In a low voice, he asked, "That old guy, he with the electric dragons too?" Rosweise didn't answer. She remained silent, gaze steady, arms still folded, watching the conversation unfold, without a word. After spinning a heavily embellished tale for his clan leader, Gordon exchanged smug glances with Chase. With Saul being the one presiding over the competition, they were certain he'd take their side, especially with a few convenient lies. Once he hears this, Leon's getting disqualified for sure, Gordon thought, inwardly gloating. There's no way he won't back his own clan. But to their surprise, Saul didn't act immediately. Instead, he signaled to a nearby referee and ordered a crystal ball to be brought forward. Together with the officials, he reviewed the race footage. Saul looked at Gordon, his expression cold and unimpressed. After thorough review with the referees, it's been determined that you, contestant number 12, are guilty of committing a foul. As per the rules, your family is disqualified from this event, and all previous scores will be invalidated. The verdict hit like a lightning strike. Gordon, Chase, and Dean stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Disqualification hadn't even crossed their minds, yet here it was, stripping them from the competition entirely. Gordon's face contorted in disbelief. "What?" he shouted, unable to accept the verdict that had just fallen from his own clan leader's lips. His hands trembled as he reached for Saul, desperation thick in his voice. "Chief, please, wait. This has to be a mistake." But Saul saw straight through him. He knew exactly what Gordon was trying to pull, twist the truth to sway the outcome. His eyes flared with fury as he leveled a searing glare at Gordon and barked, "Silence!" The command cracked like a whip, and Gordon flinched, shrinking back as fear clamped his throat shut. Saul's anger was unmistakable. He may have shared blood and clan with Gordon, but cheating was a stain he wouldn't tolerate. Without another glance at his disgraced subordinate, Saul turned and made his way toward Leon and Rosweise, his cane tapping lightly against the ground. Stopping before them, he offered a respectful nod, his voice measured and grave. "I sincerely apologize that a member of my clan has brought dishonor and trouble to your family, Melkvi," he said. "This will not happen again." Rosweise accepted Saul's apology with composed poise rather than hostility. A faint, courteous smile tugged at her lips as she responded, "Chief Saul, I trust you'll discipline your people accordingly. Thankfully, my husband was vigilant enough to avoid harm this time." Then, her tone sharpened, her gaze steady. "But if he had been injured, I assure you, an apology would not have been enough." Beside her, Leon crossed his arms and gave a silent nod of agreement, eyes closed but his stance firm, reinforcing her warning without a word. Saul caught the weight of her meaning instantly. His expression darkened, and he shot a chilling glare at Gordon. "Understood," he said curtly. "They'll face the consequences once we return." Under that piercing gaze, Gordon withered. "Chief," he tried to protest, but the word dissolved weakly in his throat, swallowed by his own dread. Leon leaned in slightly, his tone playful as he remarked, "My, how generous of you, wife." Rosweise sighed, preparing to correct him with her usual composure. "Most dragon clans know better than to behave like those arrogant fools from the Crimson Flame Dragon Clan. Basic courtesy requires—" But then she paused, her words catching. She angled away from him, one eye narrowing in suspicion. "Wait a moment. Who are you calling wife? Don't address me so intimately." Leon chuckled, thoroughly entertained by her flustered reaction. "I was just complimenting you," he replied with mock innocence. Rosweise clicked her tongue in annoyance, but the faint blush creeping across her cheeks betrayed her. With the matter settled, Leon, Rosweise, and Noah returned to the field to join the remaining events, while Amelia's lively commentary resumed. "Ladies and gentlemen," she announced, raising her microphone, "the first family relay has officially concluded. Now let's turn our attention to the other competitions happening throughout the arena." The Family Sports Day operated on a cumulative points system, where each family earned scores across various events. As Amelia explained the rules to the spectators, the broadcast shifted to scenes from different venues already bustling with activity. One screen focused on Noah, who was competing in the Young Dragon high jump. In this event, participants had to leap into the air and snatch a dangling donut, a whimsical yet challenging test of agility and control. Noah launched herself with precision, effortlessly plucking the donut from its string and earning 50 points to add to her family's total. Meanwhile, Leon and Rosweisa took part in the adult dragon events, each contributing steadily to the family's growing score. The entire arena buzzed with excitement as families vied for victory in multiple disciplines. The current challenge was the three-legged race. Thanks to their earlier practice, Leon and Rosweisa approached it with easy confidence. While other pairs struggled to find their rhythm, some toppling over entangled limbs, Leon and Rosweis moved with seamless coordination. Together, they crossed the finish line smoothly, securing another 50 points for their team. In this scoring system, placement determined the number of points awarded, and with each event, the competition between families grew fiercer. Seated side by side at a table, Leon and Rosweis raised their answer signs in perfect unison. Their flawless coordination left the other parent teams in the dust, securing them first place and an additional 25 points for their family. With the scores accumulating across events, the top three families stood to win extravagant prizes courtesy of the Academy. Next came a challenge designed to test familial trust. One partner blindfolded, the other tasked with feeding them. Rosweisa, her eyes covered with a neatly tied ribbon, grabbed a bowl of noodles and, without a shred of delicacy, shoved a hefty portion toward Leon's face. Leon could only let out a long, weary sigh as he tightly shut his eyes and struggled to chew the unexpected mouthful. Around them, other contestants paused mid-attempt, gaping at their brutal yet effective method. The spectators roared with laughter and cheers, the energy in the arena hitting a new peak. The atmosphere of the competition had never felt more spirited, with every event fueling the lively momentum of the day. Leaning on each other for balance, Leon and Rosweis made their way to the next event. Though their breathing was slightly uneven from the earlier exertion, their steps remained steady, their determination undimmed. A referee stepped forward to greet them, a friendly smile on her face as she explained the upcoming challenge. "Welcome to the final level of the three-legged race, the cooking of love." She gestured to the long tables lined with neatly arranged kitchen utensils and ingredients. "The rules are simple," she continued. "You'll draw lots to determine the dish you must prepare. From there, you'll have 1 hour to cook a heartfelt family meal, which will then be judged by our esteemed panel." The referee motioned toward the judges' table, where Vice Principal Wilson sat alongside the Academy president and another faculty member, each ready to critique the meals. With a playful glint in her eye, the referee added, "One more thing. The rope stays on the entire time. Think of it as a symbol of the bond between you. Coordination is key, not just in cooking, but in working together." Leon and Rosweis exchanged flat, unamused stares, visibly cringing at the referee's saccharine description of their so-called bond. The absurdity of it all was written plainly on their faces, yet neither bothered to argue. They simply limped their way to the lottery table, bound together by the ever-present ankle rope. With a resigned sigh, Leon reached into the box, his eyes squeezed shut in silent prayer. "Please, just let it be simple," he muttered. After a brief shuffle, he pulled out a slip of paper. Rosweisa leaned close to peek over his shoulder, their heads nearly brushing as they read the words together. "Cream puffs." The description was enticing, golden pastry shells filled with rich, flowing cream, but the looks on their faces were anything but enthusiastic. "You know how to make these?" Leon asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. Rosweis's subtle gulp answered before her mouth did. "No." Thankfully, the referee had anticipated this scenario. "If you're unfamiliar, don't worry. There are detailed recipes provided for every dish," she announced, holding up a laminated guide. Armed with the instructions, Leon and Rossweisse shuffled to their cooking station, reluctantly tying on aprons while the ankle rope forced them to stand awkwardly close. The utensils on the counter gleamed under the lights, silently daring them to make sense of the task ahead. Leon exhaled, voice steady. "Let's just follow the instructions and get through this." He lit the stove and poured milk into a small pot, his eyes flicking between the bubbling liquid and the printed steps. "Pour in the milk. Add butter," he read aloud, extending his hand. "Pass me the butter." Rossweisse, still stiff in her movements, wordlessly handed it over, thus beginning what promised to be a chaotic culinary venture. Though before they could continue, a roar of excitement erupted from the stands. Both of them instinctively glanced up at the arena's massive screen. Broadcasted live was Noah, now embroiled in another competition. On the commentary platform, Amelia's animated voice rang out with infectious energy. "Our balloon battle royale is reaching its peak. Only 4 contestants remain, 2 from the Claw Dragon clan, 1 from the Ice Dragon clan, and Noah of the Silver Dragon clan." The camera zoomed in on the field, where the 3 remaining dragons had clearly struck an unspoken alliance. Moving as a unit, they surrounded Noah, number 8, intent on cornering and eliminating her. Their eyes gleamed with smug confidence, one of them even sneering, "Give up already. You can't take us all at once." Yet Noah stood her ground, her gaze razor sharp, her breathing steady. She silently scanned each opponent, calculating, waiting. In a flash, the 2 Claw Dragon youths lunged, hands outstretched, aiming to pop the balloon tied at her back. But Noah was already moving. She spun low, planting one hand on the ground as her body twisted sideways in a perfect evasive slide. She passed between them like a gust of wind. Before her attackers could recover, Noah struck, her fingers darting out with pinpoint precision. 2 balloons burst in quick succession. The sound of rubber deflating echoed alongside the twin cries of defeat. "A double elimination. Noah of the Silver Dragon clan just flipped the odds." Amelia's voice boomed, barely audible over the roaring cheers. Noah didn't hesitate. Using the momentum from her slide, she pushed off the ground and sprang back to her feet in an instant. Her next target was clear, the lone Ice Dragon youth. She sprinted forward, closing the gap in seconds. With a swift bend of her knees, she reached out and popped the balloon, its hiss signaling the end. The young dragon stared in stunned disbelief, completely caught off guard. Noah had moved so fast that by the time it registered her presence, the balloon had already burst in defeat. "And the ultimate winner is Noah K. Melkvi." Amelia's voice rang out excitedly across the arena. Though the youngest student in the Young Dragon department, she single-handedly took on 3 opponents and broke through their encirclement with ease. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause as Noah raised her fist in triumph, her fierce determination shining through. Behind her, the defeated young dragons sat sobbing bitterly, their disappointment plain to see. In the stands, Muen bounced excitedly, tugging at the dragon beside her. "Look, that's my sister. She's super amazing," she cheered, pride glowing in her eyes. Leon, watching from the cooking station, couldn't help but smile at Noah's impressive performance. The thrilling match had ignited a fresh wave of energy within him, strengthening his resolve for their own challenge. With renewed focus, he poured the hot buttered milk into the flour-filled iron bowl, chuckling softly. "Ha ha ha, good job," he murmured, admiration in his voice. I knew Noah could do it. Her victory wasn't just a display of skill, it fueled their family's determination to succeed. Rossweisse lifted a hand to her nose with a proud smile, feeling the swell of a mother's pride as she watched her daughter break free from the encirclement. "Of course she won," she said warmly. "She's my daughter after all." Just then, Leon glanced at her and said, "Wait, you've got something on your face." Before she could respond, he reached out and gently brushed a speck of custard from the bridge of her nose. Rossweiss's cheeks flushed faintly at the tender gesture. "Hmm? Where?" she asked, caught off guard. Unbeknownst to them, the entire exchange had been captured live on the arena's massive screen. Amelia, watching from the commentary booth, clasped her hands in delight. "Oh my goodness!" she exclaimed into the microphone. "What a loving couple." The unexpected announcement caught them completely off guard. Leon and Rossweisse blinked in unison, their faces frozen as they slowly turned to the screen. For a brief, awkward moment, they simply stared, utterly unsure how to respond. Behind Amelia, the arena's massive screen suddenly switched to a live feed of Leon and Rossweiss's cooking station, just in time to capture their unexpected moment of intimacy. As Leon gently brushed a bit of cream from Rossweiss's face, neither of them realized the cameras had zeroed in on them, broadcasting the quiet gesture to the entire audience. Amelia's eyes lit up the moment she noticed the scene unfolding. She sprang to her feet, voice brimming with excitement as she leaned toward the microphone. "Even in the heat of the cooking competition, they're looking out for each other," she exclaimed. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the Melkvi family of the Silver Dragon clan." Her ruby red eyes sparkled with delight as the crowd responded with a chorus of cheers and laughter. Vice Principal Wilson, watching the scene unfold, raised a thoughtful finger and remarked, "A truly qualified family meal isn't just about premium ingredients or flawless technique. It should be infused with genuine care and affection between family members. Now I find myself even more curious to see what they'll create." Amelia, swept up in the emotion of the moment, turned to the crowd with infectious enthusiasm. "Let's give a huge round of applause to this outstanding dragon couple," she declared. The arena exploded with cheers and applause, the audience thoroughly charmed by what they believed to be a heartfelt romantic display. Down on the field, Leon and Rossweisse stood frozen in awkward silence, their smiles painfully forced as they endured the unexpected attention. Their stiff waves looked more like desperate attempts to save face, all while their flustered expressions were magnified on the enormous screen for all to see. Leon closed his eyes and let out an awkward chuckle toward the cheering crowd, then leaned over to whisper, "Which dragon do I have to slay to end this sports competition early?" Still holding her frozen smile, Rossweisse replied under her breath, "My recommendation? Slay all the witness dragons." Despite the embarrassment, the two refocused on the task at hand. Methodically, they followed the cream puff recipe step by step, measuring ingredients with careful precision, piping the filling with practiced hands, and watching the oven with hawk-like vigilance. Their discomfort gradually gave way to concentration, and their professional pride took the reins. After relentless effort, they unveiled a tray of cream puffs so perfectly golden and glossy they looked like the product of enchanted patisserie magic. The judges leaned forward in synchronized surprise, eyebrows rising as they took in the sight. Vice Principal Wilson gaped in astonishment at the plump, glistening pastries, their delicate shells glowing under the arena lights. Even the normally unreadable president let out a low, involuntary hum of approval, clearly impressed. Leon and Rossweisse raised their hands in unison, presenting the dessert with smooth, almost ceremonial precision. "This is cream puff, they announced together. "Judges, please enjoy." Vice Principal Wilson was the first to sample it. He lifted a puff with his fork, inspecting its shape briefly before taking a small, measured bite. The delicate shell gave way with a satisfying crunch, followed by a luxurious rush of sweet cream that melted across his palate. He paused, then nodded, visibly impressed. "The shape is textbook, golden, round, and inviting," Wilson remarked. "The shell has the perfect crisp, and the cream inside. Velvety smooth, not too sweet. Excellent work. You must make these often at home, no?" The unexpected question caught Rosweiss slightly off guard. For a moment, she hesitated, then turned to Leon with a faint smile, nudging his arm as if to say, "You're the one who started this married couple act. Keep it up." Leon understood instantly. With dozens of eyes on them, including those of the judges and the massive crowd, he had no choice but to play along. He let out a soft chuckle, masking the stiffness in his shoulders. "Yes," he said, keeping his voice steady. "My wife and I love baking together. Cream puffs are her favorite. She especially enjoys making them from scratch." As the words left his mouth, an image he hadn't asked for intruded on his thoughts. Rosweiss in their imaginary kitchen, wearing an apron a size too small, cream splattered on her cheeks and collarbone. She scooped a dollop from the bowl, licking it off her finger with an impish smile. "Oops, it's messy here." Leon's eyes widened as if physically struck. He gave a sharp shake of his head, chasing the daydream away like a fly buzzing around his face. "Puffs are innocent. Only my thoughts are filthy," he cursed himself internally. Rosweiss raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, filing his weirdness away for later. Vice Principal Wilson chuckled at Leon's reply. "It seems your private life is quite colorful," he said with a satisfied smile. "Do you have any special secret recipe for these puffs?" In perfect sync, Leon and Rosweiss raised their hands and formed a heart toward the judges, their expressions bright. "It's love," they said in unison. Vice Principal Wilson gave a pleased nod. After briefly consulting with the other two judges, they submitted their scores. From the commentator's booth, Amelia announced excitedly, "Oh, it seems the judges are thoroughly impressed. All three have given exceptionally high marks. This is now the highest score in the Cooking of Love competition." Leon's face lit up with triumph. "Perfect. First place overall is guaranteed now. That 7-day vacation is as good as mine." He placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, already envisioning his Rosweiss-free holiday. 7 days of freedom. He could sleep in, eat whatever he wanted, maybe even go fishing. The possibilities were endless. The massive arena screen lit up with the final rankings of the top 3 families in the sports meet. Amelia's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. "In 3rd place, the Alex family from the Claw Dragon clan." Applause followed as the family stepped up to accept their prize, a Teshua noodle voucher. Triumphant music played as the 3 athletes took their place on the podium, bronze medals shining proudly on their chests. The youngest member waved to the crowd, hoisting a certificate that read, 10 cases of Teshua noodles, valid for 50 years. In 2nd place, the Rose family of the Wind Dragon clan, Amelia continued. The crowd responded with cheers as the Rose family received their reward, a rare Class B magic tome. They posed with beaming smiles, silver medals around their necks, holding up the shimmering purple spellbook, glowing with arcane energy. Finally, the moment arrived. And now, our champions, the Melkvi family of the Silver Dragon clan. Leon, Rosweiss, and Noah stepped onto the top podium together. They bowed slightly as Vice Principal Wilson placed the gold medals around their necks. Amelia's voice trembled with anticipation. Their grand prize, a 7-day luxury hot spring tour. Noah accepted the ornate certificate with care, her face glowing with joy as she held it high for the crowd to see. Leon, however, froze the moment he read the details. A full 7-day luxury hot spring vacation with family. His long-awaited solo holiday had just vanished. The color drained from his face as he stood motionless, staring blankly ahead, as if his soul had quietly slipped away. Rossweisse, unaware of his despair, crouched beside Noah and studied the certificate with a pleased smile. "Oh, this looks lovely," she said warmly. "Do you want to go?" Noah nodded eagerly, eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Leon sank to his knees on the podium, one arm reaching helplessly toward the sky, as if trying to snatch back the vacation slipping away from him. His voice cracked with despair as he cried out, "Why didn't anyone tell me this was the first place prize?" His desperate question was met with silence. The image of a peaceful, solitary getaway drifted farther and farther from reach, dissolving like a mirage into the sky. Reality hit him hard. There would be no quiet freedom. Instead, he was bound for a week-long stay in a romantic hot spring resort with Rossweisse. As night fell, the crescent moon rose like a silver scimitar, casting a soft glow over the Silver Dragon Castle. Following the award ceremony of the family sports meet, Leon, Rossweisse, Noah, and Muen returned home in high spirits. The adults raised glasses of deep red wine, while the children clinked their sparkling drinks, voices blending in a joyful toast. Cheers. The clear chime of glasses echoed through the hall, a fitting note to their celebratory mood. "Our family got first place. Mom, Dad, and Noah were amazing," Muen exclaimed, her eyes shining. "And I cheered super hard too." Throughout the competition, Rossweisse had heard Muen's enthusiastic voice ringing from the stands, her energy lifting them during every challenge. Rossweisse smiled warmly at her youngest. "We heard you loud and clear," she said affectionately. Noah tightened her grip on her cup, as if bracing herself. "I'm really grateful to all of you for helping us win the school championship," she said softly. For someone who rarely shared her feelings, the words carried a quiet sincerity, tinged with a shy determination. Rossweisse's heart swelled at Noah's rare show of emotion. "We just did what any parents should do. What mattered most was your own effort," she replied with a bright smile. Their victory had truly been a team effort, and Noah's resolve had led the charge. Leaning slightly toward Rossweisse, Leon nodded in agreement, though his expression remained muted, still mourning the loss of his precious solo vacation. He gave Noah a faint, weary smile and muttered, "Your mother's right." Rossweisse, noticing Leon's lingering gloom, furrowed her brow slightly and cast a puzzled glance his way. He's been sulking ever since he saw the first-place prize. Does he really hate vacations that much? She wondered. Just then, Noah suddenly remembered something she had yet to do. The realization deepened the flush on her cheeks, but she gathered her resolve. Could everyone close their eyes for a moment?" she asked, her voice a bit awkward. Leon, Rossweisse, and Muen blinked at her in surprise. Though confused by the unusual request, they exchanged brief glances and chose not to press her. One by one, they closed their eyes, the room growing quiet with a shared sense of anticipation. Noah moved to Muen first. A gentle smile played on her lips as she wrapped her arms around her little sister. Muen giggled happily and returned the hug without hesitation, the affection between them wordless but deeply felt. Then, Noah stepped softly toward Rossweisse. She embraced her mother, nestling into the familiar warmth. Rossweisse said nothing, but her lips curved into a tender smile, an unspoken appreciation for this rare gesture from her usually reserved daughter. At last, Noah hesitated as she approached Leon. Her hands clasped behind her back, and her eyes drifted aside, still a bit shy about facing him directly. Meanwhile, Leon, keenly aware of the subtle movements around the table, listened intently. What is she up to now, he wondered. Is she preparing some kind of surprise for us? Despite her lingering nerves, Noah took a steadying breath and followed through. She reached out and hugged him. Leon tensed slightly at the unexpected contact, but then he heard her soft whisper, "Thank you, Daddy." A quiet, genuine smile began to form on his face as the realization sank in. This was her surprise, a simple, sincere hug. The warmth of the gesture slowly spread through him, lifting his spirits in a way he hadn't anticipated. He gently raised a hand to ruffle her hair, wordlessly acknowledging her gratitude. So this is how she says thanks, he thought, touched. She asked us to close our eyes because she was too shy to do it otherwise. Then, suddenly, Noah tugged his sleeve and stood on tiptoe to place a quick, feather-light kiss on his cheek. The soft contact left Leon frozen in place, his eyebrows rising in stunned surprise. Before he could respond, Noah had already turned away, her ears flushed deep red. "You can open your eyes now," she mumbled, her voice barely audible. Leon slowly brought a hand to his cheek, as if confirming what had just happened. "Noah, you..." he began, his voice caught between disbelief and wonder. Still facing away, Noah glanced back over her shoulder and said quietly, "I promised that if we won, I'd call you Dad. That was my way of thanking you for helping me." She hesitated, then added even softer, "But even if we hadn't won, I'd still call you that." The words struck deep. Leon's chest tightened, emotion swelling too fast to contain. He stood silent, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Muen tilted her head curiously as she noticed Noah's flushed cheeks. "Noah, your face is all red. What happened?" Noah kept her eyes closed, maintaining an impressively calm tone despite her burning ears. "It's nothing. Let's just eat." Leon's mood lifted instantly, his earlier sulking forgotten. "Ha! Today's a great day. Where's the wine? Dad needs a drink." Rosweiser rolled her eyes at his sudden enthusiasm. "Don't overdo it," she warned. "Tomorrow, we're taking the kids to Sky City to shop for swimsuits." The reminder of his derailed vacation made Leon's smile twitch. He grabbed his glass with purpose. "I'm celebrating tonight," he said firmly, "and I won't let your awful words ruin it." White clouds drifted lazily above Sky City as dragons of various races flew overhead before landing to begin their shopping. Inside, Leon exhaled onto the shop's glass window and began to write the word vacation with his finger. Once, a perfect vacation had been within his grasp, but he hadn't cherished it. Now, after winning the championship, regret weighed heavily on him. The most painful part of defeat wasn't the loss itself, but the realization that it had come too late. Tears began to gather at the corners of his eyes. Outside the swimsuit store, a young girl noticed Leon's miserable state and tugged on her mother's hand. "Mom, that dragon's acting weird," she whispered, pointing at him. The woman didn't glance in Leon's direction. "Don't look. You'll catch it," she replied calmly. Leon, unaware of the passing glances around him, continued to wallow in silence. If the heavens gave him one more chance, he swore he'd choose to stay home and enjoy his vacation properly. Propping his head on his arm, he quietly closed his eyes and began to sob. If he had to set a limit on that vacation, he would have wished for 7 days. Thus ends another tale from the magnificent, tragic life of Leon Cosmode. the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. Goodbye, vacation, he whispered between quiet sobs. Rossweisse, noticing Leon sitting apart from the kids, approached him with a new swimsuit in hand. "What do you think of this one?" she asked. Leon, still facing away from her, didn't bother turning around. "Nice," he replied flatly, having not even glanced at her. Rossweisse frowned, placing one hand on her hip and extending the other to show off the outfit. "You didn't even turn your head. Are you just being perfunctory with me now?" Not in the mood to argue, Leon finally turned, giving her a brief, narrow-eyed look. "Trust me," he said, giving a lazy thumbs up. "You look good in anything." Rossweisse toyed with the lace of the swimsuit. "Really? I feel like there's too much fabric, and it's kind of tight around the chest." She turned back toward the racks and began flipping through more options. One caught her eye, a sleek black swimsuit with lace accents. Holding it up, she turned to Leon. "What about this one?" The moment Leon laid eyes on it, his expression shifted. His eyes widened as his imagination betrayed him with a vivid image of Rossweisse in the revealing black lace, pale skin exposed under the faint steam of the hot spring. He stumbled backward, flustered, and a sudden nosebleed trickled down as if he'd been physically struck. Inwardly, Leon panicked. If she wears that into the hot spring, the dragon crest's gonna light up. And not just the crest, it'll shine all night. Clamping a hand over his mouth to steady his expression, he managed to mutter, "I don't think so." Rossweisse gave Leon a final glance before quietly turning back to the rack and hanging the swimsuit back in place. She closed her eyes and sighed. "All right, I thought you'd like this one. But honestly, I came out today mainly to get something for you. I already have a swimsuit prepared," she murmured, shaking her head. Meanwhile, across the store, a clerk presented 2 swimsuits, one pink, one yellow. Muen's eyes lit up at the yellow one, while Noah silently studied the pink with quiet interest. Rossweisse turned back toward Leon and noticed his sulking expression. Resting one hand on her opposite arm, she asked, "What's wrong? Still upset?" Leon didn't look at her. Eyes shut, he scowled like a child denied dessert. "No, of course not. Why would I be?" Rossweisse exhaled gently. "I know you earned this vacation, and I know it's not what you expected, but the date for the hot spring trip can't be changed." She tilted her head toward Muen and Noah. Leon followed her gaze. "But look at your daughters. They're so excited for this trip," she said softly. "If your daughters are happy, then shouldn't their father be happy too?" Even though Leon was genuinely glad that Muen and Noah would get to enjoy a vacation, he couldn't suppress a sarcastic chuckle. He cast a sideways glance at Rossweisse. "I'm so happy," he muttered dryly, though his expression said the opposite. Rossweisse raised an eyebrow, then suddenly smirked as an idea struck her. She leaned in, resting a hand lightly on his shoulder, her voice laced with playful mischief. "How about this? I promise not to touch you for the next 7 days. Deal?" For a second, Leon's mouth opened, but no sound came out. He blinked, then turned to face her, eyes narrowing. "I don't believe you. You've got my hands all over you most days. You'd touch me whenever you want." Rossweisse stepped back dramatically and raised a hand in mock solemnity. "I swear on the reputation of the Silver Dragon Queen." She already knew exactly how this would end. Leon gave a firm nod. "All right, it's a deal." But then Rossweisse leaned in again, her breath brushing his ear as she whispered, "Just remember, if you can't control yourself, don't blame me." Her closeness sent a rush of heat to Leon's face. His cheeks turned red, but he quickly straightened, masking his flustered state with bravado. He turned toward her, their noses nearly touching. "Control myself? Please. I'm a dragon slayer. Why would I go around touching a female dragon like you for no reason?" Rossweisse laughed softly, turning away and strolling off with casual grace. But just before disappearing behind a row of displays, she paused and looked back over her shoulder. Just remember what you said, Leon. If my dragon pattern shows up even once during these 7 days, you're done. Leon grinned, folding his arms. Heh, who's afraid of who? The next day, Leon, Rosweise, Noah, and Muen arrived at Flowing Cloud Valley. The sun gleamed over the towering mountains as their vacation mansion finally came into view. In the hotel lobby, a receptionist holding a slip of paper greeted them. You're the model champion family from St. Heis Academy, correct? Leaning an elbow against the reception desk, Leon looked off to the side, silent. He wore a white coat, accented with blue and gold stitching, his refined look matching Rosweise's elegant white dress, embroidered with gold and adorned with a ruby at the center. Rosweise beamed. That's right. Leon, overhearing their exchange, scowled inwardly. Champion is enough. Why add model in front of it? Must be the work of that old dragon vice principal with his self-serving schemes. The receptionist continued, explaining that all resort expenses would be fully covered by St. Heis Academy, and the family could enjoy any activities they liked without worry. Meanwhile, across the lobby, Muen stood before a large fish tank. She pressed her hands to the glass and exclaimed, "Wow, these fish look delicious." Noah gave her a dry look. "You can't eat these." Back at the counter, Leon and Rosweise were finishing up the paperwork when the receptionist slid 2 key cards across the desk. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Only 2 rooms?" The receptionist tilted her head. "Is there an issue, sir? Are you dissatisfied with the room arrangement?" Leon frowned. "If my daughters are sharing 1 room, that means I have to share with Rosweise?" The receptionist closed her eyes with a gentle smile. "If you're not satisfied with the hot spring suite, we can also offer our exclusive honeymoon suite for couples." Leon responded without hesitation. "That won't be necessary." Rosweise turned to the children. "Let's go, Noah, Muen." "Okay," Muen chirped, spinning on her heel and skipping over, while Noah followed at a steady pace. Leon trailed behind Rosweise, shoulders slumped. The receptionist watched them leave with a polite smile. "I wish you all a pleasant holiday." Noah and Muen walked ahead, side by side, holding hands. Rosweise followed, her gaze soft as she watched them. Leon, hands buried in his pockets, wore a troubled expression. He let Rosweise walk slightly ahead and stared at her back, sighing inwardly. Sharing a room with Rosweise again. I need to find a way out of this. With sudden resolve, he rushed forward. "Muen, do you want to share a room with Daddy?" Startled by his sudden appearance, Muen grabbed onto her sister. "No, Daddy, I want to stay with my sister." She then raised a finger solemnly. "Aunt Isabella said everyone, kids and adults, need their own private space and shouldn't disturb others." At her words, Leon froze, as if turned to stone, cracks forming in his mental composure. "Thank you, Muen. You've shattered my final hope." Noah, unfazed, pulled Muen closer. "I'll take good care of her. You two can enjoy your world of just the 2 of you." Behind them, Rosweise covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Leon, eyes shut, felt tears begin to form. "Thank you, Noah, for caring so much. But Dad suggests you stop." As they approached their rooms, Rosweise handed the key card to Noah. "Here's your room card. Call us if you need anything." Noah reached out and took it. "I understand, Mom." Muen grabbed Noah's arm. "Come on, sister, let's go open the door." Watching his daughters disappear into their room, Leon flicked away a tear forming at the corner of his eye. The children have grown up and no longer rely on their old father. Rosweise's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She waved their room key card. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Leon stiffened, narrowing his eyes. The real test begins now. Rossweisse stepped into her hotel room and went straight to the French doors, pulling the curtains open in one fluid motion. Warm sunlight spilled in, revealing a view of a small waterfall pond framed by lush greenery. Near the doorway, Leon stood quietly, taking in the spacious room. He held Rossweisse's suitcase in one hand, his gaze eventually drifting toward her. She glanced back at him, then gestured toward the view outside. "The scenery here is pretty good," she said with a warm smile. Leon hesitated for a beat, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't seen her this lively before. "Haven't you been here before?" he asked, curiosity coloring his tone. Rossweisse shook her head, her eyes returning to the sunlight-dappled landscape. "No, this is my first time here too. I've been busy handling the affairs of the Silver Dragon clan and haven't had much time to bring Noah and Muen out to enjoy themselves." However, Rossweisse relished the chance to finally take a break from her duties. Smiling, she told Leon, "This time, I brought a camera with me so I can take some photos of them as souvenirs." The moment the word camera left her lips, Leon froze. The suitcase in his hand slipped to the floor with a dull thud. Panic flashed across his face as he instinctively took a step back. "Camera?" he muttered, unable to hide his shock. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that camera? To confirm, he hurriedly unzipped the suitcase. Inside, nestled atop Rossweisse's neatly folded nightwear, was indeed a camera. "Yes, this is it," he whispered, his stomach sinking. "The one I got as a reward for winning first place in the school sports meet." Leon lifted the camera with both hands, his eyes widening as dread set in. This is bad. Stored within were photos, those photos, of Rossweisse in a bunny girl costume that he had secretly taken. To any ordinary person, they might be embarrassing. To a female dragon, they were practically lethal magical weapons. If Rossweisse ever got hold of them, it would be ironclad evidence, enough to guarantee his death sentence. Leon's thoughts spiraled as he clutched the camera tightly to his chest. "Before she finds out, I need to hide the photos, delete every incriminating shot, then bury the evidence." Noticing his strange behavior, Rossweisse extended her hand. "Give me the camera," she said. Leon grit his teeth in frustration, hugging it closer. Still baffled, Rossweisse crossed her arms. "Why are you holding it like a baby?" Leon forced out an awkward chuckle, stumbling over his words. Let me take the pictures for you. I'm super professional." Her silver eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't you a professional dragon slayer? Since when were you a professional photographer?" Slapping a hand to his chest, Leon declared, "Just leave it to me. I've been photographing my master's donkey since I was a kid." Rossweisse stared at him for a moment, sighed, and shook her head. "Fine, take the pictures if you want. There's also an open-air barbecue and a fireworks show tonight. Let's go for a walk first." Relieved that she wasn't pressing the matter further, Leon let out a quiet breath. No problem. Rossweisse and her family meandered through the lush gardens of the Hot Spring Hotel, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of nature. Leon, desperate to stay out of the spotlight, gripped the camera in one hand and called out with forced cheerfulness, "Daddy's got the job of capturing all your best moments today." Muen, who was skipping ahead with Noah, spun around at the sound and leapt with joy. "Great," she beamed. Noah, quieter and more reserved, crossed her arms and matched her mother's steady pace, both walking in thoughtful silence. Their first stop came into view, a majestic statue of a female dragon clad in gleaming armor, her hands resting solemnly on the hilt of her sword. The statue seemed almost alive beneath the afternoon sun. Muen eagerly pulled Noah close, wrapping an arm around her as she struck a playful pose, her face lighting up with excitement for the camera. The family then wandered toward the hotel's small zoo. Muen ran ahead, her laughter echoing as she embraced a gentle deer, its soft fur warm beneath her hands. "The little deer is so cute," she whispered. Nearby, Noah knelt down, holding out a bright orange carrot to a smaller deer with a gentle smile. "Do you want some?" she asked softly. But then, something unexpected happened. The children's eyes drifted back to their mother and stopped. Around Rosweiss, the deer had gathered in quiet reverence, drawn to her calm and serene presence. The golden light of the setting sun caught her silver hair, casting a soft halo around her as she smiled gently, her figure framed by the vibrant greenery. For a moment, time seemed to still. "Mom is so beautiful," Muen and Noah breathed together, awe and love shining in their voices as they watched her, an image of quiet strength and grace that needed no words. Their next stop was the carnival. Muen dashed ahead of everyone, stopping suddenly to point excitedly at a claw machine. Looking up at Rosweiss as she asked, "Mom, can we play?" Rosweiss's eyes narrowed with concentration, a subtle smile tugging at her lips. The claw machine was filled with small, fluffy teddy bears, their soft shapes beckoning. Leon, catching the focused look on Rosweiss's face, gasped softly. He hadn't seen her like this before. Without hesitation, he lifted the camera and started snapping pictures. On her very first try, Rosweiss skillfully snagged a prize. Turning back to Muen, she chuckled warmly, a tender glow in her voice. "Got it." Leon didn't waste a second. He zoomed in on her radiant smile and captured the moment perfectly. As he reviewed the photo, he couldn't help but feel a quiet joy. This side of Rosweiss was new, refreshing, and beautiful. Rosweiss approached him, peering at the camera screen. She looked genuinely surprised. "I thought you'd make me look ugly," she teased softly. Leon chuckled, eyes gleaming with confidence. "Don't underestimate me." Rosweiss and Leon stood side by side, waiting in line to buy cold drinks for their daughters. The line was a single file, and Leon, slightly puzzled, glanced at Rosweiss and said, "Why are you following me? I can queue by myself." Rosweiss averted her gaze, caught off guard by his words. Quietly, she muttered, "That's not because I'm worried you'll be bored." But she clearly had more on her mind. Turning slightly away from Leon's view, she held up the small teddy bear she'd won moments ago. A swirl of emotions flickered across her face. Leon noticed her secrecy and shot her a sidelong glance. "What is it?" Summoning her courage, Rosweiss extended the teddy bear toward him. "It's yours. Didn't you give me one? Last time in Sky City?" She closed her eyes, trying to stay calm, but the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Leon chuckled softly, closing his eyes before taking the bear from her hand. "The one I gave you was the Bear King. What you have there is, at best, a little bear cub." His teasing lightened the mood. Rosweiss wasn't amused. She clenched her fist, narrowed her silver eyes, and puffed out her cheeks in frustration. "You don't want it? Forget it. I caught this with great difficulty." Leaning forward to snatch the bear back, she was too slow. Leon pulled his hand away with a grin. "I never said I didn't want it." A few feet away, Noah and Muen sat side by side on a wooden bench at the carnival. Muen leaned back, swinging her legs freely, eyes fixed on the slow-moving drinks line. "Mommy and Daddy are so slow. When will Muen get to drink pineapple juice?" she muttered impatiently. Noah, sitting quietly with her arms folded and eyes closed, cracked one eye open and glanced at Muen. Her voice was soft, almost wistful. "Actually, sometimes I envy you, Muen." Muen's head snapped around in surprise. "Sister envies me? Why?" Noah didn't meet her sister's eyes. Instead, she stared down at her feet, clapping them together nervously. "I envy you because you can tell Mom and Dad anything, without holding back." Muen blinked, startled to hear the usually reserved Noah open up like this. "Sister, you can do that too." But Noah shook her head slowly, eyes closed again. "No, I can't." When she opened her eyes, they were fixed on the ground as she murmured, "I'm already a grown-up kid now, and grown-up kids can't just say whatever they want." Noah hadn't always been so precocious. As the twin born just 20 minutes earlier, she and Muen had grown up side by side, carefree children under their mother's watchful eye. They had explored the world together, learning through Rossweiss's gentle guidance and the stories she read to them when they were young. To them, Rossweisse was a figure of endless strength and power, an almost omnipotent presence in their lives. But one rainy night, fear kept Noah awake. She decided to sneak into her father's room, hoping to sleep there. Yet when she reached the doorway, she stopped in her tracks. Through the dim light, she saw her mother. Rossweisse sat quietly at Leon's bedside, her gaze fixed on his still, unconscious form. The faint glow from the bedside lamp traced the sorrow etched across her face. Her usual strength was gone, replaced by a quiet, aching fragility. In that moment, Noah understood. Her mother was not untouchable. Beneath all her power, she carried a soft, fragile side. Rossweisse whispered to herself by Leon's bedside, "The children are growing up so fast, managing the Silver Dragon clan's affairs while raising twins alone. It's becoming too much. I can't do this by myself." Understanding the weight of her mother's sorrow, Noah felt a fierce determination ignite within her. She decided then that she would grow up, just a little, so she could help share the burden. From that day forward, a fire kindled in her heart. She picked up books with renewed purpose, resolving to become stronger, more responsible. The desire to protect and care for her family took root deep inside her. Slowly, her childlike innocence began to shift as she tried to act more like an adult. Noah pushed herself to grow up quickly, becoming independent, mature, and excelling in her studies. All of it was to keep her mother from wearing that same sadness again. Muen listened quietly to her sister's story, then closed her eyes and lifted a finger thoughtfully. "Muen doesn't really understand all the complicated stuff," she said softly, "but she's really very envious of her sister." Noah's sadness melted away and turned toward Muen in surprise. "What? You envy me?" she gasped,